Chapter 1. Zhou Pingyan, the Unyielding Killer. From the first life emerging underwater, to the giant beasts of the Stone Age, to humanity's first upright walk, civilization has undergone many transformations. Now, human civilization finally stands amidst the starry seas, becoming a great empire. Emperor Qin proclaimed the slogan, "Open up the starry seas," and thus the human empire operates, cultivating generations of outstanding military talents. Among these, the most attention-grabbing is naturally the core trial of the Lore Department graduates from the Capital Star Military Academy, held once every 20 years. The time limit for the core trial is also 20 years. There are many victory conditions for the trial, the most impressive being for the Lore Department graduates to cultivate their own civilization and escape gravity to reach the starry seas through scientific research. It is rumored that if someone can replicate the achievement of the ancients reaching the starry seas in 200 years, starting from the steam engine within 20 years, they will receive a mysterious super prize. However, over the years, despite many astonishing talents, no lord has been able to accomplish this, even with the technology tree to follow. This year, the highly anticipated Lore Department trial has begun again. The Great SPEEDRun Empire has invested a total of 10 planets as trial grounds that in the central plains of the L6 trial planet, a floating city of the directing group, responsible for monitoring the entire planet, is slowly hovering. In the central square of the directing group's floating city, Lore Department graduates transported from various planets are spontaneously mingling, trying to get to know more people for the upcoming operations that in the southwestern corner of the central square. An 18-year-old boy is gleefully eating his boxed meal, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Hey, buddy, don't just eat. Look at those 8th-tier, golden-quality magic Dragon Guard generals. They're amazing. How far do you think we need to cultivate our citizens to produce such powerful generals? Zhang Yang, sitting next to the boy, is wide-eyed, drooling as he looks at the rows of neatly arranged 8th-tier, golden magic Dragon Guard generals at their posts. They are clad in luminescent, form-fitting smart combat armor that can blend into their environment and can also activate the terrifying energy engines in their chests to channel energy into their magnetic storm guns equipped with auxiliary fire control systems, capable of knocking people out with a single shot. 8th-tier Golden Magic Dragon Guard generals, which are rare and highly sought after in the outside world, are here like they are free, showcasing the terrifying military capabilities of the organizers. Zhou Pingyan glanced over, swallowed his rice, and said casually, "Genetic 8th-tier route requires 300 years of talent standards." Zhang Yang clutched his chest. "Damn, if this were online, I'd say, genetic 8th-tier is trash. Our empire's emperor is a 20th tier. Do you understand the value of the dual ascension route of genetic and spiritual energy to 20th tier? But this is reality. I can only say that genetic 8th tier is a big shot I can't reach. The Emperor of the Great SPEEDRun Empire has successfully integrated the dual ascension routes of genetic and spiritual energies, dazzling all species in the starry seas. Humanity is just getting started, and compared to other star sea empires, it is very immature. But our Emperor is indeed that impressive that he sits on the throne of the capital star. He is the Emperor of humanity. When he stands up, his name becomes the strongest master deity in the starry seas." Zhang Yang wiped his drool, elbowed Zhou Pingyan, and lowered his voice. "Buddy, do you know who the prominent figures participating in the trial are this time?" Zhou Pingyan chewed and swallowed, looking calm. "No idea." Zhang Yang grinned, opened his personal panel, and a projection floated in front of him, with a window the size of a smartphone, his smile extremely bright. "I know. Want to buy the info? It's originally 100 energy coins, but now just 99 energy coins." Zhou Pingyan raised an eyebrow. "Truly a good deal, just a discount of 1 energy coin. Why don't you go rob someone?" A normal initial production capacity of an ordinary surface civilization is only about 80,100 energy coins a month. After deducting daily maintenance costs, without eating, drinking, or developing, it leaves around 20 energy coins. Buying this info would cost 5 months of energy production for a surface civilization, and we are just Lore Department graduates, not rulers of a planetary civilization. Zhang Yang was taken aback. "Is that expensive? My dad paid 1,000 energy coins for it." Zhou Pingyan. "What's your father's name?" Zhang Yang blinked. "My father is Zhang the Grand Inspector and also the Minister of Rights." The Grand Inspector is a first-rank position. There are a total of 18 ranks in official positions, with the first rank being the highest and the second rank next. His father holds a second-rank position. The Minister of Rights is a fourth-rank position, relatively lower. But the job is very impressive, as it involves working closely with the Emperor, responsible for spiritual energy research and management, allowing direct contact with the Emperor. The position of Minister of Rights is not something you can swap for a first-rank position in any star zone. Just hearing one casual remark from the Emperor is priceless confidential information that cannot be bought outside. Keeping quiet and going with the flow can lead to a prosperous life. Zhou Ping'an leaned back strategically. That makes sense also. It is indeed expensive, not buying. Zhang Yang's face turned red. Then won't my information be unsellable? This is genuine. I can read it to you. Look, the strongest name in this exam is Zhou Ping'an, a destruction system magic wolf officer, codenamed Disaster Star Wolf Extinction. During the last joint exercise, he used a mass energy bomb to blow up all participants and 2 senior instructors from the directing group, drawing the Empire's official attention, and consumed a lot of resources to revive all personnel. His behavior is extremely extreme and perverse, lacking any moral bottom line, making him a terrifying war criminal lord. Zhang Yang, fearing Zhou Ping'an wouldn't believe him, turned his interface around. Zhou Ping'an silently looked at his name highlighted in bold red, next to which was a very terrifying red skull symbol indicating extreme danger. What the hell? I have a 4,000 class battleship. Why am I being called a war criminal lord? Only those who lose are called war criminals. This is slander, pure slander. Zhou Ping'an retorted, your information doesn't even have a photo, it's unreliable. Zhang Yang chuckled awkwardly. Text information can be checked, but photos are no-go. That's illegal. It's genuine, buddy, completely genuine. Think about it. We are in the same league as Disaster Star Wolf Extinction, a high-end match. You can get his genuine information for just 99 energy coins. There's also info on other strong figures. It's like opening a spiritual energy eye for foresight. Such a bargain. Trust me. Zhou Ping'an shook his head. Not buying. Your information is too outrageous. The slander against me is too outrageous. Didn't I just blow everyone up? Is that a problem? It's not a problem. Are we supposed to follow rules on the battlefield? Zhang Yang got anxious. How is it outrageous? This is the real deal. Zhou Ping'an is a ruthless character. He killed everyone for full marks. He kills without blinking. His eyes don't dry up. He even kills his teammates. Zhou Ping'an. He continued to enjoy his meal. Zhang Yang helplessly closed the interface and had to change the topic. Hey, I originally wanted to grow strong and create a brilliant future on my own, but I seem not suited for selling things. By the way, buddy, this meal isn't good. How are you enjoying it so much? This box meal was made with consideration for participants from different planets, so it adopted the safest banquet-level approach. Light, not bad, not good, won't make anyone uncomfortable, but also won't taste too good. Zhou Ping'an glanced at him, took out his smartphone, turned on flight mode, let it hover in midair, and then pulled out the first page of a celebrity photo album. Zhang Yang looked at the photo of Grandpa Yuan, paused for a moment, and picked up his box meal. Impressive, elite. The two sat quietly on their chairs, holding their boxed meals, carefully savoring every grain of rice and every vegetable. Zhou Ping'an finished his meal, satisfied, closed the box, placed the chopsticks on top, and wore a serene expression as he waited for Zhang Yang to finish eating. Zhang Yang finished shortly after, took out 2 tissues, and handed them over, wiping his mouth. Bro, you're really an honest person, willing to eat well, all honest people. I see they're almost done chatting, and the First Lord meeting is about to take place. Let's add each other as friends, and when the time comes, we can team up and sign a mutual defense agreement to help each other out. Zhou Ping'an glanced at his lunchbox, which was spotless with not a single grain of rice wasted, and nodded in satisfaction. Sure, let's sign. This person wasn't inherently bad, so he could be a friend. Zhang Yang chuckled and scanned Zhou Ping'an's identity code. I'm Zhang Yang. What's your name, bro? He'll have a note for you. Huh? You're using your real name online? Oh, Zhou Ping'an. That name sounds a bit familiar. Where have I seen it before? Zhou Ping'an smiled gently and reminded him. The disaster star Langmi, the inhumane war criminal lord who blew up 2 instructors along with teammates and the director team. Zhang Yang's face instantly contorted in shock, wanting to stand up and scream, but he couldn't reconcile the handsome, peaceful, and upright face in front of him with the extremely cruel and inhumane war criminal officer from the files. After struggling for a moment, he let out a loud burp. Burp. Zhou Ping'an shrugged. You can start screaming now. Zhang Yang's pupils shook, panicking as he stood up, pointing at Zhou Pingyan and shouting, "Disaster Star Langmi!" Burp. Chapter 2. He really has no morals, no humanity, no principles, and no bottom line. The scream attracted everyone's attention, and nearby graduates turned to look, seeing a fool trying hard to burp. There was also a handsome guy with a tall figure and a warm smile. The handsome guy smiled amiably, stood up, looked around, and waved. "Hi." Everyone politely waved or nodded, and some of the female candidates' eyes lit up as they took out their identity codes, ready to get to know this handsome guy. After Zhang Yang burped, he continued shouting, "He is the disaster star Langmi." He hadn't shouted clearly before due to the burp. This time he shouted clearly. Instantly, the whole place fell silent. The girls who had just wanted to get identity codes abruptly hit the brakes, their faces turning pale. The male lords around looked at the handsome guy standing up with shocked expressions. Very few people knew what the disaster star Langmi looked like, but many had heard of the glorious deeds of this Langmi. He was a war criminal lord who acted extremely, easily leaving a deep impression or psychological shadow on people. His achievements were as shocking as his war criminal record. He was ruthless enough to not even spare instructors. Zhou Pingyan gently patted his left chest, and a black and red military uniform appeared from top to bottom. The black and red epaulets exuding a faint aura of solemnity in the sunlight. With a serious expression, paired with his handsome stature, he exuded a full aura, overflowing with intimidation. The top military academy in the capital star has 10 branches, but only one person can graduate with the most difficult, stringent requirements and the best treatment. The Destruction-type military officer rank, Disaster Star Langmi, a super monster who wiped out everyone in a drill in the vast square. There was a profound silence as everyone paid attention and waited for this big shot to speak. This was a giant descending to the fish pond to blow it up. When he didn't wear clothes, no one recognized him. But once he wore clothes, everyone recognized him. Zhou Pingyan adjusted his black and red military cap adorned with wolf patterns and revealed a warm smile. "Everyone, since we're all familiar enough now, it's time to discuss the combat strategy for this operation. I hope you won't hold me back." Zhang Yang covered his mouth and quietly let out a burp, which sounded very loud in the silent environment, instantly turning his face red. A gentle breeze blew across the square, and everyone tried hard to suppress their laughter. Zhou Pingyan scanned the crowd, his lips curling up before he withdrew his gaze. "All right, who can tell me what the trial topic is this time?" Zhang Yang weakly raised his hand. "Disaster Brother, it's a global war that we are randomly distributed along the Central Avenue and need to complete the unification of Central Avenue first, then compete with foreign lords from other continents. There are sea stars, elves, dwarves, orcs, dragon races, and other races. Planet L6 is a terrestrial planet with indigenous human surface civilizations, chosen because it has an environment suitable for most species." Zhou Pingyan chuckled. "Okay, I declare in advance that I will not participate in any meetings, nor will I accept any organization's dispatch. You could do whatever you want, just don't disturb me from ascending." After saying this, Zhou Pingyan smiled amiably as he looked around, lightly releasing his own pressure. The surrounding lords became a bit restless. The first to choose a lone wolf strategy was not good news for them. "Disaster Wolf, this is a planet-level war, not a school drill." Zhou Pingyan smiled lightly. "Want to persuade me? Sure, let's fight early. Whoever has the bigger fist gets to speak." In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Who could be a destruction-type wolf officer and dare to say his war capability is weak? Even if everyone's territories were in the initial state, no one would think they could win against the disaster wolf under equal conditions. Everyone was of one mind, but only the disaster wolf achieved a perfect score. By the way, everyone else failed. He single-handedly brought about the lowest average score in military exercise history. Zhou Pingyan felt a bit regretful. "I thought someone would stand up to oppose me. All right, I need a vassal state to supply me with power. Who is willing?" For this opening, Zhou Pingyan planned to adopt an early battle strategy, directly fighting from start to finish to gain destruction points. The more destruction points he had, the faster his disaster technology research would progress. However, at the beginning, he needed a vassal state to bear part of the primary resources, such as minerals, food, and electricity. Although he could rise quickly on his own, why work when he could take advantage of a little brother? Everyone looked at each other, feeling that the disaster wolf was truly delusional. Those who could reach here were at least geniuses from a certain state on a certain planet. If you were to say this privately, there might be a batch of people willing to be your dogs. But to say it in this setting, in front of the director team, and with so many external live broadcasts, didn't everyone care about their face? Me, 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 bro, choose me. Burp. Zhang Yang excitedly raised his hand. The so-called mixing study was about gaining points in the trial while lying down. This first step was to find the right big brother. Wanting to gain points without losing face. Damn, if I could rise based on my looks, would I still be a slacker? Zhou Pingyan raised his eyebrows, thinking that Zhang Yang was indeed a born slacker. Although his strength didn't seem great, his awareness of clinging to the big shot was absolutely on point, and he had a clear self-positioning. The speed of being a little brother was incredibly smooth. I hadn't even stated the conditions yet. Zhou Pingyan smiled lightly. All right, here are the coordinates of my territory. You can come over on a guard ship and well talk. After sending the coordinates, Zhou Pingyan opened his wristwatch and directly selected teleportation back to his territory, too lazy to participate in the plans of these rookies. A blue light flashed, and the disaster wolf and the slacker little brother disappeared from the square. Nearby, hundreds of observing lords exchanged glances, their expressions more helpless than the last. The first place being so unconventional and clearly wanting to face off against a group was very unfavorable for unity. The disaster wolf had set a bad precedent. All right, the reason he's arrogant is that he has strength. I am Su Shan, the second ranked in this trial, and he'll lead the formation of an alliance. Everyone has no objections, right? Su Shan put on a military uniform from the war faction, revealing a friendly smile. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention while using battle energy to amplify his voice, subtly showcasing his strength. The pressure of peak level 4 battle energy. Absolutely a big boss. The atmosphere was very quiet, with many people looking at this strong man with admiration and a hint of fervor. This guy is very capable. He can ensure internal unity, suppress the central continent, and lead everyone to defeat the civilizations of the other 4 continents. 20 years may seem long, but if it really comes down to it, everyone would wish to break it down into 2 days instead of 1. Having a big boss leading the team is always more effective than a bunch of noobs trying to come up with plans. The big boss has a higher realm, knows more than you, thinks faster than you, has broader knowledge, and possesses a strong comprehensive strength in his territory. This is pure strength. No one would complain about the big boss being a leader. Su Shan noticed everyone looking over and gritted his teeth. Now, we need to discuss one thing: how to bring Zhou Pingyan back to the alliance. Everyone looked confused, momentarily not understanding who Zhou Pingyan was. Su Shan helplessly said, how to bring the disaster star Langmi back to the alliance. We absolutely cannot let him leave the alliance, or else he will act even more recklessly. Someone raised their hand. Commander Su, do we really have to invite him? It would indeed have a significant impact to be missing the first place. But it's not like we can't do without him. With so many talented lords here, what difference does it make if one is missing? Su Shan's expression changed slightly as he recalled some of Zhou Pingyan's inhumane statements at previous meetings. Bury bodies? Why bury bodies? Concentrate them all to study the plague toxins and make medicine bombs to smash their bases. Burn down the mountains. Why not burn them? You're just doing hydroponic farming, right? Just burn their mountains. Burn all their reserves and starve them. Burn everything to the ground. I want to see how they manage logistics and combat power. Can't win? How can we not win? Everyone should research shelter technology. I'll go to the supervolcano and detonate a nuclear bomb to wipe out the world disaster. Let us see who dares to disagree with me winning. That rehearsal was nerve-wracking. Everyone urged Brother Zhou not to get too excited, assuring him that we could definitely win. They feared he would really detonate the supervolcano, leading to a massive cleansing of all species on the planet. Therefore, no matter the cost, they absolutely had to bring Zhou Pingyan back. This thing doesn't cost money to keep, but if let loose for others to recruit, that would be a real headache. He is truly without morals, humanity, principles. Or bottom line, I really want to kill you guys, brothers. I miss the daily gifts. Unfortunately, the contract hasn't been signed yet. I want to elaborate on the content and quality. There will definitely be improvements based on the original. Guaranteed authenticity. Watch my performance. Zhang Yang flew for 2 hours on the escort ship and arrived at Zhou Pingyan's lord base. Most buildings were hidden in the forest or inside mountains. Unless the research ship scanned carefully, one would never discover a civilization base hidden here. Each Lord system starts with a mandatory initialized base and is also allowed to bring one space escort ship and one space research ship. This is basically the life-saving card for every Lord in case of emergencies. A face-saving Lord usually uses these two ships for transportation or research, and generally not for war purposes. After all, everyone is required to start from an initial state. Using a space-level warship basically means saying goodbye to face. The escort ship descended according to the guiding signal. As Zhang Yang stepped out, he saw an extremely frightening scene. Stammering, he dared not step down. Bro. What are you doing? Zhou Ping'an lifted his welding mask, turned around, and laughed. Did you fail the warship exam? Can't you tell? I'm dismantling the escort ship. Zhang Yang's face turned pale. I know dismantling the escort ship for early war resources. But what else with these 10 broken ships? Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow. What do you mean broken ships? These are clearly my first batch of Peace-class inter-system escort warships. Zhang Yang grabbed his head with both hands, feeling completely lost. How the hell did you manage to dismantle the escort ship and assemble 10 broken warships? And why does it look like it could explode at any moment? Before him, a space-level escort warship that should have been intact was being disassembled in an orderly manner by a group of research staff, with the removed parts being assembled onto rough warship alloy models that clearly just rolled off the production line. How rough is it? It's so rough that it's just a freshly manufactured empty frame. No, bro, you really have no shame in trying to win, huh? Directly dismantling the space escort ship to assemble inter-system escort ships. And how did you manage to get 10 sets out of one? Zhou Ping'an laughed. Beckoning. Come here, let me introduce you. Zhang Yang numbly stepped down from the escort ship, feeling like he had boarded an extremely dangerous pirate ship. Zhou Ping'an dusted off the heat ash on his body, put his arm around Zhang Yang's shoulder, and cheerfully pointed to the Peace-class escort ship in front of them. Look, it has engines, can fly, has gun barrels, and here in the cockpit, I got 2 large alloy walls acting as protective walls. I also dismantled the original smart brain into 10 sets of I-77600 smart brains to stabilize the fire control system. This is definitely an orthodox warship. Clang! One of the alloy walls in the cockpit of the escort ship fell down, hitting the ground at Zhou Ping'an's feet, sending up a cloud of dust that engulfed their ankles and drifted backwards. Zhang Yang stammered. Bro, the safety seems to have a billion issues. Dismantling one to make 10 is a clear sign of a major problem. Zhou Ping'an scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. As long as the firepower is enough. Is this little problem even an issue? It's completely not a problem. Xiaoli, put on a safety helmet. See, doesn't that improve safety? Zhang Yang stammered, but, how do you guarantee the firepower? The engine's energy isn't enough, right? Zhou Ping'an laughed heartily. That's because you don't understand cost reduction overclocking technology. I directly overclocked the energy I dismantled by 50. It can fully reach the normal firepower standard line. Cost reduction refers to lowering costs. Overclocking means allowing a 10 alloy broken escort ship to exhibit combat capabilities comparable to a 100 alloy space escort ship. Note, this is only combat capability. In other aspects, those who understand know. The cost is what it is, and the situation is what it is. Zhang Yang was sweating, looking around, feeling nervous. Bro, that flashing. Zhou Ping'an laughed heartily. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Xiaoli, who was putting on the safety helmet at the driver's seat, smiled gently and chimed in. Her voice clear. How I wonder what you are? Zhang Yang screamed. Bro, this is going to explode. Zhou Ping'an jumped in shock, turned his head, and found that the engine he had just ordered to overclock was flashing rapidly, so much so that he could see his grandma waving at him from across the way. Damn! Zhou Ping'an moved faster than he ever had in his life, sprinting forward to dismantle the engine barehanded and skillfully throwing it into a deep, bottomless black pit 50 meters away. Turning around, he saw Zhang Yang looking dumbfounded, staring in horror at the red light emerging from the dark pit. Zhou Ping'an immediately pounced and tackled Zhang Yang down, shielding him. Chief Researcher Xiaoli expertly ducked behind the soldier, lying flat with her hands over her head. The surrounding residents quickly found nearby cover and lay down, It was clear they had rich experience in ignoring explosion risks. Boom! Zhang Yang felt like all his organs were about to be blown away. The entire world trembled. The terrifying red light filled the surroundings. And the boxed lunch he had eaten that morning rolled in his stomach. After a while, Zhang Yang finally felt the world calm down. Zhou Pingyan, covered in dust, climbed up, hurriedly took out his smart brain tablet, extracted the data from the recent explosion, and beamed with joy. Just a small issue. I overclocked it too much just now. Shaoli, change the overclocking to 47. 13. When it's time for self-destruction, directly switch to overclocking at 94. 26. The power will be very reliable. Remember, it's 47. 13. Not a bit more. Even an extra 0.0001 could cause the ship to explode in the air. Shaoli got up, chuckling with satisfaction as she began to retune the data. Zhang Yang stood up, feeling numb. This kind of operation wasn't unheard of. The early war faction loved doing this kind of thing, but the most impressive part was ensuring the original firepower while tearing out 2 sets of Star-class frigates. Brother Zhou was much harsher than the early war faction. He directly cut all features like lifespan, safety, insulation, and infrared defense, prioritizing all costs on flight capability and cannon firepower. Damn it, he managed to tear out 10 sets. Zhou Pingyan looked at the reinstalled battleship, smiling with great satisfaction. A 100 alloy frigate in battle? I scoff at it. A 10 alloy frigate in battle? Even if it blows up, I have to praise its power. By the way, this thing has quite a powerful explosion. You'll wear the safety helmet when you get on it, and it might save your head after the blast. With 10 Star-class frigates at the start, I'm invincible. Those noobs who can barely manage 1 or 2 frigates, how could they possibly defeat me? I'm invincible. Zhang Yang felt completely numb. Brother, I should just provide power to you, not fight, right? With this ship, even if I die, I wouldn't dare to get on. I feel that the longer I stand here, the greater the risk of being blown up. Zhou Pingyan disdainfully glanced at him. Coward, someone show him the safety of our spaceship. A scientist who had just finished assembling rubbed his hands excitedly, hopped onto the Peace-class frigate, and waved his hand to press the launch button. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Peace-class frigate fired a shot, directly piercing through the opposite mountainside. Its power was substantial, flattening the mountaintop. You can't say. This power is indeed comparable to the real deal. But unfortunately, everyone looked up in unison, watching the scientist being ejected into the sky by the emergency ejection system. Zhou Pingyan raised an eyebrow. Did the firepower system and ejection system get mixed up? Shaoli adjusted her glasses, speaking very professionally. Just slightly reduce the overclocking performance by 1 to leave some for the ejection system. It's not a big deal. Zhang Yang weakly raised his hand. Is there a parachute on the seat? Zhou Pingyan and the on-site researchers all turned their heads to look at the neatly arranged parachutes on the nearby truck. They had just made the firepower system's power overclocking meet the standards, but the self-rescue system hadn't been installed yet. The little black dot in the sky began to fall rapidly. Zhou Pingyan clenched his fist to his chest. Looking mournful, let us mourn the great sacrifice of the unknown scientist. At the same time, let's celebrate that his sacrifice proves our overclocking technology is very successful. The power is absolutely perfect. Everyone solemnly watched the rapidly falling little black, their gaze gradually lowering, watching it crash into a hillside about 100 meters away. Bang! An experienced medical team was already waiting nearby, rushing forward to surround the very evenly spread out body. Sir, his head is still alive. He can still be rescued. Zhou Pingyan was overjoyed, patting Zhang Yang's shoulder, extremely excited. See, I told you the safety helmet is useful. Hurry, rescue him. By the way, take down his but hanging from the tree and see if he can be brought back. Zhang Yang was stunned. He realized that everyone present was talented. They had rich experience in extreme operations and tightrope walking. Zhang Yang silently took out a protective charm from his wristwatch's space system, put it around his neck, held it tightly with both hands, his face exceptionally pale and his whole body slightly trembling. Good news, I've gained experience following my brother. Bad news, there's a chance I'll become a deadbeat. Zhou Pingyan scanned the room, nodding in satisfaction. Good, the firepower is guaranteed. You guys check the other aspects. Around dusk, we will blow up that guy's base. Zhang Yang's face trembled slightly. Brother, it's only been 2 hours since the start, and you're already preparing for battle? Are you really an early war faction? Not even doing a bit of development? Zhou Pingyan seemed not to hear him, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yang's frigate. Sticking to it with a smirk. You're not going to fight in the early war, are you? Zhang Yang turned back to look at his space frigate. Feeling a chill, I probably won't fight. The earliest leaders of the early war faction would wait until the first month's weapon technology was completed before starting to fight. Who's so brutal in the early war faction to start tearing out 10 frigates to fight on the first day? That sounds good, if your frigate is useless. Can I use it? I'll trade you technology for it. Zhang Yang's eyes welled up. You use it. Brother, can you send me back first before you tear it apart? I'm afraid of dying in your base. Zhou Pingyan laughed heartily. I'll teach you a trick to reduce costs and overclocking. Reduce energy consumption by 30 every month, with the side effect of slowing down research time by 10. If you install it now, you can achieve a 30 faster development speed compared to others in a month. In the early stages, when energy is extremely scarce for research projects, learning this will allow you to run at least 1 to 3 more research technologies at the start. The further you go, the greater the advantage. Slowing down research speed by 10 can easily be compensated by talents, smart brains, and other solutions. I'm very skilled at smart brain modification technology. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up, grabbing Zhou Pingyan's hands. Father, I bow to you. Brother's little soup is enough for me to take off. Running 1 to 3 more research technologies every month is truly a divine skill. This frigate is clearly a meeting gift I gave to my adoptive father. Zhou Pingyan smiled, feeling that his earlier remark about him coming over on a frigate was truly apartment. This kid is so cooperative. Zhou Pingyan was satisfied. Patting Zhang Yang's shoulder, you are responsible for supplying 15 to 45 of my territory's power. When the time comes, I will prepare everything for you, and you can safely be my little brother. You'll definitely take off without a doubt. Shall Li, send him the technology. Zhang Yang's wristwatch immediately received the technical data package, and he quickly decompressed it into the territory system. Dangerous technology detected. Do you wish to isolate it? Zhang Yang didn't even look, directly clicking, ignore risk and install. Repeated inquiry. This technology is extremely dangerous. Do you wish to refuse installation? After installation, you will become a vassal state. Zhang Yang frowned. You know nothing about risks. Install it. As long as it has effects, who cares about danger? The progress bar instantly reached 100. Gained silent performance mode talent. Global energy consumption reduced by 30. Endurance increased by 10. Research speed decreased by 10. Can be compensated through scientist levels and talents, intelligent systems, research laboratory buildings, etc. In the mid to late stages, this talent technology can be upgraded for correction. Zhang Yang's breathing became rapid. Holy crap. Global energy consumption reduced by 30. Adoptive father. This is truly an adoptive father. Just a little bit of meat scraps from brother's fingers is enough for me to take off. Zhang Yang looked up and saw the brother's citizens happily rushing to his frigate, in the blink of an eye, tearing it apart, actively assembling 10 new Peace-class star frigates. Zhang Yang shivered, frightened by this terrifying, cost-reducing, overclocking technology, and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Brother Zhou, what else do you need me to do? Zhou Pingyan lowered his welding mask, his eyes shining with desire beneath the mask. You're done. I'm going to modify the battleship. 20 Peace-class frigates. This battle is going to be so rich. Who the hell starts with 20 frigates? I just want to ask, who else is there? Zhou Pingyan had just finished modifying the core engine when he heard Shaoli say that an outside lord was looking for him. Zhou Pingyan looked puzzled. I'm the one you blew up, Su Shan said, wearing a full set of protective armor and holding an energy defense shield, looking somber. With each step, his skin twitched, but he gritted his teeth and walked over, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the nearby easily explodable escort ships. Zhou Pingyan laughed heartily. Old Su, what are you afraid of? This is absolutely safe. We're all old acquaintances, just say what you need. Su Shan's face turned green as he recalled the last time everyone was blown away, and this guy also said it was absolutely safe. As a result, this beast got a perfect score. Putting aside the absolute safety part, everything he said was the truth. The Alliance needs you. I'm here to invite you to join the Great Xia Lord Alliance. Zhou Ping'an curled his lip disdainfully and lowered his welding mask. Being with you bunch of noobs will drag me down. I absolutely cannot cooperate with you. These people have too high moral standards like saints. The quality requirements are also very high. This thing's power is definitely strong. So why say my product is a dangerous explosive? Putting facts aside, can it just be because you guys are too timid? Su Shan's face darkened as he took out a check. You write a number. The Alliance will provide resources to support you. Zhou Ping'an quickly lifted the welding mask, beaming, and hurriedly grabbed the check. But on the other hand, we humans are one family. Who can refuse to invest in the warm embrace of a big family? Can I fill in casually? Su Shan took a deep breath. You fill it in. The Alliance will never go back on it. Zhou Ping'an hurriedly took a pen from Xiao Li's chest, eagerly placed the check on his lap, and began to fill it in. 99999. Su Shan got anxious and reached out to snatch it. What kind of person are you? Is this how you fill out a check? Zhou Ping'an quickly got up and dodged, glaring. Didn't you say I could fill out casually? Su Shan gritted his teeth. Don't go too far. We'll cover the first production resources. Just play by the rules. Zhou Ping'an chuckled. Covering the first production resources is fine. I'm willing to accept that condition. By the way, what rules? I'm a person who loves to follow rules. Su Shan glanced at the 20 escort ships that were more than halfway through modification beside him, and his mouth twitched. If you had any face at all, you wouldn't do something like modify a space escort ship into 20 cost-reduced super-frequency escort ships. If you followed any rules at all, you wouldn't have made the first thing to do upon returning to the base be to prepare to blow up all the nearby lords. You follow rules? You're a war criminal lord. Su Shan took a deep breath. Prohibition of species cleansing. Zhou Ping'an blinked. What species cleansing? Have I ever done something so terrifying? Su Shan's eyelids twitched. Last time. Zhou Ping'an was surprised. Wasn't there a powerful being stabilizing everything? Su Shan was in immense pain. No extinction actions allowed. Zhou Ping'an blinked. How long for the first production resource package? Su Shan rubbed his forehead. Indefinitely. Zhou Ping'an laughed heartily. Old Su, look at what you're saying. I love flowers and plants the most. My ancestors loved to protect the environment, and I would never destroy a single blade of grass. I'm the benchmark for environmental protection. Su Shan looked at the huge explosion pit 50 meters away, then at the collapsing mountain 3 kilometers away, as well as the burning forest, with a group of subjects urgently firefighting. Su Shan forced a smile. Yes, you love nature the most. As long as you know in your heart, that's enough. I'm going back to work on technology. Su Shan turned to leave, not daring to linger even a second. He was too familiar with Zhou Ping'an's inhumane operations, afraid that if he stayed even a second longer, he might directly get blown up and exit the trial. Zhou Ping'an reluctantly chased after him. Old Su, don't go. Does the second production package cover it? If it does, I can share technology with the Alliance. Su Shan activated the flight mode of his smart armor. Energy flames shooting from his feet as he bolted away. You can use that thing yourself? That thing is powerful, but it has technological pollution. Once used, it will inevitably turn into Zhou Ping'an's shape. If it creates technological dependency, you'll only be able to be Zhou Ping'an's loyal follower in the future. Damn, whoever uses it will be deceived. Zhou Ping'an watched regretfully as old Su flew away, then readjusted his welding mask. Xiaoli, how much longer until the assembly is complete? Xiaoli adjusted her glasses. 30 minutes. All right, prepare to strike in 30 minutes. First take down that psychic warrior next door. Zhou Ping'an glanced at his personal panel, where the disaster technology progress bar was accelerating, and chuckled. It's time to let them see what real early battle looks like. Although extinction couldn't happen, it was possible to recruit younger brothers. The lords participating in this trial all had good innate talents. Zhou Ping'an's talent was quite unique. It wasn't a single talent, but 4 words: disaster ascension. Let's explain in 2 steps. First, regarding disasters. There are only 3 types of disasters in this star sea. The purification protocol, mechanical disaster; the breaker, high-dimensional demon invasion; and the Solon primordial worm, Zerd invasion. The mechanical disaster is very easy to explain. An intelligent machine rebellion triggers disasters across the entire star system. and your smart refrigerator might transform into a transformer to zap you. The high-dimensional demon invasion is the main race from another universe. They possess extremely strong civilizational capabilities, prefer destructive development, and are completely opposite to most species in the main universe, making coexistence impossible. The Zerg invasion consists of a terrifying race that evolves and reproduces at an incredible speed, lacking brains and only wanting to consume. Although the Zerg disaster has no brains, they breed rapidly, relying on exponential reproductive ability, which is terrifying. Zhou Pingyan studied for a long time before he understood that his disaster ascension was a complete system, a system based on increasing destruction value. Destruction value can be derived from the destruction of civilizations to disrupting others' moods. Of course, the former yields more, but the latter is sustainable. The more destruction value, the more disaster technology can be obtained, and the faster the enhancement. Based on Zhou Pingyan's repeated attempts at world destruction, although externally and internally he appears human, essentially he has become a stronger and unknown life form that is unmeasurable. The higher the accumulated destruction value, the deeper the evolution, and the more abilities unlocked. For example, immunity to death, immunity to negative damage, unlimited enhancement of personal abilities, super technology, world-destroying technology, etc. As for ascension, there are currently 4 mainstream types: gene ascension, cybernetic ascension, mechanical ascension, and psychic ascension. Gene ascension continuously evolves based on the physical body. Psychic ascension absorbs external natural energy to enhance oneself. Mechanical ascension transforms into a mechanical life form with unlimited lifespan, seeking eternal proof. Cybernetic ascension is a hybrid of gene and mechanical ascension, balancing the advantages and disadvantages of both. As for disaster ascension, there is currently no reliable information. Zhou Pingyan speculated that he had mastered a new ascension pathway that is unique in the known universe. As for whether this ascension pathway is effective, those who have used it all say it's good. A single escort ship can be disassembled to serve 10, so you tell me if that's strong or not. Can normal technology have this kind of power? Impossible, right? Xiaoli stood straight and saluted, reporting earnestly. Leader, all checks have been completed, and it has been confirmed that there are no safety issues. Zhang Yang, who was slacking off nearby, turned his head upon hearing the words and looked at the so-called New Era 28-meter Guardian ship not far away. The corner of his mouth twitched as he silently swallowed his words. Putting aside the firepower system, just in terms of safety, this thing is a hazard to public safety, not to mention placing it in the capital star. Even in an obscure 18-line star area, it would be dangerous to drive it on the street. Zhou Pingyan put down his tablet, concluded today's development arrangements, and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Has the holographic projection chip been installed? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Holographic projection? Bro, what are you adding this for? To watch movies? You still have the leisure to watch movies while driving? Damn. Can this Tai Nai Tuan Ju Guardian ship also have film entertainment functions? I even started to admire your modification skills. This thing is definitely worth the price. Zhou Pingyan gave him a strange look, not understanding why he was asking that, and raised an eyebrow. Xiaoli, select the original projection mode, the old rule. Xiaoli pressed her hand on her headset and instructed her subordinates to start the projection. Zhang Yang stared in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. 2 minutes later, all 20 Tai Nai Tuan Ju Guardian ships activated their holographic projections. It was somewhat different for what he expected. The holographic projection was not used for watching movies, but for disguise, transforming the appearance into that of a space-class Guardian ship. The 20 Cheonggae Fu-Yin Guardian ships instantly became high-end and sophisticated, turning into a fleet of 20 rich guy Guardian ships. At least the appearance was enough to intimidate the vast majority of people, just seeing it could scare them to the point of losing 80 of their morale. Zhang Yang, bro, don't you think you're too dirty-minded? It's not that they couldn't afford the hundreds of thousands of advanced camouflage, dynamic, flowing alloy, and intelligent disguise systems, but rather that the $20 holographic projection was more cost-effective. Damn, you're really a little clever. Someone was about to argue that such a silly disguise could be easily seen through. The question arose. Among the lords who had just landed for less than half a day, who would choose battleship disguise anti-invisibility technology at the start. Moreover, in just half a day's time, who could finish the battleship disguise anti-invisibility technology? You know what, at this very moment, this $20 holographic projection could indeed achieve the effect comparable to those hundreds of thousands of disguise systems. Zhang Yang felt like he had really opened his eyes. Fighting could be done like this. No wonder Zhou Gu was a war criminal lord. I was just a well-behaved, excellent graduate. Zhou Ping'an chuckled. Winning? How can it be called dirty? Come on, let's go to the early battle together. Summoning the destruction-type magic wolf officer battle armor, he strode directly toward the Peace Guardian ship. Zhang Yang was stunned and widened his eyes in disbelief. Wait, he's going to personally board the battleship to fight? Lord, you, a civilized lord, are personally going to the battlefield? Bro, you modified the battleship yourself. Shouldn't you know the self-destruct power best? Xiaoli laughed cheerfully, summoned her battle armor, and followed the leader, leaving behind a sentence. What's wrong? Are you scared? Zhang Yang's face turned red, looking at his personal guard. The guard twitched the corner of his mouth. Go up. The ruler of the sovereign state has gone up. How can we, the vassal state, not go up? As a little brother, one must have the awareness of a little brother. Zhang Yang's liver trembled, and he could only summon his battle armor to follow. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, ultimately choosing the guardian ship piloted by Zhou Gu. If it had been before, he wouldn't have boarded even if he were killed. But the last time the engine exploded, Zhou Gu had jumped on top of him to protect him. This was the first time in his life he felt someone protecting him so fiercely. That feeling was particularly unique. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of security. Even if something went wrong, Zhou Gu wouldn't let him get blown up, right? In the end, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, sat down, fastened his seatbelt, and held tightly onto Zhou Ge's driving position in front of him. This thing shouldn't have any problems, right? Shouldn't. Hundreds of kilometers away from Zhou Ping'an's base, there was an initial combat base of a psychic lord, a production base main module, a guardian ship, and a research ship. This was the initial configuration of most lords. Lu Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the two similarly modified guardian ships in front of him, smiling with delight. Haha, on the first day, I have two fully equipped modified guardian ships. I've one. I can directly take off for the early battle. Which lord could like himself? Personally put in hard work to study battleship science and use the Battle Frenzy talent bonus to modify two ships on the first day. One Space Guardian ship, one research ship. Now, they have become two modified Guardian battleships with extremely strong combat capabilities. Invincible in the Star Sea. Directly invincible in the Star Sea. Lu Qian was ecstatic. As long as he seized the time for the early battle and got them to sign the agreement, he would definitely take off. Lord, how should we modify the space engine? Lu Qian exhaled. Modify it according to the Charge Guardian ship template. Once the modification is complete, we'll take down all the nearby lords and make them sign the vassal agreement. Lord, detected that a fleet of guardian ships is flying towards us. Lu Qian was overjoyed. What? There are such fools? Good. Battle Frenzy mode activated. We'll counterattack him. Directly charge toward the Battle Frenzy Lord base for an early battle. What a gift delivered to our door. Ha. This is making me laugh to death. I have two modified Guardian battleships at the start. Two modified Guardian battleships on the first day. Do you understand the value of this? I'm going to die laughing. Chapter 6, I want to report the examiner. Lu Qian almost died. On the plane outside the base. Zhou Ping'an kicked Lu Qian away. Stop. Lu Qian struggled to get up, his face bruised, one eye swollen, and several teeth missing. Hurriedly raising his hand to signal a pause. Zhou Ping'an lowered his foot, grinning. I gave you a suit of armor, a gun and knife, and 2 hands. Are you satisfied? 20 space frigates against 2. Without any suspense, Lu Qian's battleship had just taken off when it impatiently fell down in smoke, clearly wanting to go home. Lu Qian was furious, saying that fighting more against fewer was no skill. If you have the ability, let us duel. As a result, he was nearly beaten to death by Zhou Ping'an. Lu Qian glanced at the 20 space frigates parked 100 meters away, gritted his teeth, and directly opened his personal panel to click the report button. I want to report you. You violated the exam rules. I want to apply for arbitration from the director team. I admit I lost, but I absolutely refuse to accept it. You cheated. You brought 20 ships. Everyone is here for the first day. Why you get to have 20 ships? Zhou Ping'an laughed. All right, go ahead and report. Zhang Yang silently covered his face. Dude, you really shouldn't report. He had made a blunder that embarrassed others. Such arbitration would pause the global trial, and everyone would watch and participate. By then, this guy would see that he was defeated by 20 shabby ships, and he would be completely humiliated. The worst part was that this was being live-streamed within the Empire, with at least hundreds of billions of life forms watching. Zhang Yang could already imagine what would be trending tonight. Lu Qian grimaced in pain, his face twitching. Impossible. I can't possibly yield to a cheating dog. A grand voice echoed from the horizon. Accept arbitration. Global trial paused. Director team ready. Beams of blue light descended from the sky, and several instructors in high-ranking military uniforms emerged, with no fewer than 20 floating cameras hovering beside them. The floating cameras swiftly scattered, recording the surrounding scenes and broadcasting them globally and within the Empire. The director team accepts arbitration. Candidate Lu Qian. What do you want to report? A middle-aged man with a large sword on his back stepped forward, his expression serious. Lu Qian used a healing spray on his face to alleviate the issue of speaking through pain, pointing angrily at the 20 space-level frigates not far away. He cheated. He launched 20 space-level frigates to blow me up. Instructor Li Xiang glanced over and then looked at the familiar Xiao Deng standing beside him, helplessly saying, the arbitration 1T go through. He didn't T-launch 20 space-level frigates. When he arrived, Li Xiang had wondered if there would be some big trouble on the first day. After just finishing his tea, seeing the alarm go off, Li Xiang's anxious heart finally settled. When he came down, it was indeed this little rascal, Xiao Deng. Zhou Ping'an smiled. Uncle Li, long time no see. Lu Qian's anger surged, his voice roaring like a tiger. Familiar people committing crimes and covering for each other. Do you still have any shame? Retired war heroes are ashamed of you. How could our great Xia have such a beast as you? The fury of being unfairly bullied burned fiercely. Li Xiang was at a loss, waving his hand to unleash an electromagnetic shockwave that destroyed the holographic projection worth $20 with no protective function. As the electromagnetic shockwave passed, the 20 shabby, battle-damaged frigates appeared, with only gun barrels and nothing else. They could fly, had gun barrels, and an intelligent fire control system, 3 features, and nothing else. Oh, I forgot to mention, there was also a $20 holographic projection camouflage function for shabby, battle-damaged frigates. Of the 10 alloy type, absolutely a great value. Lu Qian's face instantly twitched. His fingers pointing angrily at the retired war hero became stiff, and he felt like he was about to shatter. The overwhelming embarrassment made him want to die. He was well-versed in battleship studies and naturally understood what was going on. This was just a $20 holographic projection chip, and these battleships, when glanced at, one could easily understand what was happening. If your requirement for a battleship is just, can fly, has a gun barrel, and a fire control system, it only takes 13 years. Theoretically, this modification could be done, but practically, it wouldn't work because it would explode during the modification. The wind passed through the crowd. Lu Qian's face was slapped loudly. Li Xiang had a black line on his forehead. According to the rules, it's a miracle he didn't report you. You still went ahead and reported him. Lu Qian was stunned. What? Why? I didn't Just as Lu Qian finished speaking, he froze in place, suddenly realizing what crime he had committed. Breaking out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale, Li Xiang said calmly, during the trial, unless it's for self-preservation or special circumstances, space-level frigates are not allowed to participate in interstellar warfare. If he sues you, you will face a prison sentence of 1,020 years. In the course of combat, Zhou Ping'an used interstellar frigates. Lu Qian's 2 ships, the energy engines were indeed space-level. Lu Qian's tongue became thick, his eyes reddened, but, Li Xiang cleared his throat. Of course, considering the time constraints and special circumstances, the decision is in this little rascal's. Cough, cough, candidate Zhou Ping'an's hands. Lu Qian must have intended to finish the modifications, but due to time constraints, he didn't complete them before being beaten up. Lu Qian's eyes were red as he looked at Zhou Ping'an, his hands tightly clenched, teeth gritted. Zhou Ping'an shrugged, withdraw the lawsuit. Beating someone up this badly and then sending them to prison is too immoral. Li Xiang remained calm. Any other questions? If not, the arbitration is over, and the exam continues. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. Yes, I want to report the psychic system S18th tier, Examiner Li Xiang. Li Xiang had a black line on his forehead. Why are you reporting me? Are you trying to extort me again? Why is it that every time I encounter you, it's bad news? Zhou Pingyan pointed at the floating cameras surrounding him, grinning. Examiner Li Xiang, you leaked my war intelligence in front of all the global candidates. What crime should you be charged with? Li Xiang took a deep breath to calm down. What is the difference between leaking and not leaking? You, 20 ships covering fire. Others, a pitifully modified frigate. Knowing it, those who should be beaten still get beaten. Not knowing it, those who should be beaten still get beaten. What? Do you expect me to reimburse you for that $20 holographic projection chip? Zhou Pingyan laughed heartily, opened his personal panel, and began dialing the military court's number. Li Xiang had a black line on his forehead. 3 months of secondary production resources. Primary production resources are minerals, food, and electricity. Secondary production resources are processed products made from consuming those, such as alloys, nutritious food, trade volumes, etc. Zhou Pingyan pressed the numbers, his finger hovering above, grinning. 1 year. Li Xiang's expression was emotionless. How about you reimburse me for the energy consumption I stabilized during the apocalypse? And those 2 unfortunate guys from the director team who got blown to the hospital. Care to reimburse them too? Zhou Pingyan withdrew his finger, his smile gentle. Oh, why bring that up again? Uncle Li, we're all on the same side. 3 months is fine. Look at the way you're talking. Do you think I'm a kind of person who doesn't recognize a favor? We're all set now. We have both primary and secondary resources. Like a divine being starting out. Li Xiang sighed. Any other questions? Lu Qian stood there, tears shimmering, suddenly kneeling on the ground, hands pressed against the floor, tears dripping onto his hands, and the world in front of him became blurry. In the Tianxian star, a world where a rare genius is born once every few hundred years, the child arrived amidst the resonance of the virtual realm. With a natural red light illuminating the northern land, the earth roared with the sound of battle, shaking the mountains. From the very first moment of birth, he awakened the innate talent of the war-frenzy divine artifact, and his accompanying weapon was comparable to a divine weapon. At the age of 10, he was directly admitted to the strongest military academy on his home planet, breaking through 3 realms in one go, becoming the youngest war-frenzy of the 3rd tier in Tianxian Star. That year, cloaked in radiant light and wielding thunder, he proudly became the brightest star of Tianxian. At 12, he was sent directly to the highest military academy in the Star region to be trained by gold medal instructors. At 15, he passed all assessments with full marks and advanced to the capital Star region to learn even better knowledge. At 18, he arrived at the highest level Lord graduation trial held once every 20 years in the Great Xia Empire. On the first day, he was eliminated in an instant. After a tumultuous journey filled with hardships, he arrived bearing countless honors. Yet the outcome was tragically grim. I was eliminated just like that, without even a bit of resistance. Zhou Pingyan blinked. Why is he crying? Zhang Yang weakly reminded. Brother, he's the ascendant of Tianxian Star. This guy is quite strong. If he pushes hard, he should be able to rank in the top 100. Unfortunately, he ran into you. He couldn't even withstand one encounter and was completely defeated. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. Who among those participating in this exam isn't an ascendant? Li Xiang felt helpless. Is there still a problem? Lu Qian held back tears, raised his head. Eyes red. No problem, instructor. Li Xiang turned and left, taking the instructors back to the floating city. The exam continues. Lu Qian couldn't suppress his frustration. Tears streamed down his face, the hope of moving forward dimming little by little. It seemed he had reached a standstill, unable to become a better version of himself. Zhou Pingyan crouched down, curious. Buddy, why are you crying? Want to be a vassal? Lu Qian, struggling to hold back tears. I lost, I was eliminated. Goo. Aren't you taking my base? The best choice for maximizing early combat benefits is actually to start with 2 bases, allowing for simultaneous research on 2 batches of technology and dual-line development. Zhou Pingyan looked disdainful. You can't run my technology? Want to work for me? I see your war frenzy is quite useful. Lu Qian wiped his tears. Gotta pay more. Zhou Pingyan was shocked. What? Lu Qian, with red eyes, said seriously, the price for fighting is different. It has to cost more. Zhou Pingyan stroked his chin, weighing it. That's not unreasonable. This request is quite fair. A horse runs fast only when it's well fed. Zhou Pingyan laughed heartily. You become my vassal. I'll take 15 of all resources, but I'll additionally give you 15 of energy production. Vassal states can bring various benefits, including first, second, and third industry resources, especially the scientific research computing power support that is contributed to the suzerain state. Maintaining warships requires consuming a large amount of energy coins, which are energy production resources. It's great to have this guy as the vanguard. Zhang Yang touched his head, feeling inexplicably green. These numbers sounded familiar. Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask, Brother, who pays for this 15 energy production? Zhou Pingyan blinked. You do. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. You're using my energy to support others? Zhou Pingyan spread his hands. It's so cost-effective. I don't have to spend anything and can enjoy the resource benefits of 2 vassal states for free. Zhang Yang's face instantly turned green. You're right, but I always feel like I've been taken advantage of. And for some reason, I feel like I've been swept up in something. In this day and age, does being a little brother still require internal competition? No, big brother. Do you have a hobby of collecting little brothers? Zhou Pingyan saw that it was about time, stood up. All right, let's go home and summarize. Tomorrow we'll plan out some technology. With the technological computing power support from 2 vassal states, plus my natural disaster technology bonus. It's enough to run a technology tonight. What should we run tonight? Su Shan looked at the live broadcast record, his eyelids twitching. This guy is truly terrifying. The technology is frightening, the temperament is frightening, and the operation is even more frightening. A person with a smaller courage wouldn't dare to fly on an energy engine that is constantly overclocked. Yet this rascal managed to modify 20 ships, proving how powerful this combat strength is. Lu Qian is extremely terrifying. Deputy Leader Guan Meng, sitting nearby, raised an eyebrow. How is Lu Qian terrifying? I understand you praise Zhou Pingyan. Why are you praising Lu Qian? He is just a defeated subordinate. Su Shan said gloomily, I've been quite subtle in my praise. On the opposing side is Zhou Pingyan. He didn't die, which definitely makes him a renowned general. Not getting killed. Isn't that a renowned general? You don't know how ruthless Zhou Pingyan is when facing enemies. He is very proud, and not just anyone can catch his eye. Hearing this, Guan Meng pulled out the collected data, opened Lu Qian's interface, and gasped slightly. War Frenzy Divine Artifact, the Ascendant of Tianxian Star. A natural path to becoming a war king. This is bad. Zhou Pingyan is starting with godlike advantages. He was already extremely strong, and now, with an official second generation as a resource country and a war frenzy as the vanguard. Isn't that just pure takeoff? The first industry alliance is secured, and there is still 3 months' worth of second industry resources. Su Shan said with a headache, we must sign a research agreement and run technology sharing according to the plan. We must get ahead of him and cannot let him grow. Guan Meng chuckled. What is wrong? Are you so afraid of him? We get to enjoy the support of the entire alliance. Can't we outrun him combined? His start is indeed strong, but letting him run ahead. How could that be possible? We are the absolute genius Lord Alliance, not a bunch of pigs. Su Shan looked utterly desperate before the last global natural disaster. I thought the same way. You can't measure his mind with common sense. When we run normal technology, he directly holds back to run data sets on how to destroy the world the fastest. Our alliance not only needs to run normal technology, but also needs to run shelter technology. These are all bloody lessons. A dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. And Zhou Pingyan cannot change his desire to destroy the world. Zhou Pingyan sat in a chair, listening to Xiao Li's report. Looking surprised. What does this mean? This time, it's not my turn to destroy the world. Xiao Li helplessly placed a tablet down. Yes, according to our investigation. There is a faction within the indigenous civilization that has allied with dark demons, and they have already formed a large-scale, spreading demonic disasters. Zhou Pingyan was taken aback. Sensing an unknown stirring, he opened his personal panel and saw that his talents were undergoing changes. Demonic disaster detected. Awakening disaster technology activated. Disaster Emperor S authority awakened. Please eliminate the demonic disaster. Eliminating it will grant you everything from the demonic disaster. The sleeping giant has awakened. Beginning to enter the children's paradise, Zhou Pingyan watches attribute data continuously rise, his eyes shining and corners of his mouth lifting. Things have become interesting. On this planet, there can only be one disaster, and it can only be me. The weather has turned cold. The demonic disaster is about to go bankrupt. Disaster Awakening barracks are ready. Would you like to install? Current troops. Kill Origin Devouring Frenzy Gene troops. Living Metal Transformers Mechanical troops. Characteristics. Acquire everything by slaughtering and plundering the enemy. Zhou Pingyan looked at the displayed data and couldn't help but laugh. Before switching to Disaster Awakening mode, this thing needed to be run for 100 years to be produced. After entering Disaster Awakening mode, this thing is given for free. By the way, let me add, inside me is a small world that is constantly growing, serving as the core base of the disaster civilization. What unfolds outside is merely a base for disguise. Zhou Pingyan smiled thoughtfully. Let's install it and find a local civilization. Tomorrow, we'll see what's going on. Shally respectfully replied, Yes, Chief. As for the early battle, Zhou Pingyan stroked his chin. Take this area down and stop once the Empire scale reaches 200. Each Lord's civilization has a value called the Empire scale. The normal civilization's initial Empire scale limit is 100, and reaching exactly 100 is the perfect development state. If it exceeds 100, for example, to 180, it will increase the research burden, energy transmission burden, administrative burden, etc. by 80. The Empire scale initial value for disaster civilizations is 200, and with talent bonuses, it actually has a limit of 2,000. After entering the awakening state, it directly doubles to a limit of 20,000. However, Zhou Pingyan does not intend to be so conspicuous and wants to keep a low profile. Although there are demon disasters, I first need to figure out how to maximize my destruction value gains. As for the trials, it's nothing, just dual-line operations. A piece of cake. Zhou Pingyan thought for a moment and decided to drag Su Shan and the others into the mix. Send this information to the Alliance and let them discuss what to do. Eliminating the demon disaster will yield everything from it. Normal civilizations find it difficult to effectively utilize the knowledge system of demon disasters. I'll just let them work hard while I reap the rewards later. When faced with difficulties, I will protect everyone and the Alliance in front of me. Chapter 8. I could do a little bit of everything at the temporary gathering point of the Great Xia Lord Alliance, in a small conference room. Set the 10 strongest lords within the Alliance. Su Shan rested his chin on his hands, his expression serious as he waited for everyone to finish reviewing the materials. Guan Meng finished reading the documents and frowned. Is it authentic? A surface civilization-level demon disaster, a very tricky problem. Su Shan observed everyone's expressions and slightly frowned. It's authentic. The human civilization in Zhou Pingyan's territory has strong reconnaissance capabilities. Someone raised their hand. May I ask, has the energy level of the demon disaster been determined? Su Shan replied. Currently, the situation is that if we do nothing, the demon disaster will erupt in no later than 15 years, but by then, local civilizations will face an apocalyptic crisis. If we intervene now, there is a chance that the demon disaster 1T reach its maximum scale due to insufficient preparation. Everyone looked at the materials in their hands, and for a moment, there was some silence. There were now 2 choices before them. Do nothing, with a chance of not completing the task, or initiate the disaster, with a chance of completing it now. Su Shan rested his chin in his hands, his expression serious. I plan to concentrate military strength to combat the demon disaster. What are your thoughts? Eliminating the disaster is everyone's responsibility. We absolutely cannot allow the demon disaster to grow. In the face of the disaster, even the Lord trials must take a back seat. Guan Meng's eyes flickered as she considered the Alliance's data, her tone heavy. The difficulty is too high. If we had 100 years, it would be manageable, but we only have 20 years. During this period, achieving normal progress is already very difficult. Focusing our efforts on the demon disaster now would significantly slow down our research efficiency. We can barely manage our own affairs, and it would be unwise to intervene in the demon disaster at this time. Su Shan nodded, lifted his chin, signaling the next person to speak. The Lord who was called upon held the materials tightly, his brow furrowed. The reality is harsh, and what Sister Guan said is reasonable. It feels uncomfortable to be caught in a dilemma like this. I need to think it over. Su Shan nodded and looked at the next person. We must fight the demon disaster. Unequivocally support the fight against the disaster. Let us go 50-50. I want to score well. And I also don't want to see the demon disaster grow. Our civilization level is higher than theirs, and we can definitely utilize the indigenous civilizations as well. I don't want to participate in this matter, but I'm willing to provide resources. Everyone took turns speaking, expressing their thoughts. Su Shan slightly gritted his teeth, feeling the difficulty of the situation. With scattered hearts, it was hard to lead the team. Su Shan couldn't help but frown. All right, let us do it this way. We will hold a vote later, and then we'll disperse. The lords logged off one after another to inform their factions about the matter. Guan Ming patiently inquired. Fighting the demon disaster is a thankless task. Why do you want to go ahead? They say 15 years, but if we find a way to delay, we can wait until the trials are over and let the experts handle it. Su Shan's gaze was calm. Someone has to consider the big picture. The right path is fraught with thorns and comes with a heavy price. However, I am willing to do this. Zhou Pingyan sat at his desk, looking at the projection before him, mocking, trusting the wisdom of future generations. Just drag it out. Su Shan was speechless. Everyone has just started, and their capabilities are limited. The mainstream view is to wait until the national scale increases, and everyone has a certain strength before intervening in this matter. The demon disaster must be dealt with. But there are different opinions on the timing of intervention. Zhou Pingyan tapped his fingers on the table, smiling lightly. All right, I get it. Who is willing to join me in fighting the demon disaster? Su Shan directly sent over the list. There are those who will participate directly, those willing to provide help within their territories, and those willing to provide resources, all on the list. Zhou Pingyan didn't look at the list, his expression becoming slightly serious. A surface-level demon disaster, in the most optimistic scenario, requires a full 5 years and at least 24,000 combat power of total ground forces. An army group averages 100 combat power, so 24,000 combat power would require 240 army groups. Note that the 240 army groups needed here must be produced by offensive lord civilizations. Each lord faction has its own awakening talents, and there are many intricate divisions within the lord factions. Each lord can lead a civilization, with weaker ones being tribal civilizations and stronger ones being sector governors. The lords of the Great Xia Empire mostly choose orthodox humans, subhumans, mutated humans, and cyborgs, etc. Among them, the most popular are offensive and war-type lords. Generally, what everyone refers to are the standards of offensive and war-type lords. Other types of lords calculate their combat power based on discount standards. Su Shan subjects are war-type humans with extremely strong combat abilities. Zhou Pingyan's subjects are more average, being versatile types, just slightly stronger than Su Shan's. A normal army group has a strength of 200,000 troops and requires 100 ores for production, with monthly maintenance needing 1 energy coin and a production time of 90 to 100 days. Ordinary lords produce about 50 ores a month, with a surplus of 20 to 30 ores. In the early stages after a hard year, most have only managed to establish 1 army group. A significant portion even prefers to use all aerial escort ships. These small warships can meet the needs of most war environments and even allow combat personnel on the escort ships to temporarily join the ground forces. 240 army groups would actually need to be supported by aerial escort fleets during combat. Having 240 war-type lords participate in a demon disaster war lasting at least 5 years entails tremendous consumption. If luck is poor, a surface-level disaster war could last 100 years. Su Shan shrugged. Only 40 lords are willing to directly participate in the demon disaster war. The others are unwilling to intervene at this time. Zhou Pingyan clicked his tongue. All right, I understand. I want 200 territories at the imperial scale. I will suppress the demon disaster here to prepare for the future. Su Shan saluted. Thank you for your hard work. The future war needs a clean land. To get 40 willing participants is already good. See you. See you. The projection disappeared. Zhou Pingyan clicked his tongue. Got it for free, but not entirely free. Zhang Yang sat beside him, resting his chin on his hand, muttering, surface-level demon disaster. Brother, this is a fire pit. Lu Qian's eyes lit up. Is there a war? Isn't that a good thing? Zhang Yang, warlords, then it's fine. Zhang Yang curiously reached out to turn Zhou Ping'an's panel around, glancing over it, and his expression confirmed. Most of those willing to participate are warlords. Aside from warlords who can gain benefits from fighting, most lords are unwilling to get involved in such wars. To put it simply, fighting allows warlords to become stronger. For instance, the units Zhou just unlocked today. Whether it's the Devourer or the Transformers, they can rapidly grow stronger during and after combat. Then there's Lu Qian, with his Battle Maniac artifact talent. He gets stronger the more he fights, and the weapon research technology also rapidly increases, all thanks to warfare for military research. As for myself, I'm a balanced type lord, leaning towards farming and defensive structures. Fighting is out of the question. I will never fight in my life. Zhang Yang looked enviously resigned. I really envy warlords. They can thrive by fighting. Zhou Ping'an laughed. Every lord has their strengths and weaknesses. That's normal. Zhang Yang felt somewhat comforted, his mood easing. Indeed, just play to your strengths. By the way, Brother Zhou, what about you? What type are you? Zhou Ping'an. I understand a bit of everything. Zhang Yang, Lu Qian. Zhou Ping'an showed a humble smile. I'm an all-rounder, but not very strong. Just a legendary all-rounder that's rarely seen in a millennium. Things like being invincible at the same level or fighting across levels are just trivial. Zhang Yang, Lu Qian, such dazzling pretentiousness. Damn it, I've been outdone by this guy. Once the contract is signed, it will be updated steadily. But the editor has not been online lately. Chapter 9. My home's evil god can't be this handsome. Production, processing, construction, scientific research, expansion, diplomacy. All these tasks were entrusted to Shaoli by Zhou Ping'an's security department. After all, they were all experienced old members, and they handled things with ease. Shaoli even thoughtfully requested a joint censor from Zhang Yang and Lu Qian, which could share all intelligence within the territory. In less than half an hour, Shaoli had completed the National Development Plan and assigned tasks to Zhang Yang and Lu Qian. Zhang Yang's strength lay in farming and defensive structures, aside from farming. He was responsible for the construction of defensive structures for the three civilizations. Lu Qian had a talent for war frenzy artifacts, producing military weapons with excellent performance and high cost effectiveness. So he was in charge of producing military weapons for the three civilizations. Zhou Ping'an's territory focused on scientific research while also taking care of the two younger brother civilizations. The division of labor among the three was clear, fully utilizing their respective strengths. General technology could easily be copied from the shared technology of the Great Xia Lord Alliance. To provide some context, there were many lords who landed on the central continent, and this batch was from the northern part of the continent. The Great Xia Lord Alliance was currently the largest force in the northern region of the central continent, alongside some other clustered forces. In other areas of the central continent, there were also other lord civilizations. However, it was currently difficult to encounter lord civilizations from other regions, as everyone had not yet occupied their own territory and couldn't come across each other. Zhou Ping'an stroked his chin, listening to Xiao Li's report. Are you saying they're summoning an evil god? The main goal ahead was to first clear out the demon disasters in this area to prepare for the future. Xiao Li looked innocent. It seems so based on the ritual, but I'm worried about one thing. Zhang Yang laughed. What are you worried about, Sister Xiao Li? We are a noble interstellar empire civilization. What could possibly worry us? Lu Qian also smiled. Exactly, we are all ascenders. Dealing with a surface civilization is a piece of cake. We can't defeat the demon disaster, but we can certainly handle those rookies. Xiao Li looked at the two ignorant younger brothers, smiled elegantly. I'm worried about summoning the leader over. Theoretically, the one with the highest negative energy value on this planet is my dear leader. After all, my dear leader has truly destroyed worlds. Zhang Yang, Lu Qian, Zhou Ping'an shrugged. A versatile lord, literally a jack of all trades. My resonance ability is also quite good. If they are performing a summoning ritual nearby, the probability of summoning me is much higher than summoning an evil god. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ping'an's body shimmered with purple light. Terrifying black skulls roared out from the purple glow. Zhang Yang's expression began to twist. No, bro, why are you within the search range of the evil god ritual? I'm just a newbie, not a slacker. This is clearly not right. Lu Qian swallowed. Bro, is our ship on the right path? Zhou Pingyan smiled charmingly, reaching out towards the two unfortunate souls. Less chatter. Get in the car. Let the fire god be great again. Damn noble lackeys. You won't have a good death. Destroy the magic circle. Prevent them from summoning the evil god. Zhou Pingyan lay in a coffin, looking baffled at the tightly sealed coffin lid. With his excellent eyesight, he could even see that a circle of coffin nails had been nailed along the edge, plus a solid magical sealing array. No, you all summoned an evil god. Didn't you consider using a sliding cover coffin? This was the worst batch of demon cultists I've ever seen. Brother, hurry up and get out. You're crushing me. I'm underneath you. Zhou Pingyan helplessly reminded, cover your ears. Done, bro, boom. The coffin lid exploded and embedded itself into the cave wall. Zhou Pingyan shook his hands, crawled out of the coffin, and complained, I suggest using a sliding cover or a hinged lid next time. Don't use one that's nailed shut. Anyone without some strength can't get out. Sitting up, he saw about 100 people around, divided into two groups. One group was dressed in tattered beggar clothes, gaunt, holding human skulls, and wearing a necklace of 9-turned skulls. In front of this group was a bunch of warriors clad in exquisite armor, wielding steel swords, radiating a milky white fighting spirit, exuding an aura of righteousness. The atmosphere on site was very quiet, everyone staring dumbfounded at the sitting Zhou Pingyan. Zhou Pingyan hurriedly crawled out of the coffin, casually pulled Lu Qian, and looked down to see Zhang Yang, who was foaming at the mouth and had fainted. It was evident that Lu Qian had excellent physical fitness, while Zhang Yang's was lacking. The atmosphere became even more strange and tense. The bearded knight uncle stared blankly for a while, looking at the dumbfounded evil energy mage. Your deity. Is this handsome? The leader of the evil energy mages quickly took out a holy book from his bosom, opened the first page of the parchment, looked carefully for a moment, then raised his head to Zhou Pingyan and Lu Qian, uncertain. I don't know. My deity can't be this handsome. Zhou Pingyan let Lu Qian use fighting energy to warm up the unconscious Zhang Yang, looked at the two groups, and cleared his throat. All right, who can introduce the situation here to me? The leader of the evil energy mages knelt down at lightning speed, holding the holy book, and passionately said, Great deity, your servant prays for your mercy. These heretics are persecuting us. They obstruct me from spreading your holy light. The mages and servants behind him knelt down together. Zhou Pingyan nodded, signaling him to be quiet, and looked at the bearded knight uncle leading the other group. Can you provide some useful information? The bearded knight uncle looked serious. I am Wang Chuan, the leader of the Third Knight Order of the Holy Church of the Luo Kingdom, sent by the preacher to eradicate the evil energy cult that is involved in human trafficking, smuggling arms, subverting governments, and killing civilians. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pingyan decisively activated evil energy resonance. Purple-black evil light surged around him. On the side of the evil energy mages, a faint purple light appeared on their bodies. Zhou Pingyan snorted coldly. As expected, they are not good people. Lu Qian, blow them up. Lu Qian decisively put Zhang Yang down, raised his hand, and several small, floating cannons appeared, instantly firing multiple guiding beams to lock onto the enemy's foreheads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than a second, the evil energy mages lay on the ground, fast asleep. Wang Chuan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly pointing his sword at Zhou Pingyan, while the warriors behind him were also frightened into a defensive formation, fearing they would be taken out next. Zhou Pingyan showed a friendly smile. Don't be nervous. I'm a good person. Lu Qian chuckled awkwardly. Bro, turn off the evil energy resonance. This purple-black is unexpected. Are you the world-destroying demon god? So, it really is. Oh, I forgot. Zhou Pingyan turned off the evil energy resonance, continuing to display a friendly smile. The atmosphere was very quiet and awkward. Zhou Pingyan scratched his head and looked at Lu Qian. Do you have experience handling such matters? I have a bit less experience dealing with living people. I'm more skilled at dealing with the dead. Lu Qian thought for a moment, aimed the floating cannons at them, with countless guiding beams locking onto their foreheads. This is usually how I handle it. Zhou Pingyan understood, looking at them with a friendly smile. Can you put down your weapons and have a good chat? Wang Chuan looked at the evil energy cult members lying on the ground, fast asleep, and then felt the gradually warming red light on his forehead, revealing a kind and gentle smile on his square face. Please speak, my lord. We aim to establish good relations and are not afraid of those who are fast asleep. Zhou Pingyan smiled in satisfaction. Among you, who is good at summoning demons? To deal with the demon calamity, one must find those skilled in summoning demons. The best way to understand the situation is, of course, to consult the locals. Wang Chuan was taken aback and turned to look at the members of the warlock group across from him, all soundly asleep. Zhou Pingyan had a blank expression. Oh fuck. I acted too quickly and forgot to leave a survivor. I killed the professionals. I really am not suited for dealing with living people. Wang Chuan swallowed hard. Should I help you find another group? Zhou Pingyan replied. That works. Beep beep. Zhou Pingyan pressed a button on his wristwatch, and a projection of Xiao Li popped up. Xiao Li said, Leader, your location has been surrounded by demons. Reinforcements are on the way. Please wait patiently for 3 minutes. Zhou Pingyan raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Chuan. Where are we? Why are we surrounded by demons? Wang Chuan chuckled awkwardly. The core sacred site of the Warlock Church. We came here with a determination to die. As Zhou Pingyan listened to the increasingly loud roars of demons, he rolled up his sleeves. I'm here to eliminate demons. Who can help block this passage? I can already hear the sounds of a group of demons approaching. Wang Chuan's brain short-circuited. Zhou Pingyan thought for a moment, raised his hand, and summoned the coffin lid above him, blocking the only passage leading into the cave. Come on, think of a way to block it. I really don't want to fight a bunch of demons in close quarters. Lu Qian scratched his head. Brother, we can handle the demons. Do you really want to fight them in such a cramped, stuffy place? Being able to fight is one thing. Dealing with the stench of demons' bloody flesh is another. Oh, got it. The two worked together to block the only passage with the coffin lid, boulders, and other debris. Zhou Pingyan casually took out an air freshener from his space backpack and tossed it to Lu Qian. Spray this. It can effectively eliminate the bloody smell. Friends who often kill like to carry a can, so they can always maintain good air quality and a good mood. Lu Qian obediently went to spray the air freshener to remove the bloody smell from the cave. Wang Chuan stood there, stunned. This evil god seems a bit different. The warriors behind him stared blankly, unable to process the situation. Killing while maintaining fresh air is quite a luxury. When the devouring berserker squad arrived, all the demons were torn to shreds on the spot. The cleaners dispatched urgently by the escort ship hurriedly cleaned the corpses and bloodstains in the passage. Zhou Pingyan, wearing a mask, calmly walked out with his hands in his pockets. Lu Qian and Zhang Yang followed behind. Xiao Li, holding a tablet, obediently walked beside them. Wang Chuan looked at the nearby servants, all in full combat gear, and quickly spraying air freshener, and felt his scalp tingle. The servants summoned by this evil god were all stronger than him. Zhou Pingyan, combining the information in his mind, calculated. So, you discovered a group of warlocks who worship demons and followed the trail here? Yes. Zhou Pingyan asked. Are there any other major demon cults in your country? Wang Chuan smiled bitterly. This is already the largest. How could there be a bigger one? Zhou Pingyan looked at Xiao Li, who had come over. Xiao Li frowned. That's not right. This is just a small base. There are at least 3 large bases within a 2,000-kilometer radius. However, due to the strong concealment abilities of the demon bases, it's generally very difficult to find them directly. Zhou Pingyan clicked his tongue. Let's go. Take us to your capital to see. We should be able to find some clues. Wang Chuan chuckled awkwardly. That might not be necessary. The warmth on his forehead gradually increased. Wang Chuan, cough, cough, it's not that we can't discuss it. Zhou Pingyan smiled gently. Don't worry. We are here to eliminate the demon calamity. As for your political system, we will only provide ideological support and won't interfere in your internal affairs. Regarding the wars among you, we won't take any military intervention. Wang Chuan forced a smile, feeling that the evil god civilization was quite particular in its speech. Xiao Li casually flipped through local intelligence and complained. The kingdom of Luo is really chaotic, just talking about a few nearby towns. They have all been taken over by opposing warlords and are constantly threatened by terrorism. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. We only handle calamities. If it's chaotic, so be it. It has nothing to do with us. If dealing with the demon calamity also required intervening in their internal politics and military, wouldn't that be exhausting? I'm not an idiot. Shally turned to the next page, stopped, and her expression changed slightly. Leader. Zhou Pingyan also stopped and raised an eyebrow. Discovered oil and natural alloy resources. Oil, no need for excessive explanation, is the blood of industry. It is a solvent, fuel, raw materials for fertilizers, etc. Natural alloy resources are the main materials for warships. Wang Chuan instantly broke into a cold sweat, completely bewildered as to where the evil god got this intelligence. Although he didn't understand the terminology, he roughly knew what the two terms referred to. Those are the two holy sites of the domestic forging clans. Zhou Pingyan's expression became serious. The Golden Eagle operation will commence immediately. Shally pressed her earpiece. Execute the plan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of whistling sounds erupted from the sky as hyperspeed escort ships rushed in, and fully armed Marines jumped down from the transport ships, landing on the ground. They skillfully formed reconnaissance and defensive formations and, in less than 3 minutes, had explored and suppressed the territory within a 5-kilometer radius. Not even a mosquito was spared. They were shot dead on the spot. Wang Chuan and the knights behind him looked on in shock and disbelief at the scene before them, stunned by this highly efficient invasion style. Zhou Pingyan smiled warmly and grasped Wang Chuan's hand. Welcome to democracy. You have suffered. From now on, the Calamity Wolf Empire will protect your national security and personal safety. Wang Chuan's face turned green, his hand being forced to shake up and down. Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere militarily? Zhou Pingyan smiled gently. Precision poverty alleviation has always been our empire's primary policy. How could I bear to see you suffer from poverty and ignorance? I absolutely do not covet your oil and natural alloy resources. Wang Chuan's face turned purple from anger. But that's our oil field, our mine. Losing these two holy sites. It doesn't take a genius to know how miserable the military production of the kingdom of Luo will become. Zhou Pingyan, no, it's mine now. The oil disaster has reached the backyard. Wang Chuan was completely stunned. It's not the evil god's magic that scares him. It's the fact that the evil god is educated. Resistance? How to resist? Wang Chuan turned back to look at the young people behind him, then glanced at the fully armed enemies surrounding them, who were many times stronger than his side. Wang Chuan chuckled awkwardly. I miss home. Can I send a message to my family? Zhou Pingyan smiled gently and gestured. Please. Wang Chuan immediately turned back to his team, pulled over a few noble warlocks, and whispered in a low voice using his secret language. Quickly send a secret message to the capital, telling them to prepare. The warlock leader swallowed. Prepare for resistance? Wang Chuan glared. Are you blind? Prepare to cede land and negotiate peace. Resistance? How to resist? How many people did we lose to bypass those groups of demons to get in here? They finished it in 10 minutes. Are you out of your mind? Or am I? Have you watched too many fairy tales about expelling evil gods? Wang Chuan took a moment to raise his head and showed Zhou Pingyan a friendly smile. Zhou Pingyan, from a distance, returned a friendly smile. Soon, Wang Chuan returned to Zhou Pingyan's side after handling some matters. A humble smile on his face. My wife just gave birth at home. I need to send a message back to reassure them. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. It's fine. My military deployment is already complete. You'd better pray for them to resist as a nation. That would make it easier for me to rule. Wang Chuan forced a laugh. No, I really just asked someone to send a message back home, and they just left on horseback. Zhang Yang handed over a tablet, which started playing the 1080p HD version of the communication records after Wang Chuan's coded message was transferred. The Universal Translator, a tool produced long ago when the Great Xia Empire ventured into the Starry Sea, collected a vast amount of physiological vocal structures of various species and numerous social models, allowing it to decode corresponding language information. These natives have yet to realize that they are communicating thanks to the Universal Translator. However, this Universal Translator has a slight flaw. It can only translate surface-level information, while deeper information requires more samples. To completely resolve this, a research ship would need to gather local sociological information. However, the engineering ship has already established a sociology observation station and is quickly collecting the corresponding information, which can solve most application issues. Wang Chuan's face turned pale as he clearly realized that the evil god was not just cultured, but possessed a level of civilization much more advanced, 3 levels higher than his own kingdom. Zhou Pingyan patted his shoulder. smiling kindly. Wang Chuan, you wouldn't want your wife and your comrades' wives to be widows, would you? Wang Chuan's face turned completely pale. What do you want? All the intelligence. Wang Chuan showed a hesitant expression. This was true treason. Zhou Pingyan pulled out a syringe and, with lightning speed, injected it into the back of Wang Chuan's hand. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian quickly reached out to restrain Wang Chuan. Zhou Pingyan withdrew the syringe, smiling amiably. The antidote is needed once a day, and your comrades will be arranged accordingly. If you don't speak up, others will. Wang Chuan covered his palm, gritting his teeth and lowering his head. All right, I'll talk. Shaoli arranged for several intelligence officers to take Wang Chuan aside to record the information. Zhang Yang clicked his tongue. Bro, you're really not a good person. By the way, what's this? Zhou Pingyan licked the needle, smacking his lips. Glucose nutrient solution. Lu Qian. So what is the antidote? Zhou Pingyan. Calcium tablets from Tong Chun Beijian, a 300-year-old store. Liquid calcium tablets, easily absorbed. Zhang Yang clapped. Looking impressed. Nice. Zhou Pingyan shrugged. Mercy and justice can make people submit, and so can fear and violence. The latter has a quick effect. Normally, the former would be more effective. However, time is limited. The contract has been signed. Do you see that gift button below? It's here. Chapter 11. Farming development is faster than robbery. Cross-examination, prisoner's dilemma. With the support of glucose nutrient agents, although some wanted to resist, all their actions were futile in the face of overwhelming intelligence capabilities. After obtaining the information, Shaoli once again provided an action plan. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian would each send part of their forces to seize the oil fields and mines. The others had to go together to the capital of the Luo Kingdom to gain control and search for clues about the demon disaster. Chief, what do you think? Zhou Pingyan looked content. I'll just watch and follow your plan. Such trivial matters can be left entirely to my subordinates. Wang Chuan stood beside them, looking dejected, knowing that because he hadn't worked hard on his training, he could only be toyed with by others now. 3 minutes later, out of consideration for everyone's face, they finally boarded Lu Qian's modified escort ship to the capital of the Luo Kingdom. What? You ask why not take Zhou Pingyan's escort ship? It looks so ugly. Doesn't he realize it? But considering the strength, Zhou Pingyan ordered 10 Peace-class damaged escort ships to accompany them. Additionally, there were a total of 900 ground combat troops, half each of Devourers and humanoid transformers. These troops had first-tier genetic and mechanical capabilities for birth. Although their initial ranks were low, their solid foundation and good talent made them a kind of force that relied 70 on hard work, 30 on fate, and 90 on good origins. Along the way, Zhou Pingyan and Zhang Yang joked and played. Shaoli sat in the co-pilot's seat, focusing on the intelligence report. In less than 15 minutes, they approached the capital of the Luo Kingdom. Shaoli looked at the feedback from the intelligence and frowned, instructing the pilot to activate stealth mode and hover in midair. Zhou Pingyan curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Shaoli handed over the tablet, sounding helpless. This is the intel scanned by the reconnaissance ship. There are a large number of negative energy reactions in the core area of the inner city. Zhou Pingyan took a look and raised an eyebrow. Wang Chuan, come over here. I want to ask, is this the royal palace? Wang Chuan leaned over to take a look, and upon seeing the clear image displayed by the smooth crystal ball, he momentarily lost focus again, then looked at the scene shown above with a face of horror. Impossible. How could the king be a demon? Shaoli adjusted her glasses. According to the environmental trajectory, it seems to have appeared and been active in large numbers about 3 months ago. Was there any special event in your area 3 months ago? Wang Chuan's face instantly paled, his eyes filled with fear. I dispatched elite forces from the church to the border to exterminate demons. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. All tactics are interchangeable. Wang Chuan took elite troops to raid, and the demons brought their elites to raid as well. It seems that the home exchange tactic was very successful for both sides. Everyone's mothers are presumably gone. Wang Chuan was genuinely devastated this time. Zhou Pingyan curiously added salt to the wound. Are there important people inside? Wang Chuan. The royal family is surnamed Wang. Zhou Pingyan blinked. Are you an orphan now? Wang Chuan slumped to the ground, wailing, Mom, and Dad, crying heart-wrenchingly. Utterly devastated, it was genuine emotion. It didn't seem like an act. It It was clear that his parents had truly been sacrificed. Zhou Ping'an revealed a devilish smile, crouched down, and spoke in a tempting voice. Wang Chuan, do you desire revenge? Wang Chuan, sobbing, drew his steel sword from his waist, his eyes red. I'll fight those demons. Wang Chuan, do you want to resurrect your family? Wang Chuan's face slightly froze, staring at the handsome, sinister god in front of him with a malicious smile. His eyes trembled slightly, his face devoid of color, and the veins bulged on the hand gripping the steel sword, yet he hesitated to unleash his holy fighting spirit. As a paladin who had exterminated countless demons, Wang Chuan knew very well what kind of price he would pay if he agreed to the evil god's contract. The so-called resurrection was just a fleeting dream, a bubble that would vanish. Wang Chuan, do you miss your mother? Wang Chuan's psychological defenses were breached. His eyes reddened as he put down the steel sword and knelt before Zhou Ping'an, lowering his proud head. Zhou Ping'an smiled. Good. I will resurrect your family. But in the future, Master. Zhou Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you're on the right path. Destruction value 1111. The resurrection technology is not difficult, especially since the Great Xia Empire already has a mature resurrection mechanism. When being evil, it's not just a farm destruction value. It's simply that I'm too bad. Zhang Yang couldn't help but shudder. Bro, you seem like a pervert. Lu Qian facepalmed. Although I believe there shouldn't be too high a moral bottom line in war, but bro, I really think your moral bottom line is too low. This is seriously lacking virtue. Zhou Ping'an scoffed. Extracting resources from an indigenous country. Do you know how precious this is for early war flow? You can't have both morality and early war resources. Besides, I call this helping them enter the civilized era. Do you expect me to spend 50 years helping the natives with 9 years of compulsory education to help them escape ignorance and advance to civilization? If he held a Great Xia resident ID, I would follow procedures. He isn't even one of our people. Where does his human rights come from? Wang Chuan's body trembled, his forehead pressed tightly against the floor, tears streaming down his face. He had betrayed his country. He was a sinner throughout history. Zhou Ping'an. All right, let the combat troops prepare. We'll go down and blow it up. By the way, leave some alive this time for clues. In the capital of the Luo Kingdom, in the royal palace, the demon duke, disguised as the king, sat on the throne, gleefully eating the blue grapes offered as tribute. His teeth stained blue. Your Majesty, the commander of the 3rd Night Regiment has sent word that they have summoned the evil god, and the evil god is heading to the capital, urging us to prepare for land concessions and peace negotiations. The reporting captain knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, afraid to raise his head to look at the king. Oh, I see, you may go. The captain felt it was strange, but was relieved, hurriedly exiting, fearing he would be executed by the furious king for delaying. The demon duke squeezed the blue grape in his hand, his pupils flashing with an eerie light. Did they really succeed? It's impossible. My god can't descend for at least 15 more years. Did they summon a colleague to take credit? Most likely. Once I blood sacrifice this place and ascend to a 6th-tier demon general, let us see who can take my credit. The demon duke thought and acted immediately, summoning shadow creatures and ordering. Go, have them prepare the magic array. Let's do something big tonight. In the sky, all aerial escort ships and transport ships were in stealth mode. Zhou Ping'an leaned against the control panel, pointing at the screen showing the interior of the royal palace, along with translated text intelligence beside it. This guy is their leader, right? Wang Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Most likely, but the demon duke is at least 5th tier. It would take at least a 6th-tier legendary mage and a 6th-tier legendary fighter to banish him. The physical quality and talent of the demon race far exceed that of humans, and fighting beyond ranks is common. Zhou Ping'an. All right, fire at him. Wang Chuan hurriedly reached out to stop him. No, we can't provoke the snake. Your magic ship is powerful. But we need at least a town-sized magic ship to injure him. We need a detailed plan to besiege him. These dozen or so small ships definitely won't be enough. You have no idea how terrifying the demon duke's power truly is. Zhou Ping'an looked at him with confusion and casually ordered, reduce power by 99. 8. And be careful not to harm innocent civilians. A demon not wearing interstellar standard defense armor. What is there to be afraid of? This is like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Looking at this demon below, It's clear that it hasn't received the 9 years of demon education and is just a poor rural demon, doing things too roughly, even leaving its daily defense system off. The demon Duke sat on the throne, stuffing blue grapes into his mouth, smiling blissfully in anticipation of the upcoming promotion. Boom! A light spear cannon descended from the sky, engulfing the throne, not even damaging the nearby tables, showcasing the pilot's precise and elegant control. The throne vanished, leaving only a bottomless pit. Everyone who heard the sound looked towards the palace direction and saw a residual beam of light slowly dissipating, originating from the heavens. Disaster Wolf warriors kill. The battle cries echoed from the sky as one after another, clad in pitch-black gene-adaptive battle armor, the formidable Devourer Berserkers descended, their arms transforming into melee weapons, directly aiming at the demons to start a massacre. Wang Chuan stood next to the screen, stunned, staring at the energy reaction that had already disappeared. Zhou Ping'an pressed on his shoulder. Haven't seen this before, huh? The currently most popular model of light spear cannon. High cost performance ratio also supports user customization and performance overclocking. Wang Chuan's face turned red. I've never seen this kind of magic cannon. This is different from what I've seen. It's very sleek, but very powerful. The ones I saw before were all very bulky and couldn't kill the Demon Duke. Zhou Ping'an chuckled. All right, once the cleanup down there is finished, we'll go down to find your parents. Very stable. This wave has gained the dominion of a native kingdom. We could directly plunder a lot of resources. Farming and developing can't compare to robbery in speed. There's a saying, only what flows is called economy. If it's not flowing in their hands, that's a crime. Miss Tree King, don't be so hurtful. What do you mean the author is begging again? Hoo. Harsh words hurt like the cold of June. You have to compensate me. Begging for alms. Chapter 12, The Fallen Civilization of the Pre-Lightspeed Era. The king is dead. The powerful ministers are dead, and those who were close to them are also gone. Now, the palace is left with some shocked and bewildered ministers and generals who have no idea what has happened. Zhou Ping'an sits on the steps in front of the palace, listening to Xiaoli's report. Has the suppression been completed? Xiaoli adjusts her glasses and replies, yes, it has been completed, but follow-up work will take some time. However, this does not affect our progress in plundering primary and secondary resources. Zhou Ping'an strokes his chin and asks, what about the clues regarding the demon disaster? Xiaoli blinks. There are many, but they need to be identified one by one. Zhou Ping'an complains, the hardest part of fighting is indeed intelligence work. You think the hardest part of intelligence work is distinguishing who is fake? Wrong. It's about having a pile of true intelligence in front of you, and the best commanders need to seize the most useful opportunities from it. Right now, the demon disaster hasn't erupted in public yet, and it's very difficult to draw this group of pests out of the shadows. Back when the Great Xia Empire had not yet risen, the demons were still very arrogant, very simple, and not a single cell of theirs was related to intelligence. After the rise of the Great Xia Empire, I can only say that the screening by the Great Xia Empire is indeed impressive. It raised the average intelligence of the Demon Empire civilization by itself, in a physical way. Master, I have found my parents. Zhou Ping'an feels a bit awkward and waves his hand. Just call me leader. Huh? Why are you bringing 2 buckets of minced meat? Wang Chuan cries, this is my whole family. Zhou Ping'an looks at the 2 buckets of minced meat and silently shifts to the left. Why did your family rot? Can you put it a bit further away? I need to prepare mentally first. Zhang Yang covers his nose. Bro, should we freeze it first? Reviving them requires at least mid to late stage genetic technology. Lu Qian couldn't hold back and vomited, quickly getting up to find a bathroom. The hot knowledge. The smell of feces and urine can mitigate the impact of the stench of rotting corpses. Because in ancient times, feces and urine were used to mark and indicate that the area was safe. Everyone has fought in wars, but honestly, it's hard to have the opportunity to face the sight of giant corpses or decay directly. As the core lord of civilization, there's never a chance to encounter such scenes. Zhou Ping'an hurriedly takes the breathing mask that Xiaoli hands over and looks helplessly at the crying Wang Chuan. Uncle, this. Never mind, just stay back a bit. I know you're anxious, but please wait. I just finished eating meat. Wang Chuan stands further away, looking at Zhou Ping'an with teary eyes. Zhou Ping'an puts on the gas mask and, aims his hands at the 2 buckets of minced meat to cast a resurrection spell. Hot knowledge, an all-around lord, including cultivation spells. 2 pure white beams of light enter the wooden buckets, and the blood and flesh inside begin to grow on their own, pushing out the rotten meat. In a breath, 7 naked people, old and young, fall beside the wooden buckets, still covered in blood and maggots. Wang Chuan excitedly rushes over and hugs one of the beautiful women. Wife, ugh, wife, ugh. Zhou Pingyan facepalms. Your wife is already smelly. Take her to wash up. Thank you. After saying this, Zhou Pingyan turns around to avoid offending them. The personal guards quickly gather around, each closing their sense of smell, expressionless as they carry these people outside, not wanting to hurt the leader's nose anymore. After a while, air fresheners are arranged, and the dirt on the ground is cleaned up by the cleaners. Zhou Pingyan takes off the mask, stands in place, and tears up slightly. The most wasteful thing in war is not energy coins, but air fresheners. Xiaoli says softly, the research technology for fresheners has already been arranged. After a while, Wang Chuan rushes back, looking anxious. All my family members are unconscious. They're all in a coma. Zhou Pingyan looks at him like he's a fool. Did you think their souls are strong enough to adapt to resurrection instantly? The quick ones take a week. The slow ones take 3 months to adapt to their bodies. You're not one of the residents protected by the Great Xia Empire's cloud network who can be resurrected instantly. Wang Chuan manages to calm down a bit, thinking of his family's condition, his expression slightly easing. Zhou Pingyan motions with his mouth. Do you have any intelligence on the demons? Wang Chuan furrows his brow, his expression heavy. In recent years, I've heard quite a few rumors about other religions and rumors about my own sect. Zhou Pingyan is curious. What rumors? Wang Chuan considers for a moment. His expression strange. They say that all religions are superstitions, and there are many anti-religionists. Those anti-religionists shout to break the feudal superstitions, advocating science and wisdom. I don't know if these people have demons supporting them. The atmosphere is very calm. Zhang Yang weakly raises his hand. What knowledge point is this from ancient history class? Lu Qian, around the 9th century AD. Bro, do you know? Zhou Pingyan facepalms. The 9th century AD saw the emergence of gunpowder. The 13th century saw the emergence of firearms, and the 19th century saw the Industrial Revolution, with the emergence of machine guns, tanks, etc. Although the initial intelligence mentioned that this is a surface civilization between the cold weapon and firearm eras, I didn't expect the situation to be a bit complicated. These civilizations that play with magic and fighting energy have actually started scientific enlightenment. Seeing the small signs reveals great truths. This indicates that the development potential of local civilizations should not be underestimated, and they have strong adaptability. Psychic systems, genetic systems, and technological aspects. At least these 3 paths are viable. Their development soil must be very fertile to have such strong growth potential. Once they enter a state of war, these local civilizations can exhibit remarkable military strength. Hot knowledge, being indigenous, only indicates a low level of civilization, not a lack of intelligence. With just a little training, they can become very useful subordinate armies. Even, they can be cultivated into a vassal empire that reaches outer space. The demon disaster hasn't been discovered, but a human civilization that can widely adapt to various environments has been found. Or, one could say the trial directing group specifically chose such a precious planet to test everyone. Zhou Pingyan exhales a warm breath, looking at Wang Chuan with eyes filled with treasure-like admiration. Xiaoli, give him a genetic check. Xiaoli immediately takes out the genetic scanner and begins a deep scan of Wang Chuan. 60 seconds later, the results come out. Xiaoli's pupils slightly constrict, and her breathing quickens. 80 adaptability to multi-planet environments. It's not just adaptability to a single planetary environment, but adaptability to multi-planet environments. Zhou Pingyan's eyes brighten, excitedly licking his lips. This is a fallen civilization of a pre-light speed civilization, and with a little cultivation, it can become an interstellar civilization. This is the environmental adaptability of the child of the starry sky. What does this represent? It means that direct tomb raiding archaeology can yield multiple technologies and rare artifacts. I ask, who can refuse to directly benefit from the research achievements of the big shots? The benefits behind this are unimaginably rich. Zhou Ping'an looks at Zhang Yang and Lu Qian. Zhang Yang immediately raises his hand and swears. I won't leak a single word, bro. I'm holding onto your thigh. Lu Qian nervously wipes his mouth, quickly clenching his fist to his chest. I swear by my second brother, I will never leak anything. Zhou Ping'an shows a warm smile, opening his arms. It seems that the real Lord trial is finally about to begin. I originally planned to farm and run away from world-ending technology. I didn't expect to discover such an interesting thing. This planet hides countless enticing treasures and secrets. Zhou Ping'an looks at the bewildered Wang Chuan, smiling gently, patting his shoulder. Do you want to become the Emperor unifying Planet L6? To truly crack these secrets, it can only be done by their descendants. Outsiders will inevitably be unable to pass all the certifications. A loyal little brother emperor is very necessary. Wang Chuan, huh? Me? Just me? Zhou Ping'an, yes, just you. Wang Chuan, does the contract include this? Zhou Ping'an, it does now. Wang Chuan's face struggled for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and nodded. I'll give it a try, although I don't understand what these people are talking about. It seems like they want me to unify all the nearby countries. This should probably work, right? I kindly ask everyone to leave more comments and 5-star reviews. If you think the work is good, then consider it a reward. Chapter 13. The first time I saw a demon like you. Currently, there are 4 lines of competition. The first is the competition among lords. The second is the competition with other lords from different forces. The third is the demon disasters. And the fourth is the unification of native civilizations. The first 2 lines are scoffed at by Zhou Ping'an, mainly because he has beaten them up too many times and knows their tricks too well. He could beat them down even with his eyes closed. The demon disasters and the unification of native civilizations bring Zhou Ping'an great enjoyment. After all, he has executed missions many times, but he has never really walked the unification path, not even once. It's not that he doesn't want to, but every time he gets carried away, he finds that the local environment has turned into a mass escape, making the unification path unsuitable. It's really a pity. Wang Chuan looked bewildered at the holographic projection of the planet before him. Are you saying that you are all humans from beyond the sky, and you have come to our world to take an exam? And my task is to become the emperor who unifies this planet? After a crash course, Wang Chuan had a rough understanding of the current situation. Wang Chuan was shocked. Not only do I have to unify, but I also have to defeat the demon disasters all over the world. There was no time to be happy about gaining new knowledge because what was being asked was utterly outrageous. Zhou Ping'an squatted on the steps, hands resting on his knees. Is it hard? Wang Chuan's face twisted. What do you think? The biggest group I've ever ruled in my life is just a night order. Zhou Ping'an looked at him disdainfully. I've cleared it countless times. With me backing you up, you can go all out. Wang Chuan, after thinking about his parents lying in bed and the whole family, he shed unmanly tears, feeling helpless against the unreasonable demands of an ungrateful boss. His whole family now depended on him for survival, and their lives were in the hands of others. Zhou Ping'an watched him unable to refuse, blinked, looked at Xiaoli, and pointed at him. Isn't this the legendary cow and horse? Look, clearly this task is outrageous, but cow and horse Chuan dares not refuse. Zhou Ping'an showed a smile that was not human. Xiaoli arranged for him a 24-hour training task with the best coach. Zhang Yang weakly raised his hand. Bro, won't this kill someone? Lu Qian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Theoretically, as long as the nutritional tech is up to standard, there shouldn't be a big problem. In practice, though, this is a huge test of mental endurance. The usual standard is 6 months of special training, because beyond that, most warriors will collapse. Zhou Gu's expression clearly indicated that it couldn't possibly be just 6 months. It was likely to be 19 years and 364 days. Not reaching 20 years wasn't because Zhou Gu was merciful, but because that was the time limit for the trial. What a miserable cow and horse. Zhou Ping'an stood up, pressed Wang Chuan's shoulder, and showed a kind smile. Cow and horse Chuan, your family. It will be hard for them to wake up in a short time. I think you definitely wouldn't refuse this precious opportunity to learn well and improve every day. This could lead to the path of immortality. Cow and horse Chuan's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly, and he didn't dare to utter a single no. Zhou Pingyan was very satisfied. All right, take him to execution. No, I mean take him to training. No wonder ancient civilizations like to turn people into cows and horses. Look at him, he is really useful. Xiaoli pressed a button on her earpiece, arranged the work, and the guards took Cao and Horse Chuan to the frontline base where the former leader had been summoned. Cao and Horse Chuan would receive the most efficient and brutal all-around training there. Although he came from a poor background, he was extremely lucky to enjoy the training technology of the Disaster Empire's special soldiers. Training technology that ordinary humans could not withstand. Xiaoli pressed her earpiece again, patiently listening to her subordinates' reports. Then her eyes relaxed. Leader, the kingdom of Luo is built around a large river called the Wuyuan River. If we control the Wuyuan River, we can rightfully take complete control over the towns upstream and downstream. My subordinates have split into 20 routes, each heading to a town, and we expect to capture the entire kingdom of Luo in 15 to 30 days. Zhou Pingyan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I'm very satisfied with your work. Xiaoli smiled sweetly and took out a tablet to hand it over. However, there's a difficulty here that requires your personal handling. The forging clan of the kingdom of Luo is suspected of mastering unknown technology, and irregular dark energy fluctuations have been detected. My subordinates suspect that a divine network has already formed here. A divine network generally refers to the formation of large-scale natural deities, racial deities, ascended deities, artificial deities, etc. This is the divine pathway. Sending the leader there is quite simple. In terms of divine status, the leader's world-destroying demon god status is ranked first on this planet. Zhou Pingyan glanced over and complained. This place is simply a mishmash. Divine systems, genetic systems, psychic systems, technological systems. I wonder what kind of surprises they can bring me. It seems that this trial, considering that the graduates are all newbies, has arranged hidden benefits. Whoever discovers these hidden benefits first can seize the opportunity. Zhou Pingyan glanced at the task progress. 1. Develop core bases. 2. Build frontline bases. 3. Subjugate the kingdom of Luo. 4. Xiaoli, thank you for your hard work. I will go handle the matter with the forging clan. Xiaoli respectfully bowed, wishing the leader good health. Zhang Yang weakly interjected. Shouldn't it be wishing others good health? With our bro's strength, generally, no one worries about his health. They all worry about whether others can stay healthy. Lu Qian, count me in. Zhou Pingyan rolled his eyes. Too lazy to care about these two unappreciated idiots. Let us go. The forging clan of the kingdom of Luo is called the Iron Clan, residing in the plains, but nearby are mountains with abundant mineral resources and oil fields. Recently, a large number of black armor disaster troops have emerged near the mines and oil fields, causing the subordinate towns of the Iron Clan to suffer greatly, all pleading for help from the main clan. The Iron Clan's army came in high spirits to suppress them, but was directly beaten to the point of losing their teeth. The worried hearts of everyone finally sank. The leader of the Iron Clan's army declared that they would summon ancient artifact from their clan to go into battle, announcing to the entire kingdom of Luo and all nearby countries and forces that whoever can expel these black armor troops will receive 20% of the Iron Clan's forging rights each year, along with a series of other rewards. With the convenience of magic, the news quickly spread nearby, igniting a frenzy, and many forces send elites to compete for this 20 forging right. The reputation that the Iron Clan has cultivated over several generations is even more effective than royal privileges. The royal family of the kingdom of Luo has changed 3 surnames, but the Iron Clan still stands firm on this land. Zhou Pingyan and the others disguise themselves in local attire, blending in with the local residents, while a few tables nearby were occupied by similarly disguised disaster troops. Wang Chuan was forcibly implanted with a clone chip, and before learning the cloning skills, he had to maintain a dual-core working state. While being a cow and horse for Zhou Pingyan, he was also ruthlessly subjected to the coach's torment at the frontline base. Wang Chuan's face turned pale. The Iron Clan has a peculiar temperament. They only love forging and mining, and they don't like expansion. The Iron Clan masters unknown technologies, able to forge a holy artifact every 10 years. There is also a troop of iron-armored soldiers that roams the world, but very few have witnessed them over the years. Everyone speculates that the iron-armored soldiers do exist, but the cost of mobilizing them is extremely high, which is why they rarely appear. Zhou Pingyan stroked his chin. It seems they have some kind of limitation that prevents them from expanding. Zhang Yang chuckled. Mastering weapon technology, far superior to other forces but unwilling to expand. It's obvious there's a problem. Lu Qian was curious. Unknown technology and divine networks. How can we probe into the divine network? The divine spirit system in the Great Xia Empire is relatively niche and generally not well understood. It's not that the divine spirits of the Great Xia Empire are obscure, but rather that they are more down-to-earth, differing from those of other civilizations. The kitchen god will send you a text reminding you that there are safety hazards with your stove and that you should pay attention to cooking safety. Guan Yu will provide buffs to the firepower of the escort ships, increasing energy damage by 15, offering the most cost-effective blessings to every expedition soldier, especially in recent years. The heavenly gods have faced stricter evaluations, with lower-ranking deities being eliminated, to improve response times and effectiveness. The heavenly gods have invested significant effort into building network infrastructure each year, fearing that slow responses will affect their performance. They even have accounts on major media platforms like Douyin, inviting beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen to dance to attract attention, offering blessing bags as incentives for followers. Here, I'd like to thank China Unicom. Unlike those other gods who won't respond unless you spend 3 generations of inheritance and decades of faith, it's like they're dead. Zhou Pingyan stroked his chin. First, understand their preferences and taboos. Zhang Yang. And then? Zhou Pingyan. Then compile the taboos into a guide and distribute it to the whole army. Lu Qian. 6. What is the fastest way to find someone? It's not about you looking for them, but about making others go to great lengths to find you at all costs. Zhou Pingyan smiled kindly. We'll blend in first, see what the unknown technology is, and look for their taboos. Wang Chuan turned pale. Do you even have humanity? It's one thing to want to steal someone else's core technology, but to humiliate them while doing so is another. In my life, I've never seen a demon like you. The Iron Clan is currently recruiting talent, hoping to find the flaws of the Black Armored Army. They are offering a hefty sum, including using holy artifacts to exchange for valuable information. Zhang Yang took a bite of the local specialty beef, swallowed, and curiously asked, Brother, what is the weakness of the Berserk warriors? Zhou Pingyan recalled the troop data and shook his head. I don't know. Lu Qian was curious. How can you not know? You're the Lord. You have full authority. How can you not know the weaknesses of the troops? Zhou Pingyan directly sent the troop data to their accounts. Zhang Yang looked at the data, his head filled with question marks. Why does this world have such a troop type? Lu Qian was dumbfounded. Troops can have such characteristics? Prototype Devouring Berserk. 1. Devour living beings. Gain everything from the opponent, including attributes, genes, memories, talents, etc. 2. Biological Mimicry. Simulate everything from memories without consumption, including weapons, armor, laser cannons, etc. 3. Gene System Evolution. With a stored gene system technology core, it can choose its development path at any time, capable of regressing and evolving. 4. At this point, the two had lost the mood to continue reading, their expressions growing increasingly somber. It wasn't that the data had ended, but rather that their psychological endurance had reached its limit. The first 2 points needed no further explanation, but I'll provide some insight on the third. This equates to having the entire gene system technology reserved from birth, requiring only energy to extract and load the corresponding technology, and being able to change states at any time. Even so, that might still be unclear. To put it simply, each devouring berserk can transform into a gene mother base or any profession within a gene system society at any time. As long as there is sufficient energy, a devouring berserk can master all skills within the gene society system. Mr. Lu Sun, their method of killing has changed. The whole thing boils down to 2 words, invincible. Zhang Yang closed the data, staring blankly at the beef, unsure of what to say. This is called a troop? How can this be called a troop? Lu Qian closed the data, resting his chin on his hands, his expression silent, unsure of what to say. After a long time, Lu Qian said softly, Indeed, if it were me, I wouldn't know what the weakness is either. Looking at Brother Zhou's troop and then at my own, tears flowed endlessly in my heart. Just this troop alone, If thrown on a hillside, it could transform into a plant state and absorb natural energy to complete self-evolution. Attack, defense, life, speed, whatever it lacks, it can point out itself without needing you to conduct research or provide equipment to enhance combat capability. There is no need to worry about advancements. It can solve that itself. A very independent and powerful gene-based troop. What? You still don't understand how strong it is? The bloodline strength of the Dragon Clan, the magical talent of the Phoenix Clan, the life density of the Earth Clan, the strength of the Witch Clan. All now concentrated in a humanoid gene troop. The Gene System Technology Core, what a terrifying amount of value. Zhou Pingon smiled faintly, his pride evident. Do you want to see the data for my other troop? Zangyang Durnet Ballet? No. I'm afraid my heart will shatter and I'll withdraw from the competition on the spot. Lu Qian ordered a pot of wine, holding it up with tears in his eyes, gulping it down. The spicy liquor burned his throat and heart. The personal guard returned, standing nearby, lowering his voice to report. Chief, they're recruiting today. We've already sent someone to blend in. What is the next step in the plan? Zhou Pingon. How many people does the barracks produce every hour now? The personal guard respectfully replied. A level 1 barracks produces 93 soldiers per hour, 232 per day, and 66, 960 per month. This is just the production efficiency of one barracks. The first production resources are covered by the Alliance, and the second production resources are covered by instructor Li Xiong for 3 months. Zhou Pingon chuckled. So how many troops has Xiaoli allocated to my side? The chief allocated half of barracks production capacity here, but it will be upgraded to a level 2 barracks tomorrow, adding production modules to increase the number of barracks, adding about 8,000 troops daily. After that, the expansion of Barak numbers will stop, focusing on enhancing research technology. Not expanding barracks is not due to a lack of resources or technology, but because the troop production capacity is too abundant. Producing more troops would be useless. A level 2 barracks with production modules can produce about 270,000 troops a month and about 21 million troops a year. Meanwhile, the surface-level human civilization has a population of 7 billion, with only 6 million born each year. The troop production capacity of 27 level 2 barracks can exceed the birth numbers of 7 billion people, although this includes the bonuses from disaster technology. The true production capacity of ordinary lords isn't that weak either. The vast majority of lords in the Great Xia Empire do not regard indigenous civilizations highly. Precisely for this reason, given sufficient time, any lord of the Great Xia Empire could easily outnumber surface-level indigenous civilizations. Wang Chuan swallowed. The permanent population of Furnace City is about 320,000, with around 90,000 troops. After centuries of large clans in front of these extraterrestrial lords, it would only take 1 barracks a month to crush them in terms of numbers. Quality crushing. After the last disaster army's black armor troops jumped down from the sky to fight, there were 0 losses. This is still the combined combat capability of demons and royalty. The Iron Clan is strong, but they absolutely cannot withstand the will of these extraterrestrial lords. What a tremendous terror this is. Centuries of accumulation can become history with just a word from an extraterrestrial lord. Zhou Pingon. How many cities do we need to capture on this trip? Personal guard. 2 towns and 1 large city. The other targets have been assigned to other tasks. Zhou Pingon smiled. I'll wait 3 days, first gather 20,000 troops, and then I'll decide whether to push them all the way. Personal guard. Understood. Your orders have been uploaded. Zhou Pingon took a shallow sip of salty tea, feeling the rough, thick taste rolling in his mouth, then frowned slightly and swallowed. The people here will find it very easy to follow the path of fighting spirit. This place is rich in salt, and there's also a sourceless river nearby, combined with the abundant mineral resources. In this level of civilization, salt is a very precious wealth. But here, even those with a bit of money can afford to drink it. With eyes closed, this place could become a holy land for cultivation. Wang Chuan was sweating, took out a handkerchief to wipe his forehead, and tightly clenched it in his hand. Leader, how about I go persuade them? I think the Iron Clan will surrender voluntarily. If they don't surrender now, they will only be seen in history books in the future. Zhou Pingyan said, according to our country's laws, unknown technologies need to be recorded, and the divine network needs to be destroyed and rebuilt, following the processes of the Heavenly Court's divine system. Do you think they will agree? Wang Chuan closed his mouth, his face darkened, unable to answer this question. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that such a crazy side of the world exists? Zhou Pingyan stood up, smiling lightly. Cheer up. Let's first go take a look at their recruitment site, participate in tonight's encirclement, and assess their development potential. 3 days later, the three of us lords will score together to determine the treatment level for the Iron Clan. Wang Chuan lowered his posture and cautiously asked, "May I ask what this assessment is?" Zhang Yang shrugged. "We will take corresponding measures based on the assessment level." Lu Qian smiled. "If the assessment is excellent, according to our country's laws, our lord system might even actively share the technologies they can digest to help them develop." Wang Chuan swallowed. "What if the assessment is poor?" Zhang Yang said softly. "It is well known that the end of civilization is a coffin. We will artificially help them reach that end while recording all the data of this family and uploading it. Romantic, right? When they die, they can be included in the database of the great SPEEDRUN Empire." Wang Chuan's face twisted. "Really? So romantic." Chapter 15, Our Magician Will Study Rice. Civilization Assessment. This is a mandatory course in the Lord's elective curriculum, ranging from assessing a civilization as a whole to evaluating a species, family, or individual. This assessment has legal implications. Zhou Pingyan, led by his guards, successfully entered the interior of the local Iron Clan's castle. During the previous setup, a group of disaster troops was arranged to blend in, and they have now successfully infiltrated the final circle. Zhou Pingyan sat in the corner, lifted his teacup, took a sip, and uncertainly asked, "Is this how we usually infiltrate enemy troops?" He had never been at the grassroots level before, and was unaware that his own people operated in such a terrifying manner. No wonder other lords always wanted to get rid of him. His guard, SPEEDRUN, respectfully replied, "Yes, chief." Zhou Pingyan's expression was slightly strange, but he ultimately suppressed his doubts. He wasn't a professional. It was better to listen to the experts on such matters, even though this operation was a bit explosive. Zhang Yang looked around and asked seriously, "Is there anyone here who isn't an undercover agent?" Lu Qian replied, "Stop looking, apart from the main family. Everyone else is an undercover agent." The two lords, due to signing a vassal and mutual defense agreement with the Disaster Wolf Empire, could see information about their own people. Everywhere they looked were their own people. You can always trust the gold content of the genetic technology mother core. These people were fully equipped to disguise as assassins. Biological mimicry, this was practically a perfect infiltration skill in its early stages. Zhou Pingyan rubbed his forehead. "Control yourselves, don't act like this. I still have to conduct a civilization assessment." SPEEDRUN replied, "Understood. I apologize for affecting the chief's work." Zhou Pingyan helplessly said, "There's no need. It's my fault for affecting your work. Please forgive me." SPEEDRUN bowed again and pressed an invisible earpiece, issuing a command to halt any new infiltration plans. In the hall, the leader of the Iron Clan was rallying everyone and enticing them with heavy rewards. The Iron Clan leader, Fang Shan, expressed surprise. "With just us, we might not be able to defeat the Black Armored Army. I suggest we wait for more people." Fang Shan teased, "What's wrong, bull leader? Do you lack confidence in defeating the enemy? Your Iron Clan has already suffered defeats. I advise everyone to stay calm. The more people, the more money to be made." Fang Shan waved his hand with a smile. "Last time my clan was arrogant. This time we have prepared weapons and armor for everyone, and we will definitely succeed. However, bull leader's words do make sense. Let's broaden our recruitment a bit. What does everyone think?" The undercover agents each perform a bit, ultimately deciding to recruit more people to facilitate their leader's civilization assessment. Fang Shan sensed something was off and couldn't help but glance at bull leader a few more times, feeling that this guy might be secretly collecting money and acting as a plant. But wait, when has our Iron Clan needed a plant? Fang Shan slightly complained about those troublesome people in the clan, although he knew it was beneficial to suppress the Black Armored Army. Such means still undermined the Iron Clan's prestige. Fang Shan maintained a friendly demeanor on the surface, standing up to clasp his hands. "Then I'll go arrange the weapons and equipment. When the sun sets, we will raid the mine and drive those evil outsiders away. Farewell, Iron Clan leader." Take care, clan leader. Everyone was polite and bonded by a sense of brotherhood. Fang Shan smiled and retreated to the back hall, his smile disappearing instantly. He called over the elder from the Foreign Affairs Hall with a serious expression. Something feels off. Some of these people are coming for us. The elder from the Foreign Affairs Hall, with his hands tucked into his wide sleeves, looked puzzled. Yes, I also feel something is wrong, but with more people, such situations will arise. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it privately. There won't be any issues. The two exchanged glances, both sharing the same concern. If the Iron Clan wins this time, it's fine, but if they lose, these wolves will turn their sights on us. Expanding the recruitment team may not necessarily be a good thing, but if we don't expand, we might not be able to defeat those black armored troops. Fang Shan recalled the battle power of the black armored army and couldn't help but shiver. Their bloodthirsty courage, combined with excellent combat skills. The Triner formation could easily cut through their own formation like grinding meat. The most terrifying part was their synchronized movements and high discipline. They were definitely an elite force among regular troops. One day later, after some pulling and tugging, the Iron Clan leader managed to rally over 3,000 outsiders and mobilized 10,000 Iron Clan guards, marching grandly towards the mine. To add, among the 3,000 outsiders, under Zhou Ping'an's orders, the number of undercover agents was reduced to 100. Luckily, they arrived early. If they had come later, Fang Shan would definitely not see a single one of his own people when he woke up the next day. Adding over 8,000 troops daily meant adding over 8,000 undercover agents every day. Over 13,000 people, a massive crowd, continuous and unending. The logistics team followed behind, ensuring everyone's food and medical needs. The Iron Clan put in great effort this time, updating everyone's weapons and equipment, with quality mostly above good. Zhou Ping'an and others followed in the rear of the team, quietly rating them. The three lords sat outside a cart, observing their surroundings. Lu Qian clicked his tongue. By average standards, the Iron Clan does indeed possess strong combat and logistical capabilities. No wonder they have stood firm for hundreds of years. A family can survive for so long while maintaining such good combat capabilities. That's really impressive. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Being able to rally over 3,000 people in such a short time proves they have an excellent reputation. Zhou Ping'an's gaze shifted to the logistics team weaving through the ranks, and then to the fields on either side of the road, where the green sprouts of spring swayed like waves at the field's edge. Zhou Ping'an stopped an old man holding a dry bun. "Old man, how are you doing here?" The old man was startled, taking a cautious step back, bending over, trembling. "Good, very good." Zhou Ping'an casually took a dry bun. "Thank you, old man." Zhou Ping'an took a bite, frowned, and swallowed. Zhang Yang hurriedly chased after him for two more, running back to the cart and handing one to Lu Qian. Zhang Yang took a bite, instinctively wanting to spit it out, but glanced at Zhou Gu and obediently swallowed it, looking at the dry bun for a moment before handing it to the guards. "It's very delicious. You help me eat it." The guard, Lu Qian, took a bite, frowned as he swallowed, not understanding what Zhou Gu was trying to do. Zhou Ping'an opened his personal panel and directly rated one item poorly. Zhang Yang was surprised. "Bro, it can't be that bad, right?" Zhou Ping'an rolled his eyes. The Iron Clan can eat and drink well because a group of people eat poorly. Based on my observation, it takes about 10 ordinary people to support one Iron Clan member. Zhang Yang realized the key point. "Zhou Gu, do you mean they rely on force monopolization to live so well? In this world, there is magic and fighting spirit, as well as cold weapons and firearms. It's basically very difficult for lower-class people to access these." Lu Qian followed Zhou Ping'an's gaze to the fields on the opposite side and finally understood what he meant. The farmers can't possibly be these Iron Clan members, right? The more military power the Iron Clan can muster, it only indicates their daily monopolization is more severe. Resources do not refresh out of thin air. Wang Chuan looked puzzled at the fields on either side of the road, which stretched endlessly with excellent soil quality. "What's wrong? Isn't this great? There's so much land. As long as one is willing to farm, they can definitely survive." Zhou Ping'an smiled. "Here, don't farmers only ever get to be farmers for their whole lives?" Wang Chuan vaguely felt something was off, unable to understand, but still spoke the truth. "Isn't that right? He can be a farmer, his son can also be a farmer, and his grandson can have land to cultivate. They can survive. Isn't that good? For hundreds of years, it has been this way." What exactly are you three unhappy about? Zhou Pingyan smiled faintly. No, it's not good. Zhang Yang said softly. Can their ancestors and descendants only farm and be slaves or servants? Is that really right? Eyes open to the yellow earth. Eyes closed to the yellow earth, buried in the yellow earth. Wang Chuan frowned. But if they don't farm, who will? Someone has to farm. Zhou Pingyan. The magicians and fighters here don't farm, right? Wang Chuan laughed. How is that possible? Noble magicians and fighters could never do such lowly work. Zhou Pingyan. Our warriors can farm, and our magicians study how to increase food production. The Daxiao Legion indeed literally expands territories and develops land for farming and infrastructure. The top experts in the Academy of Sciences also study how to improve food production and enrich nutrition. Zhou Pingyan thought for a moment, took out his phone, pulled up the first picture in his album, pointed at the photo, and explained in a language he could understand. This is our top magical sage. He farms every day and researches how to increase food production. Wang Chuan was stunned in the carriage, and suddenly an invisible shackle in his mind shattered, as if his soul was struck by lightning, and a beam of light spanning time and space shone into his heart. Zhou Pingyan, in this regard, I assess you as poor. Can you understand? Wang Chuan smiled bitterly. I can. You're really lucky. No wonder you are outsiders. This level of thought guarantees that you will be stronger than us. Zhou Pingyan, yes, very lucky. Zhang Yang looked ahead. Brother, we are almost at the mine. Zhou Pingyan put away his phone, his gaze calm. Let's see how they perform. Chapter 16. I am very confident to be killed. As the sun sets, only a faint afterglow remains on the mountains. The 300 disaster wolf black armored soldiers stand silently on the hillside, like silent sculptures, as sunlight glimmers on their armor, disappearing as if it has fallen into the night. They wear pitch-black battle armor that envelopes every part of their bodies, their eyes filled with killing intent, observing everyone present. An invisible atmosphere of slaughter spreads around, and the newly erected mounds at the foot of the mountain serve as a warning to all. There are more than 1,000 mounds, a sight both magnificent and chilling. Over 13,000 troops have stopped outside the mine. Fang Shan stands at the forefront, watching the 300 black-armored soldiers, his heart trembling involuntarily. The patrols set up at the mine were killed, and when his own troops came to suppress, over 1,000 of them died. He personally brought elite troops only to witness their efficient slaughter. Had he not retreated hastily, he had no doubt that his elite forces would have been completely wiped out here. These black-armored soldiers seem to have received a death command to guard the mine, and they do not pursue beyond a certain range. Having seen it once, Fang Shan knows very well that bringing over 10,000 to attack is no exaggeration. But before attacking, he still wants to make one last effort, hoping to take it without violence. I am Fang Shan, the leader of the Iron Tribe. May I ask which faction you are from? The captain of the disaster wolf black-armored army looked at this ignorant native with disdain. Those who fear death. Last time they fought with cold weapons, these cowards chose to flee. I'm not afraid of death. What are you afraid of? Just because you cannot be resurrected? Huh? Fang Shan looked at the silent enemy and couldn't help but feel intimidated. He really didn't want to be enemies with such a powerful force. However, the enemy occupies the mine, and the Iron Tribe must chew down this hard bone even if it breaks their teeth. Magicians, prepare. Cannons, prepare. A row of protected magicians began to chant array magic, aiming at the enemies on the hillside. The clear and orderly tones echoed in the air. An energy coalesced into a massive magic array floating in midair. Cannons pulled by specially made carts were positioned, aimed at the black-armored soldiers on the hillside, waiting for the command. The shells were loaded, just waiting to be fired. On the hillside, the pitch-black enemies stood like sculptures, showing no reaction to their movements. Fang Shan gritted his teeth. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. Huge red explosive fireballs shot through the air, instantly covering the hillside and completely engulfing all the black-armored soldiers. The abundant shells fell like raindrops, creating circles of yellow earth waves, and the deafening sound resonated throughout the sky. The burning flames illuminated the mine, dispelling the night, and the rolling heat waves surged from the hillside, causing those at the foot of the mountain to tremble. The Iron Tribe, so terrifying, with such a fearsome magic team and cannons. Are they demonstrating their power to us? Fang Shan was making a mountain out of a molehill. These cannons wouldn't be sold to us later, would they? Those summoned began to suspect this was Fang Shan's product showcase. Fang Shan's expression grew heavier as he saw one black-armored warrior after another still standing in place amidst the sea of fire, like sculptures. Their armor and combat quality were equally solid. Although it was merely a guess last time, after witnessing it himself, his heart sank completely. Gradually, the colors of the sea of fire began to dim, and the surging flames became less turbulent. The murmurs and commotion among the crowd faded as the flames extinguished, leaving them dumbfounded at the sight of the black-armored soldiers still standing on the hillside. The black-armored soldiers were unharmed. They stood amidst the sea of fire like dark sculptures. The captain of the Disaster Wolf black-armored army moved, bending his legs slightly before leaping with force. Whoosh! Thud! The captain jumped from the hillside like a meteor, tracing an arc in the air, crashing down to the ground and creating a large pit. He emerged from the pit, still covered with burning fire elements, reflecting a non-reflective black helmet. Clatter! A crowd of people hurriedly retreated, even trampling on those behind them. The good quality weapons issued by the Iron Tribe and the iron armor they wore brought no sense of safety at all. Enough! An elder from the Fighting Energy Hall shouted angrily, his pressure spreading, calming the frightened crowd. Fang Shan dismounted, looking at the black-armored soldiers in front of him with an extremely heavy expression, gripping his weapon tightly. His surrounding guards immediately surrounded him to protect their leader. The captain of the Disaster Wolf black-armored army remained calm, his tone indifferent. The Emperor has ordered an assessment process. I give you two choices. First, a one-on-one duel. I can fight you all alone, and if you win, you pass the assessment. Second, a group battle. We will fight you with 300 warriors against your 13,000. If you can survive with 3,000, you also pass the assessment. Fang Shan laughed loudly to bolster his courage. With 13,000 troops in hand, why would I accept your one-on-one challenge? I could bury you in a pile. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from all around, and black-armored formations appeared in the southeast, southwest, and northwest, each holding alloy battle swords, stepping in unison, surrounding the 13,000 troops. Each formation had about 3,000 men. Before this, no one had noticed the enemies surrounding them. The situation had changed dramatically. Fang Shan's laughter choked off as he looked at the orderly formations of 2,000 to 3,000 black-armored soldiers in the distance. Then at the 300 black-armored soldiers in front, his face turning as colorful as if he had fallen into a dye vat. A simple pocket formation, 300 versus 2,000, resulted in over 1,000 casualties. Now there are nearly 10,000 black-armored soldiers, while his side has only 13,000. I'm very confident I will be killed. Fang Shan humbly asked, is the one-on-one still valid? The captain of the Disaster Wolf black-armored army coldly repeated, I will duel you individually, or we can have our 300 fight your 13,000. Fang Shan looked at the elder from the Fighting Energy Hall beside him. The elder stepped forward, his expression serious, drawing a large knife from his back. 5th level Battle King of Fighting Energy, please advise. The captain of the Disaster Wolf black-armored army flicked his wrist, a metal sword appearing out of thin air, his tone calm. Disaster Wolf Empire, 2nd level Berserker of the Gene System. Ah! The elder of the Fighting Energy Hall launched a surprise attack, and in an instant, the blade struck the captain of the Disaster Wolf black-armored army. God of War surprise attack. Slash. God of War sleeps. The elder of the Fighting Energy Hall flew back, lying on the ground unconscious, sleeping soundly. The captain of the Disaster Wolf black-armored army lowered his right leg, his voice indifferent. On a fight 10. Zhou Pingyan sat atop the carriage, carefully observing the performance ahead. Lu Qian clicked his tongue. So cruel. How can the natives win in this battle armor? The enhancement from intelligent battle armor to a warrior is not insignificant. Zhang Yang said quietly. Is it possible that it's not intelligent battle armor, but biological mimicry armor? That it's something they mimicked themselves, not external equipment? Lu Qian paused, looking at Zhou Pingyan. Zhou Pingyan shrugged, purely their own strength. Lu Qian's eyes turned red, biting his nails, envious to the point of wanting to die. Wang Chuan looked at the frontline confrontation, his expression dim, Is this the soldier of your lord from beyond the skies? Although he had seen it once before, witnessing this pure power again still left him awestruck. Ignoring magic, ignoring bombardment, pure strength. The guard SPEEDRUN was silent for a moment, took out his phone, walked in front of the three, and clicked to play one of the clips. In an initial state, the strength of the devouring berserker was not strong. The three watched the screen, their faces growing paler. On the screen, the devouring berserker stood in the center of the shooting range, surrounded by a semicircle of cannons firing simultaneously. The devouring berserker was blown to pieces, flesh and blood flying, bones visible, staggering and constantly swaying as it was bombarded. But gradually, the devouring berserker stood up, now clad in a layer of black armor, its defensive capabilities visibly increasing. SPEEDRUN, we are weak. We can only evolve through such crude methods. We have many shortcomings, but we believe that with effort, we will definitely become stronger. Lu Qian looked at them with admiration. No wonder you are so strong. You have put in so much effort behind the scenes. Wang Chuan shivered. I really don't envy you. Zhang Yang weakly raised his hand. Brother, how long did it take you to become immune to cannon fire? SPEEDRUN, with a resigned expression, about 2 minutes, very slow. Zhang Yang, Lu Qian, Wang Chuan. Zhou Ping'an rolled his eyes. Stop chatting and remember to give an assessment. Zhang Yang complained. 2 minutes to evolve perfect resistance. What can these natives do? Lu Qian facepalmed. Don't even mention natives. If you were in my place, my Dao heart would collapse too. Wang Chuan was in tears, moved to cry. He could have directly snatched it, but still patiently gave the Iron Tribe an assessment before going to steal. Fang Shan had been unlucky for generations, encountering such a wicked god. Time to beg. Chapter 17. When in doubt, throw the ancestor's corpse puppet. Facing a gene-based super soldier that can evolve at any moment and develop perfect resistance in just 2 minutes, what can a group of surface-level indigenous civilizations do? Fang Shan lay on the ground, coughing up blood, using his fighting spirit to ease the pain, struggling to stand up. His left arm was broken and hanging limply. He looked at the unscathed commander of the black armored army in front of him and forced a bitter smile. Around him, more than 100 wounded lay on the ground, some unconscious, others coughing blood and unable to stand. The perfect combat ability allowed for the most precise judgment at every moment, akin to a battlefield veteran who had experienced 10,000 battles. Silence reigned on the battlefield. The harshest reality was laid bare before everyone, choking their throats. It wasn't just the defensive capabilities of the pitch-black armor. It was pure strength and skill. It appeared aesthetically pleasing, a pure display of prowess. The clash of blades sparked brilliantly. The duel of lethal attacks and desperate counterattacks was a matter of life and death in an instant. The arrogance of taking on a group single-handedly, overpowering them all. The commander of the Disaster Wolf Black Armored Army spoke coldly. Is this your limit? Is this all the courage you have? Lacking strength, you make up for it with attitude. This is also a form of assessment. In the eyes of the Disaster Wolf Empire, technical skills were easy to improve, while steadfast willpower tested a warrior's quality even more. As a Disaster Wolf warrior, the standard was to be outstanding in every aspect. Fang Shan felt defeated. The ruthless wind of the wasteland battered his body. A sense of desolation pierced through his chest. And the knife in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He had lost again, for the second time. He had lost without any chance of winning. As Fang Shan listened to the agonized cries of his tribesmen on the ground, hot tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably, each sound piercing his heart like a stab. Fang Shan turned his head and saw young faces filled with anger and defeat, tightly gripping their long spears, waiting for his command to charge at this invincible enemy. Fang Shan looked at the proud, black-armored warrior in front of him, swallowed the bitterness in his heart, and his voice trembled slightly. What happens if we fail the assessment? If I choose to surrender, can my tribesmen go back? The enemy did not mention the consequences of failing the assessment, but one could guess that the outcome would be dire. Now, he could only use pleas and wealth to exchange a chance for survival for his tribesmen. The commander of the Disaster Wolf Black Armored Army pressed his ear microphone, unexpectedly hearing the Emperor's direct order, quickly clenched his fist to his chest. After speaking, the commander looked towards a certain direction in the crowd, maintaining a combat posture, but one hand remained over his heart, his aura suddenly subdued, and his attitude extremely respectful. Everyone followed his gaze. The crowd hurriedly parted, realizing that a big shot was hidden here. In the foreigners' team, on the right side of the military formation, there was a well-known group of about 100 people. A handsome young man sat on top of a cart, writing and drawing on a floating crystal plate the size of a book. Another young man, exuding an air of nobility, and a battle-hungry young man were also writing on crystal plates. Zhou Pingyan paused his recording, looked up at Fang Shan, and remarked, "Overall, the performance is quite good. You have a strong army for your time. Although it's a significant blow to morale, it's clear that the cohesion is strong. From the perspective of a warlord's monopolistic system, it's quite a decent standard. There are extremely severe drawbacks, but the advantages are equally reliable. The Iron Clan has lasted for hundreds of years, proving that this system operates with good efficiency. To add a note, there is no wildlife protection law in the Iron Age. The benefits of the Iron Clan system are the good security within their territory. In simpler terms, outside the towns, there are abundant magical beasts like tigers, lions, black bears, wild wolves, and rhinos. Humans are on their menu. Humans also consider them as part of their diet. Ultimately, Zhou Pingyan rated the Iron Clan as above average. Although there were many issues, they managed to establish a feasible and stable operational system, which is commendable. Initially, it was to be rated as below average, but considering intelligence from other places, the Iron Clan turned out to be exceptional among this group of short-stature individuals. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian's evaluations were relatively more lenient, with an overall rating of good. The former felt that it was commendable enough for the Iron Clan to survive, conducting a detailed assessment from the perspective of a slacker. The latter believed that in the face of strong enemies, morale still retained its foundation, and the potential for war was worth exploring, considering them for cultivation as a vassal army from a combat perspective. Not all lords have troops as versatile and powerful as Zhogo. Most lords have troops with their strengths and weaknesses, requiring many low-quality hands to handle various tasks. War is brutal. When the quality is not vastly different, the one with more numbers will be the victor. Quantity plays a significant role in warfare. Just like a sharpshooter challenging 3 Imperial infantrymen would definitely be defeated, while 300 sharpshooters challenging 900 Imperial infantrymen could quickly overwhelm them with firepower. As for quality, a bullet fired by a 20-year-old warrior and one fired by a 12-year-old warrior is equally lethal. Zhou Pingyan compared the evaluation results with his 2 younger brothers, confirmed their accuracy, and uploaded the records together. Zhou Pingyan jumped off the cart, canceled his disguise, revealing his dashing military uniform, and smiled warmly. After the assessment, "You have secured an average treatment for yourselves. We will not destroy the Iron Clan, but you must obey our orders." Swish! All the Disaster Wolf warriors around clenched their fists to their hearts and saluted the great Emperor of Disaster. Fang Shan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling all his strength rapidly draining away, the world before him spinning, and his body growing cold. When Fang Shan awoke again, he saw the familiar ceiling of the hall. All the pain in his body had vanished, and he felt much more energetic. "Am I home?" "Yes." Fang Shan jolted awake, leaping up like a carp. He looked at the young man in black military uniform sitting in the main seat, a slight cold sweat forming on his forehead. "My lord." Hello." Zhou Pingyan flipped through the Iron Clan scriptures, stroking his chin. "What is the deal with that ancient artifact?" Fang Shan hesitated for a moment, glancing at the 2 rows of black-armored warriors standing beside him, and swallowed. "It's a war puppet ancestor passed down from our forebears. They possess souls and can turn the dead into tireless puppet vassals. The bodies of every strong warrior in the clan are taken to the tomb, and under the spell of the war puppet ancestor, they are revived as guardian deities protecting our family." Zhou Pingyan was taken aback and looked up. "Are you saying you turned your ancestors into puppets? How filial are you? When in doubt, throw the ancestor's corpse puppet. Playing it this wild?" Fang Shan forced a smile. "It's not entirely a puppet." Zhou Pingyan was speechless for a moment, then tossed the Iron Clan scriptures to Lu Qian. "Take me to see this war puppet." Lu Qian took it, glanced at it, raised an eyebrow in surprise, and looked back at Fang Shan. The The scriptures depicted a giant land battle mech in very rough lines. The artwork was quite good, very vivid. Anyone who'd seen a giant land battle mech could recognize it immediately. It seemed that the Iron Clan's predecessor should be related to interstellar-level ground forces. But then the question arose, how could a giant land battle mech possess the ability to transform the dead? What kind of technology is this? Chapter 18. The Calamity Emperor and His Weak Guards. Under Fong Shan's guidance, everyone arrived at the underground tomb. Fong Shan held a luminous pearl in his right hand. Leading the way, a glimmer of eerie light flickered in Zhou Ping'an's eyes as the environment around him was as bright as day, unaffected in the slightest. Zhang Yang held an oxygen mask, straining his eyes in curiosity as he looked at the surrounding walls, enjoying the authentic experience of exploring a tomb. Lu Qian glanced at the fool beside him, silently activating his gene-based night vision to observe the surroundings, remaining alert for any sudden dangers. The soldiers of the disaster army followed silently behind, their steps disordered, no longer marching in the uniform manner of the plains. The irregularity in their steps was not due to a lack of skill, but rather a distrust in the stability of the native tomb, fearing that marching in formation might cause resonance and trigger unpredictable dangers. Fong Shan reached the entrance of the tomb, touched his chest with his left hand, and felt a sharp pain, quickly retracting his hand with a sorrowful expression. He was seriously injured. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Fong Shan took out the key with his left hand and bit it, unable to resist feeling around other parts of his body to assess his injuries. It was a bad idea to check. Everywhere hurt. It was all ruined, completely ruined. Fong Shan's eyes grew slightly moist. My life is nearing its end. Zhou Ping'an couldn't bear to watch and said with a deadpan expression, "You should give him some spray." There had been some simple treatment before, but this fool had managed to hurt himself again. You should see a neurologist, not a battlefield medic. The captain of the disaster army soldiers was speechless, grabbing Fong Shan's left arm and applying some medical spray. "Don't move your left hand. It's broken. Everything else is fine." Fong Shan hurriedly touched his chest with his right hand and then realized that his chest was fine. It was indeed just his left hand that was broken. He awkwardly smiled. "I was wondering why that hurt so much. It's really amazing. I thought I was done for." After this brief, comedic moment, the atmosphere among the group lightened significantly as they prepared to enter the tomb together. Fong Shan used the key to unlock the tomb, leading everyone into the eerie, cold, and vast burial chamber. A wave of dense necromantic energy rushed toward them, accompanied by the thick stench of decaying corpses. Lu Qian immediately vomited, expelling everything he had eaten that afternoon. It was too foul, too disgusting. Zhang Yang covered his oxygen mask and laughed heartily. Lu Qian, in between gagging, reached out and yanked Zhang Yang's oxygen mask off. Zhang Yang, ooh. Zhou Ping'an glanced back at these two childish individuals with exasperation and tightly held onto his oxygen mask to prevent it from being snatched away. Confirming that the two childish fools were too busy throwing up to pay attention, he shifted his gaze back to the interior of the tomb. The area covered about 2,000 square meters, with numerous necromantic corruption formations etched into the floor. In the center of each formation was a coffin, from which a faint yellow, putrid corpse oil seeped out. The corpse oil slowly dripped down into small grooves that had already been outlined, flowing at a subtle angle toward the central necromantic formation beneath a rusted, silver-green battle mech, providing an endless source of power for a necromantic array with a diameter of 30 meters. Xiaoda's expression changed slightly, quickly hiding behind the Emperor. "It's a corrupted mech. T3 level land combat intelligent mech, capable of adapting to complex environments for combat, possessing strong combat capabilities. The one in front of us is clearly corrupted by some kind of fallen energy. In this environment, humans would definitely be weaker than a T3 level corrupted mech." Swish, swish, swish. The soldiers of the disaster army hurriedly shrank back behind the Calamity Emperor, peeking out from both sides and aiming their guns at the corrupted silver-green rusted mech. Fong Shan quickly explained, No, he's my ancestor. He has a soul. He won't attack recklessly." Lu Qian quickly wiped his mouth, looking at Zhou Ji's cowardly guards in shock and disbelief. "No way. Is this how you protect the Lord?" Zhang Yang, Friedknecht, took out his gravity gun and aimed it ahead, complaining, "Bro, why do your guards seem a bit different?" The guards hurriedly stepped forward to block in front of the two lords, taking out energy shields to form a defensive formation. Zhou Ping'an rolled his eyes and rolled up his sleeves. "Do you think I'm as weak as you? The real emperor, protected by guards in danger. The false emperor, you guys stay back, don't block my line of fire." The powerful calamity emperor and his weak guards. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian exchanged glances and decisively squeezed in a line behind Zhou Ge. Two disaster army soldiers resentfully pushed aside, setting aside identities. The strongest man in the room was indeed Zhou Ge. Zhou Ping'an cast a detection spell, and question marks began to appear above his head. "This is possible?" Zhang Yang leaned in from Zhou Ping'an's left shoulder, curious. "What's wrong, Zhou Ge?" Lu Qian leaned in from Zhou Ping'an's right shoulder, surprised. "What's going on?" Zhou Ping'an released his energy buildup. "It's nothing. Just let Fang Shan go through security." Everyone relaxed their guard, though they still held their weapons and energy shields. Fang Shan couldn't help but take a closer look at the weapons and energy shields, starting to explain. "Yes, we just need to pray to the ancestors. And we can awaken him and soothe him." Zhang Yang teased. "After you awaken him, you won't be trying to kill us, right?" Lu Qian chuckled. "Yeah, in this underground environment, calling a corrupted T3 level land combat intelligent mech everyone's father wouldn't be an exaggeration. Everyone's initial space frigate was only T1 level technology." Fang Shan broke out in a cold sweat. "No, it's that every time we come in, we must pray. Otherwise, the ancestor will go mad." Zhou Ping'an smacked his lips. "Let him go through security. This corrupted mech system stability is poor, and if it doesn't pass security within a certain time frame, it will automatically attack any living being not on its white list. Don't ask why I know so much about poor system stability. Just know that my family's intelligent mech is definitely safe." Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. "I never thought that poor system stability could be resolved by praying to the ancestors." Lu Qian facepalmed, experiencing for the first time what it meant to feel the desolate winds of the wasteland. Fang Shan breathed a sigh of relief, gratefully bowing to Zhou Ping'an, then kneeling thrice, muttering the necromantic prayer as he walked several hundred meters, starting to perform a dance that clearly had ethnic flair. Zhou Ping'an and the others had question marks above their heads, but patiently watched Fang Shan's performance. Soon, a stone box rose from the ground. Fang Shan respectfully knelt before the stone box, reverently taking out an ancient, battle-damaged chip with both hands and walking up to the silver-green rusted mech with a sincere expression. The eye sockets of the silver-green corrupted mech lit up with a dark green glow, and a hoarse electronic voice sounded. "Detection in progress. Descendant of astronaut number 18987. Beep beep." The chip automatically adhered to the silver-green corrupted mech and integrated into it, the head repeatedly sparking as it cycled through, bowing and raising its head. Fang Shan was startled and quickly grabbed a nearby iron staff, striking its head hard. Bang! Complex systems often have simple maintenance methods. The silver-green corrupted mech's movements returned to normal, lowering its head, the dark green glow in its eye sockets locking onto Fang Shan. The state returning to normal. "What is your command, crew member?" Fang Shan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, drew a sign of blessing with his right hand, and began reciting the secret words passed down from his ancestors. Article 1 of the crew manual, obey the captain's orders. Article 2, strictly adhere to the 8-hour work system, with weekends off. Article 3, the dark green glow in the eye sockets of the silver-green, corrupted mech flickered faintly, and the hoarse electronic voice followed. Article 1 of the crew manual, obey the captain's orders. Fang Shan finished reciting the prayer, his mouth dry, wiping the sweat from his forehead, turning back. The prayer is complete. The ancestor has been soothed. My lords, what is wrong with you? Why are there so many pits on the ground? Zhou Ping'an pulled his foot out of the pit, trying to suppress the awkwardness of scratching the floor with his toes. "It's fine. It's great. Can we visit now?" Fang Shan, "We can. But why are there so many pits on the ground?" Zhang Yang sighed deeply. "Don't ask. Asking just makes it awkward." Lu Qian said wistfully, "Once I finish researching T3 level land combat mech technology, I'll make you 10,000 ancestors. You could go live and dance the blessing dance. You'll definitely make a lot of money." This scene was too absurd, too shocking. It would definitely make the audience feel awkward, prompting them to reward the live stream and push it to popularity. If it were me, I would want to donate 20 energy coins to promote it. I definitely can't be the only one feeling awkward about this. Fengshan. Chapter 19. The more dangerous, the better. A few scientists emerged from the group, adjusted their goggles, and rushed to study the bizarre, undead corrupted mech. Fengshan looked at their fervent expressions, his face twitching a couple of times, but ultimately refrained from condemning them for disrespecting their ancestors. After about half an hour, one scientist eagerly ran over to report their findings. The long dance was to test if it would malfunction, and reading the crew manual was a simple check of system stability. If the corrupted mech did not follow the chant, it would prove that the second principle of the system had been irreparably damaged, at which point a destruction command or evacuation would need to be initiated. The second principle of robots: they must obey human commands and cannot violate the first principle. A very primitive but effective solution. Zhou Ping'an looked at the undead, energy-corrupted mech before him, raising an eyebrow. What is going on with this corruption? The level of surface magic civilization couldn't possibly corrupt a T3 level land combat mech. The scientist explained carefully. It's a corpse-eating civilization at the level of an interstellar empire. This land combat mech is suspected to have fought against the enemies of the corpse-eating culture over 2,000 years ago and was eroded by undead energy, resulting in its current state. Fortunately, catalyzed by time, the self-check system of this land combat mech started functioning, and the energy from the bodies of these astronauts' descendants could wear down the foreign undead energy, forming a special mech technology. At the same time, it could also transform the deceased, turning them into a servant army. The transformation limit depends on the system's operational capacity. However, if restrictions were lifted, it could create an unlimited and uncontrollable army of the dead. The scientist paused and added, if we crack this technology, we could obtain the undead corrupted mech technology. All we need is a T2 level undead corrupted mech. Throw it on a primitive civilization's planet, and in about 15 years, we could acquire a pristine planet and a civilization of loyal undead subjects. From a certain perspective, this is also a type of civilization core technology for lower replacements. Zhou Ping'an pondered for a moment, turned his head, and asked seriously, do you know about this? Fengshan was taken aback. What matter? I don't understand what you're talking about. Zhou Ping'an. The probability that your T3 level corrupted ancestor could turn all living beings on the continent into undead. The only factor preventing it from going mad is that battle-damaged ancient chip. Fengshan stammered, impossible. I've seen the family tree. The ancestor puppets have never had issues. Zhou Ping'an sighed, pulling him over to the silver-green corrupted mech that was being inspected, circling around it, and stopping at the back, pointing at a series of stripes. Let me translate this for you. This thing has a shelf life of 1,000 years, and it has at least been expired for over 1,000 years. Although you've slowed this process with undead magic, its system, or what you understand as the soul, is about to collapse. It's just lived long, not that it has eternal life. Every time you activate the self-check system, it gets one step closer to madness and death. That thumbnail size thing is the only thing preventing it from collapsing. However, I think you know what is going on with that thing. Fengshan smiled bitterly, but, according to the family tree, the number of times the ancestor needs to be awakened with ceremonial vessels is increasing. Long ago, the ancestor didn't need to be awakened by forcefully knocking on the head with ceremonial vessels. Zhou Ping'an clicked his tongue. So, in every city of your Iron Clan, there is such a dangerous item that could turn hundreds of thousands of living beings into undead at any moment? Fengshan stammered, yes. Zhang Yangguspet, realizing a critical issue. Wait, don't tell me every big clan here has heirlooms passed down from ancestors? Fengshan obediently nodded. Yes. Every ancient noble has their ancient treasures. Our Iron Clan has ancestor puppets. Lucian hurriedly asked Sister Xiao Li for local intelligence about the central continent. Stunned, the Empire and the Church are tied for first, followed by kingdoms, principalities, and vassal states. Your Iron Clan is a major clan in the vassal state of Luo Kingdom. You mean every major clan has a T3 level technological dangerous item under there, or even higher technological dangerous items? Zhou Ping'an slapped his forehead. Alert the Alliance. Tell them not to let the natives easily activate their heirlooms. Tomb raiding is risky, and research needs caution. This is something that can only be safely observed if someone is guiding the way. If there's trouble without the natives passing security checks, I can't even imagine how spectacular that scene would be. Just a reminder, the scientific goal of this assessment is merely to complete T1 level research technology. T1 level research technology is enough for ordinary civilizations to escape gravity and venture into space, flying to another star system. The expiration of T3 level corrupted mechs generally indicates a gradual decline in system stability, all restrictions beginning to lift, eventually culminating in the most brilliant fireworks before scrap. The quality of T3 level creations is always trustworthy. Even if they go mad, their quality remains very reliable. Fang Shan weakly raised his hand. I heard there are still over 1,000 ancestor puppets with the main house. The scene fell silent. Zhou Ping'an said softly, alert the director team and see what they say. Zhang Yang, frightened, raised his wristwatch to call for help. Over 1,000 expired T3 corrupted mechs. If something goes wrong, I can't even imagine how beautiful that scene would be. Lu Qian sighed. Damn, it's a miracle your world can operate so stably. Leaving aside the demon disasters, every major clan has a dangerous item that could take away all surface life beneath them, and they're using the most ignorant methods to maintain them. After a while, Zhou Ping'an, Zhang Yang, and Lu Qian's wristwatches receive a message. Director team, the trial continues. Assessment time limit lifted. Local native contact precautions 1.0 provided by Chief Scientist Su Li of the Disaster Wolf Empire. Zhou Ping'an said softly, I guess the director team only knows that this planet has a good environment, has demon disasters, former light-speed civilizations, and is suitable for trials. They definitely don't know about the dangerous technology hidden underground. If the director team knew about this, they wouldn't arrange the trials here. This is serious. Running technology is not as good as archaeology and tomb raiding. Lifting the time limit is also a way to free the Lord's hands and feet. In a sense, this is a super benefit. Zhang Yang was sweating. What do we do now, Brother Zhou? Lu Qian was nervously anxious. Cracking T3 level technology requires a lot of computing power. It would take at least many years. This is still based on the foundation of the Great Xia Empire's research library. It's not that the Great Xia Empire's research library is inadequate, but the Lord's research computing power is limited and their acceptance and cracking speed are constrained. Zhou Ping'an stroked his chin, looking at the T3 level corrupted mech, his expression subtle. What do you think? If I swap out a chip and throw out the entire overload mode, would it be very useful? A silence fell. A deathly silence. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. But how do you stop it? The quality of T3 is very reliable. How do you halt the overload? Also, isn't your idea too dangerous? Lu Qian said softly. There's no need to stop. Just keep increasing the overclocking. In a sense, this also counts as resolving the dangerous item. Secondly, Brother Zhou, why do your ideas always seem so war criminal-like? Zhou Ping'an thought more and more that it was feasible, his eyes growing brighter, and he clenched his fist, striking his palm. Reducing costs through overclocking also applies to mechs. It doesn't need to be safe and reliable. It just needs to be delivered to enemy territory and thrown down to automatically activate. The more expired, the more dangerous. The better the effect will be when it's used. Who says the mech system must be safe? The more dangerous, the better it works. Fang Shan gradually understood the current situation of the ancestral puppets and the fate they were about to face under the popular science of the scientist beside him. Fang Shan's face flushed with excitement. No way. My ancestors followed the ancestral puppets. You're robbing my ancestors. The scientist looked at Zhou Ping'an, seeking his opinion. This statement did have some merit. How were they supposed to deal with these corrupted, undead ancestors modified by mecha? Zhou Ping'an glanced at these poorly modified undead. Raise an eyebrow. Set off C4. Evacuate the area. Once the corrupted mecha is moved, the undead will erupt sooner or later. It must be dealt with quickly. We can't just sit back and watch a disaster of undead, can we? Outside the Iron Clan castle, Fang Shan was screaming and crying, held down tightly by 2 disaster army soldiers. The other Iron Clan members were firmly blocked outside the warning line, constantly cursing with civilized words like born without an anus. And some even attempted to break through by force, but were suppressed and unable to move, under the watch of countless Iron Clan members crying and cursing. The bodyguard, Xiao, depressed the activation button. Boom! The underground tomb exploded completely, fireballs tearing through the ground and soaring into the sky, with countless waves of earth flying in all directions, crashing down within the warning line, a surge of dust pressing outward. Zhou Pingyan stood beside the horse Fang Shan, sighing. Your ancestor is blown up. Fang Shan knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Destruction value 111. Wang Chuan rubbed his forehead. Lord Zhou, your words are too devilish. In reality, if the situation were explained, the Iron Clan would likely understand rationally. Of course, this didn't stop the Iron Clan from emotionally expressing their talents after seeing their ancestors blown up. Xiao depressed his earpiece, listened for a moment, and turned to report to the Disaster Emperor. Your Majesty, our act of blowing up their ancestors has been communicated to the Iron Clan's main lineage through some kind of magical communication. Zhou Pingyan blinked, and then? Zhang Yang said gloomily. Then they'll find ways to come and fight us. After all, their ancestral grave was blown up. Could they still maintain a calm mood to come and chat with you? Lu Qian trembled. Bro, that's a T3 level ground combat mecha. How are we going to fight it? That's expired goods. Very difficult to deal with. Zhou Pingyan smiled calmly. The mountain man has his own clever plans. At the core base research institute of the Disaster Wolf Empire, Chief Scientist Xiao Li pointed at herself, astonished. Me? You want me to make 1,000 sets of universal mecha overclocking modules? The projection displayed Zhou Pingyan's awkward smile. Here, you're the only one capable of that. Most scientists are T1 level, with very few at T2 level, and only Chief Scientist Xiao Li is T3 level. Xiao Li was shaking with anger. Your Majesty, I am the Chief Scientist, not a production team donkey. Zhou Pingyan looked to the sky. You can't expect me to fight T3 corrupted mecha, can you? Theoretically, I could do it. But where does the Emperor go to be a miserable ox on the battlefield? Xiao Li's eyes were resentful. I'll rush to work, and I'll arrange another batch of Transformer soldiers and aerial battleships. They can play a role in this. The power transmission network has been completed, and we're researching T1 level small phase disintegration cannons. Please gather destruction value quickly to speed up research. Small phase disintegration cannon. 100 shield penetration, 100 armor penetration. Very suitable for attacking mecha and small warships. And destruction value can increase research progress. Zhou Pingyan shrugged. Don't worry, my efficiency is top-notch. Zhou Pingyan sat in the newly built base fortress, flipping through the electronic report and helplessly said, the Iron Clan has really gone mad, launching so many suicide attacks. Wang Chuan said gloomily, for hundreds of years, you're the first person to blow up someone else's ancestral grave. It's so explosive, both in terms of reason and physics. Zhang Yang complained, I don't think it was the Iron Clan that initiated it. It's more likely spontaneous. Lu Qian lay on the table, exhausted. In just this week, I've been overwhelmed by various emergencies. In just a week during this time, Zhou Pingyan was busy cracking T3 undead corrupted mecha, researching weaknesses and corresponding countermeasures, with considerable success. Zhang Yang was busy with infrastructure and defense works for everyone's territories. Lu Qian, on the other hand, was in a dire situation, personally responsible for security and war defense work, overwhelmed with work. Enemies were invincible on the ground. All right, enemies from the sky came with magical flying ships. He hurriedly set up the air defense system. Enemies came from the ground. Lu Qian was overwhelmed. This fact proved that blowing up someone else's ancestral grave indeed raises others' blood pressure and hatred to the maximum. Fortunately, the production capacity of the three lords was not weak, increasing thousands of soldiers daily, and they had already completely controlled the area. Zhou Pingyan finished browsing the last report, yawned lazily. It's been 7 or 8 days. Where are the Iron Clan's coalition forces? Xiao Li stood beside him with a folder, reporting, the Vanguard army has arrived here, but due to our multi-front operations, the enemy's forces are relatively dispersed, not many. Scanning shows that 10 T3 corrupted ground combat mechas are being transported here. because of the strong transport and deployment speed. Chief Commander Xiao Li ordered all ground forces to be deployed simultaneously to begin takeover operations. The Iron Clan wanted to eliminate the enemies who blew up their ancestral graves. But upon learning of the widespread situation, they could only grit their teeth and deal with it, sending out 10 corrupted undead ground combat mechas to eliminate the Furnace City rebels. Zhou Pingyan stroked his chin. 10 units. That pressure is much smaller. I can pass through without injury if I take it seriously. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian looked over in admiration. Bro, how can you pass through without injury? Please teach us. This was the secret to passing through T3 level ground combat intelligent mechas without injury. They had to listen. Zhou Pingyan raised his hand, pointing at Zhang Yang and Lu Qian. Zhang Yang's smile gradually froze, incredulously pointing at himself. Me? Lu Qian's eyes widened, once again feeling Zhou Pingyan's terrifying and shameless moral bottom line, screaming. Both of us? Zhou Pingyan laughed. You two are both graduates from prestigious universities. You can't possibly fail the T3 mecha driving course, can you? Theoretically, any high-achieving graduate from the Lord system could be casually placed in many common positions as oxen and horses. The mecha driving course, this is a man's romance. You two can't possibly be low scorers. Zhang Yang held his head with both hands, excitedly shouting. How the hell? Is this a no-damage run? Lu Qian excitedly complained. Brother Zhou, do you really have a conscience? Just because a person can withstand -14, 2 degrees Celsius, doesn't T mean a normal person would willingly run around naked in the ice and snow? Zhou Pingyan shrugged. You just say if I'm passing through without injury. Zhang Yang's face turned red, speechless. Lu Qian was in tears. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have signed the Oxor's contract. Zhou Pingyan laughed heartily. I'm not teasing you two anymore. The T1 small-phase disintegration cannon has already been installed on the overclocked mecha. And I've also worked out a set of algorithms specifically targeting T3 corrupted mecha. If you two want to join the fun, you can go. If not, just stand by and watch. During this time, after Lu Qian's hard work in defense and busyness, he had already absorbed enough destruction value to craft the disintegration cannon that counters mecha, along with overclocking devices and counter algorithms. It was just right to test the effect on these 10 T3 corrupted undead mechas. Destruction value, obtained through any means of destruction of order, such as combat, destruction, and war. Eating is also included, as it destroys the order of food itself, making it more chaotic. The most powerful rules often have the simplest applications. Zhou Pingyan hummed a little tune happily, noticing a disaster system report panel popping up in his view that only he could see. Phase reward Catastrophe Emperor's ideology. Your thoughts chant in the minds of all Catastrophe subjects, and all Catastrophe subjects have limitless fervor and admiration for you. We have heard the voice of the Emperor. Your subject can establish a soul network for high-efficiency thought exchange without delay, upload and download core data, and more. As long as one person survives, all fallen members can be revived. 1. Unlimited revivals, but requires resource consumption. 2. Instant sharing of all research progress. All idle brain power of subjects can be shared to assist in any project on the Soul Network. 3. A series of detailed explanations and usage plans are listed below. But by scrolling down, new explanations can be seen. Zhou Pingyan closed the window, slightly stunned. Could it be that I also possess the demeanor of the great Xia Emperor? Each of these abilities alone would be enough to elevate an ordinary civilization into a super empire of the Star Sea. Zhang Yang blinked. Bro, what's wrong? Zhou Pingyan looked at the silly Yang and said earnestly, I look forward to the day you tell me. It's getting cold, bro. Let me drape a yellow robe over you. You could be considered a contributor to the dragon's rise. Zhang Yang, Lu Qian. The two were puzzled, but didn't think much of it. It's normal for Brother Zhou to have an unhinged mind. Saying a few crazy things isn't a big deal. You should be grateful he is not out doing crazy things. Who would have thought he would fall ill right after releasing a book? Sai, I need gifts. Chief, your mother has exploded. Fang Chuan looked at the person kneeling on the ground reporting, veins bulging on his forehead. What did you just say? Your mother has exploded. Fang Chuan suppressed his anger. What do you mean, my mother has exploded? Chief, isn't your mother buried at the Furnace City branch? Didn't your father move the grave over to be with your mother? Fang Chuan's face gradually turned pale. Is there something wrong with the ancestral grave? Did the ancestor's puppet go berserk? The guard's expression stiffened. Not exactly. Fong Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest. Why do you speak so breathlessly? Can you finish in one go? The guard gathered his thoughts and steeled himself. The ancestor's puppet and the ancestral grave in Furnace City were both blown up, and the enemy has already occupied Furnace City. Not only has your mother exploded, but your father has exploded too. Your grandfather has exploded. The entire family grave has exploded. Black armored troops, appearing from various places, are taking over in the name of the royal family. Fong Chuan, the ancient clan leader of the Iron Tribe, became so furious that his blood pressure skyrocketed to 250, cursing that shameless enemy. After the rage, learning of the mysteriously appearing black armored troops from the royal family almost gave him a heart attack. Elders from the Elder Hall rushed to the clan leader's study, not bothering with details, biting the bullet to wake up 10 ancestor puppets to suppress Furnace City and see if they could still save the clan leader and everyone's mother. Along the way, they would kill all the oblivious enemies. Although there are main and branch lines, everyone is related, and many people's uncles, aunts, mothers, and cousins have also exploded, causing blood pressure to rise even higher. The Vanguard Army, though hurriedly set out, did not skip any necessary procedures. They set up camp 10 kilometers outside Furnace City, carefully scouting multiple times for intelligence before convening everyone to discuss. The Vanguard leader frowned, pointing at the sand table. The situation is very strange. The enemy is continuously increasing their peripheral forces, clearly aware of our arrival. Just not where we are. Their battle armor is very advanced, somewhat resembling the equipment of the Empire's elite legions. Do you think it's possible that the Empire has intervened? That doesn't make sense. We Iron Tribe are also ancient nobles. How could they violate the ancestors' secret order and attack us? Not to mention the ancestral laws, just in terms of ancient treasures. Our Iron Tribe's strength is not weak. Which ancient noble would be crazy enough to attack us? The leader tapped the table, and the tent fell silent. Regardless, the ancestral grave has indeed been blown up. We must use the most brutal plan to strike back to honor our ancestors. However, once we activate the ancestor puppet, the issue of the undead servant army will be hard to conceal. The atmosphere in the room slightly stiffened. Although the Iron Tribe has ancestor puppets, everyone knows that once this thing is brought to light, the Iron Tribe will surely be exposed. What kind of good person would turn their ancestors into undead puppets? The Vanguard leader helplessly said, "The enemy is powerful, and ordinary means may not suffice. Let's first let the undead servant army test the waters. After confirming the intelligence, we can awaken the ancestors for battle. We'll launch the attack at night." Everyone looked at each other, reluctantly accepting this decision. At night, Zhou Pingyan and others were called to the city wall by Chief Commander Shaoli. Shaoli adjusted her non-prescription glasses. They have awakened the T3 corrupted mechs, but have not activated the attack module. Instead, they're using the undead servant army to test the waters. Zhou Pingyan leaned against the city wall, smiling. "Fong Shan, what do you think of this matter?" Fong Shan's face was ashen, unwilling to speak much. There were clearly better handling options, but you chose the most explosive method. If you had just gone with cremation, I would have accepted it. Wang Chuan helplessly chimed in. "Old Fong, understand that your ancestor puppet indeed has issues. If those undead go berserk, it will definitely lead to calamity. Higher tier undead, although they have many cerebral issues, have deeply ingrained instincts for hunting and combat, making them extremely dangerous monsters for untrained living people." Fong Shan suppressed the anger of having his grandfather blown up, his face pale. At night, the undead will have greater combat power, and their minds will be clearer. If you reason with them, you might be able to avoid this war. Zhou Pingyan smiled. "All right, if we can avoid it, we will. Although I'm an early war type, I know the highest principle of not waging war unless necessary. Of course, if it can't be avoided, we can only consider how to maximize the annihilation of the enemy's lineage." During the conversation, everyone felt a chill breeze sweep in, and a strange murmuring seemed to echo in the air. In the mountains and fields several kilometers away, pairs of green ghostly flames lit up, rhythmically approaching. Crackle, crackle. The faint sound of bones clashing flew into everyone's ears along with the chilling wind. Zhang Yang's mo Bloodshed, unable to resist urging his personal guard to move closer to him to feel the warmth of humanity. No wonder those who fight against the undead for too long develop psychological issues. Seeing this kind of scene too often, anyone would go mad. Lu Qin was not afraid, but frowned, summoning his intelligent armor to wear and gripping the latest model laser gun, significantly boosting his sense of security. Fear often comes from insufficient firepower. Zhou Pingyan leaned against the city wall, watching the wave of undead approaching in the distance, his eyes calm. Negotiation is an art built on the edge of a sword. Replace all the shells with righteous energy types. If they refuse to negotiate, then blow them up. Swish. The righteous energy cannonball, a type of projectile with a strong restraint against evil attributes, shot out of the cannon barrel in an instant under the rapid explosion of gunpowder, tracing an elegant and powerful arc through the air before smashing heavily into the front of the undead servant army. Boom! In an instant, dozens of righteous energy cannonballs exploded upon hitting the ground, sending up soil waves over 10 meters high, burying many of the undead servant army's vanguard and forcing them to eat a mouthful of dirt. The undead looked at the white light flickering in the big pit, feeling a slight sting on their skin, and roared in disgust and unease, stopping in their tracks to await their leader's command. Although they were all Iron Clan undead and had decent base salaries, there was no need to recklessly engage with what seemed to be light attribute projectiles to prove their loyalty to the family. They were here to find their ancestral grave, not to enter it. The leader of the Iron Clan vanguard, riding a rhinoceros beast, stood behind the undead servant army, his face heavy as he watched the extra cannons on the city wall. The projectiles used by the enemy were not light attribute, but similar enough to restrain the undead. This was not good news. Suddenly, a thick beam of light enveloped him. The vanguard leader's face turned green in an instant, scared out of his wits. He activated all his fighting spirit and desperately leaped off the rhinoceros, diving behind a hillside, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing to his throat. Looking back, he realized that the rhinoceros mount was not in trouble. It was just trembling in fear. Xiaoyang, does your spotlight and searchlight work? Why are you shining it on that cow? Brother Zhou, you can call me trash, but you can't doubt my defensive reconnaissance skills. Sister Shaoli, replay it. Play it back. On the city wall, Zhou Pingyan floated beside a loudspeaker in flying mode, cheerfully reviewing the battlefield replay and teasing. Wow, it really is. But the opponent's evasion speed is quite fast. You didn't keep up. He had seen it too, but his little brother's skills were somewhat impressive, but not completely so. The technology that accurately locks onto enemy positions on the battlefield still has real substance. Zangyanloket embaraset ahem. The dynamic locking technology hasn't fully come out yet. It will be fine once it does. Zhou Pingyan smiled and optimized the algorithm for the searchlight. The upgraded searchlight obediently locked onto the hillside. Zhou Pingyan tapped the loudspeaker and a clear, gentle young voice rang out. Hey, that guy. Are you sure you want to be our enemy? Stop hiding. This is just a lighting spell, not an attack spell. The battlefield fell silent for a while. A middle-aged man wearing special Iron Clan full-body armor stood up from the hillside, looking gray and clearly a bit disheveled. The vanguard leader pondered for a moment and used his fighting spirit. You have desecrated my family's ancestral grave. This enmity is irreconcilable. My clan will publicize this and let the world know of your shameless acts. Zhou Pingyan laughed, leaning against the city wall, for the first time feeling the joy of bantering, grinning widely. Your ancestors' puppets are almost rotten. Are you not afraid of the undead calamity erupting beneath you while you bite back at me? Destruction value 111. Zhou Pingyan was even more amused, clearly having hit a nerve. The vanguard leader's face darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? My clan's ancestors are eternal and immortal. The glory of our ancestors is not something occultist like you can comprehend. Zhou Pingyan licked his lips, his smile kind, afraid that revealing the truth will lead to a collapse of faith within your clan. Do you worship a group of puppets? Or do you honor the ancestors who once feared no danger? During this time, he had learned about the general history of the Iron Clan through various channels. Their ancestors had once been glorious and brilliant, which is why they left behind precious resources and wealth for the Iron Clan to continue to this day. However, the Iron Clan's ancestral puppets had rusted, and their faith showed signs of rust as well. The legacy of a former superluminal civilization had now been completely assimilated by the natives, losing the pride of being children of the starry sky. Sad and lamentable. The vanguard leader was momentarily stunned, but instinctively retorted, "Utter nonsense. I do not need to speak of ancestral glory with you, demon. I will eliminate you and make you witness my clan's indomitable will. Attack!" The vanguard leader turned his back to his clan, and his masked face showed a moment of hesitation, quickly covered by determination. Zhou Ping'an laughed heartily. All right, soldiers, follow me to slay the enemy." With that, Zhou Ping'an jumped off the city wall, gliding through the air, radiating pure white light, showcasing the depth of a righteous energy master, conjuring a sword of steel and laughing wildly. "Then I, this demon, will play with you." As he landed, the white light spread around him, enveloping the nearby warriors and weapons, granting them a faint layer of righteous energy light. On the city wall, Zhang Yang excitedly slapped the wall, shouting, "Righteous energy domain!" Lu Qian was dumbfounded. "Holy crap, Brother Zhou, aren't you a villain?" Chief Commander Xiao Li smiled faintly. "This is the value of an all-round lord." In just a few moments, the Calamity Emperor had already flashed into the undead army, wreaking havoc. The soldiers of the Disaster Army had just jumped down from the city wall onto the ground, switched to melee weapons, and shouted for the Emperor as they charged. A group of black-armored soldiers cloaked in white light jumped down from the city wall like dumplings, fervently following the Emperor into battle. With the support of the righteous energy domain from the Calamity Emperor, although the soldiers of the Disaster Army were of lower rank than the undead army, they fully demonstrated what it meant to be able to make countless mistakes while the higher-ranked opponents could only afford to make one. The sword of steel effortlessly cleaved through the skeletal general who was 2 ranks higher than itself. Knowledge is power. Righteous energy restrains the undead. The super genius cultivation method of the righteous energy from the great Xia Empire of the Star Sea has a foundational rank far above that of these natives. The Calamity Emperor laughed heartily, killing with great pleasure, each strike a fatal blow. As he maneuvered, a group of undead fell around him. The vanguard leader, furious, stepped in front of Zhou Ping'an, his eyes reddening. "Enough! Stop, or I will awaken the ancestral puppets." If he continued to kill, even the ancestors would not be able to be preserved. Zhou Ping'an laughed heartily, casually raising his sword to block the attack. "Your ancestors are broken, ha ha." The vanguard leader's face twisted in rage. "Awakening the ancestors means no life, no death, foreigner. You are seeking your own demise. Awaken the ancestors." With a command, 10 pairs of massive dark green eyes lit up in the back, staring intently at the Calamity Emperor charging at the forefront. Zhou Ping'an casually grabbed a nearby, devouring black-armored soldier, signaling with his eyes, then threw it towards the massive silver Greenland warfare intelligent mech 2,000 meters away. Bang! Just getting close. A black-green laser evaporated the devouring black-armored soldier, who had just switched its entire exterior armor to tank defense mode. Thud, 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 thud. The dark green eye sockets, 2,000 meters away, grew larger, the footsteps becoming increasingly heavy, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Zhou Ping'an uploaded the soldier's injury data to the Soul Network, licking his lips, interesting the giant combat mode. T3 level land combat mechs can load multiple modes, the most common being the land combat mode, transforming into Giant Titan mech, an intelligent mech over 100 meters tall, capable of easily unleashing terrifying attacks that could destroy cities. The vanguard leader's expression brightened, mocking, "You don't understand the glory of the ancestors at all, foreigner." Zhou Ping'an smiled and waved. "Do you have a T3 mech driver's license?" The vanguard leader was taken aback. "What?" Zhou Ping'an laughed so hard that he was almost in tears. "Let me explain. If an intelligent combat mech has no driver, it can only exert 40 to 50 of its power. 4 giant mechs like this, although they can be operated by a single person, in most cases they require a driver and multiple support personnel to function fully. If it's a special operation mode, I still have to consider how many frigates to blow up to disable your fire control system. En mode Titan combat mode. Haha, what a magical operation. Just because it's big doesn't mean it's strong." On the city wall, Zhang Yang excitedly shouted. Aim for the core area, blow it up for me. At this moment, the charm of intellectual and educational superiority was evident. Zhou Pingyan had fought countless wars, accustomed to doing precise homework, and always prepared for contingencies. This time he followed the process, calculating all factors, but he forgot that the natives could do this. After dealing with normal lords for so long, he forgot that there were also academic underachievers in this world. The ambush frigates, well prepared, under the support of the warlord Lu Qian, accurately bombarded the shoulders, arms, chest, and abdomen, the four core areas of the T3 Titan mech. Equipped with counter algorithms and small phase disintegration cannons, the frigates acted like precise surgical instruments, repeatedly scraping the weapon zones and core areas of the T3 Titan mech, elegantly draining its shields. The Vanguard leader stopped, watching as those new magical ships futilely scraped the ancestral puppet, laughing until his stomach hurt. You can't possibly expect these little ships to breach the ancestral defenses. Can you? You'll never succeed in a lifetime. You're not ancient sky nobles, ha. Zhou Pingyan stroked his chin, his expression calm. You don't understand at all the value of a T3 mech driver S license. On one of the frigates in the sky, there was a warlord named Lu Qian, whose talent was the War Frenzy artifact. One of its abilities was to massively amplify all output and attack speed of allies for a short time. Lu Qian seized a 0.1 second opportunity, ordering all frigates to fire at the shoulder of the Titan mech, directly causing an overload in that area. In the next moment, the T3 driver Lu Qian teleported to the overloaded area, his body flickering with lightning, his eyes turning blue, raising the accompanying artifact hammer and roaring as he smashed down. Boom! The left shoulder of the Titan mech exploded violently, and a blue figure flew out of the firestorm, quickly circling to the right arm of the Titan mech, ordering another barrage. The precise and elegant frigates, like surgical instruments, targeted the weapon area on the shoulder with the disintegration beams, allowing the warlord to fully exploit his destructive advantage. Seeing an internal passage appear, Lu Qian dashed inside, charging towards the internal energy chamber while holding the overload module. The upper body of the Titan mech exploded, staggering as it tried to pull out the bugs inside, when suddenly its movements halted and its chest exploded directly, a terrifying wave of corrupt energy shooting towards the sky, toppling backward. The Vanguard leader stared blankly at the fallen ancestral puppet, his expression dazed. How is this possible? Zhou Pingyan crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. Truly worthy of a T3 mech. Only a warlord can risk everything to take it down. The counter algorithms, small phase disintegration cannons, frigates, combined with disaster and warlord amplifications, and fully equipped soul network computing power created the opportunity for overload and to break the defenses of the ascendant warlord. Of course, the most important thing was that the opponent cooperated, actually leaving such a large flaw. If it were a warlord with a lower education, they wouldn't have been able to seize the opportunity to overload such an outdated mech area. It felt like a young genius boxer defeating an old man. The Vanguard leader's eyes turned red, quickly retreating a distance, slapping his chest and shouting in the ancestral language. Special Operation Mode. Decapitate. In the distance, all T3 Titan mechs rapidly switched modes, their forms shrinking quickly, in the blink of an eye transitioning to a 3-meter-high Special Operation Mode, with 9 pairs of dark green eye sockets locking onto the enemy leader in the center of the battlefield. Lu Qian hurriedly dove over, shouting, "Big brother, be careful." Zhou Pingyan's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes turning playful. Decapitate. Me? The surrounding disaster warriors felt the imperial aura change, scrambling away at the fastest speed of their lives from the area where the Emperor was located. In the Soul Network, veterans quickly explained their Emperor's combat style. The new recruits read the data and ran even faster. Don't obstruct the Emperor's output space. The Emperor's output is extremely powerful, meaning indiscriminate destruction of friend and foe alike. The Emperor doesn't need protection. The Emperor can survive better than you. The speed of the T3 mechs was astonishing. In the previous second, they were fighting 2,000 meters away. In the next second, They appeared right in front of the Disaster Emperor. 9 laser decapitation blades slashed toward the Disaster Emperor, cutting through the air and leaving behind scorching afterimages. Bang! The T3 light blue dynamic energy shield blocked all attacks. To clarify, the initialization configuration required is for the territory, not the Lord, and does not include the Lord's built-in equipment. The 9 laser decapitation blades and the light blue dynamic energy shield collided violently, with both sides' energy rapidly clashing. A pair of fair hands emerged from the dynamic energy shield, grabbing the laser decapitation blades barehanded. The energy consumption of the laser decapitation blades instantly reached maximum load. In a dazzling glow, the fair hands were enveloped in purple patterns from the Void Realm, the fingers tightening slightly. Crack! Boom! 2 laser decapitation blades instantly broke and exploded, sending 2 T3 corrupt land battle mechs flying. The eyes of all T3 corrupt intelligent land battle mechs instantly turned blood red. Danger! Virtual realm detected. Danger! Danger! Virtual realm. Danger! Retreat! Take the commander away. The 2 blasted corrupt land mechs flew directly to the side of the Vanguard leader, creating a temporary energy armor for him and grabbing him to retreat rapidly. The light blue dynamic energy shield turned purple, revealing its true form. Theoretically, a T3 single dynamic energy shield cannot block the laser decapitation blades of T3 land battle mechs, but the T3 virtual realm shield can. 7 T3 corrupt mechs emitted shockwaves to temporarily halt the actions of the Disaster Emperor, 5 of them quickly retreating, each grabbing one of their high-ranking members to escape. TSK. They run really fast. The purple hand of the Disaster Emperor, Zhou Pingyan, withdrew from the sparking head of the 2 corrupt mechs, holding a brain chip the size of a fingernail in his palm. He uploaded the chip data, applying a bit of pressure to crush the smart chip. The 2 corrupt mechs collapsed helplessly to the ground, having lost their smart chips, akin to humans losing their brains. Zhang Yang flew over in his battle armor, not daring to get close, clicking his tongue. Bro, is this the virtual realm itself? Just pulling it out and using it? Not even breaking it down first? Virtual realm energy is extremely dangerous. The normal practice is to break it down or filter it, only absorbing the small amount of safe energy for use. Brother Zhou's operation clearly shows a direct extraction and use, very powerful. Lu Qian landed, also not daring to get close, fearing he would be assimilated into particles by the virtual realm energy, looking both surprised and helpless. The T3 smart brain is too clever. Once it senses something is wrong, it retreats. Our frigates aren't fast enough to catch up with them. Although we cleverly breached the defenses of the T3 mech, the panel data indeed shows a gap. At this moment, pursuing would easily lead to a counter-ambush. Zhou Pingyan smiled playfully. No rush. Let us bring out the T1 army technology. Time is the most powerful weapon of the Lords. Bro, then I'll run the frigate technology and I'll command personally. Aye aye. I'll run the fire control system. Zhou Pingyan lifted his chin, indicating, don't waste these 3 machines. Take them back to reduce costs and overclock them, installing overload chips. Including the original one, there are a total of 4 corrupted mechs, enough to dismantle into 40 overclocked self-destructing mechs. I don't believe their mechs can withstand the self-detonation of overclocked mechs of the same level. Set the bowl, it's time to beg. Chapter 24. The Transformers warriors are about to attack the city. Battle data has been analyzed, and we have optimized the algorithm for the disintegration cannon. Whether it's a blitzkrieg or a prolonged battle, we will have an absolute advantage. Zhang Yang curiously asked, Sister Xiaoli, how do we have an absolute advantage? There are 2 major technological eras missing in between. T1 has just barely left the starry sky, while T3 is an interstellar empire that dominates several star systems. Lu Qian silently complained, the absolute advantage in Blitzkrieg is because both Brother Zhou and I can eliminate T3 corrupted mechs. The absolute advantage in prolonged battle is because where can a bunch of indigenous civilizations get T3 level energy to power the mechs? Each time they fight, their energy decreases a little. No matter how powerful the T3 energy engine is, it still requires T3 level rare crystals, explosive particles, or active metals for energy supply. Yes, T3 technology has considered harsh conditions and has backup charging methods, such as solar energy and geothermal energy. But can you guess why they're backup methods? To put it simply, eating tree bark can prevent you from starving, but if you keep eating it, you'll definitely end up starving. Zhou Pingyan glanced at the report from the War Alliance and clicked his tongue. Everyone's quality is really good. They quickly identified the key issue and are formulating targeted plans. The vast majority of warlords have mech driving licenses, and some have even obtained T7 or even T8 mech driving licenses. For them, piloting a T1 assault mech to fight T3 mechs is as simple as playing a Souls-like game. As long as they dodge all attacks throughout the process, they can take down the T3 corrupted mechs. The difficulty is equivalent to, this is attack, this is defense, this is dodge, alright, this is digga, go ahead, and good luck getting it done in one go. They just need to survive for 3 minutes and avoid digga's ultimate move. It's not that hard, and I believe you can do it. In the short term, most lords quickly abandoned early battle tactics and began to consider collaborating with the locals, engaging in religion, infiltration, etc., to see if they could obtain T3 technology. It's definitely not because they are afraid of not being able to defeat the natives. The new regulations of the Great Xia Lord Alliance have been issued, stating that everyone must not eliminate any compatriots and must unite to withstand the frenzy of the natives during this trial. Everyone fully embraces the tactical principle of survival and development. Being high profile is impossible. They must develop low-key. Here, not being high profile means not initiating a full-scale war on the continent at the start. Not that they won T-fight. Zhang Yang leaned over to take a look and chuckled. Everything is steadily improving. Lu Qian retorted, steadily improving my ass. We're walking on a tightrope now. If someone doesn't T-operate properly, we'll all go down together. In high-level matches, sometimes it's not about who's awesome, but who makes the first mistake. Zhou Pingyan shrugged. Calm down. Even if something goes wrong, I could just pull the L6 planet into the virtual realm for purification. Zhang Yang said gloomily, I think, Brother Zhou, you're the root of the problem. Everyone just wants to earn some points and compete for territory and resources, but you want to send everyone straight to the next life. Chief Governor Xiaoli said calmly, the demon disaster is still under investigation, and the Iron Tribe's intelligence is still being collected. The current main task remains the T3 corrupted mechs and the Divine Network. Zhou Pingyan stroked his chin. First, we need to run out the T1 ground combat and mech technology, install the phase disintegration cannon, and then we can let the Transformers Disaster Army combat the corrupted mechs to solve the local combat issue. Our army has extensive experience in extreme operations. As long as we engage, obtaining T3 corrupted mech technology is not a problem. Zhou Pingyan checked the time. Once these are out, you all run the nuclear bomb. This thing is enough to flip the table. Zhang Yang was surprised. Isn't that not enough? T1 nuclear bombs don't pose a threat to T3 mechs. I understand the small, phased disintegration cannon. It's used to counter mechs. Nuclear bombs don't counter mechs. Zhou Pingyan, we don't need to blow up the mechs. We just need to blow up the indigenous nobles. Zhang Yang, I said following Brother Zhou can teach me something useful. In the first month, Zhou Pingyan, along with the two, ran out the initial technologies and also built the core base and frontline base structures. This was purely due to the support of the Soul Network, with research computing power overflowing, completed in just a month. Under normal operations, it would take at least 3 to 7 years. Most areas of the Kingdom of Luo have nominally been reincorporated under the banner of the Disaster Wolf Empire. Of course, this is nominal. At the root, the nobles of the Kingdom of Luo are all hoping that the ancient noble Iron Tribe can rise up to resist. Everyone is watching the attitude of the Iron Tribe. The royal family has already knelt down. They can no longer be relied upon. Zhou Pingyan chose to go out for a trip, bringing a group of people to the Iron Tribe's main city, the city of Forging Heaven. Zhou Pingyan disguised himself as a scholar and arrived at the city of Forging Heaven with a team disguised as an adventurer group, waiting to pass the inspection to enter the city. Fangshan wiped the sweat from his brow. Are you here for the evaluation? Zhou Pingyan smiled lightly. I just came to take a look at what's going on, then I'll decide how to proceed. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian silently took the civilization evaluation form, pretending they hadn't taken it out. Generally, the procedure is to conduct evaluations and see what plans to use. But since you attacked our resident Zhou Ping'an beforehand, well, we can first go through the legitimate counterattack process and then proceed with the civilization evaluation. It's clear that Brother Zhou has a good temper and doesn't hold grudges. Wang Chuan, disguised as a merchant, swallowed hard. Lord Zhou, so what are we doing now? Zhou Ping'an, find a good place to observe the battle and see how tonight's siege goes. Fang Shan's eyes widened. What siege? Wang Chuan was dumbfounded. Siege tonight? Chief Commander Xiaoli adjusted her glasses and said calmly, yes, we are testing the combat effectiveness of the upgraded Transformers warriors. This month, they have run ground combat, mech, fire control, troop types, and other technologies. After a round of upgrades, the gap between the two sides is rapidly narrowing. Initially, it was thought that taking down T3 corrupted mechs would come at a great cost. However, reality is even more exciting than expected. These indigenous people are actually intervening in battles against experienced troops, with records filled with T3 intelligent mechs. They have successfully maximized losses in the shortest time possible. Among the choices that could lead to a heated war, the Iron Tribe leaders chose the least likely path to victory. If the Iron Tribe continues with this combat mindset, Zhou Ping and 1T even need to wait for the technology to come out next month. This month he could flatten this city of 2 million people, rumored to hide over 1,000 T3 corrupted mechs. Zhou Ping'an added, by the way, let the Iron Tribe know that we are attacking the city tonight. Zhang Yang was surprised. Bro, aren't you afraid of high casualties? Why are you notifying them? Zhou Ping'an blinked and then remembered he forgot to integrate his little brothers into the Soul Network. Zhou Ping'an integrated the two little brothers into the Soul Network's external network. Zhang Yang looked at the pop-up notification, and before he could read what it said, he saw Brother Zhou pull out a gun and aim it at him. Bang! Zhang Yang felt a flower blooming in his forehead and collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. Zhou Ping'an opened the Soul Network and clicked to revive him. Zhang Yang rolled over from the ground, touched the bloodstain on his forehead, and looked confused. Did I just die? Am I alive again? Xiaoli, yes. Lu Qian was stunned. Huh? Zhang Yang, did you receive that? Lu Qian nodded. Received. What is up? Zhang Yang swiftly drew his gun and shot his good brother in the forehead at close range. Lu Qian fell to the ground in confusion, still maintaining the posture of checking information. Xiaoli was extremely speechless and revived Lu Qian using the Soul Network. Lu Qian got up, looked at Zhang Yang, and gritted his teeth. Zhang Yang whistled. Bro, I have intel personnel here, and I've already ordered a restaurant. We can stand over there and enjoy the show. A group of people entered the city and stayed at a tavern in the southern district near the city wall. The tavern had 10 floors and clearly utilized a technology similar to reinforced concrete, making it seem worlds apart from the brick and tile techniques of the Furnace City. It made Zhou Ping'an feel as if he had arrived in a civilized world. However, standing at the edge of the balcony and looking down at the densely packed crowd on the streets, dressed in durable leather clothing made from wild animal hides or labor cloth woven into tough garments, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Wang Chuan lowered his voice. I've been here before, and this tavern has an interesting background. It is said that an ancestor, a soil-type magician, invited friends to build this tavern together. Since then, soil, stone, and steel-type magicians have found new avenues. Whenever they need money, they turn to construction to make a profit. However, this is considered shameful among magicians. After speaking, Wang Chuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. Compared to the history of the Daxiao Empire, he felt that his own situation was hopeless. At this rate, not only would they lose foreign wars, but they would also lose civil wars if they continued to lose. There would be nothing left to lose. During this time, Wang Chuan had come into contact with a 9-year compulsory education of the Daxiao Empire and understood that this was a tolerant and generous civilization. Emperor Zhou Ping'an also had a heart of inclusiveness, as long as one was willing to learn. His country was very willing to provide relevant knowledge and technology to help backward civilizations develop. But therein lay the problem. Based on Wang Chuan's understanding of the social hierarchy of the Luo kingdom, even if technology were shared, those nobles would find ways to suppress and obstruct it, ultimately leading to a hopeless rise. A month was enough for the Disaster Wolf Empire's scientific and technological advancements to reach a new level. Giving the Luo kingdom a month would only allow those nobles to concoct lies and conceal territorial income, so they could greedily pocket more money into their treasure vaults, further reducing the liquidity in the market. Others were worried about economic bubbles in their development history. Here, we were not even talking about bubbles. We were close to running out of resources. Zhou Pingyan sat in a recliner, crossing his legs and tasting the local specialty. A piece of dark night deer beast meat roasted by a professional chef, which tasted bad. Zhou Pingyan frowned as he carefully finished each piece. It was bad, but it was edible. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian finished eating as well. Zhang Yang called over the intelligence officer with a grim expression. "Did you hire a professional chef?" The intelligence officer's voice trembled nervously. "My lord, they are professionals, and because they are so professional, it tastes terrible. The unprofessional ones taste better." Zhang Yang. What is the principle behind this? Damn, no wonder this place is backward. They can't even eat well, let alone have the energy to build. Zhou Pingyan wiped his mouth. "Take a break. We will attack the city at 7:30 p.m. Understood. In the Iron Clan's inner city. In the council hall of Chutian City. Fang Chuan pursed his lips, watching the illusionary mosquito floating in mid-air, repeatedly playing the challenge letter, his face pale. Technologically, are we so far behind them? The elders looked at each other, seeing the same helplessness, shame, and frustration reflected on each other's faces. Not to mention fighting head-on. Even issuing a challenge letter, they were not as technically proficient as the enemy. Chief, most areas of the Luo kingdom have already been occupied by the Black Armored Army in the name of the royal family. Should we acknowledge the new master or discuss further? Fang Chuan's eyes widened. Are we just going to let the matter of my mother's explosion go? If he hadn't blown up the ancestral graves, there might have been room for negotiation. He occupies one place and blows up one piece of ancestral grave. And he specifically blew up our Iron Clan's ancestral graves. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Taking a step back only made him more furious. Blowing up ancestral graves and robbing ancestral puppets directly touched the two major foundations of faith and clan establishment. The leading vanguard stood up, his expression somber. Chief, this matter needs to be considered carefully. The leader of the Black Armored Army possesses very strong power. Moreover, the Ancestral Guardians have warned me multiple times that we must avoid direct conflict with the leader of the Black Armored Army. Fang Chuan's face darkened. I know, but that Black Armored Army is too arrogant, demanding that we hand over all ancestral puppets for inspection. Am I supposed to order the handover of ancestral puppets? Can the Iron Clan, without ancestral puppets, still be the Iron Clan? Once we lose the identity of ancient nobility, we will completely fall into the mortal realm, becoming mere mortals, forever losing the qualification to ascend to the heavens and become a divine family. Fang Chuan's expression became grave, his tone serious. Our ancestors drove the sun, descending to the mortal realm on a great ship made of stars, leaving us the ancestral puppets, giving us descendants, the hope of returning to the heavens and becoming a divine family again. Once we lose the ancestral puppets and the identity of ancient nobility, with just this trace of ancient bloodline, we will not be able to fulfill our ancestors' wishes. The leading vanguard raised his hand, indicating he had something to say. Fang Chuan's expression was slightly dark, but he still lifted his chin. Speak. The leader of the vanguard reported a great defeat, losing 3 ancestral puppets. In the past, that would have been enough for a death sentence. However, the Ancestral Guardians pleaded for him and explained that the situation was beyond human capability, thus saving this guy. Since that failure, the leader of the vanguard had been emphasizing not to engage in direct conflict with the Black Armored Army, overly relying on the ancestral puppets. Is an orphan without parents or family, and you are too? The leading vanguard's expression was heavy. Sacrificing 20 ancestral puppets to severely injure the enemy forces will earn us a voice. We cannot afford to lose any further. If we continue to lose, the confidence of our clansmen will be completely drained. The hall fell silent. Everyone was shocked by the words of the leading vanguard. Chief Fang Chuan's face tightened, his lips pressed together, his voice low. Continue. The leading vanguard calmly analyzed. It is we who have dragged down the ancestors, preventing them from exerting their full strength. Therefore, the battle should be decided entirely by the ancestors. This is a war unlike any before. Furthermore, the enemy is indeed very powerful. The ancestral guardians did not deceive us. Finally, I asked the ancestors about the origins of the enemy. And the ancestors said the enemy comes from the heavens, from the source of all things. The situation has reached a critical moment. We should not hesitate, but should be willing to pay any price to achieve victory and regain hope. Once we lose victory and hope, we will have nothing left. Chief Fang Chuan's face was serious. What did the ancestral leader say? The leading vanguard forced a smile. He said he is willing to awaken 50 comrades and remove all restrictions to confront the enemy. Then, Fang Chuan, then what? The leading vanguard felt his mouth dry. That sentence felt like a mountain pressing down on his heart, and his throat was incredibly difficult to open. After a long time, under everyone's gaze, the leading vanguard uttered the ancestral leader's final reminder: run. The hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Chief Fang Chuan stood up, his face purple. The situation is serious, but it is not severe enough to abandon our clansmen and flee. Historically, our ancestors fought against other ancient nobles who were stronger than us. Did the ancestors run away? They did not. They even won the war. Just because the other party is an ancient noble, possibly from the Church of Teaching, should we give up? This is a shameful siege against our clan. I will not give up a single bit of the Iron Clan's interests. Never. The leading vanguard clenched his fists, staring at the chief, his expression fierce, shouting, "You have not been to the battlefield. You have no idea how strong he is. You are leading us to death." The scene of 9 ancestral puppets exerting their strength but failing to harm the enemy at all was vivid in memory. Fang Chuan's eyes widened. "You coward. He is only one person strong, but we have thousands of ancestors, millions of undead servant troops. Even if he wants to kill us all, it would take decades to chop them down. I absolutely cannot lose, and I certainly cannot abandon the city to flee. Awaken the ancestors, prepare for battle. I want to see what tricks the Black Armored Army can come up with. Setting up bowls, begging for food, tears streaming down. They really have no shame." Fang Chuan stood on the city wall, his face pale, his hands gripping the stone bricks of the parapet until they crumbled. Fang Chuan had imagined all the scenarios he might encounter, but he never expected the enemy's moral bottom line to be so low. The sound of crying filled the city wall. "Mom, it's me. Mom, how can you help them? Dad, my dad. Chieftain, please think of a way. Grandpa, wake up. I'm your grandson." The walls of the city of Casting Heaven included an inner city wall, a foundation, an outer city wall, and parapets, with lighting holes set at the outer city wall and various heights of parapets. On both sides of the city wall, enemy towers were arranged to hold siege equipment or ranged troops, especially the siege equipment, cannons, artillery, catapults, magic cannons, and flamestone cannons. Everything was available. Outside the city wall, there were horse and sheep walls, ditches for firewood and oil, caltrops, horse traps, deer antler wood, and iron thorns. This configuration could be considered top-notch, even in imperial cities. Not to mention anything else. Just this top-tier city defense capability made Fang Chuan very confident. Even if there were setbacks on small battlefields, Fang Chuan did not think the enemy had the ability to capture the city of Casting Heaven. However, Fang Chuan never expected that the enemy's first wave of attack would not be some super strong siege equipment or large-scale siege magic. Instead, it was a psychological tactic. The captured ancestral puppets stood in the distance, their dark green eye sockets looking over. The most heartbreaking was that the loved ones who had died, the blood relatives buried in ancestral graves, were awakened and stood near the ancestral puppets, wearing tattered equipment and holding farming tools like pitchforks, weak, pitiful, and helpless, standing on the front line. Truly hellish. Your dead mother is attacking the city with a pitchfork. Fang Chuan's blood pressure surged, and he felt like he was about to explode. Gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with red blood vessels, his anger boiling over. Wishing he could find the enemy leader right now, he had already crushed the stone bricks of the city wall. The vanguard leader's face twisted and looked terrible. "Chieftain, harden your heart. Consider sacrificing some ancestors to gain the upper hand in the war, or keep a part of the fire alive." The enemy was strong enough, but their moral bottom line was so wretched. This was definitely the most outrageous enemy everyone had ever encountered. Fang Chuan suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth. Let me calm down, I need to think. He previously thought the vanguard leader was exaggerating, too outrageous. Now he only felt that maybe the reports he had given before were too conservative. Zhou Pingyan sat in the lounge on the top floor of the tavern, pressing his mouth down, silently watching the images on the projection. Zhang Yang moved his hand away from his mouth, opened it, looked at the silent brother Zhou, then took a bite of the cold noodles, silently covering his mouth again. Lu Qian carefully considered his words, opening his mouth and baring his teeth, then biting again and taking another bite of the cold noodles, still feeling explosive. Could only ask in his most cautious tone, "Brother, when you were fighting, did you ever feel for a moment that your conscience was slightly condemned?" Wang Chuan looked at the projection in despair. "Sir, you clearly could push through. Why use this method? Your method of battle as an outsider, a divine being, and a civilized emperor is too lofty. I feel cold just thinking about it." Fang Shan tried to convince himself that this was for the good of the Iron Clan, to dispel the undead disaster for all humanity. Chief Commander Xiao Li was quick-witted, directly knocking out the already red-eyed Fang Shan, having her subordinates carry him to bed. Zhou Pingyan remained silent for a long time, trying to defend himself. "I just ordered to increase the odds of winning." Everyone's gaze turned to Commander Xiao Li. Chief Commander Xiao Li tried to maintain a calm expression. The objective strength difference between both sides is quite large. So I asked them to think of ways to increase the odds. You can ask Xiao-Da. He manages the army, the personal guard who also served as a general. Xiao silently looked up at the sky. I said let them think of ways to increase the odds. Increase the odds. Think of ways to increase the odds. Think of all sorts of ways to increase the odds. Step by step, the command had morphed. By the time it was implemented, it was probably already transformed into a reckless increase in odds. The air fell into a slight silence. Zhang Yang said faintly, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The corrupt atmosphere that can spread throughout the nation probably comes from above. This is definitely because Brother Zhou does not treat people well on a daily basis, and the people below follow suit, learning it wrong. Learning well takes 3 years. But learning badly takes only 3 seconds." Lu Qian covered his mouth, changing the subject. "Sister Xiao Li, I just counted, and there are more than 183 corrupted mechas. How'd you get so many out?" Chief Commander Xiao Li coughed lightly. "I saw the Iron Clan leaving the T3 mechas unused, so I sent people to their territory to help retrieve them. This plan was very effective. When the mechas were not activated, they posed no threat. The city of Casting Heaven was not feasible. Their guard were too strict, and the defense system was effective." Wang Chuan, digging up ancestral graves? Isn't this supposed to be buried in ancestral graves? Chief Commander Xiao Li's gaze drifted, looking to the side. It's not all digging up ancestral graves. Some are also about going to chat with them at night, communicating well with their families to reach a consensus, asking them to taste glucose nutritional supplements, and so on. The air was very silent. The seasoned veterans present envisioned this operation and already understood what it was. They included assassination, taking hostages, poisoning, etc. Too straightforward. You tactical players are too pure and kind-hearted. I almost cried out of shame. Isn't this just digging up ancestral graves and trying all means to dig up ancestral graves? Are those deceased somehow voluntarily resurrected to go to the battlefield? Zhou Pingyan tried to steer the topic back. So, you made a few more and then dismantled over 180 units? Chief Commander Xiao Li covered her mouth. Yes, don't worry. They all voluntarily donated. The seasoned veterans present were very silent, feeling that Sister Xiao Li's explanation was too redundant. When you say they, you mean that all those currently alive are voluntarily donating, right? Surely there are those who do not want to volunteer, but they must have exited the biological circle. Zhou Pingyan looked at the projection, placing his hands on the table, his tone helpless. At least the effect is good. The morale of the defenders of the city of Casting Heaven has already collapsed. Look, isn't this a victory without a fight? Zhang Yang said faintly, "Brother, defeating the enemy without a fight is not what you understand." Chief Commander Xiao Li covered her mouth and lightly coughed. This time we added T1 self-evolution logic. T1 improved offset shields, T1 mecha technology, and T1 land combat iteration. All the Transformers disaster troops currently participating in the battle have completed their upgrades. All captured T3 corrupted mechas have been cost-reduced and overclocked. And after modifications, the lifespan of T3 corrupted mechas has been reduced to about 100 years. But all attack and defense capabilities have been kept as close to the original standards as possible. Due to technical limitations, we still use T1 brain chip technology. But T1's self-evolution logic technology compensates for this defect. We let the modified mechas read the stored data of captured mechas, allowing them to quickly increase combat experience and adapt rapidly through actual combat, restoring to the required level. The genuine article is hard to come by, but creating a pirated version with localized enhancements is quite easy. Copying homework is simple. It's easy to draw a cat by following a tiger. Shally paused and added, more than 180 units are not all overclocked mechas. Some are decoy units. But these decoy units are deliberately made. The decoy mechas are equipped with self-destruct bombs. As long as they guess correctly, they can achieve a face-to-face self-detonation. The specially designed explosives are used for storming cities, blowing up walls or defensive equipment, and can achieve absolute victory in a small area. This is the surprise I prepared for them. I see they really enjoy close combat. There is a moment of silence in the air. Can you imagine, as the fight goes on, the enemy opposite just explodes? Truly worthy of being the chief who follows Brother Zhou. Look at this heart, so pure. You tactical players really have such pure hearts. Zhou Pingin's expression returned to normal, and he praised with satisfaction, giving a thumbs up. Not bad, this is the tactical level we should have. Zhang Yang sighed. Finally learned some normal practical knowledge. Lu Qian rubbed his forehead. Brother, you got full marks. I don't envy you at all. In front of a group of natives, you actually let your subordinates use such techniques. These natives are really lucky to encounter such a big shot like you. Supporting the book can be done, but when you see an update, help click it, and at the end, click to urge for updates. It's fine to read it again later. Reading the data is very important. Otherwise, if there's no volume and no money to be made, I have to keep clamoring for gifts every day. By the way, there are also multiple evaluations. Just randomly evaluate. Praise me. Praise Zhou Pingin. This counts as data too. Shaoli sighed slightly. I've already been very restrained. I didn't let them poison the water source of the city of Casting Heaven, burn their granaries, or cause a plague. The means I'm using now only have a little psychological impact on them. Everyone fell silent, not daring to pick up on that remark. A little psychological impact? Are you sure? Of course, to be fair, this has indeed been restrained. I haven't pushed them to a dead end. However, your methods of digging up ancestral graves, resurrecting their relatives, assassination, taking hostages, poisoning, and self-exploding bombs. These means are too blatant. Zhou Pingin rubbed his forehead. Don't get hung up on these trivial matters. We are merely replicating some simple tactics from the history of warfare. Let them attack the city and see the results. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian remained silent, fully feeling the terror of a top student. Who says studying is useless? Look, this war criminal lord who reads a lot has come up with such explosive operations. Xiao Li helplessly said, then let me introduce the Transformers Disaster Army Warriors. Forget it. You can look for yourselves. I guess you don't want to hear my introduction anymore. Xiao just silently stood by, opened the war panel, and issued various commands to the troops preparing for battle. On the walls of the city of Casting Heaven, Fang Chuan's face was ashen, caught between negotiation and taking direct action. To be honest, if others blow up my mother, that's inciting hatred. If I order my people to blow up my own mother, even if this war is won, I would still end up in a terrible situation. The elders had teary eyes, and the nobles of the Iron Clan looked at the clan leader with tearful eyes. If it really doesn't work, let us talk first. If we can't reach an agreement, we'll see. Blowing up one's own mother is too heartbreaking. Everyone looked into the clan leader's eyes, filled with pleading. Fang Chuan closed his eyes, various thoughts swirling in his mind. Finally, gritting his teeth, he opened his eyes. Negotiate. My aunts and uncles are still over there. If this blows up, I'll really lose my ties with my family. The physical ties will be severed. Zhou Pingin supported his chin with both hands, his expression calm. You go. Such a humiliating negotiation cannot be conducted by me, the Emperor. I want to leave a name in history. I don't want to do it this way. I really don't know whose bad idea this is. Chief Shaoli looked at Zhang Yang, who was trying hard to appear non-existent. You go. Zhang Yang decisively pushed his good brother. You go. I'm in charge of defense. I can't incite hatred like this. Lu Qian glared back, turning to SPEEDRUN, the personal guard and general of the Disaster Wolf Empire. You go. Shouldn't this be your responsibility? Whoever goes will get famous. SPEEDRUN turned his head. You go. Damn it. No one can be pushed anymore. No, there's still one. SPEEDRUN looked at Wang Chuan, who was trying to curl up by the bed, preparing to crawl under it. Wang Chuan lay on the ground, feeling intense gazes, turned back with an awkward smile. Pointing at himself, me? I shouldn't be in the room. I should be under the bed. If I had known you would do this, I wouldn't have come even if you beat me to death. Shaoli smiled gently, her tone soft. You should go. You're the future emperor of planet L6. This is a great opportunity to leave a name in history. Don't worry about whether it's good or bad. Either way, this battle, regardless of winning or losing, will definitely be remembered forever. Wang Chuan struggled for a moment, stood up, looked at Fang Shan, who was lying on the bed unconscious, tears almost falling. Brother Fang, your timing for this coma is really bad. You missed a great opportunity to leave a name in history. There were only a few people in the whole room, and no one else could be pushed. Shaoli stepped forward, directly pressing his hand on Wang Chuan's shoulder. Don't worry. I've set it up. It will start projecting in 6 minutes. Are you ready? Do you need someone to do your makeup or change your outfit? After all, it's your first grand appearance. Look sharp. The people who will scold you later might choose their words a bit better. Wang Chuan's eyes were teary. Less than a beast or a human-faced beast. I think it won't be that bad. Don't worry about it. 5 minutes left. Damn. Wang Chuan was very desperate, but had no choice but to choose an outfit he liked before social death, fix his hairstyle and face, and then, in a state of extreme despair, be projected to the front line of the battlefield. Wang Chuan looked around, his face turning green, and it was still a projected enlarged version. Fearing the enemy wouldn't be able to see his face clearly? What do you mean by projecting with highlights? SPEEDRUN, you really are not a human. Fang Chuan stood on the city wall, looking at the familiar face of this old acquaintance. His face turned pale, his chest heaving like a fan, his expression ferocious, his voice menacing. Wang Chuan, you actually became a lackey of the Black Armored Army. You really are a true son of the Wang family. Wang Chuan tried hard to maintain a calm appearance. The Transformers Disaster Army warriors beside him looked over and found that the negotiator looked like he was about to shatter. Wang Chuan secretly took a deep breath to appear calm, his voice steady. Fang Chuan, stop wasting words. What do you want to negotiate? Fang Chuan looked at his aunts and uncles on the front line of the battlefield, his face dark. Release our relatives. Let them return to the peace of death. Wang Chuan quietly gestured. Aren't they all resurrected by you? It turns out that the amplification technology of the Disaster Empire is also quite reliable. The battlefield became much quieter. The cries dropped by more than 20 decibels. Fang Chuan once again grabbed a piece of broken stone, grinding his teeth, squeezing his hatred out from his lungs. Our side will not use defensive equipment. Release our relatives. Wang Chuan looked at the Disaster Emperor, sitting in the first position beside him. The Disaster Emperor nodded, indicating approval. It was originally to test the siege effect of T3 overclocked corrupted mechs in combination with Transformers Disaster Army units, not to test the moral limits of battlefield commanders. Wang Chuan, all right, then it's settled. This army of thousands of dead servants, what? Tens of thousands? What? You prepared hundreds of thousands. Are you human? Cough, cough. Aside from defensive equipment, you also cannot use large-scale war magic. Wang Chuan grit his teeth and let the demons behind their camp awaken the sleeping dead, confirming with the defenders of the city of Casting Heaven that our chief commander Shaoli was not lying. I could cry. They actually prepared hundreds of thousands of dead servant troops. They even carefully investigated the genealogy of the defenders of the city of Casting Heaven. They arranged for their relatives to be on the front line, striving to let them see their resurrected fathers or mothers holding pitchforks ready to storm the city at first glance, fearing that the psychological impact would not be sufficient. It was too hellish. Fang Chuan looked at the suddenly illuminated patches of green ghost fire in the rear of the battlefield, his face turning pale and green. He regretted not listening to the ancestral leader's advice, even if he had only followed part of it. Had he known this would happen, he would have directly awakened 100 ancestral puppets to charge and slay the enemy troops. Let the great ancestral puppets make the judgments instead of himself. So he would have to bear such a heavy moral burden. Sometimes, the orphaned ancestral puppets have their unique advantages. Fang Chuan looked at the elders. The elders were both angry and crying. After discussing with the noble families of the Iron Tribe, they ultimately chose to abandon the large-scale war magic with tears in their eyes. Fang Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "We accept." Wang Chuan confirmed it without a doubt, and, steeling himself, shouted for General SPEEDRUN to cancel the projection. This lifetime feels like it's over. Fang Chuan watched as the family's deceased servants retreated, trembling with rage, to the ancestral grave, retrieve the ancient artifact. I want them dead. The vanguard leader brought out a dark alloy safe from behind, his face equally grim. The ancestral leader had given instructions long ago. It has already been brought. At this moment, Fang Chuan no longer cared about the ancestral leader interfering with the family's war command. His eyes were bloodshot. Awaken the ancient artifact. The dark alloy safe opened, revealing a silver mechanical sphere the size of a palm inside. The vanguard leader carefully held it up and pressed the button on top. Detection passed. Confirm use of the artifact? Confirm. How much mecha amplification? 200. Amplification complete. An invisible wave of information swept across the entire city. In the Iron Tribe's ancestral grave in Casting Sky City, 200 sleeping T3 corrupted mechas were awakened, their eye sockets glowing with dark green light. The rust on their bodies quickly dissipated, their condition restored to new, the energy engines in their chests fully charged, and the ship-slicing blades in their hands recharged. Their slightly awkward electronic voices becoming exceptionally smooth. Mechanical time insect amplification obtained. War begin. The battlefield fell silent. All the Transformers, disaster warriors. The gene-based massacre original form devouring frenzy disaster warriors, including those controlled T3 overclocked corrupted mechas, turned their gazes toward the city wall where the artifact wave was released. Their eyes were filled with fervor. Relics, a type of artifact with historical significance, especially those that could be applied to the battlefield. This is a treasure, a rare treasure throughout the entire Star Sea. As long as there are sufficient charging means, war relics can amplify an entire civilization's fleet. The pressure unexpectedly forced out the Iron Tribe's ultimate artifact. This is simply an unexpected delight. Begging. Chapter 28, delivering a big rocket to the city of Casting Heaven originally. Everyone just wanted to test their combat power, but now that they've seen such a powerful treasure, their enthusiasm for battle has skyrocketed. The mechanical unit, the Transformers Disaster Army, has received upgrades in T1 series mechs, ground combat, intelligence, and improved deflection shields. Most importantly, the small-phase disintegration cannon originally used on the frigates has been reconfigured into a weapon module that they can install and use themselves. Suddenly faced with a change in circumstances, although the Disaster Army can barely contain their excitement, they still stand in place waiting for the command of the Disaster Emperor. The appearance of the relic has significantly altered everyone's original combat objectives. Zhang Yang excitedly gazes at the dark alloy vault on the city wall in the holographic projection, clenching his fists and exclaiming, "It's a relic. Brother, this is a relic. We must find a way to seize it. Who can resist this?" Aside from someone like Lu Qian with a special physique, most lords have never even touched an artifact in their lives, let alone something as precious as a relic. Lu Qian is so excited he's about to jump up, but still tries to remain calm. No, our technological level currently has an objective gap. To be safe, we should run our technology for another year to try to narrow the gap before we have a better chance. Just the thought of having over 1,000 T3 corrupted mechs beneath them instantly sobers Zhang Yang. And he helplessly remarks, the Great Xia Lord Alliance combined would take 20 years to complete T1 technology. And cracking T3 technology, even with physical analysis, would take us many years. This is still considering that Brother Zhou has T3 scientists on his side. Just a month into the game, Wanting to take down the T3 corrupted mech army is akin to dreaming. Without taking down the T3 undead corrupted mech army, there's no way to seize the relic. We can't just play a soul game, can we? Lu Qin looks at Wang Chuan, surprised. Yuan family are also ancient nobility. Don't you have any good stuff? Wang Chuan helplessly replies, it's knightly technology. We have a more convenient method for cultivating holy fighting spirit, which is why we have become royalty. Zhang Yang is taken aback. That doesn't make sense. Their mechs are clearly stronger. Why aren't they royalty? Wang Chuan recalls something he read while studying at the base and says softly, your mechs will eventually reach their limit, while my descendants are endless. Both Zhang Yang and Lu Qin fall silent. There's some truth to that. This world truly has a way of endless generations, like the story of the fool who moved mountains. I've gained some insight. The two have been chatting for a long time and can't come up with a solution, so they look towards Brother Zhou, who has been steady as a mountain. Zhang Yang curiously asks, Brother, do you have any good ideas? Zhou Pingyan rests his chin on his hand, chuckling as he watches the two fools debate. Haven't I said it before? Have you helped run the nuclear bomb technology? Nuclear bomb technology, an early-stage technology that is very useful, is built into space frigates. But if you want to delve deeper, this thing actually has many branches and different yields. The nuclear bomb from a space frigate can't be directly used unless the Lord is shameless. Mainly because the nuclear bomb from the Great Xia Empire space frigate is too powerful and unsuitable for conventional warfare. In summary, it's not practical. So, if we want to use something useful, we still need to run the technology ourselves. Zhou Pingyan had already anticipated encountering a similar situation, so he had ordered preparations early on. Chief Officer Xiao Li swiped through her tablet and expressed slight regret. We've run too much technology this month. We haven't finished the nuclear bomb technology, but we have completed the missile technology. That's enough. Zhou Pingyan was surprised. I understand not finishing the T1 nuclear bomb technology, but why only get a missile technology? Where did the computing power go? Normally, finishing the entire T1 nuclear series would take 20 years, with a standard manufacturing time of 3 years and 1 month. The Disaster Wolf Empire has various resources and research bonuses. It would take just a month to run a usable early version of nuclear bomb technology, which is totally doable. Zhou Pingyan has gone through this process countless times and is quite familiar with the routine. This time, the start has been so smooth that there's no reason not to produce a usable version. Chief Officer Xiao Li blinked. Your Majesty. This time we're using an early multi-line strategy. The starting method is different. We focused on colonization ship technology, developing multiple bases. Since most computing power was allocated to colonization ship technology, we weren't able to finish the nuclear bomb technology. Overall performance has been very excellent. In the first month, the 3 Lord civilizations completed 9 technologies together, which is already a godly start. Other lords are still watching a single T1 technology take dozens of months. The Great Xia Lord Alliance is much better grouped together, but all the lords are spread out, and in the early stages, it's impossible to create a scientific research network to speed up the same technology. They all run technology separately and then share it, downloading what they need. Zhou Pingyan blinked. Then, why not send one over? The air became slightly still. Everyone momentarily didn't understand Zhou Pingyan's line of thinking. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Brother, we haven't even taken the city yet. Are you planning to pop champagne mid-battle? Lu Qin was puzzled. What is the use of sending that over? To scare people? Xiao Li had a strange expression. Chief, you wouldn't be thinking. Zhou Pingyan leaned back, hands behind his head, chuckling. The 200 alloy colonization ship crashing down as space junk wouldn't be very useful. Since it's already out, don't waste it. Let the colonization ship take off and fly over here. If we can't win on the front lines, just shut down the engines and crash down. Let us not waste the missile technology either. Arrange it and prepare to bomb the city of Casting Heaven. Colonization ships have various disadvantages: slow speed, minimal firepower, weak research capabilities, etc. However, they have one advantage that other ships find hard to match: a massive size. The natives do not have a galaxy defense system, nor do they have a sufficiently powerful air defense system or air force. There's no need to think too hard. Just stuff missiles into the colonization ship, demonstrate with one, then tell them there are thousands on board. This is more useful than a nuclear bomb, with more controllable power and less environmental pollution. Most importantly, the colonization ship can fly within the star, and fly very high. T3 corrupted mechs can also fly and even fly in space. Now the question arises, will T3 corrupted mechs, without satellite technology and reconnaissance network connection, discover the colonization ship thousands of meters above them in time and successfully intercept it? Zhang Yang clicked his tongue, giving a thumbs up. I've learned something valuable, brother. You're truly a master of the great way. No matter what comes into your hands, it turns into a dangerous weapon. You're like Jackie Chan in a furniture store. Incredibly impressive. Others stuff colonization ships with civilians. You stuff bombs into colonization ships? You're really a war criminal lord. Lu Qian said gloomily. I finally understand what brother meant by not needing to bomb mechs, but being able to bomb the native nobles. This time, the city of Casting Heaven is guaranteed to take a hit from a self-destructing ship. Even if we can't take down the city of Casting Heaven, just surrounding it without attacking is already a guaranteed win. Then we'll repair the defensive fortress on the spot and add 3 field modules against mechs. Even T3 corrupted mechs will have to cry and kneel down calling us daddy. If technology is insufficient, we can make up for it with numbers. How could single mech possibly be immune to the suppression of fortress technology field modules? The main strategy is to drown the mechs with numbers. Zhou Ping'an shrugged. It's a guaranteed win. Let us go to war and let the colonization self-destruct ship take off. Now, let us enjoy the performance of the Transformers Disaster Army and the T3 overloaded corrupted mechs. Chapter 29. Oh no, we've encountered a real army of undead mechs. Outside the city walls, the armies of the Disaster Wolf Empire receive the Emperor's orders, along with the blessings of 3 civilization lords. Disaster Emperor, Zhou Ping'an morale defaults to maximum. All attributes doubled. Adds 5 void energy damage. Star Suppression Emperor, Zhang Yang health increased by 50. Armor increased by 50. Energy shield increased by 100. Adds 1 shield recharge per second. Heavenly Profound King, Lu Qian physical damage increased by 80. Energy damage increased by 100. Attack speed increased by 60. Cooldown reduced by 10. This was Zhou Ping'an's first battle, where he personally ordered the lords to activate their blessing skills. Each lord possessed civilization bonuses and lord skills. With 3 sets of bonuses, T1 could be used as T2, and with overload combined with various countermeasures. They could even wrestle with these old T3 mechs in some aspects for a short time. Zhou Ping'an's demands were not high. Just hold off the T3 undead corrupted mechs, preventing them from scouting the skies. T1 against T3, as long as they could hold on, what more could they ask for? The mission objectives were clear, and the morale of the Disaster Army was at its peak, as long as the frontline battle was fierce enough to fill the time limit. Victory in this siege battle would be theirs. The commanders of the Disaster Army adjusted their attitudes, decisively abandoning the undead servant army, which would slow down the pace of war and affect combat efficiency, and pushed all their native troops forward, ordering the rear to expedite the construction of barracks. In a false war, the troop line was too long, logistics prolonged, and resurrecting would take a year. In a real war, I directly build barracks in front of you. If one dies, I resurrect one. They were taking advantage of the fact that your indigenous technology was incomplete and unable to raid my rear to blow up the barracks. When implementing this, each Disaster Army commander quietly built 1 or 2 barracks underground to avoid being discovered and having their resurrection points blown up. They spoke beautifully, but in reality, they were still being cautious like seasoned veterans. The war began, and all the transforming Disaster Army rushed forward, actively engaging the newly launched T3 corrupted mechs flying out of the Skyforge city to test the combat capabilities after a round of mechanical unit upgrades. Meanwhile, their own T3 overloaded mechs were ordered to the second line, solely for interference. 200 new T3 corrupted mechs launched an attack, each shot capable of evaporating large amounts of energy from the T1 modified deflection shields, with dark green energy cannons striking the light blue modified deflection shields, creating intense energy shockwaves that were quite spectacular. The T1 mechanical transforming Disaster Army calmly uploaded data, after consecutively taking 2 to 4 hits. The modified deflection shield would be completely damaged, the armor could withstand 2 hits, and the mech could withstand 3 hits. We can fight. We have 7 chances to dodge, and after 7, we can resurrect in the rear, relying on the source of the spark and self-evolution logic for optimization. The longer we fight, the more damage we can withstand, and the higher our tolerance rate. How rich we are! We can actually have 7 chances. I, Li Yunlong, of the Transforming Disaster Army could. Boom! The nearby Transforming Disaster Army quickly dodged and added, "Be careful to dodge. If you get hit in the head or energy core, one shot will take you out. Your T3 is still your master." All Disaster Army soldiers noticed that the enemy's shooting ability was different this time, and hurriedly downloaded the optimized head agility database that Louis XVI was enviously crying over. Suddenly, a very strange scene appeared on the battlefield. Fang Chuan looked blankly at the enemy army flying around, with question marks popping up above his head, pointing at the Vanguard leader beside him. What kind of trick is this? The Vanguard leader looked at the enemy's battle armor, which not only could fly, but also had its head rapidly swaying left and right at every moment, and could charge while shooting. His expression of confusion was no less than that of the clan leader and the nearby elders. Yes, all the black-armored enemies' heads were rapidly swaying left and right, creating afterimages. Yet they could still charge with their weapons. The most terrifying thing was that for some unknown reason, a very strange but rhythmic battle tune inexplicably echoed on the battlefield. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. The new T3 corrupted mechs suddenly inhaled sharply, feeling the difficulty of the enemy. They could actually perform such terrifying maneuvers while wearing mechs. Although the rapid head swaying in combat looked funny and absurd, if they could successfully execute it in actual combat, the practical benefits would not be small. Summary: simple, easy to learn, not high in operational difficulty, and effective. Now, 1 shot ahead is unrealistic. The enemy's flying speed combined with the erratic left and right swaying of their heads greatly increased the shooting difficulty. The electronic voice of the ancestor puppet captain became deep, with a large stream of data flowing in his dark green eye sockets. Spearhead formation. Attack the body. Increase damage to force them back and gain the initiative. 200 new T3 corrupted mechs quickly changed formations, transforming into a massive spearhead, swiftly piercing through the T1 Transforming Disaster Army, demonstrating immense suppressive power. At this moment, the allure of quantity transforming into quality was evident. 1 T3 corrupted mech could take on 10 airborne escort ships, and when surrounded in Titan mode, if caught in an overload situation, they could easily be wiped out. However, if 200 new T3 corrupted mechs appeared, the frontline troops could output for a while, then switch to the second line for shield recharge and recovery, with the second line then rotating back to the front line to output, thus avoiding being surrounded and experiencing overload situations. The T3 undead corrupted mechs, huddled together, fully utilized their high-quality advantage, alternating between the first and second lines of combat, while the third line hid in the internal area to deliver a fatal blow or deal burst damage to change the local battlefield. Friends who have often fought in the Starsea Wars know what the phrase experience represents in terms of value. Without the interference of indigenous commanders, the new T3 corrupted mechs fully leveraged their advantages. On the ground, the Disaster Army commanders gathered in a temporary underground base, discussing the performance of their warriors. 8 shots. Resurrected warriors can withstand 1 more hit now. As long as we have enough time, we can increase our resistance. Very good performance. It is predicted that the containment task can be completed smoothly. I'm really envious. T3 mechs are so useful. Killing us is like killing chickens. Everyone looked at the performance of the experienced T3 corrupted mechs, each one more envious and jealous than the last. If we could obtain the T3 corrupted mech technology and relics this time, we could dream and laugh in our sleep from now on. No witties. Your mechs will eventually run out, but my disaster army is endless. In the mid-air of the battlefield, the ancestor corrupted mech captain felt his brain slightly warm, his dark green eye sockets becoming somewhat red, and the laser cannon in his hand felt a bit heavy his electronic voice slightly off-key. "Comrades, I feel something is off. The enemy's combat data seems a bit strange." Beside him, the corrupted mech vice captain skillfully slashed a transforming disaster army member trying to sneak attack. His cold metallic face slightly twisted. "This is the 7th Black Armored Army that has backstabbed me. I've already seen that blue seal spray on his chest 7 times. Moreover, the physical resistance of the blue seal spray Black Armored Army to my blade has been increasing. Currently, it takes 1 slash, but at this rate, in 20 minutes, it will take 2 slashes. The blade's damage is extremely high, ranking among the top tier for its level." The communication channel of the Ancestor corrupted mech army fell into silence. Although everyone didn't say much, they still took the time to send The Ancestor corrupted mech captain had to draw a rather far-fetched conclusion. "For some reason, I always feel like I'm fighting the same batch of people. I've executed 28 of the black armored enemies with red scars around their necks. I suspect it's the same intelligent brain. The combat data is too consistent. Even the characteristic paint on the armor is identical." There's a moment of silence in the communication channel, followed by a frenzy. The captain of the Ancestor corrupted mecha calmly ordered, "Withdraw from Chutian City. Fight while retreating. Something feels off." The vice captain of the Ancestor corrupted mecha effortlessly killed another blue seal painted black armored soldier, and in disbelief, grabbed the enemy's head and crushed it, extracting the intelligent brain chip. The cold metallic face was filled with confusion. "This isn't right. Their S1 intelligent brain and 1 mecha, and the serial numbers are all unique. Mine is the same. It's not a mass-produced model, but a unique version. It's a self-evolving mechanical life form, not a mass-produced model. The enemy isn't a mass-produced model either. Each one has independent thoughts and algorithms. This means they haven't killed the same batch of black armored soldiers 28 times. Instead, they killed the same black armored soldiers 28 times. The captain of the Ancestor corrupted mecha executed the red scarf black armored soldiers again, his metallic face slightly twisted. "Withdraw. They will resurrect. This is bad. We've encountered a real undead mecha army. We've become the counterfeit. Please everyone continue reading. Completion rate is very important." As the brand new T3 corrupted mechas began to retreat, the Disaster Army commander decisively entered the Soul Network and started to communicate new tactics at super frequency. The T1 Transformer troops performed excellently. If we were fighting at the same tier, we would easily win. Against T2 troops, relying on their inherent superiority, victory is guaranteed. Facing T3 troops, they also have strong pressure resistance and can exert some strategic effect. The enemy has discovered our resurrection mechanism. Should we intercept, or what? The Emperor's order is to delay until the colonial self-destruct ship arrives above Chutian City. There are now 2 plans. The first, we send out super-frequency corrupted mechas to hold them off. They'll be too preoccupied to scout further. The second, notify the base to install anti-scouting and cloaking modules on the colonial self-destruct ship before it comes over, putting the technicians through some hardship, but the mission can still be completed smoothly. The core idea of the Emperor is to achieve absolute superiority and crush the enemy. The best scenario is for the colonial self-destruct ship to arrive. So I'll prepare a fallback plan. I order the troops to surround the city from 3 dimensions: sea, land, and underground. Even if unexpected events occur, we can still control the overall direction. The engineering troops have already begun constructing fortifications at sea, land, and underwater. Once the defensive fortifications are completed, they'll be trapped. The Disaster Army commanders quickly communicated and reached a consensus. Only children make choices. Adults want it all. I first ordered the troops to surround Chutian City from a distance, secretly starting to build defensive fortifications and adding attack and defense interference modules, while the research ship and colonial ship install anti-scouting and cloaking modules and come over. The frontline troops are now executing interference tasks, buying time at all costs. It will only take 6 days for the first batch of defensive fortifications to be completed. Defensive fortification technology is one of the initial technologies of the Great Xia Lord, generally applied to territorial defense, providing strong protection for the territory, with many building slots and modification slots. capable of offering diverse functional modules to meet different environmental needs. It can be used as a military base, trade node, fleet station, production base, etc. For example, defensive fortifications used in combat, defense, and suppression. A space frigate has an initial hull value of 200, while a defensive fortification has a hull value of 10,000. A space frigate has an armor value of 200, while a defensive fortification has an armor value of 5,800. A space frigate has a shield value of 75, while a defensive fortification has an armor value of 1,350. A space frigate's initial damage is 8 points, whereas a defensive fortification's damage is 40 points. In terms of weapon configuration, defensive fortifications naturally gain a level, using T2 kinetic weapon modules. Additionally, the defensive fortification has 6 module slots for building slots and 6 defense platform slots. The base damage of the defense platform is 20 points, which can accumulate to 160 points of damage. If we consider the double bonuses from the Disaster Empire and related field bonuses, these slots can quadruple, reaching a terrifying 640 points. 10 internal space frigates concentrating fire can deal 80 points of damage, enough to overload T3 mecha defenses. A saturated strike of 640 points would crush the T3 mecha group. Oh, by the way, the hull value, armor value, and shield value of T3 mechas are far inferior to those of T1 frigates. Not to mention the 4-4, which can ultimately deploy 16 field modules. Your T3 old mecha group can withstand the suppression effects of these field modules. The battle hasn't even started, and they're already burdened with 16 negative effects. What do they have to win with? To add, defensive fortifications aren't limited to just one. If resources are sufficient, you can build as many as you want. Once the defensive fortification group is completed, the T3 mechas of Chutian City will definitely not be able to stir up any waves. The longer it takes, the more advantageous it is for the Disaster Empire. After clarifying the core objective, the Disaster Army commander quickly ordered the T3 overloaded corrupted mechas, which had originally retreated to the second line, to be instantaneously teleported to the front of Chutian City, firmly intercepting the retreat direction of the Chutian City mecha group. The T1 Transformer Disaster troops fully utilized their fearless advantage, pulling out small phase disintegration cannons and bombarding the Chutian City mecha group in a saturation strike. Emphasizing that for the bombing effect, even friendly forces were included in the blast, with friendly forces self-destructing after overload to deal damage. In less than a second, the battle situation turned upside down. The originally advantageous Chutian City mecha group was instantly struck by the super-saturated phase disintegration cannons, along with the intercepting super-frequency corrupted mechas, falling into a dire situation. The testing phase is over. The war phase begins. The captain of the Ancestor corrupted mecha's dark green eye sockets had completely turned red. The intelligent brain was operating at super-frequency, and electronic signals were racing in the communication channel. The electronic voice shouted, "Withdraw. Protect Team 3 and retreat." The formation of the Chutian City mecha group changed to a defensive formation, with some mechas on the periphery blocking fire at all costs to protect the captain model and elite mechas inside, desperately flying towards Chutian City. In the face of saturated interception, a journey that usually takes 2 to 3 seconds to return now takes 10 seconds. The Disaster Army commanders looked at the battle report, discussing again. They didn't intend to adopt a destruction strategy, but aimed to consume the enemy's energy as the primary goal, reducing the enemy's combat capability from an overall perspective, still focusing on buying time. The captain of the Ancestor corrupted mecha's dark green eye sockets flickered, and the electronic voice erupted in curses. "Beast!" The enemy changed their combat style, sacrificing a large number of mechanical soldiers, using siege, ramming, and forced embraces to further increase our time to return to Chutian City. 10 seconds was dragged out to 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Every second would consume a large amount of energy, and even if they returned to Chutian City, they would only have a group of mechas with partially overloaded functions and significantly depleted energy. At that moment, the captain of the Ancestor corrupted mecha calculated meticulously and shouted, "Team 1, self-destruct." The T3 corrupted mechas of Team 1 did not hesitate at all. Leveraging their powerful explosive capacity, used binding beams to forcibly take a group of mechanical soldiers and overloaded corrupted mechas toward 100 meters away and exploded violently. The explosion cleared a space, and the T3 Ancestor corrupted mecha captain decisively led teams 2 and 3 back above Chutian City. Turning back to look at those mechanical soldiers hovering in midair, with energy flames jetting from their backs and feet, as well as hundreds of super-frequency corrupted mechas. Waves of signals that only mechanical systems could hear resonated on the battlefield. The sounds were filled with praise and regret, praising the decisiveness of the T3 corrupted mecha captain, regretting that such a powerful and experienced captain-type mecha was not ours. T3 corrupted mecha captain's judgment was decisive and correct, bringing back a team of mechas for the city of Forging Heaven without consuming too much energy, preserving good combat power for the next round of battle. Clap, clap, clap. This was an exciting fight. It had been a long time since we encountered such a difficult opponent. General Shao's projection appeared above the disaster army, smiling with satisfaction and admiration, gently applauding. Only this kind of evenly matched and intense battle could awaken everyone's dormant passion. If we could have a thrilling battle for 7 days, ultimately winning this difficult war by a slight advantage, it would definitely be a perfect war feast. Thinking of this, I can't help but want to savor this delicious peak showdown right now. Every cell in my body is excited and trembling, wanting to use this T1 equipment to engage in a death duel with the opposing T3 mecha, making all the blood within me boil and roar, while my heart burns with wild intensity, providing me with the ultimate power to crush the enemy's solid shield. General Shao's gaze was fervent and dangerous. He licked his lips, suppressing this war frenzy that far exceeded normal levels. Don't get too excited, Shao. Wait a bit longer. Wait for the colonial self-destruct ship to fly overhead. Wait for the defensive fortress group to be completed in 6 days. And wait for these delicious prey to completely fall into the trap. At that time, this exquisite cold dish will be presented in my hands, dedicated to our great Emperor of Disaster. I'm already looking forward to what kind of reward the Emperor will give me. I am absolutely loyal to our great Emperor, offering perfect loyalty. Shao's expression was wild and excited, his smile dangerous and deadly, his voice arrogant yet calm, arms wide open. Rest up, prepare for a new round of encirclement. The prey is about to fall into the trap. The reward for loyalty is also about to be granted to me. The Ancestor corrupted mecha captain silently watched the enemy, his red eyes emitting a dangerous glow. The Ancestor corrupted mecha captain stood in the center of the clan leader's hall, quietly gazing at the brave but not very bright clan leader, Fang Chuan. Everyone stood in the hall, lowering their postures, not daring to breathe loudly, fearing that the furious Ancestor puppet captain would unleash his anger on them. The air was extremely quiet and terrifying, heavy pressure weighing on everyone's hearts. The Ancestor corrupted captain's eyes flickered a few times, eventually returning to dark green. His electronic voice icy cold. This operation resulted in the loss of 43 comrades. All these losses are due to your ignorant and short-sighted judgments, made with a brain capacity of less than 10, like a pig's brain. Fang Chuan gritted his teeth and replied, abandoning the operation would result in greater losses. The Ancestor corrupted captain sighed heavily, once again shocked by such naive thinking. What did the leader say? Despite countless occurrences in history, I am still astonished by this kind of fanciful stupidity. The vanguard leader stiffly stepped forward, his voice heavy. Run, run fast. Fang Chuan fell silent, now understanding the meaning behind the Ancestor leader's words. There was no exaggeration involved. The Iron Clan should have fled back then. Now even a fool can see that the enemy is the authentic undead army. The vanguard leader sat in a secondary seat, his massive and silent form radiating dark green light, looking at the clan leader kneeling before him, his electronic voice filled with pity. Now, the best opportunity for retreat has been wasted by you. The enemy has not gathered to annihilate us, but is employing a strategy of attrition and delay. I do not know their exact intentions, but they should be completing some kind of siege or bombing tactic. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Navigator Feng Chuan, please make a choice. The first option is to order us to retreat with 10,000 clansmen, preserving the Iron Clan's fire seed, with an estimated 3,000 surviving. However, you must stay here with the Iron Clan's higher-ups and cannot take the war artifact, the mechanical time worm, with you. The enemy's main target is the mechanical time worm. Taking it will ensure that no clansmen will survive leaving this land. The second option is to abandon retreat and fight to the end. Our outcome will inevitably be death, but we can deal a severe blow to the enemy, preventing them from reviving for 6 months to a year, buying half a year of breathing space for the entire continent. Feng Chuan raised his pale face, looking at the Ancestor Guardian Captain. Do we have to choose now? The Ancestor Corrupted Mecha Captain reflected on all the experiences and intelligence from the battlefield. His electronic voice heavy. The sooner, the better. I do not know what the enemy wants to do, but in this battle, they frequently interfered with our reconnaissance of the outside world. They are hiding something, some giant creations, buildings, or tactics that could deal a fatal blow to us. Setting these things up takes time. Once the enemy's strategic objectives are completed, our chances of winning will be even lower. Feng Chuan gritted his teeth. Ancestor, can you explain again what we might gain from fighting to the end? The Ancestor Corrupted Mecha Captain gazed at the clan leader, dark green eyes flowing with an undercurrent. Years ago, some of our members sacrificed themselves for the continuation of our entire clan today. If you choose the second path, I will find a way to relay the message to the Empire, letting the whole continent know that the enemy is pursuing us from across the starry sky. Within 6 months, the enemy will be unable to fight, and the Empire will use this time to organize the Guardian Army to continue defending our clan. Feng Chuan's eyes trembled, his lips pale. Can we choose the first path and then seek help from the Empire? The Ancestor Corrupted Mecha Captain's electronic voice was calm. Do you think the encircling enemy will allow our most crucial route for seeking help to remain unscathed? Once our clansmen escape, they must remain silent to survive. If we use technology again, we will be locked onto and pursued once more. We are too far from the Empire. We should not have been this far away. Preserve the fire seed of our race. But we must give up notifying the Empire, at least for a short time. We need to maintain channel silence. Abandoning escape, fighting back fiercely, burning the Iron Clan to give humanity a deafening warning. Feng Chuan's mouth was dry, struggling to swallow a bit of saliva, his brain operating at high speed. If we continue to flee, can the clansmen rebuild the Iron Clan? The Ancestor Corrupted Mecha Captain replied, I don't know. It is possible we won't survive, but it is also possible we will, depending on when the enemy is wiped out. As long as the enemy is alive, our clansmen will have to live in flight for a lifetime. In the hall, everyone fell into silence. A dead silence. Before today, no one would have thought that the Iron Clan, which had flourished for hundreds of years, would have to consider the survival of its race. But faced with the ironclad reality, everyone felt that they had already fallen into a desperate situation. Initially, they thought sacrificing 20 ancestors would grant them the right to speak in the war. The ancestor leader proposed sacrificing 50 ancestors for the chance to flee. Now, after bestowing blessings with war artifacts and awakening 200 ancestors to fight back, they still barely returned. The enemy's reckless bravery and ability to resurrect, along with their capability to transform ancestors for their use, made everyone feel an overwhelming pressure. The city of Forging Heaven seemed to be under siege on only one front. But those present were not fools. The greatest characteristic of the undead is their large numbers, and their most commonly used tactic is to surround and isolate. The one left out is likely a bigger trap. Currently, it seems like they are surrounding one while letting 3 go, but if they scout around, they will quickly see a large number of enemy troops stationed in the distance. This is a dilemma, but also an opportunity. While the enemy has not truly completed their strategic objectives, the Iron Clan still has options. Breaking through with the remaining strength, the Iron Clan will surely continue. Feng Chuan looked at the Ancestor's Guard captain, despairingly closed his eyes, lowered his head, and pressed his hands against the floor. I choose the second path. Escape. But where can we escape to? Without the protection of our ancestors, the Iron Clan will never be able to realize the dreams passed down by our forefathers. Our ancestors did not survive by fleeing. It was through sacrifice, great sacrifice, that the clan endured. Without sacrifice, there is no clan. Those who survive by fleeing can never become the Iron Clan. Facing the dire situation, the valiant and fearless clansmen will surely embody the Iron Clan. Let the first page of the clan's genealogy be filled with hope through sacrifice. Then let the last page of the genealogy also be filled with hope through sacrifice. At the very least, on the last page of the Iron Clan, it should be written that the Iron Clan has no shame before humanity. No shame before the teachings of our ancestors. The ancestors' corrupted mech captain stood up, placing a hand on his chest. His electronic voice solemn and heavy. The Empire will receive intelligence from the Iron Clan. Humanity will continue. And history will remember the Iron Clan sacrificing themselves to fire the first shot for peace and prosperity. In a tavern near the city wall in the southern district of Casting Heaven City, Zhou Pingyan watched the holographic projection, his blood boiling. What a thrilling battle. It makes me want to jump in and fight myself. Chief Officer Xiao Li reminded, Your Majesty, there are thousands of T3 mechs. Oh, then forget it. I won't jump in unless it's absolutely necessary. Distance creates beauty. Being too close makes it easy to be ganged up on. Strong as they are, they won't die. But I don't like being ganged up on. General Xiao depressed his earpiece, furrowing his brow, and directly projected the communication from the Iron Clan's hall onto the holographic display. Chief, what should we do now? They are preparing to go all in. The enemy commander is indeed experienced, having sifted through a pile of intelligence to find the most reasonable plan. Anyone with a bit of common sense might think that 200 would be a close call, but with 5 times the 1,000 T3 mechs combined with war artifacts, victory is absolutely assured. T3 against T1. How could they possibly lose? This is indeed the flaw in all our current plans. Time. Whether it's the colonization, self-destructing ships, defensive fortresses, or modified super-frequency mechs, all require time. Zhou Pingyan smiled confidently. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. Then let's see who has more cards and who can laugh last. Zhang Yang weakly raised his hand. Bro, T3 is really hard to fight. Unless we can hold out until the 6th day, when the defensive fortresses are built, then we will definitely win. Lu Qian's face turned pale. Bro, I could take on 3 to 5 mechs. I can really handle that. But don't tell me they'll have to fight over 1,000 at that point. No matter how awesome I am, you can't treat me like a donkey in a production team. Zhou Pingyan rolled his eyes. Look at both of you. Am I really that heartless a lord? The room fell silent, no one daring to respond. You really don't have any self-awareness. If you had just a bit of humanity, the Iron Clan wouldn't be in such a desperate state. Zhou Pingyan covered his mouth and cleared his throat. I'll use my talent to accelerate construction. You don't have to fight. The more intense the war, the more destruction value we can absorb. Destruction value can be used to speed things up. The more intense the war, the faster the encirclement tactics can be completed. The destruction value absorbed from this battle will be enough to accelerate a quarter of the progress. If we fight hard again, we should be able to complete the remaining progress. If worst comes to worst, we can blow up our own people to absorb destruction value. That's not out of the question. Bro, can you not look at me, an old Lu, with that expression that screams very dangerous idea? I'm breaking out in a cold sweat here. Zhou Pingyan retracted his gaze, looking at the holographic projection with a calm face. No, I'm just a very safe thinker. I don't have any of the dangerous ideas you mentioned. Xiao-Da, proceed according to plan. As you command, Your Majesty. By the way, do we have new readers joining us? Or are they all old readers? As always, everyone please keep reading. Even if you don't, flip through it. Otherwise, if you only read the beginning and not the rest, the data for the later chapters will decline. It's so hard. Chapter 32. Even Grandma can clear it just before the battle. The 3 lords of the civilized nations enjoyed a late-night snack. Zhang Yang looked at the indigenous food in front of him and asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Bro, we already did the civilization assessment. Why are we still eating this stuff? We've been eating this for half a month. Can we change the flavor? Zhou Pingyan picked up the only piece of unhealthy but tasty roasted meat on the plate and seriously replied, What technology did we run in the first month after landing? You can't expect to make something delicious with limited raw materials and no seasoning technology. Zhang Yang confidently smiled We three combined completed 9 war technologies. Didn't T run agricultural science? Lucian said softly, half a month ago, we already finished our supply of tasty food. At that time, we were busy running technology, cracking this and that, and building everywhere, so we didn't pay attention to this. You can't expect product from agricultural technology to compare with the delicacies tasted within the empire. Zhang Yang stared blankly at the pile of primitive processed food on his plate, picked up a yellow crispy ball, and fed it to his mouth. A sour and astringent taste spread in his mouth, and tears fell instantly. Even my dog won't eat this pig feed. The son of a second-level official of the Star-Sea super civilization's Great Xia Empire, a dignified ruler of a civilization, was eating this kind of pig feed after bestowing Lord blessings on the army and winning a thrilling battle. It felt like life was completely ruined. Lucian laughed. Your perspective is too small. Even the pigs back home don't eat this stuff, huh? Well, usually it was fine, but just after bestowing Lord blessings to eat this kind of thing. I'm not the king of Tianxian. I'm a death row inmate. Zhou Pingyan said, all right, stop crying. Tonight, the 3 of us need to figure out how to blow up 20 to 50 T3 corrupted mechs. If we blow up 20, I'll run out T1 level 1 hydroponic farm. If we blow up 50, I'll get T1 level 2 hydroponic farm done. Shall we? Get them some nutrient solution to deal with this. To eat food that tastes somewhat like home. Hydroponic farms are very important as they can grow any crops that don't have strict growth environment requirements all year round, and additionally provide nutrient powder seasoning technology. Zhang Yang took the nutrient solution and poured it into his mouth, only to find that his crying sound had diminished a little, and the extent of his life being ruined had lightened a bit. Before the big exam, he never thought that the meal he had in the floating city would be the last decent meal of the month. Zhang Yang wiped away his tears. Bro, give me a set of battle armor. I want to join the battle. Lucian drank the nutrient solution and gritted his teeth. I will definitely blow up 20 mechs. Zhou Pingyan smiled. Good. By the way, do you want to eat these 2 plates? Zhang Yang glanced at Zhou Ge, who was still eating, and pushed the plate over. Bro, I can't eat these dishes. Can you help me eat them? The rest, I'll try to finish. Although it wasn't very tasty, it was indeed very nutritious, and food shouldn't be wasted. Lucian chuckled and picked up a piece of roasted meat from his plate and handed it to Zhang Yang. I know you're used to a good life here. Eat this. Zhou Pingyan smiled and handed over 2 dishes that Zhang Yang liked. Eat, finish it up, and later we might just go to war. The atmosphere improved a lot. The sad vibe gradually dissipated as they all laughed together. They chatted casually while eating, seriously finishing their meals to regain their energy for the new war. This meal was already the best standard of nutrition in the current territory, stabilizing their condition. Zhou Pingyan took the time to check the forum of the Great Xia Lord Alliance and discovered something even more amusing. In the first month, there were 300 lords with diarrhea, most of whom relied on nutrient solutions to cope. 12 lords urgently united to piece together a research network to hasten the T1 hydroponic farm technology, which was hilarious. The excellent graduates from the Great Xia Empire Military Academy had never suffered such hardships. One was worse than the other in adapting, with some collapsing and needing medical attention. They had forced the lords into a corner, causing them to abandon running war technology and switch to agricultural science. But the fastest would still take 2 months to complete. The current situation was, whoever obtains hydroponic farm technology wins the world. Zhang Yang, Lu Qian, and the others couldn't help but laugh, not expecting others to be in the same miserable situation. After laughing, everyone became even more determined to blow up 23 corrupted mechs tonight, promising never to live through such difficult days again. This wait lasted all night. The Disaster Legion was in no hurry. The longer they waited, the more overclocked, corrupted mechs they could produce. General SPEEDRUN personally monitored the situation at Casting Heaven City, and out of respect for T3 technology, the spy mosquitoes did not investigate the location of the T3 corrupted mech leader. General SPEEDRUN never made unnecessary moves, but chose to focus all his energy on hastening the transformation of the corrupted mechs. He personally led his guard unit to the rear shipyard for overtime work. When a circle of white light rose in the sky, the morning glow fell on the plains. Splashing against the deep brown walls of casting heaven city, a loud and long war horn echoed across the sky. Over 1,000 brand new T3 corrupted mechs slowly ascended, their dark green eye sockets watching the Disaster Wolf Legion outside the city, their energy shields radiating abundant bluish-green light. All the high-ranking members of the Iron Clan in Casting Heaven City stood on the city walls in battle armor. On the streets inside the city, the undead servant army stood densely packed, while the Iron Clan soldiers stood in the second line, firmly gripping their weapons, their gazes fixed on the city wall, waiting for the clan leader's command. Zhou Pingyan and the others had moved to the battlefield command post and did not remain in the inn inside the city. If they were discovered by the enemy's mech leader and then beaten up, it would be a big mess. Even if they could fight back, there was no need to play a soul game. Zhou Pingyan stood at the front of the troops riding a war mech Earth Dragon, with Zhang Yang, Lu Qian, General SPEEDRUN, and others beside him. The Earth Dragon, a derivative of the gene-type soldier, had strong attack and resistance capabilities, capable of absorbing continuous power from the ground and providing the user a layer of composite shield that charged continuously. This allowed the user to maintain a stylish hairstyle and heroic military uniform on a battlefield full of flying artillery shells, rather than ending up like a beggar who hadn't eaten properly for 2 months and had been bitten by dogs after a battle. Similarly, this thing possessed gene-type core technology. Abundant energy allowed it to evolve or de-evolve, providing multifunctional combat or support roles. To add, this was a new soldier type that a group of researchers rushed to develop last night for the sake of the Three Lords' prestige. This was the first large-scale war, and to ensure they looked good, everyone was willing to spend a bit of effort. The war must be won, and appearances must be kept. General SPEEDRUN hovered beside the Disaster Emperor, respectfully reporting. Last night, after the Iron Clan leader made a choice, the entire clan conducted ideological work and mobilization, consuming a large amount of energy from the precious relics, awakening all the corrupted mechs for a desperate battle. Their goal is simple: to break through and report to the Empire. Zhou Pingyan smiled slightly. Not bad. An interesting challenge. What about our arrangements? General SPEEDRUN smiled kindly. We temporarily modified the colonization ship and added interference modules. Within a radius of 200 kilometers, they cannot transmit information normally. Chief Officer Li has filed a record with the War Alliance, and once the enemy is about to reach the interference boundary, a warlord will be responsible for intercepting them. Zhou Pingyan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. General SPEEDRUN hesitated slightly, but still expressed his loyalty. Your Majesty, I know that you, Lord Zhang Yang, and Lord Lu Qian want to personally go to the battlefield to stabilize the situation. However, I would like to dare to try to personally command the mechanical troops in battle to delay for a bit longer to give us a better chance. I apologize if this offensive behavior may delay your interests and those of the lords. Zhou Pingyan smiled. What? Are you itching to give it a try? SPEEDRUN smiled awkwardly. Yes, it's been a long time since I've faced a tough battle, and I want to warm up. Zhou Pingyan looked at Zhang Yang and Lu Qian. Zhang Yang, took a sip of the nutrient solution. Go ahead, I'll take my time. It's strange. I cast a blessing, and everyone is exhausted, but Brother Zhou's amplification is stronger than mine, and old Lu's. How come he looks fine? Lu Qian, pouring the nutrient solution into his mouth, wave his hand. Go on, go on. If it doesn't work, just let me know. I can overdraw my physical abilities to release a thunder tribulation field to help intercept the enemy. Zhou Pingyan was also happy to be free, thinking if his subordinate wanted to try, then let him try. SPEEDRUN, who had fought alongside him, was very experienced in combat, especially in group battles and small units challenging the enemy's legions. With SPEEDRUN's agreement, he was beaming with joy as he stepped out of the military formation, activated the live streaming function, and smiled brightly. Today is the series that even the old lady can clear. All troops pay attention. Next, I will take on 1 or over 1,000 T3 mechs. Pay attention to my operation. General SPEEDRUN walked to the center of the battlefield, issued orders under the Soul Network, and a T1 rookie-level Transformer warrior stepped forward, transferring control to General SPEEDRUN. General SPEEDRUN's eyes were wild, his smile flamboyant. Pointing to the mech group above the city wall, his voice passionate. I, General SPEEDRUN of the Disaster Wolf Empire, challenged the garrison of the city of Forged Heaven to a duel. Do you dare to accept the battle? Without waiting for response, General SPEEDRUN issued another order. The T1 rookie Transformer warrior removed its armor and equipment, letting them fall to the ground, leaving only a small phase disintegration cannon on its left arm and an armor-piercing laser sword in its right hand. Bare bones, using only basic weapons for the duel. The level of provocation was instantly maxed out. Zhang Yang looked at Zhou Pingyan uncertainly, his mouth twitching. Brother, your general seems to be doing something ridiculous. He took off all his equipment to duel. Zhou Pingyan, oh. Lu Qian was dumbfounded. Brother, this is a T1 rookie fighting a T3 veteran. Are you sure? Losing this will really affect morale. Chief Officer Xiao Li smiled slightly and reassured. Don't worry, this is basic operation. Just watch him show off. The general's operational skills are top-notch. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian could only brace themselves and continue watching. On the side of the Plague Legion, everyone looked towards the center of the battlefield, anticipating the general's performance. In the mech group above the city of Forge Heaven, a flurry of electronic information exchanges occurred. And soon, a captain-level corrupted mech flew out and landed in front of General SPEEDRUN. The captain-level corrupted mech had a laser cannon in its left hand and a ship-slicing sword in its right hand, its dark green eye sockets looking at General SPEEDRUN. Its electronic voice solemn. Engage. The captain-level corrupted mech didn't remove its equipment, not because it didn't want to, but because these things couldn't be simply taken off. General SPEEDRUN revealed a satisfied smile. Begin. Chapter 33. What does it mean to be a top-tier general? A T1 rookie-level mechanical transformer type, even after a round of upgrades, has improved basic attributes and equipment, but essentially, this rookie level represents something worthless, mass-produced, with average performance. Compared to others of the same tier, Transformers with a spark source core are like divine beings. Compared to T3, the difference is not much more than being fully equipped versus being naked. Previously, T1 Transformer disaster troops were effective because they were fearless, plus a series of boosts. Now, without any boosts, a pure rookie T1 Transformer warrior is challenging a T3 mech. The effect is explosive. The battle ignited in an instant. The captain-level corrupted mech appeared before the Transformer warrior in a flash, its ship-slicing sword already poised in midair, needing just 0.01 seconds to cleave a defenseless mechanical soldier in front of it, who had no shields, mechs, or armor, in half. The Transformer warrior, as if taking a stroll, shot energy flames from its chest, retreating a step at a remarkably subtle speed. The ship-slicing sword brushed against the surface of the Transformer warrior's energy engine, leaving a futile trail of charred blade marks in the air. The dark green eye sockets of the captain-level corrupted mech instantly brightened, its cold metallic face looking incredulously at the Transformer warrior's raised left arm, where a small phase disintegration cannon was slowly charging, ready to blast itself in the face at any moment. Whoosh! The captain-level corrupted mech's left foot shot out dark green flames, using powerful propulsion to dodge right. Watching in shock as the pure green beam hit its left arm's energy shield, causing violent green energy waves to erupt. The Transformer warrior revealed a triumphant smile. Mimicking General SPEEDRUN's voice, "Don't panic at the start. The enemy will rush in to deliver. Step back to dodge a cleave, and charge to drain the opponent's energy shield." The disintegration cannon has both shield and armor penetration properties, and next. The captain-level corrupted mech's dark green pupils contracted sharply, its intelligence processing speed accelerating, and the ship-slicing sword slashed horizontally faster. It missed. The enemy seemed to have calculated its attack perfectly, canceling the disintegration cannon's attack in an instant, charging in reverse to retreat, and before retreating, it slashed its armor-piercing laser sword at its own left arm. Next, the enemy will counterattack. The reverse charging cannon will dodge, greedily taking a slash before retreating, and now starting to recharge, calculating the energy standard precisely. This requires a bit more detail. Still, don't move. The opponent will rush in to deliver. The captain-level corrupted mech's brain went numb, realizing that the enemy general had extremely rich combat experience. It was clear that General SPEEDRUN had predicted its actions, yet it had to press forward to suppress. The ship-slicing sword was halfway down when it was intercepted in midair by continuously firing pure green disintegration energy cannon, unable to move. The force was just right, neither too light nor too heavy, perfectly intercepting. This would hard control the opponent for 0.1 seconds, still greedy for a slash before retreating. The captain-level corrupted mech's eye sockets turned red, and with increased force, it sliced through the pure green disintegration cannon beam that had intercepted it, yet again missed. The opponent would rush in to deliver. This time, it charged its foot with its left hand's disintegration cannon half-charged. The captain-level corrupted mech's eye sockets turned pure red, and it fired its left-hand laser cannon. As long as it hit once, it could kill this fragile mechanical soldier instantly. The Transformer warrior, as if taking a stroll, shot flames from the bottom of its left foot to easily dodge, letting the laser beam graze past its waist, while the small-phase disintegration cannon on its left arm aimed at the enemy's left arm and fired again. The enemy panicked. The charging time exceeded the limit for single-target attacks, seizing the opportunity to greedily fire one shot, aiming the armor-piercing laser sword at the enemy's ship-slicing sword near the hand position. The enemy's left arm energy shield dropped by 2, its strength affected. Master the physics of torque theory, and this can yield results. Clang! The captain-level corrupted mech looked incredulously at its ship-slicing sword being blocked for a moment by the disintegration cannon and armor-piercing laser sword. The enemy once again seized the opportunity to kick its left arm, causing the energy shield value to drop again. General SPEEDRUN stood calmly in the center of the battlefield, his eyes reflecting the scene in the Transformer warrior's eyes, speaking in a calm tone. Hit a half charge. Continue strolling, observe a bit, and wait for the enemy to rush in to deliver. On the front line of the Disaster Wolf Empire battlefield, Zhang Yang was dumbfounded, mouth agape, watching the top-tier general's practical demonstration. Wow. Lu Qian had his mouth wide open, his face full of shock. Wow. I only knew Brother Zhou was amazing. I never expected Brother Zhou's general to be this impressive. No. How did you cultivate such amazing extreme operational capabilities? Wang Chuan was stunned. Huh? How did both sides manage such extreme and stylish maneuvers to toy with the opponent despite the huge gap in strength and equipment? Chief Officer Xiao Li adjusted her glasses, explaining calmly. General Xiao has recently spent a lot of time studying the system algorithms and database of T3 corrupted mechs. The logic is actually very simple. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. You just need to memorize the combat system algorithms and general data of the T3 corrupted mech and train repeatedly in the simulation system. To put it simply, unadorned training sessions of an unspecified number. Zhou Pingyan smiled. Not bad. It seems Xiao is really working hard behind the scenes. Chief Officer Xiao Li puffed out her chest, a bit proud. General SPEEDRUN originally prepared for the leader-level T3 corrupted mech, yet the opponent sent only a captain level, which somewhat underestimated General SPEEDRUN's combat experience. At this moment, Zhang Yang didn't want to speak. He knew that if he did, Brother Zhou would show off. But he couldn't help but feel envious. Damn, a T1 rookie fighting a T3 captain veteran. Impressive. Zhou Pingyan's smile deepened. Lu Qian drooled in envy. If this general were given to me, I could clear the trial with my eyes closed. No wonder Brother Zhou is so calm. Damn! With such an impressive subordinate, who would worry about losing a battle? At a critical moment, just bring out the skills. Zhou Pingyan's smile grew even broader. It would be a lie to say he wasn't pleased. After all, he hadn't expected SPEEDRUN to train so hard behind the scenes, just for this moment's extreme effect. With SPEEDRUN putting in such effort, he originally thought about whether to personally take command to stabilize the situation, but now there was no need to think about it all. With SPEEDRUN understanding the combat data and structure of T3 mechs so well, given him enough mechanical troops, he could intercept those T3 corrupted mechs himself. The quality of T3 aging mechs has its limits. Yet the skills and awareness SPEEDRUN displayed are limitless. Over at the Casting Heaven City, the T3 mech group and the high-ranking Iron Clan members on the city walls fell into a dead silence, watching helplessly as their captain-level corrupted mech, clearly possessing strong power, was gradually worn down by the enemy in an almost playful manner. The leisurely strolling combat style is the most perfect attack method, grasping the most extreme timing for output. The captain-level corrupted mech tried every possible way to counterattack, even launching strong exchange attacks, but each time was perfectly and eerily dodged by the enemy, leaving it to watch its energy shield orderly decrease until it overloaded and shattered. Ding! The energy shield shattered. The captain-level corrupted mech's metallic face was filled with despair, watching the fragile mechanical soldier before it continued to utter words devoid of any insults but more humiliating than any words in this world. Look, it's that simple. The energy shield is broken. Next, only armor and the mech remain. The small phase disintegration cannon counters armor, so it can continue charging for an attack. To deal with the mech, the armor-piercing laser sword is needed, as it has higher output power. Until the armor is penetrated, we will primarily use armor-piercing laser blades, with the output from the disintegration cannon as support. Still, don't move. Wait for the enemy to charge in and continue delivering. Why aren't you delivering anymore? The Transformer warrior looked at the captain-level corrupted mech, frozen in place, puzzled. Young man, you just broke a shield. There's still armor value and mech value left. Why aren't you continuing to fight? The captain-level corrupted mech knelt on the ground, its metallic face dazed and pale. The once bright red eye sockets turned back to dark green, flickering continuously. A puff of white smoke emerged from the head of the captain-level corrupted mech, and the armor vents opened, releasing waves of scorching heat. Thud! The captain-level corrupted mech fell to the ground, the extreme temperature softening the ground beneath it, igniting nearby weeds into ashes. The armor and mech were not shattered. The intelligence chip overloaded and crashed. In order to calculate a winning strategy, the AI operated beyond its limits and ultimately crashed. The T1 rookie Transformers didn't have this trouble. Their control was in General SPEEDRUN's hands, and all calculations were performed by him, leaving them only responsible for executing commands. The Transformer warrior was taken aback and could only say the closing line. It's simple. Just overload their intelligence chip to crash it. Therefore, mechanical units need to pay special attention to algorithm optimization. Got it? Even a toddler can easily clear it. Compared to machine brains, the human brain has many drawbacks, such as low effective memory, poor floating point operations, high biological noise, and susceptibility to damage, among others. However, the human brain has one advantage that machine brains lack. Repeated training can strengthen the connections between brain neurons, gradually improving the precision and speed of neural networks and even giving rise to new synaptic connections. The drawback of the genetic system: the lower limit is too low. The advantage of the genetic system: the upper limit is too high. General SPEEDRUN proved a simple yet profound truth to everyone through his talent and hard work. As long as you are willing to train, a T1 and bare equipment can defeat a fully equipped T3 as long as you have hands. The scene fell silent. The people on the side of the Forged Sky City were filled with despair and shock, fully aware that their next life was approaching. The people from the Disaster Wolf Empire were equally shocked and stunned, even though they knew of General SPEEDRUN's reputation. Witnessing the T3 intelligence chip crash firsthand felt incredibly impressive. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that a human could achieve such a feat? Zhou Pingyan collected his chin and was the first to applaud, his face filled with joy. For General SPEEDRUN, applause. As an unassuming, all-around numerical monster, witnessing such a pleasing technical operation filled him with deep admiration, appreciation, and joy. Damn, that's impressive. The applause awakened everyone. The members of the Disaster Wolf Empire cheered and clapped with all their might, offering the warmest shouts for General SPEEDRUN. The applause erupted like a tsunami, drowning out all silence. This is a space opera, not just a lore story. There is still a long way to go. So remember to keep reading. The leader of the ancestral corrupted mechs landed on the city wall, silently watching as the captain-level mech was lifted up and placed before him. The clan leader Fong Chuan silently observed the steaming captain-level mech. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that their side actually had an equipment advantage. Yet they still lost, and very thoroughly at that. The leader of the ancestral corrupted mechs sighed a breath of condensed water vapor. Damn it, encountered a cheat. Don't think this looks absurd. If you really encountered it, you would find it super absurd. How many humans in this world can refine their brains to such a terrifying level? Theoretically feasible, but that doesn't mean the probability of achieving it in reality is high. Clan leader Fong Chuan's expression was serious. Their battle armor is not as good as ours. We still have a great chance of winning. The leader of the ancestral corrupted mechs glanced at the ignorant yet optimistic astronaut clan leader, then looked at the enemies on the battlefield, his electronic voice calm. The enemy understands us too well. This is far more terrifying than the equipment gap. Would the original breakout tactics be exploited by the enemy? Because of this? This is a life and death gamble. If you gamble wrong, it's irreversible. Clan leader Fong Chuan smiled. What if this is just the enemy's bluff, trying to achieve their tactical goals through this? The leader of the ancestral corrupted mechs looked at Fong Chuan, admiration flashing in his dark green eye sockets. Your optimism and foolishness equally astonish me. This idea is indeed useful. I will recalculate. Yes, this is also a possibility. The enemy is precisely because their equipment is lacking that they are trying every means to achieve this. We just need to find a right direction for the breakout, and the chances of winning still exist. Fong Chuan, can you say something nice when you compliment someone? Zhou Ping'an laughed heartily, waving his hand. General SPEEDRun came bouncing back with the rookie soldier, wearing an expression waiting for the Emperor's praise. Zhou Ping'an happily patted his shoulder, smiling broadly. Good, very good, well done. General SPEEDRun laughed heartily, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. Thank you for the Emperor's praise. Next time I will definitely do better, ha ha ha. Ding, recording complete. It felt great, just waiting for that one compliment. Today was satisfying. Looping playlist 1. Zhou Ping'an blinked. Did you just record? General SPEEDRun blinked. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhou Ping'an grinned, feeling that everything about this general was great. Except for this one point being a bit eccentric. I mean, I'm not some great beauty. What is the point of recording this for loop playback? Zhang Yang's expression changed, and his left hand began to gather the Lord's blessing. Bro, the enemy seems to be about to break through completely. Zhou Ping'an looked toward the city wall, smiling faintly. SPEEDRun, upload the data to the Soul Network. It's our turn to play. General SPEEDRun became serious. Your Majesty, I will personally command and ensure the success of this mission. Zhou Ping'an laughed. I understand your loyalty, but after all, there are over 1,000 T3 mechs. Zhang Yang, Lu Qian, SPEEDRun, at once. 3 Zhou Ping'an, each guard a direction. I will personally confront the enemy leader. Understood. 3 3 quickly chose their corresponding combat targets based on their strengths. SPEEDRun was responsible for intercepting the elite mech group. Lu Qian was responsible for the second batch, and Zhang Yang was responsible for the third batch. Zhang Yang was nervous, his palms sweating, knowing that if there was a problem in this operation, the most likely to be affected would actually be him. I have an advantage against T1 and T2. Who dares to attack T3? What kind of hell dungeon is this? Disaster Emperor. Zhou Ping'an distorted abnormal environment. Enemy movement speed reduced by 50. Energy output reduced by 50. Energy shield reduced by 50. Zhang Yang immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the benefit of having a strong ally. Fortunately, we have a Hell Demon King on our side. With Brother Zhou here, we are stable. Heavenly Sovereign, Lu Qian, our movement speed increased by 100. Energy output increased by 100. Zhang Yang gasped, feeling swept away. Old Lu was putting his life on the line, damn, decisively following up with skills. Zhang Yang will never be weaker than Old Lu. Star-suppressing Emperor. Zhang Yang mechanical gravity deception. Enemy mechs suffered double electromagnetic interference, affecting gravity calculations. Once he cast a high-level Lord skill, Zhang Yang's face turned pale, devoid of any color. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yang activated the Desperate Survival spell, forcibly pulling his state up. This spell allows the user to remain in peak combat condition, but the longer it lasts, the more likely the user is to suffer afterward. Lu Qian raised his eyebrows and followed up with Desperate Survival. Zhang Yang. I hate internal competition. Chief of Natural Disasters, Su Li Cunning Villain. Our army's evasion rate increases by 15, hit rate increases by 20, and computation speed increases by 60. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian looked at the intelligent and beautiful girl, Su Li, in shock and surprise. Why do you have a warlord skill? Su Li adjusted her glasses and proudly raised her chin. Attack. Xiao showed off, so I have to show off too. Zhou Ping'an led the charge, glancing at the status bar that appeared, confirming that everyone had received the boost. He directly abandoned the Earth Dragon and flew alone towards the boss-level corrupted mech, switching his attributes to Void Energy. The Void is a primitive ecological universe that coexists with the main universe, rich in raw energy. Big shots in the spiritual energy system especially like to absorb the safe parts of Void Energy for transformation and training, which is powerful and efficient. Zhou Ping'an's operating methods were a bit different. He didn't prefer to absorb the safe parts for transformation. He preferred to directly transform into a void black hole, projecting into the void to crazily draw on void energy. When strong enough, it could even cause a reverse influx of the void dimension, commonly known as a dimension bomb, also referred to as a cosmic crisis. This was a summary of experiences after the perfect nth restart of the small world. The boss-level corrupted mech grabbed the clan leader Fang Chuan and placed him in the cockpit in its chest, its electronic voice comm. This is our first, and very likely our last battle. After verification, choose a combat method centered around me, and you will assist me with your computational power. Fang Chuan looked at the beam of light falling on his face with excitement, his expression fervent. For the glory of our ancestors. The boss-level corrupted mech corrected. It should be for the voyage. We have come this far for the voyage. All right. For the voyage. The boss-level corrupted mech flew out of the city wall, floating in front of the enemy's leader, each hand holding a battleship-cutting sword. Its metallic face serious. Are you former enemies or new enemies? Zhou Ping'an smiled with his teeth showing while downloading the database provided by SPEEDRun. New enemies. You better think of every way to stop me. Once I break you, not a single person on your side will escape the encirclement. If you really can't stop me, then I'll use the full map to kill you instantly. The downside is a bit of void pollution. On the ground, the battle cries were deafening. The undead servant army charged out the door towards the Disaster Wolf Legion. Behind them, the fully armed Iron Clan roared as they charged. The Disaster Wolf Legion, blessed by the Lord, responded with fervent battle cries and advanced at full speed. Zhou Ping'an smiled, extended his hands to grasp the air beside him, and slowly flew forward. I hope you can hold on a little longer. The space was shattered by Zhou Ping'an's hands. 10 purple cracks were torn open, and they gradually expanded as Zhou Ping'an moved forward. The surging purple void energy roared and rolled in the cracks, directly injecting into Zhou Ping'an's body, ignoring the time-space gap. The boss-corrupted mech forcibly ended the screaming alarm system process, quietly complaining, I hate hanging up. The boss-level corrupted mech had to admit one thing. The only point of connection with humanity for this human in front of him was this appearance. He could catch the T3 battleship-cutting laser sword blade with his bare hands, capable of breaking through the outer alloy armor of escort ships and thunderstrike ships. His eyes emitted crimson blood energy rays that could rapidly decrease the T3 energy shield value. Even in close proximity to the laser cannon, he could teleport and charge forward without fear of being reduced to countless pieces due to energy environment anomalies. Even more disgusting was that before the battle had even started, he had already incurred several layers of negative field statuses. What was the worst? It was that this Disaster Wolf Emperor did not display a health bar and felt no decrease in any status. It felt like fighting a top-level boss without gear. The boss-level corrupted mech looked at the Disaster Wolf Emperor in front of him, who was only wearing a set of daily military attire, and then glanced at the left arm, which had been accidentally scratched and was sparking with 5 cracks. This was armor made from T-38 dark alloy technology, capable of withstanding the damage from T3 battleship-cutting laser swords multiple times. In front of this guy, the only function of this armored forearm was to help him gain an additional 0.006 seconds of reaction time, preventing his entire arm from being broken. There were many similar wounds on his body. Zhou Ping'an released his hand, allowing the fragments of dark alloy armor he had caught from the boss-level corrupted mech to fall. Chuckling, quick reaction. The boss-level corrupted mech's expression was serious. I cannot break through your defense, but you also cannot leave here. I can fight you all day. The longer it takes, the greater the probability that the enemy's high-ranking commander, who is not good at combat, will show a flaw. In this battle, as long as one comrade escapes, it would be a victory. Our side ultimately holds a qualitative advantage, a gap that the enemy cannot completely erase. Zhou Ping'an glanced at the destruction value, silently pouring it into the progress of the defensive fortress line, which instantly rose to 95. On the surface, he remained calm. You are indeed quite difficult to deal with. If I were an ordinary lord, I might not even have the qualification to stand in front of you. Unfortunately, I am not. Not to mention, I quite enjoy cheating. The boss-level corrupted mech looked at the battle report in the channel, no longer in a hurry, and laughed. I'm going to win. Your Legion Star Emperor is not good at combat, and he is already unable to stop me. That Tianqian King indeed has strong combat ability and war command skills, but unfortunately, he is just a child. If he were a little stronger, the situation might be different. Zhou Ping'an smiled. He delayed you for half an hour, which has already exceeded my expectations. Xiao Zhang is weaker than us, but he is indeed very hardworking and makes great progress. By the way, can you guess what big gift I have prepared for you? The boss corrupted mech looked at the three team leaders about to break out of the encirclement and laughed heartily. Big gift? What big gift could possibly stop a captain mech that just wants to escape and report? Ha ha, you lost. This war is your loss. Ha ha ha. Zhou Ping'an hummed a little tune, opened the channel, tagged everyone, and input the coordinates of the colonial self-destruct ship. Everyone, aim here and fire. The colonial self-destruct ship, self-destruct. Zhang Yang received the order, looking confused, but his body honestly fired at the colonial self-destruct ship hidden in the sky. Bro, what are we blowing up the ship for? Lu Qian, equally puzzled, fired, bro. The colonial ship is too high. It only works if it falls and self-destructs. He didn't understand Zhou Ji's operation. The boss corrupted mech saw that the enemy actually gave up the siege to attack the colonial ship that had suddenly appeared above them. And its electronic voice laughed particularly joyfully. Mutual destruction? At such a high distance, you can't hurt us at all. You underestimate the defense of T3 mechs too much. The colonial ship in the sky dove towards the ground. This was a self-destruct that didn't distinguish between enemies and allies. It destroyed the vast majority of life and objects on the battlefield. The boss corrupted mech laughed, a particularly sorrowful laugh. With dark green light flickering in its eyes, it's gone, all gone. Crazy, this is a crazy enemy. The city of Forging Heaven gone. The Iron Clan, gone. Nothing left. The enemies before the undead corrupted mechs died in large numbers during this self-destruction. But they felt no joy. They could only watch in despair as their home, guarded for hundreds of years, turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Everything they cherished disappearing in an instant. The only good news was that the enemy was dead, and now it was easy to rush out and report. The surviving corrupted mecha group paused for a moment before charging towards the Empire. As long as they left this place, they could report to the Empire. Zhou Ping'an casually resurrected his high-ranking officials, humming a tune, and invested all the accumulated destruction points into the defensive fortress group. The real encirclement was complete. The mission was exceeded. Shaoli checked the progress and said calmly yet with a hint of joy, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The fortress group is 187 complete." Zhang Yang, floating beside them in his battle armor, looked bewildered. What? What happened? Why did the whole map suddenly explode? Lu Qian was stunned. What? How is the fortress group 187? The leader of the corrupted mecha's dark green eye sockets flickered urgently, its electronic voice incredulous. What fortress group? What fortress group? In the sky, a booming sound of simultaneous light cannon fire echoed. The leader of the corrupted mecha quickly turned around, despairing as he saw his comrades turning into fireballs amidst the dense rain of light cannons, their icons in the channel rapidly dimming and turning gray. Unable to respond to his electronic signals anymore. Suddenly, sparks erupted from the leader of the corrupted mecha's head. The world before its eyes flickered with snowflakes. Its intelligence instantly overloaded, and it urgently activated its anti-jamming program to recover, its expression filled with despair. 16 layers of highly effective negative fields. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Ping'an and the others' ears exploded with sparks. Their headsets directly blew up. The battle armor worn by Zhang Yang and the others also exploded, and before they could react, they were blown up again, their body parts scattering as they fell freely. Zhou Ping'an looked at his high-ranking officials being killed again, stunned, then realized this was the downside of exceeding the mission and simultaneously activating the negative fields. Zhou Ping'an sighed, truly a good thing, even our own people get killed. The power of disaster technology is immense, regardless of whether it harms our own. Just consider how powerful it is. Mission successfully completed. Zhou Ping'an resurrected his high-ranking officials again and applied the blessing of the virtual realm to prevent them from dying again. The leader of the corrupted mecha floated alone in mid-air, despair written all over its face. Zhou Ping'an smiled. Surrender? Or continue? The leader of the corrupted mecha paused, consulting the astronaut in the cockpit. The next moment, the leader of the corrupted mecha picked up the broken ship-slicing laser sword and charged one last time. What a pity. Zhou Ping'an released his hand, and a shattered leader of the corrupted mecha fell to the ground. In his palm, the new intelligent chip blessed by the relics floated quietly. Zhou Ping'an threw the intelligent chip to Shaoli. Upload all their data. Once the T1 mecha technology is completed, resurrect them all. By the way, don't forget the Iron Clan data. Resurrect them in batches for our use. Zhang Yang sighed. To be honest, it's a bit hellish. Fighting with Brother Zhou is really terrifying. After dying, you get resurrected to be a worker. Zhou Ping'an looked at the fiery ruins of the Chutian city, stroked his chin, and added, after they are resurrected, let them rebuild Chutian city. It looks quite nice. Lu Qian laughed and added, they also need to repair the territory we blew up. Set the table. Chutian city, the main hall, a temporary residence built. After this shocking war, the matter that concerned the disaster emperor the most was presented to everyone. A bowl of mashed potato rice, made from high-tech hydroponically grown potatoes, paired with simple seasoning technology, resulted in a deliciously fragrant bowl of mashed potato rice. Zhou Ping'an quickly scooped a spoonful into his mouth, his taste buds rejoicing and jumping, moved to tears on the spot. What kind have I been living for the past half month? Zhang Yang, sitting in a wheelchair, struggled to hold himself up, trembling hands grabbing a handful to eat, his eyes moist. It was worth it. So fragrant. Is this the sweet taste mixed with the effort I fought for with my life? I didn't suffer for nothing. Lu Qian drooled, pulling his plate over and attacking from both sides. Stop eating. You're overextending yourself. You should have some liquid food first. Zhang Yang's tears fell, lying in his wheelchair, drooling, hating himself for not being strong enough to eat the mashed potato rice properly. The long-awaited meal segment was bustling. Everyone was too busy eating to talk. Zhou Ping'an picked up his plate and poured all the broth in his mouth, licking it clean, the plate shining as if it could be used as a mirror. Satisfied, Zhou Ping'an set down the plate, took a nearby napkin to wipe his fingers and mouth, got up to wash his hands, and returned to sit down, rubbing his round belly, feeling that life was complete. Zhang Yang, tearfully drinking nutritional liquid, gulped it down one sip after another. After everyone finished eating, they sat quietly in their chairs, savoring the beauty of life, except for the overextended Zhang Yang. Zhou Ping'an reached out and snatched half a tube of nutritional liquid from Zhang Yang, drinking it like a beverage. Zhang Yang took out another bottle. Lu Qian snatched it, drank half, and disdainfully shoved it back. Not tasty. The mashed potato rice is really fragrant. Zhang Yang, are you both crazy? Don't wait for me to recover. Otherwise, I will eat well. Zhou Ping'an burped contentedly. Not bad. Let's report the current situation. Chief Officer Xiao Li picked up a tablet, checked, confirmed it, and began the report. We have physically suppressed most of the resistance groups in the Kingdom of Luo, completely dominating and managing this area. It will still take 2 months to complete the preliminary construction and connect the territory of the Kingdom of Luo into our ruling network. The T3 corrupted mecha technology is still in the decryption stage, but fortunately, we have the ascension talent of the Heavenly Machine Project. So it just takes a bit more time. Civilizational ascension talent, a group law talent that can only be obtained when a civilization has strong cohesion and collectively accomplishes a certain great feat. Heavenly Machine Project, Technology is not rigid knowledge that has a fixed answer, but a product that allows us to transcend the ordinary. Ordinary people cannot understand our progress at all. Effect: actions taken against us to steal technology will automatically fail. The wreckage of our destroyed ships cannot be studied by other empires. Absolute decryption value 10. Even for technology that exceeds the current standard, you can conduct research and implementation at a normal rate of 10. Invisibility strength 2. Encryption 2. This was the first civilizational ascension talent chosen by Zhou Pingyuan. It is the most practical and powerful starting talent. An absolute decryption ability of 10 means that an ordinary disaster citizen, if they wish to thoroughly study something, even starting from a primary school level, as long as they are willing to spend time researching, even at only 10 of the normal research speed, they can gradually comprehend a technology that exceeds the civilization level. The other effects are the civilization black box effect, preventing others from peering into the internal state of the products of the disaster empire. After a month of busy work, a small vassal kingdom was obtained. It can be considered that a foothold has been established on planet No. L6, having gained some ground. Don't underestimate this step. It can save a lot of trouble. Chief Officer Xiao Li saw that the Emperor had nothing more to say and continued the report. We have obtained the relic mechanical time worm. Here is the relevant information. Xiao Li projected the information. Mechanical time worm. Active effect. Restores mechanical systems to full status and gains double engine energy. Passive effect. Increases shipbuilding speed by 25. Cooldown, determined by usage and range, can recharge to shorten cooldown time. Cooldown time, 3,599 days. Zhou Pingyuan's eyes lit up. This is good. A war artifact for the mechanical system. Zhang Yang lamented. What a pity, I don't have one. But this 25 shipbuilding speed is also very good. Suitable for war flow. Lu Qian envied. This is simply tailor-made for warlords like me. I hope I can find a relic next time. Zhou Pingyuan blinked. You need it? Then you can use it. Lu Qian was stunned, pointing at himself. For me? Brother Zhou, this is a rare treasure. Zhou Pingyuan shrugged. You can use it on normal days, and when my clan's mechanical system needs it, just give it a shout. Lu Qian was confused. But, don't you need it? Brother Zhou, don't be polite with the rare treasure. Zhou Pingyuan looked disdainful. I have cost reduction and overclocking. Why would I use this? My assembly speed is 1,000. Do you think I lack a 25 boost? Am I short of this little boost? This mechanical system's healing ultimate move is only useful when I'm in battle. Lu Qian's mouth twitched. It really was the case. Brother Zhou certainly didn't lack that little boost. Chief Officer Xiao Li continued to report. Now there are 3 issues. First, the issue of the demon disaster. I investigated privately and found that it's just some petty skirmishes. It would only take a month to quell the demon organizations within the Kingdom of Luo. However, I found information regarding the Holy Church State, where a demon organization has infiltrated. To catch the tail of the demon disaster, we must go to the Holy Church State. But we need a diplomatic talent to resolve some related issues, and currently, there are no diplomatic talents in the country. Xiao Li pointed to Zhang Yang and Lu Qian with a look of disdain. These 2 useless dogs can be used, but don't expect them to achieve anything remarkable. Zhou Pingyuan said, this is indeed a problem. I'll think of a solution later. Keep an eye on the demon disaster issue. It relates to the overall situation. Chief Officer Xiao Li continued. The second issue is the matter of the divine network. We need to gradually revive the Iron Clan people to understand what their divine network is all about. Do you want to expedite this process or follow the normal procedure? Zhou Pingyuan raised an eyebrow. Expedited. We must clarify their divine network. Chief Officer Xiao Li paused. The third issue is a bit special. Sir, you need to communicate with the Alliance, Lord Su Shan. We can make a profitable deal using aquaponics technology. After that, I suggest we take a trip to the Holy Church State. I suspect there are major problems within the Holy Church State. Zhou Pingyuan was surprised. I understand the business talk, but what do you mean by problems within the Holy Church State? In the current region, there are 2 major indigenous empires. One is called the Kaisha Empire, a human civilization with strong inclusivity. The other is called the Holy Church State, another human civilization, which is extremely exclusive. Both of these indigenous human empires seem to have inherited relatively complete pre-civilization technology and are not weak. Wang Chuan said softly. I just left, and my home was already robbed. Who do you think betrayed me? Zhou Pingyan chuckled. I see, all right. Then I'll go check out the Holy Church State and catch the tail of the demon disaster. Summarizing, the issues within the kingdom of Luo are all minor problems that can be resolved in 1 to 2 months. The divine network issue needs to be expedited to understand their operational system. Make a deal with Su Shan regarding aquaponics. There are problems within the Holy Church State that require a personal visit, and currently, there is a lack of a diplomatic talent. Zhou Pingyan dialed Su Shan's holographic phone using his wristwatch. As soon as the holographic phone connected, they saw Su Shan snapping the neck of a demon and tossing it aside, with artillery fire booming nearby. Su Shan wiped the blood off his face, his expression indifferent. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm a bit busy. As one of the first lords to stand up against the demon disaster, Su Shan had been living a very eventful month. Fighting his own kind, many things could be used on-site after the battle. Fighting demons, on the other hand, often resulted in additional military expenses, travel costs, and medical fees. Before the operational mechanism was established, fighting the demon disaster was a pure loss-making venture. It was extremely frustrating. Zhou Pingyan said, Come to my side. I want to make a deal with you. Su Shan decisively raised his hand to hang up the phone. No way. Only a fool would do business with you. If I trade with you again, I'd be an idiot. The stuff you gave me last time was all explosives. And then you asked me if it was useful to your mother. Zhou Pingyan smiled faintly. T1 level 3 aquaponics farm. Su Shan's hand froze in midair, taking a deep breath and trying to swallow the frustration he had accumulated over the month, replacing it with a respectful and sycophantic smile. Brother Zhou, please send me the coordinates. I'll come right away. After eating pig feed for a month, the morale of my entire clan is about to crumble. This is an aquaponics farm? This is clearly a lifesaver. Thanks to the friend, God is watching for the first God-level certification of this book. Thank you. Su Shan used emergency teleportation to come over personally for the business discussion. Su Shan had his soldiers wash off the blood with buckets and hurriedly walk towards the hall. Stop. You stay outside. No need to come in. Zhou Pingyan pinched his nose and signaled SPEEDRUN to spray some air freshener for him. Su Shan, with a helpless expression, stood in the air freshener mist, spreading his arms to let it spray. Damn, you really have a lot of trivial matters. I won't waste any more words. I must get the aquaponics farm. Name your price. As long as it's not excessive, I can accept it. Zhou Pingyan stroked his chin. I haven't thought about what I want yet. All right, give me a diplomatic type lord. A diplomatic talent is not as good as a diplomatic lord. Su Shan pondered for a moment. There really is one? But it's too troublesome. Can we change the conditions? Zhou Pingyan blinked. What's troublesome? I want to change. I'm just short of someone to handle diplomacy. Su Shan was extremely speechless. Qin Xiang. Zhou Pingyan. Oh, that really is too troublesome. You're right. Zhang Yang Judiously Asked Qin Xiang, the little princess of a Qin family. She does have strength and is pretty. Her personality is good. Doesn't she communicate well? What is the trouble? Zhou Pingyan picked his nose. Looking smug, she chased me before for a long time. Chief Officer Xiao Li seriously translated and restored the real situation. She has chased a lord and hasn't given up. Zhou Pingyan flicked away a booger. Looking narcissistic, the first time we met, we established a deep bond, and since then, she has been infatuated with me, relentlessly pursuing me. Chief Officer Xiao Li adjusted her glasses, looking indifferent. During the first year of university in the global assessment of lord systems, there were 50 lords advancing together in the mid-stage levels, and one unfortunate fellow triggered a trap. The lord seized the opportunity, stepped on the trap, triggering all the traps and beast hides in the area, killing 48 colleagues and escaping the trap area first, leaving only Qin Xiang, who managed to escape due to her excellent strength. After escaping, the lord held an axe to Qin Xiang's neck and said the first sentence of their lives, sign the subordinate agreement as a test subject, or I'll chop your head off and throw in the pit. The scene was very quiet. Although it was known early on that Brother Zhou would go to any lengths to win and had no humanity, hearing such a familiar style still felt explosive. To win thoroughly, he had caused the deaths of 48 colleagues, and the only one who survived was forced to sign a dog agreement. Zhang Yang chuckled awkwardly. The strong are respected this. Also, well, I guess. Zhang Yang opened his eyes, swallowing his conscience, trying hard to uphold his brother's reputation. I even remembered the reports from back in the day. Scumbag top scholar. No mistake. This was indeed the official report from Capital Star back then. Zhou Pingyan, with his hands behind his back, sighed. Fortunately, I scored full marks later. It was a perfect encounter. Chief Officer Shaoli explained. Don't misunderstand. The perfect encounter here refers to the perfect encounter between the Lord and the full score. Moreover, later on, the Lord used Qin Xiang as cannon fodder, forcing her to traverse all dangerous areas encountered and making her disarm all traps while he lay back and won effortlessly. Before reaching the finish line, the leader kicked Qin Xiang down, stepping over her head and crossing the line, all broadcasted live nationwide, on popular streams within the capital, in the Qin family group chat, and snatching the full score trophy from an examiner with the surname Qin. That day marked Qin Xiang's 18th birthday, a crucial day for her coming-of-age ceremony. She had even planned what dress to wear that evening. The upper echelons of the Qin family had specially gathered, some even waiting outside the finish line, anticipating the splendid performance of the Qin family's little princess. This included several high-ranking members of prominent families friendly with the Qin family, who were closely watching the event. Then, they witnessed such a shocking process and conclusion. On that day, Qin Xiang essentially experienced social death. It would have been better to die in that machinery riot. Zhou Pingyan looked back with nostalgia. That was the first major trophy I won in college. Chief Officer Shaoli explained. That was the first time Qin Xiang, the little princess of the Qin family, lost so thoroughly. The proud daughter of heaven, invincible in the world before 18, was literally trampled on at a crucial point in her life. After turning 18, she could relive the crushing defeat every year as if it were the first time, each year adding another layer of vowed revenge. The Desert Grim Reaper couldn't stack up against her. Lu Qin quietly asked, Bro, what position does your dad hold? How have you survived until today? I thought it was outrageous enough that you offended your peers, but I didn't expect your ability to offend people to be this strong. On the day of the Qin family's little princess's coming-of-age ceremony, you dared to step over her head and snatch the trophy from her elders. Zhou Pingyan maintained a calm demeanor. Mind your own business, anyway. Qin Xiang is still someone worth recruiting. She cares about me a lot. Chief Officer Shaoli nodded. Yes. If you mean the situation where she is forced to sign subordinate agreements and be used as an experiment at every competition, she indeed cares about you. The scene was very quiet. Su Shan, steeling himself, took the storage disk for hydroponic farm technology from Shaoli. Transfer a copy of the technology to my private account. I sent you Qin Xiang's account, and I'll do some ideological work with her privately. I'll try to make sure she doesn't kill you when we meet. If there are other needs, I will definitely accommodate. The Alliance owes you a favor, and the Alliance will remember it. Zhou Pingyan scoffed. Nonsense. I always trample her underfoot. Competing for first place with me? Impossible. Su Shan. That's why she wants to kill you. Clearly, her results are pretty good. You both could cross the finish line together and create a beautiful story. But you want a perfect score all for yourself, and you use such a shocking method. Impressive. Su Shan face-bombed, adding, I'll help you deal with Qin Xiang, but don't provoke her again. She's among the top 3 in this trial. If you blow it, you won't find such a good lord again. Zhou Pingyan. TSK, mind your own business. Just bring her over, and I'll have her sign the subordinate agreement again. Su Shan, be a person. Every year, catching a sheep to fleece, I feel stifled for her. But in the end, Su Shan chose to sell out Qin Xiang for the hydroponic farm, letting her be fleeced once more. Hopefully this is the last time. Su Shan also synchronized the recent technologies, intelligence, and findings from the Great Xia Lord Alliance and the War Alliance with the Disaster Wolf Empire. T1's Level 3 hydroponic farm technology, which is related to the morale issues of those Lord civilizations in the War Alliance. Su Shan balanced the accounts, even allowing Zhou Pingyan to make a small profit before stopping. The first to run out T1's Level 3 hydroponic farm technology was indeed this war criminal lord. After the technology and intelligence were synchronized, Su Shan nervously boarded the Peace No. 1 battleship and headed to the frontline combat area. Zhou Pingyan watched Su Shan leave, pondering for a moment. Shaoli, how's the Defense Fortress Group coming along? Chief Officer Shaoli, it's already completed. What's up? Zhou Pingyan, double the quantity, raise the level. I'm afraid Qin Xiang will blow me up when she arrives. During the negotiations, raise the security level, add more guards, and bring more energy shields. I don't want her to go crazy and explode, taking me with her. Chief Officer Xiao Li facepalmed. Okay, I'll arrange it right now. Zhang Yang compliant, bro. So you know what you're doing is excessive. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. Don't make a fuss. I'm just making normal security arrangements. After recruiting Qin Xiang, we should consider going to the Holy Empire to catch the demon disaster's little tail. Tomorrow, we'll hit 100,000 words. The recent data is very important. Everyone must keep reading. Qin Xiang, only 22 years old, very young, beautiful, gentle yet hardworking, and a top talent among the younger generation of the Qin family. Everyone holds her in high regard, especially for her character, which has an excellent reputation. Everyone believes that such a kind-hearted, empathetic, and exceptionally talented super genius, if she grows up and takes a high position in the empire, will bring a whole new change to the entire empire. As a super genius of the Lord system, with 5th-tier cultivation in the immortal path and 5th tier in the genetic system, this beautiful girl is adorned with countless honors. Yet, the only blemish on her life path was encountering Zhou Pingyan on her 18th birthday. After that, Qin Xiang's life has been a series of ups and downs, bending like a willow waist, breaking again and again. Scum. Qin Xiang gritted her teeth, standing across the table, her eyes blazing with fury, wishing to burn this bastard in front of her to ashes. Zhou Pingyan held up an energy shield to block the scorching rays shooting from her eyes, holding a water tap in his hand. Are you accepting it or not? If you don't, I'm going to spray water on you. I'm the Water Dragon King, the #1 in spraying water. Su Shan stood by, helplessly advising, Princess Qin, cool down. Grades are important. Qin Xiang lowered her scorching rays, turned her head to glare at Su Shan. There are no princesses in the new empire. Strength is respected. Whoever is strong has the reasoning. Su Shan steeled himself. All right. Just remember, we agreed before coming that you must not fall out with Zhou Pingyan. There are no demons in Zhou Pingyan's territory. He has completed the initial purification and is a disaster refuge for our alliance. He was the one who discovered the demon disaster and alerted us about the dangerous technology. And he was the first to come up with a hydroponic farm. You can't. Qin Xiang raised her eyebrows. Why didn't Ti receive that? Su Shan forced a smile. You knew his coordinates and came over. I didn't even have time to finish speaking. Qin Xiang frowned, looking back at Zhou Pingyan. Finally taking a deep breath. Give me the hydroponic farm technology. Tell me what to do. Considering the contributions to everyone, I'll reluctantly treat you like a person once. Zhou Pingyan gestured, and Chief Officer Xiaoli transferred the Level 1 hydroponic farm technology. Join my alliance and become the highest diplomatic officer. Qin Xiang looked at the Level 1 hydroponic farm technology, her expression softening slightly as she pursed her lips. No, this price isn't enough unless you add more money. Su Shan looked at the pop-up window, unable to help but facepalm, once again feeling Zhou Pingyan's dirty tactical heart. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. Level 2. Chief Officer Xiaoli transferred the Level 2 hydroponic farm technology. Qin Xiang was somewhat tempted, but felt it was too much of a loss at the competition. She had been Zhou Pingyan's dog 4 times and was used as cannon fodder later on. This price was a bit tempting but still not enough. Zhou Pingyan held up 3 fingers. Level 3, no more than that. Qin Xiang's expression became serious. Where's the agreement? I'll sign. Before talking about money, scum, give me Level 3 technology. I swear by my adoptive father. Su Shan stood at the back, covering his face, and didn't dare to mention that Zhou Pingyan had almost freely disclosed the T1 Level 3 hydroponic farm technology to the alliance. Although it was a business deal, Su Shan wasn't naive enough to think he had actually purchased it. This was a generous act from the big brother as a prerequisite for the subsequent transaction. With Zhou Pingyan around, he had already helped everyone avoid many pitfalls and provided a comfortable start. One must not be foolish in life. Of course, Zhou Pingyan could be foolish. He was the big brother, after all, and could be willful. Now, the technology publicly available for free within the alliance was used by Zhou Pingyan to get Qin Xiang, the super genius of the Qin family, to sign a vassal agreement. After signing the agreement, Qin Xiang's delicate face softened considerably. I want 10 of the primary resources and full diplomatic authority, and I'll move my territory over later. Hee hee. With a level 3 hydroponic farm, I'll definitely take off. Little Sue, why don't you sign one too? P.S. Giving away level 3 technology. Sushan forced a smile. I'll pass. I'll hold on a bit longer. Ding dong, Alliance members. Please check your technology decompression package code and install it promptly to get through the early stages. Qin Xiang was slightly curious. What's the Alliance up to? Let me take a look. T1 Level 3 Hydroponic Farm Technology Compression Package, provided by the ruler of the Disaster Wolf Empire, Zhou Pingyan. The scene was extremely quiet. Qin Xiang stared blankly at the pop-up message. No need to spend a single energy coin. No need to sign any agreements. No need to grovel. Just a flick of a finger, and she could receive the T1 Level 3 Hydroponic Farm Technology Package for free. Anyone could claim it. Did I just sell myself for a free technology package? Zhou Pingyan quickly absorbed the agreement into his hand, rapidly signed it, stamped it with red clay, and uploaded it to the Director Group's network for notarization with lightning speed, laughing heartily. Signing the agreement means it cannot be torn up within 10 years, enforced. And you have no room for regret. Destruction value 101010. Huh, where did this destruction value come from? The screen is refreshing so fast. Qin Xiang's eyes turned red, her face flushed, and her hands clenched into fists, feeling a surge of anger. Again, I've been played by this guy. Zhou Pingyan hurriedly grabbed the wheelchair to shield himself. 10 of the primary resources and diplomatic rights. We'll give you 3 of us, hiring you as a diplomatic ambassador. This price is very fair and reasonable. After all, if you want someone to work, you have to pay them. Qin Xiang is worth this price. After all, she is a 3-system 5-tier. It's a good deal. Alliance leader Sushan is only at the peak of the 4-tier battle system. Not even worthy of carrying Qin Xiang's shoes. Zhang Yang in the wheelchair said, "Bro, I'm really touched that you don't see me as a disabled person. But, bro, you don't see me as a person either. I'm a defensive lord. I'm not invincible." Qin Xiang's chest heaved with anger, but eventually suppressed it. "I'm going to move. My health is important. I can't get angry. No one will take care of me if I get sick." She turned and left without a trace of nostalgia. For the sake of the 10 primary resources, I'll endure. Sushan watched Qin Xiang board the escort ship and leave, fell silent for a moment, then said softly, "Brother Zhou, your primary resources aren't covered by the Alliance, right? Rounding up, what is the difference between this and a white wolf with empty hands? And only giving 10 of the primary resources. Damn, you really are a money-saving genius. You've thoroughly learned economics." Zhou Pingyan blinked. "Really? Is that so? Oh, it seems that is the case. Look at my memory, I almost forgot about that. Oh, so the Alliance is raising 3 vassal countries for me? Hard work, hard work. Next time there is something good, I'll definitely remember my brothers and sisters. No need to pay out, just freeload off 3 little brothers. Who says joining the Alliance is useless? Aren't my little brothers getting fat and happy?" Sushan sighed. "All right, since the matter is resolved, I'll continue fighting the demons. If there is anything, just let me know. As long as we can help, the Alliance will definitely send people, money, and effort. As fellow citizens of the great Xia, when we encounter difficulties, we will definitely help." Zhou Pingyan smiled. Go on. I'll finish handling the divine network, and then go check on the country. We can only settle the trials once the demon disasters are dealt with. All right, I'll take my leave now. I want to use your junk. Zhou Pingyan glared. "What junk? You're slandering me too much. Climb, damn it, it exploded halfway. I ran over 100 kilometers yesterday. This thing of yours is really a one-time use, huh?" Zhou Pingyan glared again. "It must be that you operated it incorrectly, or it wouldn't have exploded." Sushan sighed. "I just played a song. If the energy consumption exceeds 0.01, it explodes. Can you not be so rigid next time? Just focus on the fighting, don't point at anything else." Zhou Pingyan was quite satisfied. "You blew up one of my ships. Destruction value 555. In the blink of an eye, the destruction value was enough to cover the cost of a ship." Sushan's expression darkened. 10 alloy, right? Depreciation of 6 alloy. Send it over next time you bring the ore. Deal. The next chapter will hit 100,000 words. Everyone must read it. Must read it. At night, in the main hall of the city lord of Casting Heaven, Qin Xiang was drinking the freshly produced juice, her eyes curved with joy, feeling that joining wasn't in vain. At least the food here was several levels better than what she had back home. Zhou Pingyan was flipping through the materials, stroking his chin. What do you all think about the Divine Network? I originally wanted to probe into the Divine System's matters, but it was pushed too quickly, and I didn't have the chance to understand it at all. Genetic system, psionic system, technological system, divine system. Plus this T3 technology. The L6 planet trials are still quite challenging. Qin Xiang put down her materials and juice, clasping her hands together. I do know a bit. I lived in the forest area before and encountered nature gods and animal gods, but they were all quite weak and posed no threat. This has a lot to do with the divine system of the Great Xia Empire. Every resident of the Great Xia who believes in the Great Xia gods enjoys a very quick response speed. The initialization is the Lord's civilization territory, not the faith. When they meet and shout human renaissance, those nature gods and animal gods that could pose a threat would kneel on the spot. Human renaissance refers to a period after the mythological era when the gods ruled Blue Star. And in the ancient fallen kingdom of the eastern continent, a genius named Qin Zheng rose to prominence, rapidly clearing levels. Wielding the sword of twilight to cut down gods that disagreed with the human-centric philosophy, achieving a forcibly unified situation. This is a significant chapter in the history of the Great Xia Empire, and also the story of today as Qin Emperor's rise. Therefore, the four words human renaissance have become a keyword for those who believe in Emperor Qin, allowing them to receive blessings from him. When Qin Xiang shouts human renaissance, it's like asking dad for some money, just a spoiled daughter living a good life. No technical content, all just numerical strength. Zhang Yang weakly raised his hand. Sister Qin Xiang, your dad is the Qin Emperor. This isn't very comparable, right? Don't even mention the nature gods of L6. There are hardly any gods in the star sea that can withstand it. What else can they do but kneel when they don't meet? How can they compare with the daughter of the supreme god of the star sea, the Qin Emperor? Qin Xiang was taken aback. All right, you all continue. This is a matter of bloodline connection. I can't just cut off my father-daughter relationship. Chief Officer Shaoli introduced. After investigation, the gods worshipped by the Iron Clan have slow response times, poor efficiency, and few manifestations. Only large-scale rituals yield effects. Your Majesty, do we need the Iron Clan to hold a large-scale ritual to see the effects? Zhou Pingyan stroked his chin. We must hold it. We need to clarify the matters regarding the Divine Network. When doing things, one must be meticulous. The development of backward civilizations may be lacking, but there are numerous cases of strong divine development, especially among monotheistic races, gathering all beliefs to cultivate an omnipotent God. Their combat power has never been low. Any race can nurture a powerhouse by putting all resources into a single individual. The dog race, by uniting their entire clan's faith, can raise a divine dog that devours planets. Understood. The group then engaged in further discussion and confirmation, and after ensuring there were no issues, they began to execute the plan. The large-scale ritual required a significant number of Iron Clan members. This necessitated the revival technology. The Research Institute worked overnight to produce a simple yet functional clone technology. Zhou Pingyan consumed a bit of destruction value to finalize this matter. On the third day at noon, the large-scale ritual finally commenced. The revived Iron Clan members had to accept reality and perform a large ritual for the new king's new master. The large-scale ritual featured numerous performances, and Zhou Pingyan and others treated it as an appreciation of local customs. Supervision of the Divine Network continued from morning till night. By 11:30 p.m., Chief Officer Shaoli reported that there was a response. Zhou Pingyan looked up at the galaxy stretching across the night sky, with stars twinkling. Standing on the rooftop of the Lord's Hall, he gazed at the distant scene of the Earth's negative energy rolling. There were quite a few dead. Even if buried in time, a significant amount of negative energy had emerged. Zhou Pingyan's expression was peculiar. At this point, in this environment, a response? I'm not saying it's disrespectful to the gods, but isn't the timing and environment of your response a bit off? No response in the morning, none at noon, none in the afternoon. And now, when the negative energy is prevalent at night, you respond? Knowledge, the time of Z, from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., is when negative energy is at its heaviest. If you respond any slower, it will be at the peak of Z, which is midnight, the point of heaviest negative energy. This is a significant issue. Chief Officer SPEEDRUN's expression became serious, and she called over the Iron Clan leader, Feng Chuan. Feng Chuan wore ceremonial robes and had a grim expression. Chief Officer SPEEDRUN stated the severity of the issue, suspecting that the divine network of the Iron Clan had encountered serious problems. Iron Clan leader Feng Chuan frowned. "You are slandering us." Zhang Yang's expression was serious. "Leader Feng, without mentioning our clan's rich experience with the divine, would a proper deity choose to appear at this time and in this environment? You'd better think back to see if anything special has happened in recent years." Iron Clan leader Feng Chuan shook his head. "No, the only special thing is encountering you." Zhang Yang and Zhou Pingyun exchanged glances. Zhou Pingyun sensed something was off and waved his hand. "Activate the resonance facility, charge the divine network, and open the subspace channel." The order was passed down and executed quickly and strictly. In less than 30 minutes, at the peak of Z, which is midnight, the facility was installed and began charging the divine network. The Iron Clan members stood awkwardly around the square, looking puzzled at the unfamiliar magical array placed by the foreign races in the center of the ritual square. The subspace resonance facility, a block-like grid structure, could open a spatial dimension close to the main world as long as there was corresponding dimensional data. A purple vortex slowly emerged from the center of the square. Zhou Pingyun's expression eased slightly. "The Divine Kingdom channel can be opened normally. That's good." The purple vortex quickly expanded to a diameter of 8 meters. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Dense, dark patterns rapidly spread from the center of the purple vortex, and ugly, twisted demon patterns overlapped rapidly, with the air ringing with the sounds of extreme corruption and decay. A sorrowful female voice shouted from the center of the vortex, "Children, run." The black-purple vortex began to collapse. Qin Xiang immediately jumped down from the rooftop, forming hand seals in midair, shouting, "Father above, help me stabilize the spatial channel." A divine light descended from the sky, suppressing the dark vortex, repeatedly sweeping away the dark energy escaping from the vortex. Qin Xiang's subjects quickly gathered and formed a formation, casting righteous spells from the cultivation system to suppress the darkness and bestowing blessings on those nearby to prevent them from being eroded by the dark energy. Zhou Pingyun looked at the chaotic divine kingdom channel, turned to the pale-faced Feng Chuan, and raised an eyebrow. "Do you know that your clan's god kingdom has turned into a dark world?" Iron Clan leader Feng Chuan looked horrified. "No. This is impossible. We cannot worship a dark god. We worship the Iron Fire Mother Goddess." Qin Xiang checked the channel, confirmed its stability, summoned her battle armor, and rushed in first. In less than a minute, she ran back out, removed her helmet, and her expression was serious. "A big problem has arisen. The Divine Kingdom has been occupied by dark creatures, suspected to be fallen technology." That warning was a message. There was no divine light from the righteous God in the Divine Kingdom. Zhou Pingyun clicked his tongue and crossed his arms. "Well, this is great. The fun has just begun. You have fed your entire clan's faith over the years to dark creatures. It's good to have a backward indigenous as a clan god. No one even knows the Divine Kingdom has been occupied." Iron Clan leader Feng Chuan knelt on the ground, his face pale. No. This is impossible. Please continue reading, great lords." Qin Xiang looked at the formation of her subjects and frowned. "We only have 1 hour of free access. After 1 hour, this channel will close." Chief Officer SPEEDRUN's expression was serious. "His Majesty the Emperor can stabilize the channel, but Emperor Zhou, are we sure we want to go in? The war in the main world isn't over yet. Opening a second battlefield now would be a bit strenuous. We can fight, but there are only so many of us. We can't split one person into two, right?" Zhou Pingyun smiled. "Let's go in and take a look. Even if something goes wrong, I'll take responsibility." Chief Officer SPEEDRUN looked at General SPEEDRUN. SPEEDRUN immediately arranged for the elite guards, taking along seasoned veterans to accompany the Emperor on the expedition. After a brief preparation, they brought Feng Chuan and a few elite Iron Clan members together. Passing through the purple-black vortex, they arrived in the subdimension, a small dimension adjacent to the main world. As far as the eye could see, there was a blood-red sky, with vengeful spirits and ghostly beings swirling in the air and various twisted hellish plants growing on the ground. The air was dry and thick with the smell of sulfur. In nearby pools of blood lay several demons with severed necks. In the distance, some demons were in a state of sleep and had not noticed the appearance of a spatial channel leading to the main world. Qin Xiang casually cast an invisibility spell on everyone, concealing their forms and auras. Qin Xiang's pupils turned golden red. The original owner of this divine kingdom modified the entrance and exit before disappearing, leaving a message spell warning later comers of the danger here. Because the entrance and exit were modified, the demons here were trapped. The message spell's effect was the scream everyone heard in the ritual square. As for modifying the entrance and exit, it's like changing the password on a security door. Unless they're SA family member S fingerprint authentication, no one can come and go freely. Zhang Yang was surprised. They couldn't beat the demons. So they welded the door shut? What a talent, locking the thief inside the house. Qin Xiang nodded. Right, but there's a new problem. According to my investigation, this divine kingdom has been abandoned for at least 50 years. Even if the Iron Fire Mother Goddess is not in good shape, she could still crawl to the friendly side, right? 50 years have passed, and the demons are still stationed here, while the divine kingdom's owner, the Iron Fire Mother Goddess, is nowhere to be found. Lu Qian was puzzled. Didn't we detect dark energy fluctuations earlier? Doesn't this prove that there was a response from the divine kingdom? It's strange. What is going on? Chief Officer Xiao Li explained lightly. Is it possible that the energy fluctuations were caused by the demons breaking the security door? Lu Qian. That makes sense. Xiao glanced around and raised an eyebrow. The enemy's civilization level is not low. They have at least mastered subdimensional technology. Look at those sleeping demon species. They are wearing T1 model demon-type battle armor. This is a standard demon civilization warrior. The lower limit is T1, but the upper limit is unclear. When dealing with demon civilizations, the most frustrating point is not their difficulty, but the challenge in accurately assessing their overall strength. Demons are inherently chaotic, and their civilization is even more disordered. Demons fully exhibit a chaotic and disorderly survival style, and their internal management system is a complete mess, with everything imaginable, especially when facing a planet not occupied by demons. You can easily encounter indigenous demons, dimensional demons, T1 civilization demons, chaotic demon species, subspace demons, messengers of demon empires, and subordinates of destruction demon gods on this planet. The demons themselves struggle to clarify their management system. They only know that as long as it works before the system collapses, they want to think of ways to remedy it. In fact, some high-ranking demons even regard this chaotic management system as a traditional virtue, believing it to be the true demon civilization. This situation has improved somewhat since the rise of the Great Xia Empire. Qin Xiang calmly analyzed. There are significant problems on the Divine Kingdom side, but I don't recommend addressing them right now. Let's set it aside for now. We should wait until the Alliance develops psionic technology. Without psionic technology support, it will be challenging for us to sustain long-term operations in the Divine Kingdom dimension. The mainstream culture of the Great Xia Empire is focused on cultivating immortality. Very few people pursue psionic technology. They usually run through the useful genetic technology first, and then use the excess computational power for some immortality cultivation. People don't rush into it, because the later stages of the immortality cultivation system are where they really gain power, while the genetic system rapidly increases troop numbers and combat power in the early stages. If there were no restrictions, everyone would want to purely pursue the immortality system. This also leads to a disparity in status. Those pursuing psionic technology are generally referred to as having a sewer-level status. Zhou Pingyan stared at the battle armor on the sleeping demon warrior and raised an eyebrow. Have someone check the patterns on their armor. It looks a bit familiar. Chief Officer Xiao Li ordered, and soon received a reply. Pressing her earpiece, she looked astonished. It's from the Demon Empire, a subordinate civilization warrior of the T4 Demon Empire. The Demon Empire is currently fighting against our army on the Northern Star Domain border. The Disaster Wolf Empire has had some encounters with the Demon Empire before. At that time, the demon commanders of the Demon Empire wanted to destroy the world to restore their strength, but couldn't outmaneuver Zhou Pingyan, who detonated the calamity first. Zhang Yang complained. Demons are really like fleas, jumping around everywhere. T4 bro, this one TB easy. Let us just leave it for now. We can handle them later after we acquire more technology or when the trials are over. Zhou Pingyan's eyes brightened as he stroked his chin. What do you think? If we counterattack and invade the territory of the Demon Empire, could we directly rise in rank? What are the trials for? A good position. Now, with so many military achievements in front of us, are you not tempted? Qin Xiang looked speechless. That makes sense. But establishing a second battlefield requires a lord to shift to psionic technology. May I ask, besides me, who here has graduated with high scores in psionic technology? Fighting a bunch of T1 corner demons is something anyone could do with their eyes closed. But for sustained combat, especially stabilizing the spatial passage, we need T1 psionic theory and subsequent technologies. Zhou Pingyan observed with a calm demeanor. Xiang, you know I started with genetic and mechanical systems. Time is fair to everyone. Although I am an all-round lord, my units are also fully developed with dual development. If I open another system, the computational power will not be enough. I have to wait until I expand before considering opening another system. Zhang Yang chuckled awkwardly. Sister Qin, you know I'm a defensive and developmental lord. Not very good at psionic systems. Lu Qian looked at the floor. Sister Qin, you know I'm only good at fighting. This floor is really just a floor. Qin Xiang's face instantly darkened. Are you just bullying me because of my good grades? Transforming at the start is a big taboo. Lu Qian cleared his throat. Brother Zhou lent me a relic. Well, Sister Qin, you can take it and use it first. Zhang Yang flattered. Right, Sister Qin. I'll take care of the defenses in your territory. I'm very good at fixing fortifications. Zhou Pingyan laughed heartily. I also have a T3 corruption mech technology. I'll share it with you. Qin Xiang facepalmed, choosing to coexist with the group. This is my sacrifice for the collective. And I hope you all remember this and don't treat me poorly in the future. Someone must be the captain, and naturally, someone must be the crew to build a ship. By integrating into the collective and contributing, the collective will provide benefits to the individual. Zhou Pingyan abandoned the lone wolf approach and chose to join the alliance, which now supports him in nurturing younger members. Zhang Yang stopped just farming and focused on building defenses and infrastructure for all civilizations within the small group, ensuring logistics and defense systems for everyone. Lu Qian flew back and forth, handling security issues in various territories, suppressing all enemies, and distributing excellent armed products to the other three, providing everyone with high-quality fleets and armed products. Each fulfilling their own duties, everyone took care of themselves and those around them, and everyone enjoyed the best life. In the end, Qin Xiang chose to integrate. I am for everyone, and everyone is for me. Qin Xiang ordered the territory to formally shift to psionic technology, following Zhou Pingyan's command to establish the second battlefield. Zhou Pingyan was also generous, directly preparing the T3 super-frequency mechs, ready to charge in and clean up the divine kingdom of the Iron Fire Mother God. Show off a bit and then share it with Qin Xiang. This time it really hit 100,000 words. Chapter 41. Just talk about peace or not. The T3 overclocked, corrupted mecha has extremely strong combat capabilities. The area of the Iron Fire Mother God's divine kingdom is only over 200 square kilometers, and the demons stationed within are ruthlessly harvested like small grass in front of the T3 overclocked, corrupted mecha. Qin Xiang looked eagerly as the T3 overclocked, corrupted mecha emerged from the purple-black vortex. Starting the game with T3 technology was simply cheating. The small-scale war lasted about 3 hours, including actions such as transporting demon corpses, spraying air fresheners, and eliminating hellish plants. In the city of Casting Heaven, at the sacrificial square, after the interrogation, SPEEDRUN personally came to report. SPEEDRUN's expression was serious. It was the action of a subordinate civilization of the Dark Empire. After review, if we can connect to the Divine Network and complete the corresponding technology, we can counterattack and rack up military achievements. Zhou Pingyan, report the situation to the directing team. This situation is getting more complicated. The T4 Demon Empire actually has a hand in this. A planet might not catch the eye of the T4 Demon Empire, but a planet located in the capital star domain of the Great SPEEDRUN Empire has different strategic value. Zhang Yang sighed. The Iron Fire Mother God's maneuvering is excellent, She didn't let them come to the main world. Otherwise, a war would have started here. Qin Xiang said, "This incident must have happened at least 50 years ago." 50 years is a significant variable. The Lord's trial, demon disasters, the former T3 superliminal civilization, the remnants of the corpse-eating empire, the multi-planet adaptability of the starry children, and the T4 dark empire, among others. This small L6 planet is actually hiding so many talents. Lu Qin looked calm. Why think so much? There are 18th-tier psychic instructors above us. What is there to be afraid of? In ancient times, this would be a big shot in the late stage of immortal cultivation, easily capable of destroying a star. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. Right, go ahead and create chaos. I'll cover you. If I can't manage it, I'll let the instructors cover it. Qin Xiang, do you think of yourself as a person? How many times have you let Uncle Li cover you? Ding dong. Zhou Pingyan opened the message and found it was from the directing team, Instructor Li Xiang. And he laughed. Hey, he said to let us create chaos. And if anything happens, let the directing team handle it. Qin Xiang sighed, always feeling that Zhou Pingyan was a war criminal lord nurtured by the great Xia Empire. You see, any civilization of average strength would not dare to let their lord act like this. With the directing team backing him, Zhou Pingyan planned to let loose. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, silently synchronized the intelligence to the Great Xia Lord Alliance and began to engage in diplomatic work to seek benefits for their side. The matter of the Divine Network was considered half resolved. The Divine Kingdom was found, but the gods had vanished. On the central continent, among the indigenous civilizations, the most experienced in the divine system and the most complete divine network is the Holy Church State. If the Iron Fire Mother God wants to seek help, the capital of the Luo Kingdom has the Holy Church. Theoretically, there's no need to seek far. The Big Shots branch station is right next door. Qin Xiang ordered the temporarily formed psychic troops and Zhou Pingyan's guards to go to the capital of the Luo Kingdom, where they also held a large ceremony to open the Divine Kingdom passage. The result surprised everyone. Zhang Yang gaped. What? Are you saying that the Holy Church in the capital of the Luo Kingdom is serving a shell Divine Kingdom? The guard were equally puzzled and continued to report. Yes, Your Majesty. The Holy Church's divine kingdom has not been invaded, but there are no divine beings inside. Only a desolate divine kingdom. It appears to have been abandoned for hundreds of years. Zhou Pingyan was stunned. Theoretically, the Holy Church State, which has the most complete divine network, actually has a branch that is a shell divine kingdom. This is even more entertaining. A divine kingdom occupied by dark creatures, a hollow shell divine kingdom, and missing deities. Qin Xiang's expression changed slightly. Up until now, have any natural gods or animal gods over 100 years old been encountered? Zhang Yang's expression changed drastically, and he quickly opened the Great Xia Lord Alliance to search keywords. No, not a single lord has encountered a deity over 100 years old. Lu Qin also searched keywords, gasping. All encountered deities are under 100 years old. This is even more amusing. Something must have happened on the L6 planet 100 years ago that affected the entire planet's divine system. An event capable of influencing the entire planet has stimulated it. Zhou Pingyan sat up straight, looking at the projected intelligence, stroking his chin. We must go to the Holy Church State to understand what exactly happened in the divine system. The divine system generally restrains demon disasters. If we lose the support of the divine system, it will be even more difficult to fight against demon disasters. We can definitely win. We can't possibly clear it all alone, right? This is a team trial, not a soul game. Qin Xiang agreed. Zhang Yang and Lu Qin agreed. Zhou Pingyan, all right, get ready. We'll set off for the Holy Church State tomorrow. The Holy Church State is a human empire on par with the Kaisha Empire. It is a religious empire that sends out large numbers of church teams every year to patrol the country, eliminate dissent, clear out demons, and pass judgment on injustices. On the surface, it has a good atmosphere and coexists harmoniously with humans. However, it does not get along well with non-human races. All non-human races within the church state are equally subjected to racial discrimination. They do not attack recklessly, but verbal provocations are inevitable. In summary, the Holy Church State treats human races equally while equally discriminating against other races. Zhou Pingyan and the others directly took a guard ship to the vicinity of the capital of the Holy Church State. After landing, they disguised themselves as a 100-person adventure group and proceeded. The official road was wide and convenient for travel, and they occasionally encountered passing merchant teams, guard teams, and patrol teams. Compared to the impoverished regions of the Luo Kingdom, the Holy Church State was obviously more prosperous, wealthier, and more generous. Just during half a day of travel, all the teams they encountered only needed to say a word of blessing. May the Holy Spirit be with you. And the merchant teams, guard teams, and patrol teams would smile brightly, exchanging local specialties or giving small gifts. Zhang Yang sat in the cart with a pile of snacks. Grinning, saying auspicious words is really effective. I don't even need to worry about lunch. I can fill up on snacks. Every time they encountered a team, Zhang Yang would run up cheerfully and, with a series of auspicious phrases, made them exceptionally happy, receiving little snacks and specialties in return. Zhou Pingyan shook his head speechlessly and turned to Shaoli. Remember to build a base within the Holy Church State for future preparations. If any issues arise, it will be convenient for support. Chief Officer Shaoli. Understood, it has been arranged. Chief, there is currently an issue. The Empire scale is about to exceed the 100 limit. Should we address this? The normal standard is a scale of 100, while the Disaster Wolf Empire defaults to 200, and wartime status allows a limit of 2,000. Just a reminder, this is merely a convention. Currently, there is one core base, one frontline base, plus the Luo Kingdom's affiliated territory. The Empire scale has exceeded 100. In the early stages, failing to run technology to reduce scale easily leads to excess. Zhou Pingyan, handle it. Change the national policy to extreme pacifism to reduce the scale by 30. Different national policies bring about different correction effects. For example, extreme pacifism can reduce the Empire scale by 30, allowing the Empire to have a larger territorial area. Additionally, it provides a stability of 10, promotes a harmonious society, and enables better production and research development. All right, modifying now. The air suddenly became a bit quiet. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Bro, when did we get involved with pacifism? It's been a month since we landed, and the fighting hasn't stopped. Lu Qian touched his head. Brother, are you sure you want to use this instead of extreme militarism? Qin Xiang looked at Zhou Pingyan in shock, completely unable to understand what he was thinking. Just yesterday, he was talking about opening a second front, and today he's saying to switch to extreme pacifism. Zhou Pingyan, am I not peaceful enough? Isn't the kingdom of Luo peaceful enough? Zhang Yang Fachapalmed. You're advocating for extreme pacifism? Seeing two groups fighting, don't be afraid. Let's go kill both groups, and we can enjoy peace. Don't worry about whether the method is right. Just say whether it's peaceful or not. Suddenly sympathizing with the Holy Church nation. An extremist like this entering the country is no different from the arrival of a demon king. Chief, we found a church patrol team stationed ahead. It looks like they're having trouble. Should we send someone to check it out? Zhou Pingyan smiled. Let's take a look and see if we can gather some intelligence. It's the first show. More people are watching. It's bowl time. Time to beg for money. Please everyone, click 5-star reviews, preferably those that can praise a bit more. Haha. Chapter 42. The Holy Patrol. The patrol team had more than 20 people, some of whom were clearly injured, while others lay on simple stretchers. Over 20 individuals were gathered around the paladin captain, watching him frown and desperately strike flint, only to produce sporadic sparks that failed to ignite the slightly damp grass below. Was disheartening. The Holy Empire was located in a relatively humid climate, making it difficult to start a fire. Captain, just a bit more strength. We're counting on you to get this fire going. The paladin captain, Chun Chuanfa, sighed and glanced back at the only fire mage in the group, who was lying unconscious on a stretcher. The lack of combat power was terrifying, but even more so was the fact that the cook who usually started the fire was down. The most frightening part was that after he collapsed, nobody could manage to start fire. With no other option, Captain Chun Chunfa said, "Bring over some firewood. I'll try to start a fire by friction." A few half-injured team members hurriedly handed over dry firewood they had prepared earlier, throwing it in front of the relatively capable captain, watching him eagerly, like hungry children. Captain Chun Chuanfa sat on a wooden stump, tied a thin branch with a rope, secured it, and placed it on a thicker log. He began to rub it vigorously with both hands. "Hey, Are you trying to start a fire? Captain Chun Chuanfa looked up, his face lighting up with hope. Hey, buddy, do you have any fire-starting materials? Zhou Pingyan was taken aback and shook his head. No. Captain Chun Chuanfa's expression fell. Do you have any flint? Our flint isn't working. Zhou Pingyan scratched his face. Well, no. Captain Chun Chuanfa's eyes filled with hope again. Any fire mages? Zhou Pingyan shrugged. No. The hope in Captain Chun Chuanfa's eyes faded completely. He sighed and lowered his head to continue his arduous task of starting a fire by friction. Damn, this lesson is too deep. We can lose our lives, but we must protect the cook who starts the fire. Seeing the captain busy, Zhou Pingyan took a small stool and sat down, also asking his bodyguards to bring a few more for the injured so they could sit and not get damp from squatting. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian came over cheerfully, sitting on the small stools to watch Captain Chun Chuanfa attempt to start fire. Zhang Yang remarked, I've only read about this in books. I never thought I'd see it in person. Lu Qian explained, starting a fire by friction is very difficult and labor-intensive. Those with low stamina might not even last long enough to create a spark. Plus, it requires technique and skill. If your level is lacking, you really want to succeed. Captain Chun Chuanfa looked up and noticed that more than 20 members of the adventurer team had gathered around, judging by their appearance and attire. They seemed to be a noble group, posing little threat. The leader of the group was a dashing young man, only 2 meters away, who didn't carry the scent of blood and didn't show strong hostility towards him. Nobles out for fun? The thought flashed through Captain Chun Chuanfa's mind as he continued to focus on the challenging task of starting a fire. Zhou Pingyan handed over a fruit curiously, asking, Buddy, how did you guys get so badly injured? What happened? I have a healer in my team. Do you need help? The injured man accepted the fruit, helplessly saying, It's all because of the demons. During this patrol, we discovered several dark cults and demons, and on our way back, we were ambushed by them. If it weren't for a group in high-end armor, we would have been finished. Their armor was very advanced, looking like troops from the Rogue Empire. But they claimed to be from the Demon Extermination Unit under the Great Xia Alliance. You wouldn't believe it. Their weapons were top-notch, taking down small demons with a single shot. It's strange and terrifying that such a powerful unit appeared in our territory without us knowing. We were initially going to march urgently to report it, but on the way back, we ran into other teams who had also encountered them, and we sent the healthy teams to report urgently while we rested and made our way back. Zhou Pingyan glanced at Qin Xiang, who nodded in response. During this time, Su Shan had been working hard to suppress the demons, aiming to clear a safe area. So encountering the Holy Patrol team that had been dealing with demons for years was quite normal. Zhou Pingyan pulled out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and handed it over. This is candy. Suck on it for some sugar and nutrition to aid in healing. The injured man smiled shyly, taking the candy. This packaging is really exquisite. Can I keep the wrapper? I want to take it back for my sister. Zhou Pingyan smiled and pulled out another one, handing it over. This one is a gift for your sister. It's just a small snack, so feel free to take it. Captain Chun Chuanfa looked up and saw a hint of milky white aura in Zhou Pingyan's eyes, nodding. Eat it. It's good stuff. No poison. Such exquisite packaging. This noble must be quite significant. The injured man put the candy in his mouth, his eyes lighting up, looking at Zhou Pingyan with much friendlier eyes. You're really a good person. If you run into trouble in the capital, you can mention our Captain Chun Chuanfa's name. It works wonders. Captain Chun Chuanfa gave his teammate a speechless glance. Zhou Pingyan chuckled, Sure. Shall we go call the healer over to help out? The healer, with assistants in tow, jogged over holding a medical kit, disinfecting and bandaging the severely injured, spraying medical spray, and even finding a steel plate to fix the broken bones. The injured felt astonished as the pain from their wounds subsided, even feeling a tingling sensation. The healer slapped the hand of an injured person who was about to peel off the medical cloth, looking stern. Don't peel it off, otherwise you'll have to disinfect it again. For the next few days, keep the wound dry, avoid spicy food, and eat light liquids. In 15 days, it'll be much better. If it gets infected, you could die. The injured man awkwardly nodded, abandoning any thoughts of recklessness. It was clear that this was quality stuff. The cloth used for bandaging was whiter than the holy cloth in the church. The healer's hands were cleaner than river water and gentler than the wind. It was obvious they were professionals. Captain Chun Chuanfa observed while continuing to rub the wood, knowing these supplies were valuable, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. If it's convenient, once I start a fire, let us have a meal together. You're from the Holy City too, right? I'll take you along. Zhou Ping and smile, sounds good. Captain Sparks. Sparks. Captain Chun Chuanfa quickly lowered his head, only to find that the hard-won spark had extinguished in an instant. He sighed. It's fine. I'll try harder. I'll get the fire going soon. You guys don't have fire either, right? Once I have it, I'll share some with you. Captain Chun Chuanfa focused intently on the tip of the wooden stick, rubbing with all his might, carefully waiting for the spark to return. The tip of the stick and the hollow in the stump were already darkened, the temperature rising. Just a bit more effort, and he would be able to start fire. Everyone held their breath, focusing intently on his attempts. Captain Chun Chuanfa was sweating slightly, rubbing the stick with great effort. Finally, he saw smoke rising from the stump, igniting a small flame. Oh my God! A cheer erupted, but the small flame was quickly extinguished by the wind. Captain Chun Chuanfa was drenched in sweat, his smile frozen on his face, feeling that life was truly difficult. The atmosphere became tense and quiet. The morale of the patrol team dropped significantly, with stomachs growling in unison. Captain Chun Chuanfa gritted his teeth. It's fine. I'll give it another go. In that moment of tension, a fair hand reached over from the side, holding a palm-sized tool, aiming it at the tip of the wooden stick. With a click, a bright, beautiful, perfect, and hot flame, imbued with divine grace, erupted from the small opening of the tool, igniting the tip of the wooden stick. The ignition lasted for 3 seconds, causing a small flame to flicker at the end of the stick. Zhou Pingyan's pale hand withdrew the lighter. His eyes fixed on the wooden stump, a curious expression on his face. It's restarted. Keep going. Don't freeze up. Hurry up, come on. The paladin Chun Chuanfa stared blankly at the small flame, slowly raising his head to look at the group of demons across from him. All of them curiously watching him drill wood to make fire. Yes, their faces were all filled with curiosity, their eyes fixed on him as he drilled, even puzzled as to why he wasn't continuing the arduous task. On a hot summer day, it was quite chilling. Paladin Chun Chuanfa's face turned red. Don't you have fire? Zhou Pingyan blinked. Yeah, no fire, no flint, no fire mage. What I'm using is called a lighter. Oh, you wanted to borrow fire. If you wanted to borrow fire, just say so. How would I know if you didn't say anything? You have to understand, humans are born from humans and demons from demons. Fire is born from lighters. Paladin Chun Chuanfa's blood pressure rose. He suppressed it, his face red, extending his hand. Can I borrow some fire? Zhou Pingyan handed over the lighter. Paladin Chun Chuanfa thought for a moment, studied it, and asked, I just need to press here. No incantation, no master recognition? Yes, press here, aim at the firewood, and it will work. Paladin Chun Chuanfa followed the instructions, and when he saw the jumping flame spirit appear at his command, the joy on his face drowned out the displeasure in his heart. He hurriedly bent down, burning the wooden stick while gently blowing to make the flame burn faster. Under the eager eyes of the crowd, the red flame swayed and ignited. The church patrol members cheered, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. Finally no longer having to go hungry, the people from the Disaster Wolf Empire expressed their disappointment, regretting not witnessing the entire process of drilling wood to make fire. Zhou Pingyan and the others couldn't understand why they went to such great lengths to start fire. The church members had no time to explain, eagerly setting up pots to boil water, eyes wide as if performing some sacred ritual, watching their captain break off a piece of coarse salt and toss it in, then adding a piece of deer meat with some dried vegetables set aside to add when the meat was almost cooked. Some dry bread was also thrown in, watching it gradually soften before fishing it out and placing it on plates to share with everyone present. Zhou Pingyan looked at the slop in front of him and fell silent. Zhang Yang and the others stared at the mushy pig food they were given, also falling into silence. So they were cooking food. Qin Xiang was puzzled. You don't raise pigs, so what's the point of cooking this? Our horses don't eat pig food. Thanks for your kindness. Huh, what are you doing? Qin Xiang looked shocked, her lips slightly parted, watching the injured soldiers scoop up the pig food with spoons and shove it into their mouths. Qin Xiang hurriedly slapped the plate out of the injured soldier's hands, exclaiming in shock, You can't eat that. You can't eat that. That's pig food. This is simply abuse of the injured. The injured soldier looked sorrowfully at the soft bread soup on the ground. Paladin Chun Chuanfa's mouth twitched, crumbs of soft bread hanging at the corners. This is our lunch. Not livestock food. Zhou Pingyan fell silent for a moment, took out a box of lunch from his spatial backpack, opened it, and offered it. Want to eat? It's still warm, with freshly produced rice and vegetables. The meat is from castrated livestock, not gamey. Paladin Chun Chuanfa, a beginner in the 5th rank, had tears welling in his eyes. There's food. If I had known there was food, I would have bought it. Look at us fussing around for so long. Doesn't your conscience hurt? When I was exterminating demons, I definitely overlooked you as a demon. Seeing the food, everyone looked eagerly at Captain Chen Chuanfa. Zhou Pingyan took a bite with chopsticks, indicating it was safe, and passed it over. Eat, just made. If it's not enough, there's more in the cart. Chen Chuanfa hurriedly took it, confirming it was safe, and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth with his hands, his eyes gradually moistening. The injured soldiers looked on expectantly. Captain, say something, can we eat? Don't just focus on eating, say something. Chen Chuanfa nodded with tears in his eyes. We can eat. The injured soldiers looked at Zhou Pingyan with hope. Zhou Pingyan felt his scalp tingle under their gaze and ordered his guards to fetch more lunchboxes. He never expected such cheap lunchboxes would be so popular. The medic stood by, distributing different lunchboxes according to each injured soldier's condition, strictly mandating their diets to avoid random eating. For a moment, only the sound of slurping food filled the air, and it looked quite delicious. Zhou Pingyan and the others, feeling hungry too, also showed off a lunchbox. After the meal, everyone either sat, leaned, or lay down, savoring the beauty of life. After resting for a while, Chen Chuanfa felt rejuvenated. He played with the lighter in his hand, eyeing it greedily. Is it for sale? I have magic cores. You can pick a few. Zhou Pingyan extended his hand. I'll give it to you. Just let me modify a bit. Chen Chuanfa handed it over. Zhou Pingyan took it, used his mental energy to carve a fire magic array inside, modified it to automatically absorb energy for charging, then returned it. All right, it's done. Chen Chuanfa looked in surprise at the newly added circles of magic array on the transparent inner wall of the exquisite item. Are you a mage? Yeah, what's up? Chen Chuanfa's mouth twitched. Is this a fire magic array? Yes, a what? Destruction value 111. Chen Chuanfa swallowed his frustration. I have some connections in the holy city. Let's go there together. Sure. Chen Chuanfa's expression stiffened. May the Holy One not bless you. Zhou Pingyan. Huh. Did you mispronounce that? Chen Chuanfa. I didn't mispronounce it. After an hour of rest, the two teams merged and set off towards the holy city. Following his duty, Paladin Chen Chuanfa checked the team, confirming there were no dangerous individuals or items, and that it was a purely benevolent, noble traveling group. Chen Chuanfa learned that this group was out to understand the religious history of the Holy Kingdom and planned to document it. Chen Chuanfa's enthusiasm surged as he began to enthusiastically recount the history of the Holy Kingdom and the history of the gods to Zhou Pingyan and the others. Zhou Pingyan explained that they were nobles from the kingdom of Luo, here to broaden their horizons by visiting the Holy Kingdom. Looking at the holy city just ahead, Chen Chuanfa felt much more relaxed, his eyes brightening. We're almost home. The city gate of the holy city was wide open, and various teams were undergoing inspections. Chen Chuanfa's expression changed slightly as he sensed something was off, grabbing a nearby patrol team member. What happened? Why is the holy city starting inspections? Captain Chun, you came back late and don't know. Half a month ago, a demon infiltrated the city and attacked the god worship ceremony. Chen Chuanfa's face was shocked. That's impossible. How could a demon enter the holy city? It's a big deal. I've heard that there are people from the Great Xia Alliance coming from afar to collaborate in demon extermination. Recently, the demons have become increasingly rampant. Thank you all for your support. This is a transitional chapter, and the intensity will ramp up soon. Set the table, beg for food. Chapter 44. Igniting the starry to forge the Emperor's throne of Catastrophe, the sky was filled with clouds, playing tricks with the setting sun. And the holy city was bustling with activity, completely undisturbed by the minor demon attacks. The streets were crowded with people, all laughing and celebrating the upcoming divine selection ceremony. The glow of dusk illuminated the streets, as if laying down a light yellow carpet. People were joyfully chatting, with various stalls lining the streets. In shops decorated with sacred church fabrics and small angel statues offering free snacks and exquisite handcrafted trinkets. Locals and outsiders could easily be distinguished. The locals generally exuded a strong spirit and vitality, their eyes bright, greeting everyone with blessings from the Holy Spirit. In contrast, outsiders lacked this spirit. Their eyes focused solely on making money. Zhou Pingyan strolled down the street when a group of beautiful girls tossed flower petals at him, which scattered in the air and fell pleasingly around him, making him quite popular. Another person who drew attention was Qin Xiang, due to her noble appearance. No one dared approach her, and they could only stand nearby, happily observing, wondering which noble saintess had come to the holy city in disguise. Paladin Chun Chunfa had the city patrol team assist in escorting the injured to the church hospital while he hurried to the tribunal. Zhou Pingyan and his group expressed their desire to broaden their horizons, and after a moment's hesitation, Chun Chunfa agreed. Zhou Pingyan instructed the others to find a hotel to stay, while he took the core members to follow along. The golden light of dusk fell on the brown walls of the tribunal, where massive stones formed sturdy, towering walls. Every 10 meters, there was a square window that balanced aesthetics with ample light, while the white edges softened the overall solemn style, and angel sculptures adorned the top edge, filling the space with a sacred aura. Zhou Pingyan remarked, "These statues are so clean. The cleaners must wipe them every day to achieve this effect." Qin Chunfa, walking ahead, choked slightly and replied irritably, "That's the work of the prayer walkers. They have cultivation and won't make mistakes." Zhou Pingyan understood. "Got it, they won't get hurt." Chun Chunfa sighed, not wanting to explain further to this demon, and quickened his pace. As they approached the tribunal, the number of pedestrians visibly decreased. Almost everyone around was a church member, each with a serious expression and an air of authority, giving off a vibe of no entry for outsiders. It was evident that these individuals were heavily burdened with work, their expressions uniformly grim. At the entrance of the tribunal, two groups were chatting together. One group consisted of the common knight members of the Holy Kingdom, while the other was made up of the armed warriors commonly seen among the lords of the Great Xia. Qin Chunfa was slightly surprised. "It's you guys? You're quick." The leader of the warrior group, the vice captain of the alliance, turned around. "Oh, it's you, little Chun." "Wah, Zhou Su." Zhou Pingyan exclaimed, confused. "That's not even my nickname." The vice captain quickly changed to a flattering smile. "Your Majesty Zhou, what brings you here? What are you two standing around for? Hurry up and notify Brother Su." Qin Chunfa looked at Zhou Pingyan in surprise, not expecting him to have this title, but quickly turned away. The situation was serious, and there was no time for small talk. "What's going on inside?" "Captain Chun, you should go in and take a look. It's serious," replied a member. Qin Chunfa's expression turned grave as he moved quickly. Zhou Pingyan followed naturally, blending in smoothly. Zhang Yang and the others followed suit, mimicking him. The knights at the entrance looked toward the vice captain, who quickly shook his head, signaling them not to stop Zhou Pingyan, and silently mouthed, "Imperial Princess." The knights glanced at the noble-looking Qin Xiang and obediently withdrew their outstretched hands. It's good to have some discernment. Not everyone should be blocked. Chun Chunfa was familiar with the place and walked near the demon morgue, noticing that the guards had changed. On the left were their own religious knights, and on the right were the demon-slaying warriors from the Great Xia Alliance. Chun Chunfa frowned slightly, sensing something was off, and approached to inquire, "What is going on?" The guards saluted and reported in hushed voices. "The warriors from the Great Xia Empire are assisting in suppression and have sent over several special models of demon corpses. The elders of the tribunal have urgently ordered a joint study. This is a special collaboration." Chun Chunfa suppressed the irritation rising in his eyes, realizing that the situation was beyond the control of the Holy Kingdom, and pushed the door open to enter. Zhou Pingyan followed closely behind. He was stopped. Zhou Pingyan calmly looked at the tribunal guards, raised his hand, and pressed against his chest. The striking black-red military uniform of the Demon Wolf faction materialized from top to bottom. The nearby guards of the Great Xia Alliance immediately stood at attention and saluted, "Greetings, Emperor Zhou." The guards of the tribunal chuckled awkwardly, reluctantly lowering their arms to open the door. Zhou Pingyan led his group inside, only to find Guan Meng was also present. Guan Meng, the vice leader of the Great Xia Alliance, female, peak level 4 in psychic abilities, a genius in magical cultivation, had completed a paper by herself that further improved the theory of psychic networks. She was beautiful and charismatic, and her strength was significant. She could make someone of the same rank cry for several days with a single punch. Guan Meng sensed a somewhat familiar aura, turned around, and sighed. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Pingyan angrily replied. "I find you all so exclusive. It's one thing for those below to have misunderstandings about me from all the rumors. But you, as a leader, treating me like this, what do you think the others will think? Do I not care about my face?" Guan Meng was speechless. "Old Su was injured on the way back home on your ship. The safety system was just a helmet and a parachute. Luckily, it was Su Shan. If it were anyone else weaker, they would have been eliminated on the spot." Zhou Pingyan frowned. "So, didn't T that mean Old Su owes me 6 alloys? ISNT, that the end of the matter? Why be so stingy? I'm not holding a grudge." Guan Meng. Chun Chuanfa activated his holy fighting spirit and walked to the side of the demon corpse, taking the mask handed over by a nearby priest. Frowning. "The demons have seized the Empire's armored suits?" The demon on the morgue table was clad in intelligent battle armor, its goat head drooping on the table, tongue sticking out, eyes hollowly staring ahead, with a large hole in its chest where the demonic blood had already congealed, and it still gripped a maleficent alloy battle knife. Chen Chuanfa's expression turned grave. Since ancient times, ancient treasures had been lost one after another in the river of history. Only the Holy Kingdom retained a relatively complete belief system, while the Empire maintained a relatively complete production system for war god armor. Now, these disorganized and undisciplined demons had actually donned the war god armor. Had the Empire abandoned the war god armor factory? Guan Meng covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, her expression serious. "It's worse than you think. These were produced by the demons themselves. Look at the joint parts." Chun Chuanfa examined closely, and his expression darkened instantly. The joints of the demons were indeed different from those of humans, and these war god armors were perfectly suited to their structure. Zhou Pingyan leaned in curiously. "T1 demon technology? This is getting interesting." Guan Meng enveloped her palm with psychic energy and pointed at the chest of the demon's intelligent battle armor, causing a broken energy block to float up. Her tone subtle. "Look at this. It's about to transition to T2 energy engines." Zhou Pingyan raised an eyebrow. "Qin Xiang, come over here. Take a look at this and see if it resembles the batch we had in the Holy Kingdom." Qin Xiang covered her nose and approached, studying it closely. Frowning. "Inferior products. The demons from that batch in the Holy Kingdom were more advanced." Guan Meng's expression changed slightly. "Holy Kingdom? What's going on?" Zhang Yang stepped forward to explain the situation. Guan Meng held her forehead. "Does this mean that the subordinate civilizations of the T4 Demon Empire have set their sights here? And we might even have to face the invasion of the T4 Demon Empire itself?" "Exciting." Lu Qin shrugged. "Yes, we better find a way to save ourselves. Now that the trial time limit has been lifted, we must respond to the invasion of the demon calamity soon." Zhou Pingyan silently looked at the demon's corpse, reached out his hand, and plunged it into the wound, pulling out a handful of demon blood. The dark tide of the virtual realm reflected in his eyes, and distorted scenes began to surface in his mind. The surroundings fell silent. Swish! Everyone scattered, picking up their weapons and aiming at Zhou Pingyan, who was in direct contact with the demon's heart blood without any protective measures. In his pale palm, the pitch-black demon blood roared and howled, violently trying to break through the skin to invade and infect the living being. Zhou Pingyan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his palm released a small amount of purple virtual realm energy. The pitch-black demon blood was instantly eroded into purple virtual realm energy, quietly lying in his pale palm and slowly undulating, waiting for its master's command. Zhou Pingyan dripped the assimilated demon blood into the chest of the demon corpse. His gaze solemn. The wound on the demon's chest slowly healed, its eyes gradually turning purple and lighting up as they looked at the calamity Emperor Zhou Pingyan. Zhou Pingyan's expression was indifferent. "Where do you come from?" "Eternal throne. Eternal throne. He. Ga." The just resurrected demon let out a scream, and its body quickly disintegrated and vanished, leaving only a pile of worn-out battle armor on the table. Starry, Demon Calamity Intelligence obtained. Congratulations, you have received a new phase reward. Ether Resonance Engine. Calamity Emperor, you have acquired the Ether Resonance Engine technology. Congratulations on officially stepping onto the path of calamity. The entire universe will fall under your eternal glory. Please ignite the engine and become the one true supreme God. The cost is merely an insignificant universe. From now on, you and your race will no longer be bound by the limitations of the mortal world, transcending time and space. Every thread of the universe will be determined by your will. Zhou Pingyan twirled his fingers and smiled slightly. Now, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Guan Meng sighed in relief. Good news. The good news is that we don't have to worry about preparations anymore. Guan Meng beamed. What is the bad news? Zhou Pingyan shrugged. The demons have already invaded. According to the intelligence gathered in pursuit of the eternal throne, the Vanguard army has infiltrated the starry, preparing for the large army's entry in a few years. These demons are merely test subjects. Guan Meng's smile instantly froze. Zhou Pingyan smiled faintly. Don't worry. We are only facing T1 demons for now. It's not a big deal. Guan Meng breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Zhou Pingyan. In 2 years, it'll be T2 demons. Guan Meng felt her heart racing uncomfortably, clutching her chest. Say it all at once. Oh, it's just an invasion of demon calamities comparable to the entire starry forces combined. What we are facing now is just an appetizer. The highest will only be T3, so don't worry too much. Guan Meng's face turned ashen. Strictly speaking, we are currently at T0 level. Zhou Pingyan, oh, as long as I'm not T0, that's fine. Guan Meng trembled as she sent a message to Su Shan. Su Shan's roar echoed from the watch. What the hell? I have to fight from T0 to T3 demon calamities? After working hard for a month, the tension finally dissipated. I thought it was T0 demon calamity. Now the rest no need to worry. It's an all-out fight from T0 to T3. Damn, ISNT this a graduation trial? Why is the difficulty directly set to the starry battlefield? Zhou Pingyan blinked, glanced at the disaster window that popped up, and silently closed it with his mind. Current calamity invasion level. Demon calamity 1, bug race calamity 1, mechanical calamity 1, fourth calamity 1. Don't worry, it's not that bad. We're not just fighting 1 calamity, but 3. If we're lucky, the Daxiao Empire will be deemed the 4th calamity by the Starry Alliance. At that time, I will be helping the Daxiao Empire against the entire Starry and the 3 major calamities. What? You ask why the Daxiao Empire would fight against the whole world? Because I am of the human race, and the ascension effect includes race ascension. Do you think a normal super empire would refuse the temptation of having a page written in history? The answer is no. By the way, can you guess what the engine fuel is? Congratulations, you got it right. The entire Starry. Igniting the entire Starry will completely forge my supreme status as the Calamity Emperor. Please, everyone, don't just support the book. The specific data on the first day of the debut ISNT very friendly for the sheep. It's hard to gain followers, and it seems I'll have to rely on everyone's gifts to survive. Chapter 45. Whispering Pyramid. The results of the examination of the demon corpses were heart-wrenching. Su Shan could only grit his teeth and call Zhou Pingyan over to have a chat about the demon disaster. The meeting was set in the Grand Hall of the Sacred Church, where the Pope's office is located. This time, Su Shan took the initiative to negotiate cooperation, arriving here a week earlier than Zhou Pingyan. Under the guidance of Chun Chuanfa, Zhou Pingyan and others reached the church hall and saw Su Shan discussing cooperation matters with the Pope. Su Shan sensed the heartbreaking aura and turned his head to see Zhou Pingyan, looking helpless. It's urgent. Do you have a treatment plan for a 9th level psychic? Zhou Pingyan glanced at the first seat. An elderly man with white hair, a kind face, holding a scepter, dressed in a papal robe, sat in a chair with a gentle and elegant aura. He looked like a wise elder who had returned to simplicity after experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Zhou Pingyan recognized this old man as Han Xiangyang, the 27th Pope of the Sacred Church, who had served for hundreds of years. His strength was extraordinary, regarded as the strongest human on Earth closest to the Holy Spirit. According to the power system of the Daxia Empire, this old man was a 9th-level psychic. Certainly a strong figure. Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Is this old man injured? He doesn't look it. Of course, this was normal. He himself was only 6th level. Unless he opened his heavenly eye, it was normal not to see through the disguise of a 9th-level powerhouse. Su Shan explained. The target of the demon ambush was actually the divine selection instrument. The Pope personally blocked the key attack from the demons to avoid affecting the divine selection ceremony, and is now seriously injured. This is high-end combat power. You'd better think of a way to save him. We can't clear this level relying solely on ourselves, with the demon disaster invading. Even if it's just T0 or T1 level, for most lords, it has already become a difficult mode. Without some external assistance, we won't be able to fight at all. Zhou Ping'an felt around in his pocket, and indeed found something useful. He casually tossed a palm-sized black object to Su Shan. Return this to me after the trial. It's a universal charger. Su Shan caught the universal charger, staring in astonishment. This has been a relic for countless centuries. You actually have such a thing. The universal charger was a tool that could charge any energy source anytime, anywhere, portable, with self-adjusting charging models and excellent efficiency. Sometimes, technological advancement isn't always better. The designs of ancient people are often more practical than what the current fools have created. Zhou Ping'an smiled. I made it by hand. The quality is reliable and won't explode. Su Shan breathed a sigh of relief and demonstrated how to use the palm-sized universal charger at his chest. Old man Han. This is how it works. It can heal your injuries. However, it requires your trust. Han Xiangyang stroked his beard and chuckled. Child, bring it here. As a warrior who upholds the belief of sacrifice to protect the masses, you deserve my trust. If not for this belief, this child would not have traveled thousands of miles to deliver those special model demon corpses to remind the country that the demons have changed. Su Shan's expression softened slightly. He took the universal charger from his chest and stepped forward, holding it with both hands towards Pope Han Xiangyang. As he approached, a mechanical eye appeared on the surface of the universal charger, emitting light to scan Han Xiangyang. The device transformed into multiple mechanical chains, and, in the blink of an eye, morphed into a black wristwatch floating in front of Pope Han Xiangyang. Han Xiangyang was surprised and reached out, seeing the black wristwatch automatically buckle onto his wrist. The surface of the wristwatch began to emit faint blue light waves, gradually alleviating the injuries sealed within Han Xiangyang's body. The wristwatch emitted unusual sounds, diagnosing some abnormal data. Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow at the diagnostic report. Cyborg technology? You're a cyborg, not a natural human? This was unexpected, but also within anticipation. The humans of the kingdom of Luo were from a pre-light-speed civilization, and the sacred church was naturally also a descendant of pre-light-speed civilization humans. However, the sacred church employed cybernetic technology. According to the data, the old man had taken a hit from a small dark energy cannon close to T2 to the chest. For a natural 9th-level human, that would have been fatal. But because he was a cyborg, with organs stronger than ordinary humans, he managed to endure it. What a talent. He actually risked his life for an instrument. Su Shan's face turned awkward as he glared at Zhou Ping'an and explained. The Pope was injured to protect the divine selection instrument. The divine selection ceremony is held once every 10 years and allows 100,000 people to receive divine grace each time. It is the foundation of the sacred church. Because it is so important, we publicly declared it was just a small-scale demon attack. Zhou Ping'an responded, Speak plainly. Su Shan clarified, Whispering Pyramid. Zhou Ping'an leaned back tactically, I see. But I remember that thing is quite sturdy. Does it really require sacrificing one's life to withstand it? The Whispering Pyramid is a divine artifact that restrains demon civilizations. This does not refer to a specific artifact, but generally means any artifact capable of nullifying energy shields. It does not penetrate the shield, but directly nullifies it. Due to their physiological structure, demons inherently possess the ability to release energy and love upgrading energy shield technology after becoming a civilization. The Whispering Pyramid series of artifacts restrains this aspect very effectively. However, this alone is not enough to classify it as a Whispering Pyramid series artifact. It must also have another function, to enhance the psychic traits of species. This allows 100,000 people every 10 years the chance to increase their psychic characteristics, which is quite impressive. Such a stable production of various psychic talents is a rare national treasure. Zhou Pingyan was surprised. Doesn't enhancing psychic traits require Zelluo? I was thinking there aren't many Zelluo resources on this planet. Relying solely on the limited Zelluo production from the Whispering Pyramid to support the decade-long enhancement is merely a stopgap. As for determining whether there are Zelluo resources on planet L6, that was even simpler. After landing for a month, he hadn't felt any psychic tides. Su Shan sighed. They burn the fallen or aged psychics to ashes and reuse them. The activation key for the Whispering Pyramid requires witnessing this event every year. That way, there's enough Zelluo. This is precisely why the Sacred Church has been able to continue for so long. This is also why the Sacred Church can sit on a pile of volcanoes, yet keep them from erupting. Sacrifice. Countless sacrifices have brought about peaceful development. Han Xiangyang smiled gently, gripping his cane. It is our honor. Our ancestors exchanged sacrifice for the peace of all beings. After they die, they will transform into angels to continue protecting us. We are merely repeating the path our ancestors have walked, and becoming angels is a matter filled with honor. Zhou Pingyan was left speechless, recalling the countless times he had read the words. There has never been a divine emperor or savior. Happiness relies entirely on us humans. The Pope understood better than anyone that no God would save them. Only countless ordinary people, turning into flames and charging forward, exchanged their lives for peace. No wonder he would risk his life to protect the instrument that served as the activation key. As the Pope of the Sacred Church, a 9th-level psychic, he had countless ways to intercept the deadly attacks from the demons aimed at the instrument. But he chose the most reliable option, his own chest. This was not just his instrument. It was an instrument stained with the blood of countless compatriots. Chapter 46. A shot cannon for Zhou Pingyan with a full consensus between both parties. The cooperation was built very smoothly. However, when it came to specific implementation, Zhou Pingyan and Su Shan had different ideas. Su Shan, with a toothache, said, "Haven't you always strongly supported the eradication of demons?" Zhou Pingyan replied, "Yes." Su Shan continued, "Then why don't you send troops to support the demon extermination efforts?" Zhou Pingyan explained, "Oh, because I want to defeat all the factions first. That way, I can score higher." Su Shan looked at this chaotic figure in disbelief, feeling a headache coming on. He had no choice but to ask again, honestly. Zhou Pingyan replied indifferently, "I don't believe in your so-called salvation plan. These races cannot unite to form a salvation alliance against the demon calamity." Su Shan's plan was simple, to rally all the forces on the central continent that could unite and protect their homeland together. It sounded beautiful, like a dream. Su Shan took a deep breath. Now that the demon calamity has descended, they will definitely huddle together for warmth. This is the optimal solution. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. The optimal solution for a superluminal civilization is to gather all resources and quickly return to the stars to expand their colonies. The reality is that after landing, they shattered into over 300 countries, dismantling their mother civilizations into a pile of civilizational fragments. When conditions were favorable, you didn't act. Now that it's shattered into tiny pieces, you want to unite? Do you think that's possible? Su Shan's expression turned serious. The Great Xia Empire has rich experience in unification. We can definitely. Zhou Pingyan ruthlessly interrupted. They also have Qin Shi Huang. Civilization collapse is the norm. Not all civilizations will crave unification like we do. You've been living in an ivory tower for too long. It's the achievements of Qin Shi Huang and the Great Xia that have imprinted the idea of unification into the souls of the Great Xia people. The people of Great Xia, who have witnessed civilizational wonders, long to taste this civilizational delicacy again with every drop of their blood and wisdom. The people living in the light of miracles cannot endure the mundane and darkness. They inherently yearn to achieve unification. For those countries that have not experienced civilizational miracles, it is normal for them to shatter after reaching their peak. And the former superluminal civilization of planet L6 not only lacks civilizational achievements and miracles, but even these invisible protective laws. Is it qualified to achieve unification? What can it use to achieve unification? Love and miracles? Do you really think achieving miracles has no thresholds and requires no conditions? Su Shan's face turned serious, his tone rising. The great Xia never gives up on anyone. Zhou Ping'an asked, do they have resident permits? Su Shan looked at Zhou Ping'an, seemingly transported back to the last meeting in a different place at a different time, but the same argument played out. Su Shan's tone softened. There are many ways to pass through. Ping'an, you should step out of your world and take a look outside. Zhou Ping'an raised his hands. All right, let's each take a step back. I won't actively attack the factions on the white list, and you won't interfere with my defensive war. The cooperation model remains the same. After a pause, Zhou Ping'an continued in a calm tone. I admire good people like you, and I hope there are more people like you. It's not because I don't believe, but because I know this path is hard to walk. If you need help, just say the word, no conditions needed. I'm willing to back you up. Some things cannot be seen from mere paper data. Su Shan's loss-making business brought a lot of goodwill from the Holy Kingdom and various factions. Avoiding a large-scale war after the Great Xia Alliance came into contact with local civilizations, providing everyone with more ample development space. His position as the alliance leader was genuinely recognized by everyone. Zhou Ping'an also enjoyed the benefits he brought and couldn't ignore the other party's real contributions just because of differing ideas. Of course, this didn't mean Zhou Ping'an had to abandon his own thoughts. It was enough to seek common ground while reserving differences. Su Shan was silent for a moment. This defensive war you mentioned refers to attacking the capital of the opposing side, right? Zhou Ping'an's gaze drifted. That's none of your business. It will definitely be a defensive war. Su Shan said, all right, let's settle on that for now. What is your next goal? Zhou Ping'an replied, to waver between the unification route and fighting the demon calamity. I'll think about it and decide after going back. Attacking indigenous civilizations to obtain super technology, relics, artifacts, resources, talents, etc. is a very tempting option. Fighting the demon calamity to accumulate destruction points, military technology, and military strength is also an appealing option. Han Xiangyang, holding his scepter, smiled helplessly. Our current situation must be making the guests laugh. During the recent argument, Han Xiangyang understood the severity of the situation. Especially after personally taking a hit, he fully grasped how terrifying the destruction would be if these demons succeeded in their plans. If the head of a nation were successfully assassinated, it could lead to national turmoil and then take advantage of the chaos. There would be many things that could be done. Zhou Ping'an said, all right, let your people discuss the details with mine. I need to go out and plan the next battle strategy. Su Shan replied, okay, I'll talk to the Pope about cooperation. See you later. Zhou Ping'an waved his hand and turned to leave. Qin Xiang and others followed beside him. After walking a distance, Qin Xiang looked back and opened the squad channel to ask, your behavior is quite strange. Were you plotting? Fighting the demon calamity was initially proposed by Zhou Ping'an and was also the first action he executed. At this critical juncture, he deliberately opposed Su Shan. This kid must have thought of something bad. Zhou Ping'an chuckled. There has to be one good cop and one bad cop. We need to prepare for taking down the Whispering Pyramid in the future. Su Shan certainly knew what Zhou Ping'an wanted to do, but this kid had too high a sense of morality and wouldn't do such shameless things. Hey, I'm different. My artificial moral standards are very flexible. Demon calamity? Let's fight. The Whispering Pyramid artifact? I also want it. Unification? I want that too. But it won't be the kind of love and justice unification that Su Shan envisions. Right now, I just need to weigh my options and choose which one will maximize my benefits. Zhou Ping'an walked out of the Holy Church's doors, walking over 100 meters and saw the bustling street not far away, where people were laughing and chatting, easing his thoughts. He smiled lightly. This holy city has quite a lively atmosphere. Look at the decorations of these shops. They create a warm ambience. And the pavement tiles on the street feel very comfortable to walk on. These believers are also quite nice. Just looking at them feels good. Produce. The dark energy electromagnetic cannon set up in the distance looks quite impressive. Huh, Brother Chun, is it common for the dark energy electromagnetic cannon to be aimed at the church door here in the holy city? The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Everyone hurriedly followed Zhou Ping'an's gaze about 300 meters away, where a charged dark energy electromagnetic cannon was aimed in their direction, ready to fire. Even the muzzle could be seen filled with dark energy wave rings. The dark energy electromagnetic cannon, commonly known as a sniper cannon, has high damage and is a single shot. An ordinary person cannot withstand it. Even a second-rate person can't handle it. In a critical moment, Zhou Pingyan quickly raised his virtual energy shield, striving to intercept the sniper cannon as fast as possible. Zhang Yang strained to activate a defensive enhancement, boosting everyone's defenses. Lu Qian roared as he took out an artifact and struck down fiercely. A purple-black thunderbolt descended from the sky, striking the enemy's location. Qin Xiang quickly devised an optimal plan, calculating the power and angle, and kicked Zhou Pingyan hard in the butt. In the astonished gaze of Chen Chuanfa, who was holding up the shield for defense, and the shock of everyone else, an unprepared Zhou Pingyan transformed into a shooting star, colliding head-on with the incoming dark energy cannon beam. It was a heated moment. Among those present, the Calamity Emperor Zhou Pingyan had the highest and strongest defensive capability. Thank you to the great deity of Forbidden Everything's End for the certification. Much appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 47. The first shot in the elimination of demons, Zhou Pingyan's whole body turned purple as he used his phantasmagoric assimilation ability to forcibly neutralize the dark energy cannon beam, lasting for more than 12 seconds before smoke began to rise from his head and he fell to the ground. A floating camera, which had been invisibly recording the actions of the candidates, quietly emerged, and a small speaker announced, "Congratulations to candidate Zhou Pingyan for completing the personal defensive feat, Face Meets Cannon. As a reward, you receive 100 points." And this is announced globally. After the announcement, the floating camera faded back into the air and disappeared. In special circumstances, candidates could directly contact the director team as a protective measure. Zhang Yang stared dumbfounded at Zhou Pingyan, whose head was smoking on the ground not far away. Lu Qian swallowed nervously. "Sister Qin, why did you kick Brother Zhou?" Qin Xiang struggled to suppress a smile. He has the highest defense. With his strength, at least at the 6th tier, he is the most likely to withstand it. General Xiao sensed the impending storm and hurriedly led his guards to capture the assassin attacking the Emperor of Natural Disasters. After a moment, Zhou Pingyan, still smoking from his head, crawled up from the ground. Xiao Li quickly took out a chair and helped him sit down. Zhou Pingyan took a deep breath, quickly restored his state to full, slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at Qin Xiang. "Has your dad never given you a defensive artifact?" Although the situation was urgent, the solution certainly wasn't just having my face meet the cannon. Qin Xiang's gaze drifted to the left, her tone particularly sheepish. "I forgot." Zhou Pingyan shouted, "Va temple." "Oh, sorry, I did it on purpose. I didn't mean to." Zhang Yang and the others quickly ducked aside. "What happened? What's going on?" Su Shan rushed out of the church in battle armor, followed by the flying Pope Han Xiangyang, along with a team of high-ranking forces from the Holy Church. Su Shan came to an abrupt stop, seeing Zhou Pingyan furiously stomping on Qin Xiang, whose head was now smoking, surrounded by onlookers. Zhang Yang said, "Someone bombed Brother Zhou." Su Shan face-bombed. Pingyan used Little Qin as a shield, and Little Qin took the damage and got stomped into smoke? This is simply Zhou Pingyan's basic operation. Lu Qian added, "Oh no, it's Sister Qin who kicked Brother Zhou out to block the cannon." Su Shan asked, "Who attacked?" General Xiao, covered in blood and wearing battle armor, flew back and landed in front of Zhou Pingyan, his helmet automatically retracting. "Your Majesty, it was the demon cultists. They wanted to attack the church." Zhou Pingyan gritted his teeth. "Why bomb me?" General Xiao struggled to suppress a laugh. "Because your appearance and attire are the most handsome. It's obvious you hold a high position." Zhou Pingyan was furious. "Does being handsome mean I should be bombed?" "Give me the order. From today on, we will eliminate demons completely." "Damn it. Is it a crime to be handsome?" The Empire of Natural Disasters has fully entered a state of war. Empire scale restrictions lifted. Effect 1. Automatic research projects. Scientists can accelerate projects, automatically achieving the fastest research speed. Effect 2. Production efficiency level defaults to maximum. All lines automatically produce. Effect 3. All subjects automatically upgrade. Default profession capped. Effect 4. Automatically gain all territorial intelligence of enemies. Effect 5. In a state of war, all resources and attributes double. Energy can be drawn from the Phantasmagoria. Effect 6. Zhou Ping'an blinked, feeling the thrill of the empire of natural disasters. Simple text, extreme war machine. No wonder I was rated as the 4th disaster and emperor of natural disasters. Automatic research, automatic production, automatic upgrades, automatic intelligence acquisition, automatic energy extraction. This isn't disaster. Is the disaster? It's not coming for you. It's coming for me. Zhou Ping'an looked at Pope Han Xiangyang. Han Xiangyang sighed. They aimed at my position. You just happened to be in the line of fire, so they casually bombed you. Zhou Ping'an glanced at the shooting trajectory, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, if I hadn't come out just now, I could have enjoyed a performance of the Headless Horseman by the Pope. Zhou Ping'an waved his hand. Being bombed is a fact. I've decided to fight this war. I was hesitating about who to fight. Now it's clear. Let's start with the demon disaster and form a salvation alliance. Anyone who doesn't fight demons, I'll let their grave grass grow 3 feet high. A hint of worry flashed in Han Xiangyang's eyes. I hope you can accept a commission to inform all nations and beings, letting them know that the demon disaster is coming. I hope to minimize the harm to innocent people. Zhou Ping'an looked at Su Shan. Such matters of love and peace are only something this great benevolent person would be willing to lose money to do. Su Shan calculated in his heart, gritting his teeth. All right. The plan was generally settled. A simple and unadorned attack by demon cultists intended to cause trouble. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. Zhou Ping'an and the others, under the protection of the guards, arrived at the palace arranged by the church to stay. General Xiao glanced outside, and several guards immediately walked out, standing alert nearby. Chief Officer Xiao Li cast a spell, shielding the area from external probing. Qin Xiang took out her father's toy walnut and placed it on the table. The divine artifact of the supreme god of the star, SPEEDRUN, naturally formed a barrier, isolating mystical investigations. General Xiao's expression was slightly strange. Your Majesty, it is indeed the demon cultists, but there must be an insider within the Holy Church. The real-time location of the Pope and the important personnel list for this collaboration have been compromised. The enemy came prepared. Pope Han Xiangyang clearly also recognized this problem, which is why he took the initiative to acknowledge the debt he owed Zhou Ping'an and the Daxia Alliance. Zhou Ping'an smiled slyly. That's an extra bargaining chip. Good thing. Qin Xiang covered the bump on her head. Right, after all, it was exchanged for my face. Bang! Qin Xiang, teary-eyed, held her forehead with both hands. Zhou Ping'an calmly shook his hand and looked at Chief Officer Xiao Li. Chief Officer Xiao Li operated her tablet, adjusting her glasses. Your Majesty, I have already formulated a combat plan, and now I need you to make a decision. Please look here. In the northern area of the Holy Church, there's a key location being attacked by demons. The Holy Church has sent the Judgment Army to reclaim it, but they are still on the way. If we set sail now, we can reach the occupied area 3 hours earlier than them. Zhou Ping'an stroked his chin. Just because of the terrain? The terrain can be altered physically. Chief Officer Xiao Li smiled sweetly. The land here is very fertile and can grow crops that enhance genetic growth attributes. Moreover, it is suitable for animal husbandry, allowing us to raise nutritious animals. This will greatly promote the growth of our genetically inclined subjects. Zhou Ping'an's DNA stirred, his eyes lighting up as he sat up straight. All right, we must occupy this place. If you say it's suitable for farming, I have to take it down and see what is going on. The Daxia people's farming DNA, love to farm, greedy. JPG, not enough land, worried. JPG, you're stepping on my land, smiling. JPG, you don't agree? I'll plant you in my field, calm. JPG, if this place is suitable for farming, then we must take a piece of it. Zhou Ping'an took the tablet from Xiao Li's hand and saw that she had already made plans. They could take this place, connect it with the kingdom of Luo, and use it as the core for development, spreading outwards, adding bricks and tiles to the existing development foundation, steadily and strategically defeating the demons. All right, let us start here and fire the first shot against the demon disaster. Indeed, the results are not great. I was riding with great momentum. As usual, everyone work hard for love and free gifts. Cough, if you have money and think it's worth it. Then reward according to your ability. Zhou Pingyan had just boarded the escort ship for the return journey when he received a communication request from Su Shan. The call connected. Su Shan looked helpless. Don't tell me that your so-called demon slaying is about occupying the key cities of your allies. Zhou Pingyan feigned innocence. What? How could I do such a boring thing? Su Shan replied, next time you fly, remember to turn off the attack mode. It's too obvious. Flying straight to Banshan City. Anyone can tell what you want to do. Zhou Pingyan leaned back in his chair with a nonchalant expression and indifferent tone. Oh, what can you do to me? Is my behavior illegal? Su Shan looked at this troublemaker in utter silence, not expecting this rascal to stop causing trouble. Yes, it's legal, but it's unreasonable. Damn, a war criminal lord. Su Shan took a deep breath. I don't want to argue with you. I'll communicate with the Pope. You owe me a favor. I want to add a clause to the alliance decree. No reckless occupation of allied territories. Can't you just repair the base yourself? Zhou Pingyan crossed his legs, raised his face, and looked at Su Shan with his nostrils. I veto it. If you can rob, why build? Su Shan's face turned red with anger, unable to say a word. A veto means simply, if I don't want you to succeed, you can't. And besides, I just vetoed it. What can you do to me? Fight me? Su Shan took a deep breath to calm down. Everything I do is to spare innocent human compatriots from suffering. This time, I'll cover for you. You can go ahead and do it. Just this once. Su Shan, too lazy to argue, directly hung up the communication. Zhou Pingyan clicked his tongue. Oh, a favor noted. We'll pay him back next time. Soon, Chief Officer Xiao Li's wristwatch lit up. Chief Officer Xiao Li reported respectfully. Papal decree. Banshan City is ours now. But we need to take it ourselves. Zhou Pingyan shrugged. I wonder what old Su sold. All right, send a ship over. To the rescue troops of the Judgment Army. Time is ample. We can prepare thoroughly before the battle. Chief Officer Xiao Li replied. Okay. The marching speed of the ground troops is 502,000 kilometers per day. Let them walk over to save energy. No need for air transport. It consumes energy. Save where we can, spend where we must. The saved energy can allow for another upgrade of ground combat technology. Marching can fully utilize the transformed vehicles of the mechanical system, allowing our comrades of the genetic system to advance. All right, once we get there, we'll see what's going on. 3 hours later, the escort ship arrived at Banshan City. Along the way, everyone played games like rock, paper, scissors, truth, or dare, poker, and other games that didn't consume the warship's energy. The warships of the Disaster Empire were a bit special. They could listen to music while blowing things up. Once Zhou Pingyan and the others landed, they sent the escort ship into stealth mode to scout. Zhou Pingyan lay on a hill, dressed in camouflage armor, holding a telescope, observing the suburban environment of Banshan City from a distance. He lowered the telescope, surprised. It's actually a regular demon army. Chief Officer Xiao Li squeezed next to him, exuding a sweet fragrance, timidly shrinking beside the emperor, quietly reporting. Yes, Banshan City has a population of 40 million. It is a major border city of the Holy Empire and a frontline city resisting the Empire and foreign races. Recently, T0 level demon armies attacked here, occupying most of the urban area, with only the inner city still resisting. Although they're all T0 level, there are differences in strength. Most indigenous civilizations are in the cold weapon and firearm era, with some areas undergoing scientific enlightenment. The demon army attacking this time is clearly industrialized, even electrified. Industrialized and electrified civilizations fighting agricultural civilizations is really a matter of having hands to do it. No matter how high your martial arts are, you can't withstand machine gun fire from the other side. The inner city can hold on because their ancestors left them some savings. Without this bit of family wealth, they might not be able to hold out until the Judgment Army arrives. However, the battle situation is brutal, as the inner city's family wealth, with its long historical depth, does not support large-scale combat. They can defend, but cannot launch an offensive. It will eventually be taken down by the demon army. Zhang Yang looked at the reconnaissance images displayed on his wristwatch, somewhat helpless. The enemy's quality is not as good as ours, but they are numerous, and their system is complete. It's better to play it safe. The army, war supplies, weapons, research technology, logistics, etc. Large-scale combat heavily relies on the overall quality of civilization. This is different from fighting the kingdom of Luo, where they had a small territory and poor quality. Lu Qian remained calm. Currently, we can mobilize 200,000 troops for the expedition. How about we repair the base here and push forward with a fortress tactic? General SPEEDRUN reminded. We now need to race against time with the demon disaster. The demon invasion has already begun, just not on a large scale yet. We must establish a foothold and develop before a large-scale outbreak occurs. Playing it safe won't make mistakes, but it's also hard to achieve outstanding results. Everyone silently looked at Zhou Pingyan, who was lying on the hill observing. The opposite side was the regular army of the demons. To achieve a miraculous effect, they had to take risky operations. It depended on the experienced Emperor of Disaster, Zhou Pingyan. Zhou Pingyan lay on the ground, stroking his chin. Wait for a wave of Judgment Army. Play it safe. By the way, remember to send people to pull out all the enemy's eyes. The most violent plan is to send T3 hypermechs to attack. But using T3 hypermechs in such a place feels like a waste of money. If one gets blown up, it will be a huge loss. T1 ground troops are different. They can be revived as free units, which is nice to use. The Judgment Army was stationed near Banshan City in Watchtower City, and the army's high-ranking officials came to meet Zhou Pingyan for discussions. We have had small-scale engagements with these demons. Their equipment is very advanced, and we suffer defeats. We have requested the War God armor, but it won't arrive for at least half a month. Luda, the general of the 3rd Judgment Army, had a square face and a righteous expression, with a deep voice and an imposing aura giving a sense of security. Zhou Pingyan looked at the information displayed on the projection, stroking his chin. Is there any other information? Luda frowned, looking at the information displayed on the illusion projection. Our only advantage is attribute restraint, but we need close combat to exert its effect. We must find a way to drag them into urban warfare. But the current problem is that unless we pile up lives, we can't even break through the outer defenses. Zhou Pingyan raised his head. How many people do you have? Luda replied. 120,000 with 30,000 elites. I can also mobilize some troops from nearby cities to assist in the siege. Zhou Pingyan calculated in his heart. 320,000 for the siege. There is a chance of victory. These demon armies haven't set up building defense networks. The sooner we strike, the better. Zhou Pingyan smiled. Let us attack the city tomorrow night. You don't have to wait for the War God armor. My people will handle this part of the problem. Originally, I wanted to take it easy, but it seems that we, the lords, still have to take the field ourselves. I, along with Zhang Yang and others, will be responsible for tearing open a breach to establish a forward position, try to intercept the demons here. You act as the second echelon, prioritizing the rescue of residents. Save as many as you can. Luda was taken aback. You guys are going to be the vanguard? Zhou Pingyan waved his hand. It's settled. Exterminating demons comes first. Shaoli, expedite the production of 2 barracks tonight to ensure revival efficiency. SPEEDRUN, catch a few demons to practice and strive for a quick capture. Your demon army is numerous, and my big troops are endless. 320,000, plenty of troops to fight. Xiao li saluta, understood. SPEEDRUN, full of enthusiasm, replied, I guarantee to complete the mission. Chapter 49 at this moment, he is the most dazzling person in the venue. Producing equipment was not difficult. Consuming resources to speed up production resulted in the completion of 120,000 T1 smart battle armors in just one day, which were then supplied to the Judgment Army. Temporary instructors were dispatched to train them, teaching them how to use them correctly. The requirements were not high. Know how to shoot without accidentally killing teammates, and be able to survive and return from the battlefield. 2 barracks were established, adding 20,000 soldiers in just one day. The enemy's bones were a bit hard, but with determination, they could still be gnawed down. You ask why the enemy's bones are hard? Because the enemy has a full set of facilities and combat equipment. Our army only has soldiers and smart battle armors. The number of frigates is relatively small, responsible for clearing airborne enemies and fire suppression tasks. Chief Officer Xiao Li held a tablet. The demon army has about 3 million or more, and some areas in the city have already opened teleportation portals. With a large number of civilians being captured for demon transformation rituals, the enemy's numbers are continuously increasing. But fortunately, their reinforcement speed is not as fast as our production speed. The demons clearly want to transform this place into a frontline war city and have put in a lot of effort to modify it. General SPEEDRun, we are urgently deploying interference technology. Their communication facilities will be disrupted, giving us a command advantage. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. I will release the Lord's blessing once. Lu Qian smiled contentedly. At one. Zhou Pingin's expression was calm as he pointed to the southern city wall of Bianshan City. I will lead the troops in from here, and you will follow up. We will establish a defensive line directly here. The Disaster Wolf Army prioritizes attacking the city and killing enemies, while the Judgment Army prioritizes rescuing people. Once we rescue the residents here, we can unleash our full power to fight. Zhang Yang shuddered. Brother, when you say unleash our full power, do you mean with colonization ships and peaceful cities? The verb of peace. Although we can be revived, the psychological shadow is still a bit overwhelming. Zhou Pingin's gaze was calm. Change extreme pacifism to extreme militarism. Chief Officer Xiao Li immediately executed the order, with the Disaster Emperor's ideology present. Changing national policy requires no cool down, just a thought. Extreme militarism increases attack speed by 40, double for the Disaster Empire. Can use the doctrine of fighting to the death. Fight to the death, double for the Disaster Empire, 80 damage, 80 attack speed, and 40 daily regeneration. 220,000 undead disaster troops against over 3 million demon troops. The advantage is ours. Lu Qian complained. Brother, resources can't keep up. The Disaster Wolf Empire reserves some resources for war preparation. However, those resources are hard to support such a large-scale siege war with intense consumption. Zhou Pingin chuckled. Notify the Alliance to send over the primary production resources. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian were dumbfounded. The Alliance landed a month ago, and everyone finally managed to gather some resources. Brother, are you really going to fleece them like this? It's one thing to ask for normal required resources, but to have the Alliance provide resources for a large-scale siege war too? Brother, where's your face and conscience? Zhou Pingin looked down on them. What kind of eyes do you have? Notify the director team to send over the secondary production resources as well. Tell Li Xiang that because he publicly released my battle intelligence, it caused my early battle plan to fail. In fact, it was because my little brother filled up the initial administrative scale. Qin Xiang looked at Zhou Pingin and sighed. Although I've known you for a long time, I'm always shocked by your shamelessness. Someone was just being polite, and you went ahead and took advantage. Chief Officer Xiao Li glanced at her watch and lamented. The director team only provided the standard amount of secondary production supplies and rejected our application. The director team can fleece, but only a portion. The standard amount is fine. Expedite the delivery so it doesn't affect my combat rhythm. Zhou Pingin chuckled. By the way, tell Su Shan that after this battle, the territory and resources will belong to me, and the technology one acquire will be given to the Alliance for free. Saying it's free is actually just returning favors and the repayment of primary production resources. As a person, you need to understand a bit about human relationships. When you return kindness, others will remember your goodness. This way, you can continue to take advantage of your teammates, not just once. Luda couldn't hold back. I want to ask, why attack the city at night? Isn't it when the demons receive the greatest bonuses? Zhou Pingin blinked. Yes. I also receive the greatest bonuses at night. Luda looked shocked. Oh, wait, that's not right, is it? What do you mean you receive the greatest bonuses at night? Are you also a demon? Luda scanned the room and found that the senior allies were accustomed to it, unable to resist casting a demon detection spell. Very good. There are no demons or dark practitioners present. Luda was confused. Then, attacking the city at night? Considering the more than 100,000 war god armors. Luda chose to give up on questioning. Zhou Pingin smiled. Well, since there are no issues, we will attack the city at 7:30 p.m. Luda couldn't help but ask, why 7:30? It gets dark here at 6 o'clock. Zhou Pingin was taken aback, then recalled, perhaps because it's 7:30. We just happen to enter combat mode. At 7:30, everyone collectively watches the Daxia news broadcast to understand political and military movements, which is the best time for average state adjustment. Over time, everyone just defaults to night operations starting at 7:30. Do they? What are you talking about? I can't understand. Meeting adjourned. Prepare for battle. At 7:30 p.m., the army arrived near begins.City, gazing at the city walls 10 kilometers away. For lords released their lord skills, bestowing blessings on their faction. Doomsday Demon God. Pingin increases negative energy resistance by 50. Negative energy shield 100 can automatically recover. Disaster Emperor. Pingin attack 50, speed 20. Shield increases by 100. Luda looked at the negative energy shields rising on himself and his soldiers, covering his mouth, unsure whether to eliminate demons or allies first. The blessings were strong, but there was something a bit off. Who would be such a good person to understand group blessings of negative energy shields? Are you some kind of evil god? The soldiers stirred, staring in astonishment at the negative energy shields appearing on them, fearfully looking at General Lu deleting them. Boss, have we aligned ourselves with an evil god? General Luda gritted his teeth and motioned for everyone to calm down. This should be a normal situation. Prioritize eliminating demons and ask this allied leader what is going on after the battle. Psycho Queen. Qin Xiang Energy Attack 40. Energy 200, Dark Resistance 20. Moonlight Blessing. All states receive boosts under Moonlight. Star-Settling Emperor. Zhang Star-Settling soldiers have a built-in defense aura, granting defensive bonuses to allies within a certain range. Heavenly Profound King. Lucian Morale 20, Attack 40, Attack Speed 40. All Berserk skills will not lower intelligence. Disaster Chief Officer. Suli Rain Prayer is in effect. The allied faction gains water system blessings. Enemy vision is reduced. The 4 esteemed civilization lords emitted circles of differently colored energy pulses, bestowing blessings on their faction's warriors. Pingin, dressed in a striking black and red military uniform, walked to the front of the battlefield, a slight smile on his lips, raised his right hand towards the starry night sky. Moonlight, respond to my summons and fight for me. Buzz. The night sky hummed lightly as the moon rose to the center of the sky, the stars in the starry sea shining brightly. Beams of moonlight converging into a sea of light. In the center of the sea of light, a vortex formed, emitting a vast tide of moonlight energy descending to the mortal realm. Boom! The Grand Eastern Xianyu magic array unfolded beneath Pingin's feet, instantly expanding to a diameter of 500 meters. The moonlight energy tide rapidly concentrated, gathering in the air to form a blue saber, slowly descending into the hands of the Disaster Emperor. The moonlight version of the dragon's spring sword. The light of the stars cloaked the Plague Emperor in a layer of silver, guarding their summoner. The night wind brushed against the Plague Emperor's face, and his arrogant, playful smile sent shivers down everyone's spine. At this moment, he was the most dazzling presence in the entire arena. Suddenly, the venue fell silent. Everyone stared in awe at this powerful figure who summoned the moon goddess and the glory of the stars. So handsome, Pingin smiled playfully, pointing his left hand to the ground, as a pale yellow earth array with a diameter of 500 meters opened up beneath him. Divine Sword, respond to my call. The earth resonated with a vast sound, and boundless energy gathered, condensing in the palm of the Plague Emperor, slowly revealing a yellow-brown dragon spring sword. The pale yellow energy provided the Plague Emperor with an additional layer of impenetrable, invisible defense. Holding the yellow sword in his left hand and the blue moon sword in his right, the Plague Emperor Pingin, adorned in blue and yellow radiance, smiled brightly. Everyone, follow me in a battle. Pingin, I'm this handsome, so give me some gifts to exchange for equipment. Just say yes. Chapter 50, Powerful yet Elegant Precision. Tip. This chapter is best enjoyed with the song Ambition. On the walls of begins.City, groups of demonic priests gathered, wielding alloy staffs. The electronic chips on top emitting eerie black light, accompanied by waves of decadent melodies. A grand black crystalline wall rose up, blocking the front of the city walls and providing strong defensive capabilities for their city. The black crystal wall stood over 100 meters high, its width matching the entire southern wall, reflecting a grim demonic shadow with blood-red eyes staring at the approaching enemies. The demon general defending the city had a grim expression, his claws pressed against the wall. Hurry up and get the priests over here. This enemy is very strong. The enemy's numbers were not many, but their strength was extraordinary, especially the leader on the opposite side. The individual was casting a magic circle with a diameter of 500 meters, which meant that if the opponent wished, they could also cast area spells to attack the city. The demon general looked back, feeling a sense of dread. Only 300 priests, not enough? Hurry! Call for all the priests. The demons hurriedly acted to summon the priests and sought ways to gather more demons to defend the wall. Zhou Pingyan smiled faintly. Little boo. Little boo. The watch lit up. Here, master. Play the song Ambition. Okay, master. BGM, welcome to this chaotic forest. Zhou Pingyan stepped forward, followed closely by thousands of black-armored warriors. From 9 kilometers away, Zhou Pingyan aimed at the black crystalline wall and casually slashed down with a crescent-shaped blade as a test. The bright blue moonlight transformed into a massive crescent moon charging forward, and within 2 breaths, it crossed the distance and reached the heavy black crystal wall. The two collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! The air trembled, the ground shook lightly, and countless demonic shadows on the black crystal wall screamed as they evaporated. The blue crescent blade energy created cracks, and numerous black crystal fragments scattered, revealing the terrified faces of demons on the wall through the cracks. The panicked priests quickly enhanced their connection to the area spells, accelerating the repair of the shattered black crystal wall. In the back, groups of priests rode hellish mounts, rapidly approaching, holding up their alloy electronic wands high and chanting dark magic spells loudly, integrating themselves into the area spell network to quickly strengthen the defensive capabilities of the black crystal wall. In just a moment, the number of priests increased to over 500. Zhou Pingyan observed their reaction and smiled brightly. Gathering priests to counter me? Interesting. To provoke the enemy. Zhou Pingyan stepped forward, his right hand's moonlight sword gathering the moonlight in the air little by little. The ethereal blue moonlight formed strands that surrounded the moonlight sword, offering its purest energy with the light of countless stars flickering in the ocean of moonlight, particularly dazzling. Ignoring the darkness, the emperor's eyes gazed at the enemy, who had gathered over 800 priests, causing the subsequent priests to slow down their chanting. With 800 or 900 demon priests arriving, how could they not defend a city? BGM, rules are for fighting for this pure land. The emperor's light laughter resounded. The power-doubling blue crescent slash was unleashed again. Boom! Moonlight scattered across the sky, and the black crystal wall exploded, creating a long, narrow gap 20 meters long and 7 meters wide. The shadows near the breach were directly transformed into bursts of ink shooting in all directions, and many demons were blown into black blood, falling into the city. The demon general was terrified. Cast spells. Strengthen the crystal wall. We can't let the enemy break through our defenses. If they allowed such a powerful opponent to breach their defensive system, it would result in a one-sided massacre, and the battlefield would be completely crushed. On the city wall, countless priests had to once again enhance their connection with the black crystal wall, their arms holding the alloy electronic wands shimmering with ghostly light. As the synchronized urgent chants mobilized the dark energy of the heavens and earth to quickly repair the black crystal wall. As long as the enemy got closer, the demonic shadows on the black crystal wall could leave the wall and charge into battle, creating a suitable area for fire suppression. The enemy was still 5 kilometers away. Once they got within 3 kilometers, it would be the optimal distance for fire suppression. No matter how strong they were, what could they do? Fire suppression. I don't believe you can be so arrogant. The demon general gritted his teeth, counting the distance silently, his claws tightening, his gaze fierce. Wait, just a little longer. Once we reach the optimal suppression distance, we can kill this enemy leader. The Disaster Emperor revealed a satisfied smile as the demon priests further deepened their connection with the area spells to defend the walls. BGM, use pure white gauze to cover the twisted ambition. The Disaster Emperor stepped forward slowly, raising the moonlight sword in his right hand, crazily absorbing every drop of blue moonlight from the night sky, as countless moonlight stars gathered like a sea, as if the stars were bowing down. In an instant, a massive blue blade of light descended upon the world again. This time, the Disaster Emperor deliberately added a resonance effect. The first slash was to understand the composition of the black crystal wall and the casting methods of the priests. The second slash was to provoke the priests to strengthen their connection with the spells. These preparations were to deliver the most lethal third slash. Some prefer pure strength, mindlessly crushing everything. But Zhou Pingyan preferred powerful precision and elegance, wasting not a single bit of energy, achieving the perfect expected effect with the most precise force. The massive blue crescent blades struck the black crystal wall, directly ignoring the layers of dark magic array defenses. Passing through the outer layer of the dark crystal wall at the same energy frequency and landing on every casting node of the priests at the core layer. The Disaster Emperor smiled. 1,006 demon priests. 1,006 casting nodes. The demon general turned in shock, looking at the nearby demon priests. The demon priests stood dazed on the city wall, maintaining the action of raising their alloy electronic wands to cast spells. As strands of moonlight rapidly spread from the tips of the wands to their arms, necks, heads, and their entire bodies. Resonance would cause objects to disintegrate. It could cause living beings to explode. BGM. Look, after crossing the river, there are beautiful stars. Retreat. 1,006 brilliant stars exploded on the walls of Bianshan City. Boom, boom, boom. The brilliant starlight exploded on the walls, shattering the bricks into fragments that scattered in all directions as countless demons were torn into pieces by the rays of starlight. Dark blood mingling with the shock waves soaring through the air. The black crystal wall exploded, disintegrating into circles of energy debris that fell to the ground, corroding the ground into a dark land as the bound demonic shadows screamed and turned into phantoms that dissipated. BGM. I have surrendered my brave flesh as guidance. The soldiers of the Disaster Army excitedly roared, pouring out like a dark wave from beside the Disaster Emperor, rushing toward the city walls that had lost their demonic suppression. The fearless soldiers of the Disaster Army did not know what fear was. Wherever the Emperor's gaze fell was the guidance for the Disaster Army's charge. Victory belonged to the human race, to the Emperor, offering loyalty to the Emperor. The demon general flapped his broken blood wings, floating in midair, covering his left arm. His expression twisted. Fire suppression. The demons, having come to their senses, hurriedly flew up to control the nearby dark energy, rapid-fire cannons, and fallen light spears. The yellow-brown earth soared into the air, carrying immense power, crashing into the already shattered city wall. Boom! The wall exploded, creating a gap over 30 meters wide, with nearby demons being swept clean, leaving only countless dark blood raining down. BGM. I seek the turbid spring water to grant me life once more. The devouring warriors all mounted the transforming warriors, providing fire suppression against the nearby demons. The Transformers Disaster Army warriors were spraying energy flames from the soles of their feet as they charged toward the broken city walls, laughing heartily while carrying their comrades. The cannon muzzles on their arms fired further into the breached gap, expanding it even more. Countless Disaster Army soldiers laughed as they rushed into the city, bathing in the blood of demons and unleashing their fury skills, quickly shooting at the nearby demons clad in steel armor. The Berserk Mode Disaster Army warriors crushed the battlefield with their exceptional combat skills, leaving countless demons unable to lift their heads. All demons exposed in the attack site were subjected to merciless firepower, torn into countless fragments in an instant. In just 3 minutes, the southern wall of the Bianshan City was breached, and the Disaster Army vanguard successfully captured the area, establishing a firepower position to suppress the surrounding demon tide. BGM. We are still somewhat clean, at least we've squandered our conscience. The Disaster Emperor, Zhou Pingyan, stepped slowly through the pool of blood, the blood rippling outwards and reflecting the flickering laser beams nearby. Zhou Pingyan reached out his hand, pulling the yellow-brown earth sword from the ground, letting the pitch-black demon blood rain down on his face and body, dripping steadily while maintaining a calm expression. Boom! The rain prayer of Chief Officer Xiao Li took effect. Heavy rain fell from the dark clouds above Bianshan City, obscuring the demon's vision, while the Disaster Army gained water-type blessings, enhancing their visibility. Zhou Pingyan looked up at the demon general, stubbornly refusing to step back in midair. The demon general tore apart a transformer and glared over with gritted teeth, his eyes filled with mad fury. BGM. I look at you, your eyes unwilling to retreat. Unsure if I represent the light. Zhou Pingyan released his right hand, allowing the moonlight sword to embed itself into the ground, pointing his index finger at the demon general in midair, gathering the most lethal dark-type cursed light beam. Circles of black energy waves converged towards Zhou Pingyan's fingertip. The demon general, horrified, watched as the pitch-black beam reached his forehead in an instant. Bang! The demon general's head exploded. His face froze as he fell to the ground, crashing into the pool of blood and splattering a wave of blood. BGM. In darkness, we do not need pity. The disaster emperor, Zhou Pingyan, hummed a tune, grasping the moonlight sword, walking deeper into the battlefield of Bianshan City. The correct use of high combat power. Destroy the enemy's spell-casting troops, break the city, kill the enemy's high-ranking units. The rest could be left to the soldiers. Countless disaster army soldiers sacrificed their lives for their emperor, emitting excited battle cries. Gifts to the red sheep. Oh yeah, the heavy rain continued to fall and blood flowed. The disaster emperor walked slowly, surrounded by disaster army soldiers who built a frontline position around him, repeatedly clearing the demons that charged forward. Faced with the endless tide of demons, the disaster army soldiers took their best stance to protect the emperor. The disaster emperor watched the towering hell beasts, over 10 meters high, running towards them, clad in crafted hell composite battle armor, red hellfire burning on their bodies, causing the ground to tremble continuously. Nearby disaster army soldiers urgently called for firepower suppression, but could not intercept them all at once. They possessed high ranks and sizes, capable of unleashing terrifying effects on the battlefield. Boom! A clear blue sword light surged to over 20 meters in an instant, violently tearing off their heads. The hell beasts collapsed on the street, blocking the road, their residual red hellfire igniting nearby buildings, but continuously extinguishing in the heavy rain until one side's energy was completely exhausted, stopping the phenomenon of burning and extinguishing. The first echelon retreated, and the second echelon went berserk to take over. General SPEEDRUN, clad in battle armor, stood behind the emperor, using his light magnetic gun to blow up the elite demons that charged forward, ensuring no obstacles were in front of the emperor. Zhou Pingyan paused, summoned the war panel, glanced around, and chuckled. The enemy's demon towers and teleportation portals are constantly replenishing. The quality of the demons is relatively poor, but their numbers are indeed endless. Behind these demons stands a civilization, a complete demon civilization. The Disaster Wolf Empire has only recently landed. It is indeed challenging to compete with this long-accumulated demon civilization in terms of numbers. This is not just about taking a city. This is about fighting a civilization. To take this place, one must destroy those teleportation portals, demon towers, and all the demons. In the distance, a new wave of demons formed again. An unrelenting pitch-black tide surging forward to engulf everything. Chief Officer Xiao Li, clad in psychic battle armor, stood behind, with rainwater sliding down her graceful body and the tablet in her hand, splashing into the pool of blood on the ground, creating overlapping ripples. Emperor, Lord Sushan is asking us if we need support. Your back is a civilization. My back is the great Xia civilization. The disaster emperor stood in the pool of blood, watching the people trembling in fear and anxiety hidden in the cellars and secret passages. The Disaster Wolf Empire can fight against the demon civilization. With its rapid evolution speed and devouring ability, taking this place is only a matter of time. However, the people here cannot wait. But what is the cost of salvation? BGM, injustice. There are questions that cannot be answered. Everyone wants to exchange their urgent hearts for a piece of dragon scale. Mom. On the distant street, a paladin was running towards the city exit, holding a crying little girl, followed closely by a frail mother who had just fallen. Behind her was the incoming tide of demons. This was a mother desperately trying to take her child away from suffering, entrusting her hope of survival to her child at this critical moment. Nearby disaster army soldiers hurriedly redirected their firepower to assist, but could not take a step forward. This was far beyond the rescue area, and the forces here needed to hold the position to provide convenience for reinforcements from the rear. Losing the position would mean losing firepower suppression, which would cost more lives that should have survived. It was this paladin who bravely dashed out of the rescue area to save an ordinary person who was very likely to die in the demon tide. The duty of soldiers prevented the warriors from stepping out of line. But human kindness made everyone adjust their guns to buy more time for that frail mother to stand. However, it was visibly difficult for that frail mother to reach the rescue area before the tide of demons arrived. Instinctively, the disaster emperor stepped forward, instantly appearing behind the frail mother, his robust figure blocking the pouring rain, his voice steady and powerful. "Take her away." General SPEEDRUN hesitated not a moment, lifting the frail mother and providing her with simple protection, turning and flying towards the rescue area. BGM, the more one stands out, the easier it is to become famous. Having seen a way home, why continue to move forward? Cut off a little more conscience for a little ambition. Zhou Pingyan reached out his finger, turned off the music, and calmly watched the arriving demon tide, accelerating the charging of the moonlight sword in his hand. Being human is much more comfortable. At least I cannot stand by and watch a tragedy unfold without acting. Behind him, Chief Officer SPEEDRUN took over command, calmly arranging new defensive positions and consuming a skill to temporarily enhance the power of nearby soldiers. Since we are going to save, we cannot only save this one. Everyone nearby must be saved. Zhang Yang, Lu Qian, and Qin Xiang descended from the sky. Zhang Yang's expression was serious. "Brother Zhou, I will establish." The combat plan was disrupted, and someone needed to pay the price to fill this gap. Lu Qian spoke rapidly. "I'll do it. Your defensive skill consumption is too high. I can hold on for 10 minutes. Qin Xiang looked anxious. "Let me do it. I'm the second strongest. Let Pingyan conserve his strength to suppress the city." Zhou Pingyan smiled faintly. "Notify Su Shan, request support." The scene fell silent for a moment. The three people present stared incredulously at the war criminal who was not one of them. "You fight and burn the Alliance's money, and now you want to drag them into this?" Zhou Pingyan's expression was calm. "What are you looking at me for? If he doesn't like being a good person, then this is his responsibility." Chief Officer SPEEDRUN said cheerfully, "The urgent transmission coordinates have been sent. The War Alliance is in the process of teleportation." Signals sent. Circles of teleportation light lit up in the sky, and standard frigates and transport ships over 100 meters long rapidly appeared. The light of the great sea warships dispersed the dark clouds in the sky, casting a bright white light to illuminate the battlefield, facilitating bombings and troop deployments. The light shone equally on everyone. Su Shan sighed. "Although I know you're not one of us, seeing it with my own eyes still makes me feel you're a beast. I'm just politely asking, and you're not being polite at all." The conflict began with a T0 level demon civilization occupying city. Realizing the problem was serious, we quickly shielded ourselves with the Alliance in front. "And you're burning the Alliance's first industry resources to fight." Su Shan descended from the sky in intelligent battle armor, landing in front of Zhou Pingyan, who was wearing military attire. A glance made him pause, and he realized what was happening. It wasn't that they couldn't fight back. It was that the people here needed rescue. Zhou Pingyan chuckled lightly and extended his hand. "Am I not a citizen of Great Xia?" Su Shan shook his hand and smiled. "Yes. Great Xia has the obligation to protect every citizen in distress." Zhou Pingyan turned around, pointing at the demon tide charging from a distance, and laughed. "Look, someone is bullying me, a citizen of Great Xia." Su Shan laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated. "You have the Great Xia Empire behind you. We will always defend your safety." "Great Xia Lord, let's go to war." Saying this in front of Zhou Pingyan felt truly exhilarating. In an instant, heavenly fire descended, accurately erasing the demon tide, leaving countless craters on the ground. Over 40 warlords arrived at Bianshan City, and more than 40 war civilizations reached Bianshan City. UT0, level demon civilization, how dare you bark? Over 40 warlords, clad in high-end battle armor and wielding various weapons, descended from the sky, unleashing various lord skills to boost the combat power of their soldiers. In the sky, warriors obscured the sun as they descended, saturating the entire southern district with concentrated firepower. "Your demons are numerous. My backing is Great Xia." The disaster emperor smiled gently and directly applied a city-level lord blessing. "It's not that I can't fight back. It's that I'm giving you a chance." Su Shan felt the domain enhancement on his body, and his smile stiffened slightly. Can't you not pretend? The disaster emperor patted the alliance leader's shoulder, grinning. Don't forget to reimburse me for the first industry resources. I'm fighting for the alliance. Su Shan's face twisted in anger. What do you mean fighting for the alliance? You are a war criminal lord scraping the alliance's resources. You want to eat from the bowl and pack what's in the pot. Zhou Pingyan, I still have a few technologies I can sell. Automatic research, you can always trust. Su Shan firmly grasped Zhou Pingyan's hand. Brother Zhou, you're being too polite. You really are. Brothers, hurry up. Didn't you hear Brother Zhou say there are rewards? Last time, the hydroponic farm boosted the morale of the War Alliance, a huge profit. This time, who knows what good things we can fish out from Brother Zhou's fingers. On planet L6, in the second month of the Year of the Lord, the War Alliance and the Disaster Wolf Empire captured the first large city, Bianshan City, which had been occupied by T0 demon civilization. The inner city nobles who opposed the stationing of the Disaster Wolf Empire were all executed and displayed. In the cleared Bianshan City Lord's Hall, Zhou Pingyan sat in the main seat, looking at General Lu, who was half kneeling on the ground, hands clasped, pondering slightly. General Lu looked guilty. Kneeling beside him was the paladin who rashly rushed out to rescue people. General Lu, I sincerely apologize. It was my mismanagement that led to serious battlefield command errors. Because of a small soldier's mistake, it forced the allied leader to face the demon tide personally, altering the defense layout, which is a grave battlefield taboo. Moreover, it led the allied leader to gather more troops for the battlefield. The battlefield changes rapidly. Once this mistake leads to the loss of the hard-earned advantage, more people will be needed to fill that gap. The result was good, but we cannot overlook the fact that it caused the allied leader to change the layout and confront the demon tide directly. Zhou Pingyan tapped his fingers on the table and smiled. I will do this good deed just this once. I hope you can showcase our battlefield record to the church when you return. Let the church appreciate our outstanding achievement of capturing Bianshan City overnight. Kindness should be rewarded. The power that destroys everything should also be appreciated. I can let artillery rain down on the demons. I can also let this artillery rain down on you. The Great Xia Alliance is not a soft persimmon. I'm even less of a soft persimmon. This is a successful show of strength. General Lu took the projector, his face bitter, and finally bowed his head in thanks, leaving the hall with the paladin who made the mistake. Su Shan rubbed his temples. I have to say, sometimes it's shocking how a civilization full of such errors can operate normally. Zhou Pingyan leaned back in his chair and tossed an apple over. So, can you guess why the Great Xia Empire is a super empire? Su Shan caught the apple, helpless. All right. Great Xia cultivates us to save the suffering, not to belittle their ignorance. The War Alliance focuses on eliminating demon disasters, and that is also within the rules, so you don't need to think too much about it. Many warlords are eager for a good war, With a little maneuvering, this becomes a rich political capital. This is also a good window to showcase the strength of the Great Xia Alliance to local civilizations. With this opportunity, members of the War Alliance formally connect with the Disaster Emperor, and future developments will be smoother. Everyone benefits mutually. You have technology, I have resources and money. Zhou Pingyan nodded. That makes sense. Remember to save me a piece when dividing the cake. Su Shan's face darkened. Don't be greedy for everything, okay? Leave me some soup to drink. Zhou Pingyan. Oh, so I don't get to share the profits I lead? The name was mine, I led the charge, and I called the alliance. Do I have to pay money too? Su Shan's face turned dark, and he didn't want to say anything. Quickly calculating how much he gained and lost this time. This kid really understands the rules, constantly legally shearing the sheep. Su Shan took a deep breath. 30% profit. I'll let the church cover the losses, and the T0 level demon civilization annihilation coordinates are yours. Zhou Pingyan's face showed a smile. Not bad. Su Li, calculate the accounts. Chief Officer Xiao Li adjusted her glasses. The alliance has covered the first industry. The second industry resources from the production team haven't been used yet. The T0 level demon civilization annihilation coordinates 30% profit, plus a war evolution baptism, and many T3 mining technologies. T3 mining technology is the core technology of the former noble family of Bianshan City. Now only the resources of Bianshan City remain to be accounted for. Zhou Pingyan took a sip of tea. I have T125 level mech technology. Those who voluntarily give up claiming resource spoils can exchange for T12 level mech technology for free based on performance. If willing to spend money, they can buy T3 mech technology. Level 4 will be open next month, and level 5 mech technology will have to wait until I research level 6 to open. By the way, I have some use for Bianshan City's resources. For most warlords, especially in the early stages, war technology is more important than war resources. Because they can go to rob legally, there are many plans. But doing so undoubtedly means that the warlords have spent their own money for nothing. While the coveted resources are monopolized by Zhou Pingyan, who takes the mech technology home. Technically speaking, everyone has something to gain. In terms of resources, everyone is at a loss. Su Shan's mouth twitched. Why don't you go rob? Zhou Pingyan blinked. Isn't this faster than robbing? Can't you ask the teaching nation for compensation? Su Shan complained. They're so poor they're burning their ancestors. What resources can I ask for? I can't just integrate them into the power grid to generate electricity. Sure, I could ask, but it would only be a little. The Disaster Emperor chuckled. You see, your conscience is holding you back. Unlike me, I've already made these native sign repayment contracts, and now they're all down in the mines, working like oxen during the day, integrating into the power grid at night. When they finish repaying, they return to normal treatment. I won't just save them for nothing. I have a bit of kindness, but not much. We're at war. Demands can't be lenient. Weekends? What weekends? All holidays are canceled. 8 hours of sleep integrated into the power grid. 8 hours of learning and entertainment to cultivate combat power. 8 hours of work to produce resources. Strictly enforce the highest work standards of the Great SPEEDRun. No days off all year round. Fully utilize personal value to provide energy for the vast military system. When the war is over, then we can return to normal standards. The natives are already weak. Without making extra sacrifices, do they really think they can defeat this demon civilization far beyond their level? Without great sacrifices, there will be no great achievements. A dangerous glint flickered in Zhou Pingyan's eyes as he propped his chin on his hands. Next, let us see how many of these natives will resist such harsh working conditions. In the Great SPEEDRun, a 6-hour work system is already very hard. An 8-hour workday is already an overspec requirement. Arranging a full 24-hour life is so cruel that it's hard to imagine how angry they will be. I was delayed and updated a bit late. The data isn't good. Oh, brothers and sisters, even the updates can't break 1,000. If there are no 5-star ratings, please take a moment to give a 5-star review to help it reach 9 points as soon as possible. Friends who have free time can also help promote to ease the book shortage. Thank you. Putting out a bowl, asking for gifts. After a simple 3-day rest, Chief Officer Xiao Li initiated a large-scale speech event, allowing the leader of the Disaster Wolf Empire to give a public speech, letting these ignorant natives know that their happy days are gone forever. From now on, they will strictly adhere to the pitiful contract slave life of 8 hours of work, 8 hours of study, and 8 hours of sleep to generate electricity. You will lose your precious freedom, poor natives. The castle in the center of the inner city of Bianshan City was demolished, and the disaster army soldiers worked tirelessly to turn it into a giant public square, building fountains, lawns, flower beds, and bushes, and placing fitness equipment and benches for people to rest. 2 cross intersections running through the entire city were added for the convenience of everyone's movement and to promote economic development. Building a public square is ingrained in the DNA of the great SPEEDRun lords. If one isn't built, it feels uncomfortable all over. The walls of the inner and outer cities were also demolished for being in the way, considering the large population participating in the speech. Free food and mineral water were prepared along the roads, and a medical team was ready every 100 meters to prevent these fragile natives from collapsing in the streets. Please, native residents, do not collapse in the streets. If you are dying, hurry to find the nearby medical team in white clothes. In the loudspeaker's voice, the panicking natives were forced to walk in family units to the newly built giant public square to listen to the Emperor of Disaster Wolf's speech. Haven't eaten? Here, look at your pale face. Don't starve to death on the street and spoil the Emperor's mood. A soldier forcibly handed a box lunch to a thin man with white lips, also giving him a bottle of water. The thin man, looking terrified, held it tremblingly and didn't dare to move. Are you stupid? Move forward. The thin man jumped in surprise and cautiously continued to follow the crowd, walking several dozen meters before realizing it, looking at the box lunch in his hand, tears of excitement streaming down his face as he hurried to open it and grab some food. Slap! The thin man's right hand was slapped painfully, and when he looked up, he saw another black-armored soldier holding a basin of water. Big, 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 the black-armored soldier shouted. Big your sister. No washing hands, no eating. Let this guy hold the box lunch. Wash your hands before you eat. You natives really don't practice hygiene. The thin man trembled and complied, washing his hands and then taking back the box lunch, urged to continue moving forward, feeling like he was dreaming. The high and mighty knight personally brought water to wash his hands. The thin man snapped back to reality, hurriedly opened the box lunch again, grabbed a handful of vegetables and put them in his mouth, tears streaming down his face. So delicious. I've never eaten such good food in my life. This is the head-off meal. It's worth it. On the side of the street, the black-armored soldiers distributing box lunches whispered among themselves. These natives are so pitiful. They're all scared to tears. My God, if I can only eat this kind of lifeless, energy-nutrient food in the future, I would cry too. Yeah, it's too cruel. I can't even imagine how angry they will be when they find out there are only 3 meals a day, regardless of late-night snacks. Right? All that S left are the 5 insurances and 1 fund, the beverage subsidy every Wednesday, the fitness subsidy every Friday afternoon, the transportation subsidy every night, etc., are all gone, and they still have to work 8 hours. I can't even bear to think how cruel this treatment is. Yeah, it's too scary. An hour and a half later, under the guidance of 300,000 black-armored soldiers and the order maintenance of 1 million troops, all native residents of begins.City were forcibly required to arrive at the giant public square. All residents were forced to sit on chairs to facilitate listening to the emperor's great speech. The black-armored soldiers stood in formation, exuding their positional pressure to silence these soon-to-be contract slaves, suppressing all their will to resist. When everyone was ready, the disaster Emperor Zhou Pinyin, dressed in military uniform, walked out from the direction of the Lord's mansion, stepping on the red carpet to the center of the public square's podium. The projector turned on, and the figures of the disaster Emperor and his senior officials appeared in the sky. The disaster Emperor Zhou Pinyin glanced around, slightly stunned, feeling that the emotions of these natives were off. I haven't even started my speech. Why are you crying? Are you scared? Hee, it's good to be scared. If you weren't, I'd have to suppress you. The disaster Emperor Zhou Pinyin tapped the microphone, testing. Good morning, can you hear me? Not bad. This sound is just right, not harsh on the ears. All the black-armored soldiers simultaneously strengthened their pressure, keeping the venue silent. The disaster Emperor Zhou Pinyin revealed an evil smile, spreading his arms. Natives of begins.City, because of your weakness, you have fallen into the hands of me, the disaster wolf Emperor. From now on, you will not have a single good day to live. Destruction value 100,100,100,100. The screen flooded with messages. An internal destruction power surged wildly. The disaster Emperor Zhou Pinyin nodded in satisfaction, his smile arrogant and evil. Exactly. From now on, you must strictly implement the 8-hour work system. 8 hours of work to produce resources, 8 hours of studying to enhance combat power, and 8 hours of sleep integrated into the power grid. Only allowed to rest 1 day a week. Wages can only increase once every 3 months. Annual leave is cut in half. There are only 15 days of annual leave a year. Bonuses can only be paid once a year. Zhou Pinyin loudly announced the most cruel work system he could think of, feeling relaxed, his thoughts clear, and his soul elevated. This is what it feels like to be a supervillain. The feeling of doing whatever I want is so exhilarating. I actually made these natives work 8 hours a day. They only get a raise once every 3 months. I'm so cruel. Destruction value 100,100,100. Why is my electricity meter going backward? The disaster Emperor Zhou Pinyin looked shocked, quickly stopping the absorption of the mental fluctuations from these mentally unstable natives. These people are out of their minds. Is the water here contaminated with nuclear waste? I thought there were no nuclear power plants with craftsmanship spirit here. Long live! Long live! Long live! The natives shouted enthusiastically. Sushan looked shocked. Old Joe, these natives have lost their minds. Qin Xiang looked terrified. I suddenly don't want to take these native countries as my subordinates anymore. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian trembled a few times in fear and nodded along. Fighting is already tough, and I have to deal with these brain-dead natives. I can't even imagine how hard that life would be. General Lu De's sorrow turned into shock as he stared dumbfounded at Zhou Ping'an's back. I thought you were a brutal tyrant, but you come up with such high welfare? Is this heaven? Is this a sanctuary protected by the divine? The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an, not believing in evil, put on a fierce face. The black armored army quickly cooperated, releasing pressure again to silence the audience. The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an decided to unleash a killer move, saying fiercely, "From now on, you can only have 3 meals a day, and it's food produced without any spirit and nutrition from hydroponic farms. We will definitely not take care of your midnight snacks. If you're hungry, you can only drink those nutritional agents from the 8 major cuisines. Yes, the nutritional agents in my hand." The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an took out a bottle of white cold noodle-flavored nutritional agent, letting them know how cruel it is to be unable to taste delicious food and only drink this nutritional agent when hungry at night. Zhang Yang cried while drinking the nutritional agent. The entire venue became incredibly quiet, with many natives staring blankly and shedding tears. The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an nodded in satisfaction, tentatively absorbing the natives' mental fluctuations. Scared, right? Now you know fear, right? Now you know my cruelty, right? Destruction value 200-200-200. The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an stopped the absorption, feeling deep self-doubt and a strong negative emotion. Have these natives lost their minds? Do I really want to take them as my subordinates? Did I choose the wrong direction? Provided by the disaster Emperor destruction value 300-300-300. Long live, long live, long live. The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an felt aggrieved. If you want to shout long live, do it earlier, don't be so late. My electricity meter is already going backward. In an instant, the disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an thought of thousands of things and soon came up with a remedy. Money, salary. This is an unbearable condition for all workers. The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an waved his hand, the pressure silencing the audience, and said fiercely, "Let me tell you, overtime is only double pay, and holiday pay is only triple pay. There are only 5 insurances and 1 fund. There are no other subsidies. Our overtime culture is extremely brutal. The daily overtime limit is a terrifying 1 hour." The venue fell silent. All the natives were stunned. The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an did not rashly absorb their mental fluctuations and patiently waited for 3 minutes. Even letting the black armored army explain to the natives how terrifying it is that overtime is only double pay and 5 insurances and 1 fund with no other subsidies. Such a terrifying thing must have scared them, right? Long live, long live, long live. The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an remained expressionless. Disaster Emperor, destruction value 400-400-400. It's over. I've taken in a group of stupid natives. These fools only know how to shout long live. 100 a day, and it's still dropping. I can't hold on much longer. Does everyone still want me to continue writing? If you want to see it, I'll keep writing. At worst, I'll generate power for love and reach the peak of the power grid. The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an decided to skip the speech segment and directly enter the military merit reward segment. These natives are out of their minds, hopeless. Let them be. Chief Officer Xiao Li immediately arranged for the Jin warriors who performed the best in this siege to come on stage. The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an patted the shoulder of the devouring berserker and smiled. "Your performance is very good, second only to General Xiao-Da. What reward do you want?" Wang Lei, excited, stood particularly straight. "Your absolute loyalty is the highest reward for me." The disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an laughed heartily. "That won't do. I'll reward you with the virtual realm enhancement instead, and you will fly, flying above 200 meters. Wang Lei quickly summoned his pitch-black battle armor, and a layer of black streams quickly appeared on the surface, transforming into a cool male battle armor in the blink of an eye. The black battle armor's feet shot out energy flames, quickly flying into the sky, precisely stopping at a height of 200 meters above the ground. The disaster Emperor Zhou Pinyin opened his arms towards Wang Lei, his eyes turning purple. In the name of the Virtual Realm Emperor, I grant you the Virtual Realm Thunder Attribute Enhancement. In the sky, a pair of enormous purple eyes slowly opened, occupying the entire sky. The daylight instantly darkened, and all light gathered onto these giant purple eyes. Dark clouds rapidly gathered, and thunder dragons weaved through, targeting Wang Lei and unleashing the fiercest thunder. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning wrapped around Wang Lei, rapidly enhancing his body, which absorbed them repeatedly. A very rich purple beam shot from the hands of the disaster Emperor Zhou Pinyin, entering Wang Lei's body. Whoosh! Wang Lei hovered in midair, arms open, letting out an excited roar. So exhilarating. Wang Lei's body turned purple, surrounded by blue thunder. The enhancement process lasted for a minute. Wang Lei fell from the sky, his eyes turning bright blue, his hair standing up like a hedgehog, his body surface turning purple-black, radiating a strong energy glow. With lightning dancing around his mouth and tongue, Wang Lei felt full of power, howling towards the sky. Woohoo! Thunder exploded in the sky, and thunder dragons danced with his howl, enveloping the entire sky in waves of blue lightning. After a while, Wang Lei stopped howling, his face flushed, looking at the emperor in admiration. The disaster Emperor Zhou Pinyin smiled broadly. Is there anything else you want? Wang Lei stood straight, excited. I want a wife. The entire place burst into laughter. Wang Lei awkwardly scratched his head. I've been fighting alongside the emperor for 4 years, and I haven't had time to date. Zhou Pinyin laughed until he cried. All right, the emperor grants it. Everyone remember, our hero is named Wang Lei, and he has received the Virtual Realm Thunder Attribute Enhancement. Are you satisfied? Wang Lei stood straight, excitedly shouting. Thank you, Emperor. Ha, you can go down now. Wang Lei hurriedly grabbed the emperor's hand, holding it tightly for 3 seconds, quickly took out his phone for a selfie and sent it to his friends, only to be lightly kicked by SPEEDRUN and skip down the stage happily. The disaster Emperor Zhou Pinyin announced contentedly. SPEEDRun arranged the rest of the rewards. Natives? See? Only the blood-soaked warriors can receive such rewards. The native residents looked at him with fervent admiration, shouting hysterically, Long live! Long live! Long live! The smile on Zhou Pinyin's face instantly faded by 3 points. If it weren't for the previous experiences, he would have laughed heartily. Now, seeing these natives shouting long live, Zhou Pinyin only suspected they hadn't received the baptism of 9 years of compulsory education, and their IQ was questionable. No, I must arrange 9 years of compulsory education later. My territory cannot have so many fools. The disaster Emperor Zhou Pinyin stepped down and handed over the remaining tasks to Chief Officer SPEEDRUN. In the City Lord's Hall, Su Shan and Zhou Pinyin had been arguing for an entire day. Su Shan slammed the table. The Empire's regulation for work is a maximum of 6 hours. Your 8-hour work is a criminal act. Zhou Pinyin remained calm, reclining in his chair. I've studied it. 8 hours of work and 8 hours of leisure consumption perfectly achieves a cycle. This is scientifically proven, so stop barking. There's nothing wrong with my extreme operation. Su Shan's veins bulged with anger. Then you at least have to manage the late-night snacks. You have to ensure people are fed. What else with feeding them nutritional supplements? You have food. If it's really a problem, the Alliance can cover it. The food for 40 million people isn't something the Alliance can't afford. Zhou Pinyin chuckled. There's no gain without pain. If they can't endure this little hardship, how can their civilization rise? Are we going to protect them for a lifetime? Su Shan took a deep breath. 6-hour work system. Zhang Yang walked in with a pale face, trembling legs, and shaking hands, supported by his bodyguard, and sat down. Brother Su, I've experienced it firsthand. Their overtime is inhumane. While Su Shan and Zhou Pinyin were arguing, Zhang Yang had personally driven a citywide live broadcast to go work in the mines, just to show these natives how cruel and inhumane an 8-hour work system was. Zhou Pinyin nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Someone, please take Chief Su out. Su Shan was dragged away by SPEEDRUN, cursing, "You inhumane war criminal. 6 hours is inhumane. And you actually push for 8 hours of extreme operation. You have no humanity." The Disaster Emperor scratched his ear and whispered, "If there's humanity, where's the destruction value? Xiaoyang, where's the test video? Let me take a look." Zhang Yang, pale and shaking like a vibrating mode, was quickly given a sip of nutritional supplement by his bodyguard, which helped him calm down a bit. Zhang Yang burst into tears. "It's inhumane, too inhumane. Brother, their overtime is inhumane." While crying, Zhang Yang uploaded the video to the team channel. Zhou Pingyan opened it to watch. Ding 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 ding. A group of natives mining with pickaxes, sparks flying, all wearing happy faces. The Disaster Emperor Zhou Pingyan was shocked. Have they gone mad? What kind of twisted slave mentality is this? Zhang Yang sobbed. 16 hours. They worked for 16 hours. I couldn't leave. My hands are covered in blisters. It hurts so much, brother, woo woo woo. If it weren't for needing the natives to be forcibly integrated into the power grid to sleep, Zhang Yang wouldn't have had the chance to leave the mine. These natives would rather give up studying and entertainment to swing their pickaxes until smoke came off. It's too inhumane. Overtime like this is inhumane, woo woo woo. Zhang Yang was completely overwhelmed with tears. Zhou Pingyan shivered in fright and hurriedly closed the video, only to discover there was a second one, with a cover showing a group of natives kneeling and begging. Zhou Pingyan's expression eased slightly. So they finally feel the cruelty of the 8-hour work system? Let me take a look. Please, my lord. Let me work 4 more hours. I used to sleep 4 hours a day and work 20 hours. The noble lords never gave me any money. My lord, I want to earn some overtime pay. Let me work overtime. Please, I want to earn more money to buy nutritional supplements. Even double overtime pay is fine. I want to drink another sip of the cool, skin-flavored nutritional supplement. Then the natives were forcibly dragged away by the Black Armor Army from the mine, sent to the buildings, pressed onto beds, given holographic helmets, and put into a sleep state, uploading their excess bioelectric energy to the power grid. The Disaster Emperor Zhou Pingyan closed the video, his expression dazed, his worldview shattered. An 8-hour work system wasn't enough. They actually wanted a 20-hour work system. Don't you know this is inhumane? Qin Xiang looked dazed. I've never seen such a situation when I was in school. Lu Qin looked dazed as well. Me too. The Disaster Emperor Zhou Pingyan supported his chin with both hands, his worldview shattered. Looking dazed, they want a 20-hour work system and want to cut overtime pay in half, using money to buy nutritional supplements to drink. Are you all crazy? Chief Officer Xiao Li opened the work panel and looked, her expression dazed. Brother, the average working hours are 16 hours, and the productivity efficiency is 416. No natives are going to study or entertain. They're all working overtime to produce resources. This is the limit of 16 hours of work, not the natives' limit. The Disaster Emperor Zhou Pingyan shivered. Overtime like this is inhumane. I thought the Disaster Empire's 200 productivity efficiency was terrifying. I didn't expect there to be a more terrifying 416 productivity efficiency from the natives. Their knowledge level is poor, but their insane productivity compensates for that part. The most terrifying thing is, they actually want to spend money to buy free nutritional supplements. That stuff, Zhang Yang doesn't even drink. Zhou Pingyan rubbed his temples. By the way, Su Shan said I need to attend a video conference with the Alliance and the Empire tomorrow. Lu Qian, do you still have a nuclear missile launchers on your battleship? Lu Qian, yes, why? Zhou Pingyan, oh. Take our 3 initial nuclear warheads over and put them on your frigate. When the Empire conference happens, launch 2 for a bit of excitement. Qin Xiang blinked. Aren't we at an Alliance conference? What are you doing with that? I see the alien Empire envoys attending my dad's gatherings are all very good at singing and dancing. Why would they need weapons? My dad never brought weapons to meetings. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. Don't think too highly of humanity, princess in an ivory tower. This isn't to blame Qin Xiang for being naive, but her status determines that no one in the entire SPEEDRUN dares to be rude to her except for me. In this world, if you want other nations to sing and dance before you, you must be Qin Huang, Emperor Qin. There is a legend in the SPEEDRUN that there are 6 supreme evil gods. The residents of the Great Xia Empire only need to recite 4 of them, as 2 of the supreme evil gods come from the Great Xia Empire. before the supreme gods. All the envoys of civilizations can sing and dance well. The same goes for the little daughter of the supreme god, scheduled for 3 hours after midnight. Earning a bit more is better, which is also why I'm updating so late. Good night, Makabaka. The four lords from the T9 civilization spent the whole night discussing the minimum treatment and humanitarianism. Everyone worked hard to understand the so-called minimum treatment of T0 civilization. In the end, they felt relieved, not because they understood, but because it was dawn. The most terrifying thing wasn't the lack of understanding, but that everyone studied the sociology of civilization on planet L6 for a whole night and didn't even notice the words minimum treatment. They completely refreshed the worldviews of the four lords. Zhou Pingyan looked at the native's property report with a helpless expression, pointing at the wealth value. Are you saying their savings are in the negative? Their poverty is inhumane. This would be illegal in the Empire. Strictly enforce the 8-hour work system. You can't do this. Repeating low-end work means they can never become better people in their lives. Once production technology improves, it should be reduced to a 6-hour work system and eventually to a flexible working system, ideally down to the point where primary production jobs no longer require residents. What I want is 40 million mid to low-end residents, not 40 million slaves. Educated residents can produce more valuable products. Secondary and tertiary industries need residents with ranks to produce. For example, cohesion. Residents with higher ranks produce better quality and larger quantities of cohesion. Running around mechanical technology. The efficiency of mechanical production is not better than that of slaves. It's really nice to go out. My worldview is about to collapse. I thought I was the scum of war, but oh my, there are even more inhumane people than me. Qin Xiang looked helpless. In any case, Xiao Li, you need to regulate this. This distorted state must be corrected. Chief Officer Xiao Li was also very helpless, holding a tablet. Okay, the 9-year compulsory education schools, night schools, and skill training schools are under construction. I will pay attention to the resident skill training situation. By the way, Brother Zhou, I researched a cheap war technology last night, and I needed to take a look. Zhou Pingyan took a sip of soy milk, casually took it over, and took a look, puffed. Zhou Pingyan was dumbfounded. What a genius! Qin Xiang and others were also curious, and hurriedly synced the information on the tablet. Everyone rushed to watch, shocked. Qin Xiang was stunned. You can fight like this? Zhang Yang was confused. I've learned something useful again. Lu Qian was shocked. Sister Xiao Li, I pay my respects to you. Please be sure to tutor me on warfare after you're done with your work. A DJI drone worth 30 summer yuan, combined with the recently developed missile and bomb technology. Based on advanced power transmission network facilities, an affordable and practical drone combat group technology was born. There's no need for a single soldier. Just a slight shift in productivity can support such a useful airdrop bomb group. My goodness, such a cheap and useful solution. Where did you dig this out from in the history textbook? Chief Officer Xiao Li smiled brightly. Weren't we quite troubled when facing the demon tide last time? With this, we can solve the problem of numerous low-level enemies. Zhou Pingyan was overjoyed and hugged Xiao Li tightly. I love you, Xiao Li, you're amazing. Zhou Pingyan cheered, and after a spin, put down the chief officer, holding the tablet like a treasure. It's not that resurrection is unaffordable, but that the cheap drone bomb group is more cost-effective. Save where you can, spend where you must. The resources saved can build another warship. Chief Officer Xiao Li's cheeks flushed. She took a couple of deep breaths, clasped her hands together to calm her emotions, and said in a crisp voice, Brother, should we sell this technology to the Alliance? Zhou Pingyan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose another plan. Share it for free with them. This technology can significantly reduce the combat losses of our Great Xia Alliance members. The Alliance shares general technology with us for free. We can't be so ungrateful. By the way, raise the price on the T1 level mechs to earn it back from the mechs. It's free, but not completely free. A bit of conscience, but not too much. Understood. I've already raised the mech technology price by 35. A small profit. Chief Officer Xiao Li immediately shared the research package and usage plan to the Alliance technology database. Qin Xiang raised her hand to check the time. It's time for a meeting. Get ready. Zhou Pingyan returned the tablet. All right, I'll check with Su Shan first. The video conference started. Su Shan, dressed in military uniform, sat upright with a serious expression, exuding a solemn aura, clearly a leader. Slurp. Old Su, good morning. Su Shan was annoyed, abandoning his serious posture, grabbed the breakfast milk cup off screen, and took a few sips through the straw. I thought it was the Empire. Su Li shared the strategy. A drone bomb group. This is good. This is good? Hey, it's free? That's not like you. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. The mech prices have gone up by 35, a small profit. Su Shan was speechless for a moment. All right, thank you for your contribution to the Alliance. The Alliance will remember your efforts. Zhou Pingyan. No need to thank me. It's the least I could do. Su Shan. Get lost. I didn't thank you. Zhou Pingyan shrugged. By the way, how are you going to negotiate with the Empire? Su Shan rested his chin on his hand. Helpless. We'll negotiate normally. The number of demons is too high. If we don't unite, these indigenous people will surely perish. Zhou Pingyan directly applied pressure as per the process. Smiling, I have prepared nuclear bombs. They may not understand, but they will certainly obey. Su Shan was speechless. How did my great country raise such a disaster like you? Civilization. We need civilization. We are a civilized nation. We are civilized people. You have to make them understand to gain their true support. They need to feel the light of wisdom. Only then can we become true civilization, embrace the real truth. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. Ignorance and folly are also an efficient tool. Without saying a word, Su Shan opened Zhou Pingyan's territory data. What is up with your little night schools and skill schools? Why don't you let your people be ignorant and foolish? Oh, are the indigenous people not considered human? Zhou Pingyan, unfazed, you know what I mean? You clearly have a more efficient solution. Just bring out your ancestral spirits and utilize their ignorance and folly for efficient integration. Not to mention bringing out your ancestors. Just build a statue of Sun Wukong or Erlang Shun or Guan Yu. Let these indigenous people feel what it means for faith to be answered and prayers to have no delay, crushing their spiritual network. Engage in divine warfare to achieve religious unification. Isn't that all it takes? Is the heavenly deity system not useful? Or is the knowledge system of deities in schools not complete? Su Shan was extremely speechless. We need to protect the vitality of civilization itself, not destroy them brutally. According to your approach, what about the spiritual corruption problem of 3 or 4 generations? Once the backbone is shattered, what will happen to the empty and desolate spiritual home, unable to survive and develop independently? Zhou Pingyan smiled lightly. That's why I prepared nuclear bombs, not statues of the Qin Emperor. People are like this. When you say you want to open a window, everyone disallows it. But when you say you want to lift the roof, everyone agrees to open the window. Su Shan, no release. The Alliance will only help you finish the fight. TSK, opening the window failed. Su Shan's sense of morality was too strong. Zhou Pingyan shrugged. All right, wish us a smooth alliance. Su Shan breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Half an hour later, Su Shan's face turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, and his fists clenched tightly. Your reasons for disagreement are merely because of differing ideologies? And you only sent one envoy to negotiate with our great Xia alliance and the holy teaching nation? The envoy of the Kaisha Empire had an arrogant expression. The holy teaching nation is closed off, blocking technology and discriminating against any non-human races. The Kaisha Empire will never extend a helping hand for their safety. We are not adding insult to injury. We are already looking out for our fellow humans. The Kaisha Empire is a country with strong inclusivity and has good relations with multiple races. The Pope's projection side nearby. We have many differences with Kaisha. They will never trust us. Su Shan took a deep breath. The video has been sent. The demon disaster has already appeared, and all civilizations must unite, or we will not be able to resist this disaster. The envoy of the Kaisha Empire laughed. The ones dying are the people of the holy nation. What does that have to do with us, the Empire? Little brat, don't think you can act like an ancient noble just because you got a little technology. In front of true ancient nobles, you'll have to kneel and lick our shoes. Lowly commoners, The envoy of the Kaisha Empire directly hung up the video link. Su Shan stared blankly at the hung-up call. The Star Sea Super Empire, the capital of the Great Xia Empire, Su family, young master of the 10 great families. Son of the war, God General. one of the inheritors of the Heavenly Court-S War God system. His father leads the War God system of the 8 Direction Star Regions, himself an exceptionally excellent warlord, a benchmark of war gods, awarded countless honors, recognized by numerous strong individuals and gods, Sushan. With a single command, 800 million war gods descended from Sushan, the protector of the gods. He was belittled as a lowly commoner by a native. Moreover, Sushan had been working hard for so long out of a desire to protect them. This was the first time in his life that Sushan, the leader of the Great Xia Alliance, had faced such humiliation. Zhou Pingyan said quietly, "When a race splits into 2 empires, the contradictions will definitely be very intense. I just didn't expect it to be this intense." He had sensed something was amiss, which is why he had prepared a nuclear bomb. But he did not expect it to be so provocative. Sushan stared blankly at the position of the Kaisha envoy, his eyes red and teary. Zhou Pingyan sighed. "I hope we won't have to use the nuclear bomb. Like you, I wish this world had more beauty." Sushan wiped the corner of his eye. "Don't use it." Zhou Pingyan face-bombed. "You really are too kind. Your nobility will only become an excuse for them to humiliate you." Sushan gritted his teeth, angered by the ignorance and stupidity of these natives. "The Great Xia protects human civilization, right?" Zhou Pingyan replied. "Yes, what's wrong?" Sushan's eyes turned red. His face filled with anger and pity, and the war god law ring appeared behind him. "I protect humanity, not these idiots. Old Zhou, let's take down these fools together. Just the 2 of us." Zhou Pingyan laughed heartily. "Why don't you keep being merciful, haha?" Sushan slammed the table, cursing. "I'll be merciful to your grandpa. I want to take down his whole family. Don't think you're old T3. You're a double T6, and I'll still make you smoke. I'm a good person, not a pushover." Zhou Pingyan laughed until tears streamed down his face. So he had Qin Xiang lead the team to eliminate the demon disaster while he and Sushan went to the Kaisha Empire. The leaders of the Disaster Wolf Empire and the Great Xia Alliance sat aboard a guard ship, heading to the Kaisha Empire. The Kaisha Empire, like the Holy Teaching Nation, retained a relatively complete knowledge and production system. However, due to a break in continuity, many things became lost knowledge after the older generation passed away. The reason for the break in continuity was also realistically about power struggles. To address this, the Kaisha Empire established the Ancient Academy, dedicated to studying ancient knowledge. With some success, but not much. They still could not prevent the entire empire from sliding into the abyss. A bad atmosphere had spread throughout the Kaisha Empire, corrupting their social system. If the atmosphere had been normal, they wouldn't have done such foolish things. Zhou Pingyan browsed through the data, frowning more and more. "Hold on. What were you thinking before? Didn't you check?" Sushan sighed. "I did check, but I didn't expect them to make the worst choice. A terrible outcome must have a series of terrible causes." Zhou Pingyan was puzzled. "Didn't you explain the value of the Great Xia Alliance?" Sushan replied. "They said I was dreaming well and told me to be more realistic next time. They even asked me to go to their ancient academy to do menial work and learn real ancient knowledge instead of being a quack." Sushan, a top graduate from the prestigious military academy in the capital Star, was evaluated as a quack by the natives. Zhou Pingyan laughed at his misfortune. "Huh?" Sushan sneered. "You laugh, but when the promotional video was sent over, the thing they looked down on the most was your broken warship. I should have known better than to let you in. It was truly embarrassing." Zhou Pingyan was speechless. "That's because they don't understand the value of my dismantled 10-for-1. Forget it. I'll just gather enough power to deal with them." Sushan paused and slowly said, "I've calmed down now. Let us achieve our goal of humiliation, and you move that nuclear bomb guard ship further away." Zhou Pingyan blinked. "What nuclear bomb guard ship? What are you talking about?" Sushan expressionlessly held the war god sword. "I ran reconnaissance technology, and your 20 holographic projection is useless now." Zhou Pingyan replied, "Hey, am I that brutal? Wang Lei, move his ship a bit. I'm just worried about it breaking down without a backup." Zhou Pingyan smiled. "So now that you're calm, has your mind changed?" Sushan remained calm. "No, I'm just thinking whether to eradicate them completely." Zhou Pingyan responded, "Oh, more thoughtful now. Kaisha, why did you provoke him? Now look, your whole family is going to be sacrificed." Sushan added, "I kill not to vent anger, but for efficiency." Zhou Pingyan said, "You don't need to explain. I'll just be a bit harsher later." Sushan's mouth twitched. No need to be too harsh. I'm just angry that they hinder the alliance. I don't want to wipe out their entire race. Leader, we can't advance further. There's a warning network ahead. Zhou Pingyan stood up, summoned his black and red military uniform, and smiled. Shall we go? Su Shan stood up, summoned his set of war artifacts, and calmly said, Let us go. Brother Gu and Rich Brother teamed up for the first time. Su Shan's strength wasn't very strong relatively, but his talent, divine body, and artifact set made up for a large part. The Disaster Emperor stood in midair, directly releasing his own divine image. A towering purple virtual figure of a young god appeared, dressed in imperial garb, overlooking the massive multi-layer circular city below. The leader of the Great Xia Alliance, Su Shan, directly called out for his father, and the Great Xia war god appeared, dressed in top-tier war god armor, unexpectedly glanced at his son, and then looked at the city below, instinctively frowning. The purple virtual figure of the young god also frowned. Zhou Pingyan and Su Shan's brows suddenly furrowed. Zhou Pingyan, displeased, summoned the Moonlight Sword. The demonic energy is fluctuating, countless thoughts are severed, turning all beings into countless fragments. What kind of garbage dump is this? Su Shan said. To be honest, I originally thought I just needed to kill a few high-ranking officials of the Empire to warn them and let them know we are strong. But now it seems I need to kill a whole circle. Zhou Pingyan asked, Should I go first, or you? Together? Good. The Disaster Emperor's eyes turned purple, entering combat mode, releasing his absolute pressure on this nearby realm. The War King resonated with all his artifacts and his father behind him, reaching peak status. And terrifying war pressure descended upon the world. The capital of the Kaisha Empire, which had only sounded alarms 7 times since ancient times, now issued its 8th desperate wail, warning, divine invasion, warning, divine invasion, Disaster Emperor War King, royal family of the Kaisha Empire, submit or die. Hot knowledge. The Great Xia Empire's military school has divine courses. Set the bowl, ask for gifts, or face starvation. Chapter 57. Burning other people's ancestors is indeed quite rude. Sinan City, the capital of the Kaisha Empire, boasts a complete military defense system and is also home to the largest number of ancient nobles on the central continent. The alarm bells rang loudly in front of the palace. The emperor of the Kaisha Empire, dressed in T3 intelligent battle armor, held a scepter that could release light spears. He calmly raised his head to gaze at the 2 statues in the sky. After a moment of hesitation, the emperor asked, Human deities, why are you attacking us? Moreover, it's clear that these are not the deities from the Holy Teaching Kingdom. These are genuine deities with free will. The ministers behind the emperor exchanged confused glances, their faces filled with bewilderment. Above Sinan City, a pale blue energy shield rose, covering the entire city. Countless light spear cannons emerged from their shelters, aiming at the 2 statues in the sky. The emperor of the Kaisha Empire raised his hand in a calming gesture, his expression serious. Don't act yet. This is the first appearance of deities since the divine calamity. We need to understand what's going on. Microphone? Quickly, bring it here. Here it is, Your Majesty. The emperor took the microphone, his expression solemn as he placed it before his mouth, just as he was about to politely inquire. His nose itched, achoo. A loud sneeze transmitted through the city's loudspeakers aimed at the statues, using numerous advanced audio amplification technologies to become a sound wave attack, directly crashing into the 2 statues. In an instant, the entire city fell silent. The emperor of the Kaisha looked in horror at the microphone in his hand, which he had accidentally crushed while sneezing. The ministers stared dumbfounded at their emperor, who had just launched a sound wave attack at the deities. It's over. This is serious. In the sky, Zhou Pingyan was stunned, his ears ringing from the sound wave attack, unable to believe what he was seeing in Sinan City below. Does the virtual realm emperor not show his power? Thinking I'm a sick cat? Su Shan's head buzzed as he looked in disbelief towards the direction of the Sinan City Palace. Did they just launch a sound wave attack at us? Is it that my artifact set is not strong enough? Or is my father's divine appearance not powerful enough? I admit we held back a bit, but is this too disrespectful to us? Su Shan's shock slowly turned into anger, his fists clenched. The local natives are truly rude. Zhou Pingyan was furious, diving towards Sinan City. Don't stop me. I'm going to take down these uncultured beings. Su Shan was also angry. Following suit, do they really think a good person won't get angry? The statues of the virtual realm emperor and the war god king dove down together, their weapons rapidly charging and glowing with dangerous auras. Boom! The two furious statues unleashed thick beams of light towards the palace from the air. High-level energy attributes directly crushing lower-level attributes. The alarm system in Sinan City sounded again as all energy was rapidly channeled to the city-level energy shield. Waves of colorful light exploded against the energy shield, the sound of explosions booming densely, making one's heart race. The knowledge system of the divine realm from the T9 civilization caused terrifying damage to the T3 city-level energy shield. With the naked eye, it was evident that the two furious statues had torn through the energy shield, their fiery eyes glaring fiercely. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from among the ministers, hitting the cheek of the war god king statue. The Kaisha emperor, who was busy looking for a spare microphone, turned in shock and despair. The ministers, hurriedly donning their battle armor, looked in terror at the fool who fired the beam. The fool, with a face full of despair, quickly moved the cannon barrel that shot the beam to track the statue's head. It's an automatic attack. The Kaisha emperor roared in despair. Who told you to use a lock-on attack? Lock-on attacks. A common usage scenario. Take them out as soon as they show themselves. It used to be very effective, capable of instantly killing any assassin or enemy threatening the ancient nobles. Today, it was not effective, because the opponent was a statue. It's over. Now it's even harder to explain this. Su Shan was furious, letting his father the divine appearance destroy the energy shield, diving directly towards the palace. Activating his artifact set, damn you, hitting my father's face. Zhou Pingyan furiously passed through the energy shield, his body glowing with purple light. He teleported in front of the Kaisha emperor, discarding his sword and punching down hard. I'll smash you. The Kaisha emperor barely had time to raise his arm to block, only to see in despair as his arm armor was torn open by the opponent's change of attack. His claw transformed into a fist, smashing down directly towards his face. Puff! The right cheek of the Kaisha emperor took a punch. The area hit, causing the muscles to ripple, his eyes instinctively closing, a tear flying freely in the air. Sneezing, what a disaster. Su Shan charged into the group of ministers, who were not fully equipped in their battle armor, beating them black and blue. Zhou Pingyan fully utilized his virtual realm attributes to crush them, directly ripping off all their armor, preventing them from exerting any advantage, beating them to a pulp. It was proven that surprise attack tactics are indeed very effective, especially when the enemy is not prepared for defense and the civilization level is far below one's own. Zhou Pingyan grabbed the collar of the Kaisha emperor, his face full of anger. Do you agree or not? Su Shan stood beside him with a fierce expression. Yes. Do you agree or not? The Kaisha emperor, his mind a mess, one eye swollen shut while the other barely opened. WH. What? Smack. A handprint appeared on the Kaisha emperor's face. Zhou Pingyan was furious. You old fool. You want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Huh. Old Su. Apply punishment. Su Shan directly formed a lightning technique with both hands and pressed it hard on the Kaisha emperor's kidneys. Crackle. Crackle. The Kaisha emperor was electrocuted so severely that his skeletal structure was visible, tears flying in the air. Zhou Pingyan seized his neck, fiercely demanding, Say it. Su Shan echoed, Yes, say it. The Kaisha emperor's tears fell. I don't know. Crackle. Crackle. The Kaisha emperor was caught between their hands, surrounded by ministers who dared not express their anger, nor did they dare to act rashly. Zhou Pingyan released his grip, letting the smoking Kaisha emperor fall to the floor. His face shocked. This person is so stubborn? Su Shan was equally shocked. What exactly is he being so stubborn about? I really don't understand the thought process of the natives. Even after being beaten and smoking, he still won't agree to an alliance. What kind of grudge do you have against the holy teaching kingdom? Divine, Lord deities, may I ask what you want us to agree to? The Kaisha emperor lay on the floor, his eyes wide open, filled with despair and pain, struggling to inquire. You didn't say anything and just came up to beat us. Why don't you ask? Don't just focus on beating. The air fell into silence. Zhou Pingyan looked uncertainly at Su Shan. Did we ask? Su Shan recalled seriously. It seems. We didn't, T? We really just focused on beating the drowning dog. After all, this was a fleeting opportunity when the opponent was unprepared. In battle, timing is everything. How could we waste time asking questions? Zhou Pingyan maintained his usual expression and clapped his hands. Well, it wasn't a wasted beating. He did launch a sound wave attack at us. Su Shan nodded. Indeed. A minister weakly explained. The Kaisha emperor sneezed and crushed the microphone. As he spoke, the ministers looked towards the broken microphone lying on the ground not far away. Zhou Pingyan and Su Shan silently stared at the broken microphone on the ground. Su Shan raised an eyebrow. The cannon that shot at my divine appearance could not have been a misunderstanding, right? The battle armor defense system automatically attacked. Su Shan, oh, well, this is indeed not something others can control or modify on the spot. Su Shan's face was calm. So, how about forming an alliance with the Holy Teaching Kingdom? The minister glanced at the emperor, who was crying on the floor, and weakly said, This is not a misunderstanding. It's because the church burned our ancestors. Zhou Pingyan. Su Shan. In a poor country, everything is sorrowful. The Iron Clan mourns. The church mourns. The empire mourns. Everyone is quite mournful. Well, how should I put it? Burning someone else's ancestors is indeed quite impolite. After a beating, everyone was able to sit down calmly and chat. Zhou Pingyan and Su Shan also cleared up what was going on. Basically, the church does not compromise with this world. They burn ancestors to ensure the purity of their bloodline and spiritual culture, hoping to one day return to the Star Sea. The Empire believes that people must adapt to their environment. One cannot wait for the environment to adapt to them. So they have befriended major races and adopted a more localized strategy. Only by being adaptable can one better accumulate resources and develop. It's hard to say who's right or wrong. One can only say that they've chosen different directions to survive. The starting point of the split between the two empires was the church burning everyone's ancestors. Silence was the theme of this evening's conversation. Zhou Pingyan and Su Shan exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to evaluate the situation. You can't say otherwise. This matter is indeed quite tricky. Su Shan stared blankly. Don't you have resurrection technology? Why not just resurrect them? Zhou Pingyan. Body, soul, you have to leave me something to locate and restore the whole. Right? It hasn't been long since they were burned. Where can I arrange for their resurrection? I can't just conquer the whole world to resurrect their ancestors, then take down the local underworld to find their ancestors' souls, right? Just for this pile of vinegar. Conquer the whole world? Even if I lower the requirements, I still need to take down the central continent and occupy the corresponding underworld territory. Su Shan rubbed his forehead. It's hard to support anyone when everyone's ancestors have been burned. Zhou Pingyan placed his sword against Emperor Kaisha's neck and played a video on his watch. Look, I have 6 nuclear bombs on my ship. One of them is enough to make your civilization collapse and disappear. There are at least a few thousand such nuclear bombs in the Alliance. Do you believe me? Emperor Kaisha glanced at the sword on his neck and forced a laugh. I believe. Zhou Pingyan took out the agreement and slapped it on Emperor Kaisha's breastplate. Sign or not? If not, I'll chop until someone is willing to sign. Emperor Kaisha's face turned sullen as he looked at the agreement and unexpectedly found it was just an agreement regarding the demon disaster, with no oppressive clauses. He hesitated for a moment and handed it to the officials. The officials took it, sweating profusely as they reviewed it, and, after a thorough check, they wiped their sweat and nodded. Emperor Kaisha, sign. After signing the agreement, Zhou Pingyan casually chopped down a few demons that had infiltrated the courtiers, saying, The demon disaster has already begun. From today, you must start establishing a demon defense system. Once it is confirmed that the human race of the Kaisha Empire has lost control, these nuclear bombs will strike your core cities. Su Shan frowned, but ultimately did not interrupt Zhou Pingyan's blunt actions. It took 15 minutes to sign the agreement and clarify everything. Zhou Pingyan confirmed everything was correct and uploaded the agreement to his own network and the director's network. All right, let's withdraw. In detail. The Daxia Alliance will send someone to communicate with you. Su Shan followed Zhou Pingyan as they withdrew, and before leaving, he took back the statue hovering above the city. Emperor Kaisha held the agreement in his hand, turned back, and looked at the minister on the ground, who was bleeding magic blood. His face dark, who was handling the matters regarding the demon church. The Empire was not unaware of this issue. They just did not expect it to be so serious. Serious enough for two powerful deities to descend and tear through the energy shield of the palace. Back to the Emperor, it is the minister. Emperor Kaisha, chop him. This matter will be personally handled by the Prime Minister. The minister cried and knelt. Thank you, Emperor. Long live, long live, long live. Su Shan sat in the escort ship, putting away weapons and artifacts, and sighed helplessly. To be honest, I don't want to solve problems in such a brutal way. We are all human compatriots. Why make things so unpleasant? Zhou Pingyan crossed his arms. Your method isn't bad. It's just too time-consuming. It is irresponsible to those civilians suffering from demon attacks. Completion is more important than perfection. As long as it works, what are you fussing about? Su Shan was speechless. I don't want to argue with you. Let's do it your way this time. How is the demon disaster on your side being handled? Zhou Pingyan opened the panel to take a look and raised an eyebrow. It's okay. We're currently cleaning up the nearby demon forces. Su Shan was silent for a moment and said heavily, the Lord of Tao Cultivation and the Lord of Astral Systems, after divination, found that planet L6 is filled with demons. Zhou Pingyan, that matches the intelligence I've received. Su Shan said quietly. Then the problem arises. What we have encountered is just a drop in the ocean. Where are all those demons hiding? The escort ship patrolled the sky and found nothing above. The scariest thing is not the demon disaster itself. It's that everyone knows there is a demon disaster, looks with open eyes, yet does not see a corresponding scale of demon tide. Zhou Pingyan said lightly, Subspace, for example, the divine space. We have discovered orderly demon troops in the divine space. Su Shan rubbed his forehead. So, in the dimensions of the subspace world that we have not yet explored, there is one dimension filled with demons. Or, the ground beneath planet L6 is full of demons. Either piece of news is not good news. Zhou Pingyan looked relaxed, with his hands on his abdomen. Calm down. You discuss your alliances, and I will sweep my demons. We will tackle this together. There won't be any issues. Su Shan looked helpless. I hope so. Beep beep. Zhou Pingyan answered the video call and saw Qin Xiang flying chaotically in the sky, with the background changing rapidly. And even a fireball with a diameter of over 20 meters brushed past. Qin Xiang shouted, Pingyan, come back quickly. A large number of demons are attacking the city. Zhou Pingyan straightened up instantly. Send the coordinates. Beep. Coordinates received. Zhou Pingyan directly tore through space and vanished. Su Shan furrowed his brow, his expression becoming serious. Prepare the support troops. Understood, leader. Zhou Pingyan arrived and found the ground filled with demon tides, with various demon spirits and ghosts flying in the nearby sky. The cost-effective, self-destructing drone swarm, costing $30 each, carried bombs toward the demon tide, crashing into it, creating a small splash, and was quickly engulfed by the surging demon tide behind. Zhou Pingyan looked back and saw Bianshan City to the east. Without any hesitation, he took out the moonlight sword and slashed at the ground. The virtual energy transformed into terrifying sword chi, cleaving into the earth, which was directly torn open, creating a massive gash. Boom! A deep, bottomless, hundreds of meters wide and hundreds of kilometers long narrow valley appeared. Within the canyon, countless sword chi soared and roared. The charging demons hurriedly braked but could not stop, being pushed by the demons behind them, screaming as they fell into the canyon, torn to pieces by the sword chi. Blood flying along with the sword chi. Zhou Pingyan's palm trembled slightly as he exhaled, looking at Qin Xiang. This move was not small in burden for a 6th-tier universal lord. Qin Xiang hurriedly dispelled the flying demons nearby, moved closer, and spoke quickly. The defense of Bianshan City is temporarily fine. The energy protection system of the colonization ship has been dismantled and sent to Bianshan City. After the earthquake this morning, a large pit collapsed on that side, and a demon tide emerged from it. The barracks are accelerating troop production. Zhou Pingyan looked into the distance. At the end of the horizon, there was a huge pit from which a dark wave of demons was continuously spewing forth. Boundless and infinite, dyeing the sky and earth black like ink. At this moment, Zhou Pingyan fully felt Su Shan's mood. Damn, We have to fight from T0 to T3. No wonder this thing is called a natural disaster. It's truly disgusting, and the numbers are overwhelming. Qin Xiang hesitated for a moment and voiced her suspicion. I suspect that a demon lord is involved in this war. Not all civilizations have lords bound by rules. However, every member of the lord class can become a treasure of any civilization. The demon race also has a lord class, and most are concentrated on the front lines. Zhou Pingyan directly absorbed a nearby demon into his palm, probing into its mind to check its memories, raising an eyebrow. This one really came from the barracks. Fire Demon King Barracks. A common demon race lord class barracks. With a large quantity, demons who have experienced multiple wars will naturally evolve into higher-tier demons. The demon tide, currently seen, is merely the impure demons produced by the demon race barracks. Low-level demons, very low in rank within the demon race, are also the most basic troops of the demon race. Low-level demons are the kind that are given away for free in large quantities every day in certain level demon barracks. Demon lords like to use this kind of trash to exhaust the enemy and probe for intelligence. It has proven to be effective, and generally, lords can't withstand it. Zhou Pingyan narrowed his eyes. You defend, and I'll lead the troops for a surprise attack. Qin Xiang was worried. Can we do it? Zhou Pingyan, you defend the home front without sending troops, and I can kill them all without issue. In war, I'm not afraid of losing. I'm afraid of teammates giving away the game. Zhou Pingyan took a breath of virtual realm energy to fully restore his state and contacted SPEEDRun. You defend the home front, send me 1,000 troops, and I'll go see what's going on. Understood, Emperor. Seeking gifts. Help push the book, it's so tragic. 5,000 devouring berserkers, 5,000 transformers. Over 10,000 troops took to the sky, clearing the nearby, flying demons, creating space for the Disaster Emperor to advance. With automatic upgrades and the baptism of several wars, many troops had already become second or even third tier in strength, and combined with T1's level 5 intelligent battle armor, they could already suppress the enemy with firepower on a large scale. A temporary stalemate was formed with the demon tide. Emperor, it has been confirmed to be T3 low-level demons. Detailed data is waiting for the Research Institute to run. Zhou Pingyan raised an eyebrow. Interesting. If we don't go all out, this battle may take a long time. T3 Demon Lords, just thinking about it is exciting. Natural Disaster Technology Panel has been opened. National Concept. Assimilation Warriors. Unit Technology Tree Skills unlocked. Biological Assimilation. All flesh and blood life will become our kind. Mechanical Assimilation. All mechanical life will become our kin. This world does not need noise. It only needs the voice of one race to resonate throughout the universe. This race can only be us. The Disaster Empire. Gene Assimilation. Fire Seed Source Assimilation. Unlocked. Gene Assimilation. No need to say much. Directly injecting energy will assimilate the enemy into our citizens. Fire Seed Source Assimilation is a bit special. The Transformers inject energy into the enemy, turning them into living metal, and then transforming them into our kind. The Devouring Berserkers were overjoyed, capturing a flying low-level demon, and after 3 seconds, the T1 zero-level Devouring Berserker floated in mid-air, wearing mimic battle armor, bowing to the mother body. The Transformers laughed heartily, grabbing a flying low-level demon and spraying surging fire seed source energy into it. The low-level demon screamed and struggled for a second before solidifying into a silver metallic state. 2 seconds later, its eyes lit up, and its whole body transformed into a transformer, with a blue light of fire seed source glowing from its chest. The Disaster Empire's civilization level is relatively low, but it does not follow reason. The disaster technology that can be unleashed without regard for rank compensates for this slight deficiency. Your demons are numerous. My assimilation is endless. The Disaster Emperor Zhou Pingyan smiled brightly, pointing at the dark demon tide ahead. My people, assimilate them. The soldiers of the Disaster Army laughed heartily, rushing forward to forcibly embrace the nearby, flying low-level demons, injecting energy into them, and within seconds, they added a new rookie comrade to the Soul Network. In just a few breaths, the dark demon tide in the sky was covered by an even more terrifying wave of black-armored warriors. 10,000 assimilated into 10,000, totaling 20,000. 20,000 assimilated into 20,000. totaling 40,000. 40,000 assimilated into 40,000, totaling 80,000. 80,000 assimilated into 80,000, totaling 160,000. In less than a minute, the true count reached nearly 200,000. This was still at the initial level of the assimilation skill, without the effects of upgrades. And this is the gold content of exponential assimilation growth. Zhou Ping'an laughed heartily, seizing the moment while the opposing demon lord had not yet reacted, directly granting speed blessings. Disaster Emperor, Zhou Ping'an speed 100, resistance 20. Assimilation speed 100. The soldiers of the disaster army smiled broadly, grabbing the low-level demons and desperately assimilating them. Your demon tide is nice, but now it belongs to me. In just a few minutes, the flying demon tide in the sky was completely assimilated, with many rookie disaster army soldiers diving toward the ground, forcibly capturing a group of demons for assimilation. After 7 or 8 minutes, the Disaster Legion had assimilated a large area, forming an effective line of defense against the demon tide, and the terrifying firepower suppression gradually overwhelmed the demon tide. They even diverted excess troops to continue assimilating the enemy. Disaster technology you can trust. After more than 15 minutes, the demon tide was forced to retreat, surging back toward the giant pit from which they had emerged. The low-level demons screamed in fear, wanting to escape back, while some scattered in all directions. Zhou Ping'an's gaze shifted slightly. Mark the fleeing demons. Capture them. We cannot let the demons harm innocent people. A T3 low-level demon, just one, is enough to slaughter a village. War should not involve innocent bystanders. Having seen the great world, still cherishing the greenery. Wang Lei understood. The Soul Network marked all fleeing demons and dispatched the corresponding number of soldiers to pursue them. One disaster army soldier, after flying far, casually grabbed a flying eagle that had no time to dodge, consuming more energy and flesh to assimilate it into a rookie warrior, assigning it a flanking task. Low-level demons that could escape a distance from the battlefield either had sharp wits or their own strength was not low. But regardless, these fleeing demons had already been locked on by the Emperor's will, unable to escape the fate of death. Under the effect of the assimilation warriors, Zhou Ping'an flew to the front of the giant pit, seeing groups of demons frantically fleeing inside, causing a traffic jam. Detecting abnormal energy fluctuations, please withdraw. Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling the army to withdraw. Boom! The crimson hellfire that filled the entire giant pit surged into the sky, turning all demons in its path to ashes. The terrifying hellfire distorted and rolled the air, painting the entire sky a bloody red. And the smell of sulfur filled the area. The dark power descended with the hellfire, beginning to pollute the surrounding environment. As the hellfire dissipated, the traffic jam in the giant pit was resolved. Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow slightly, tightening the moonlight sword in his hand, preparing to unleash a fierce strike. A whisper from hell echoed, incredulous, surprised, yet filled with doubt. Disaster Wolf, Zhou Ping'an? Zhou Ping'an looked at the pair of huge, blood-red eyes lighting up in the pit and raised an eyebrow. Familiar demon? A huge blood-red eye in the giant pit stared intently at Zhou Ping'an, filled with ecstasy and anger. Just wait. Just you wait. I'm calling in a truckload of demons to kill you. Zhou Ping'an was perplexed, and when he clicked on the information from the other side, he suddenly realized, oh, it's that unlucky guy from when I blew up the planet. As long as the number of world destructions increased, being out in the world meant he wouldn't fear having fewer enemies. How should I put it? First, my temperament is extremely bad. I enjoy offending people and then watching them want to kill me, but fail. Secondly, the more enemies I have, the more my destruction value automatically increases. I wouldn't mind if the entire Star Sea were my enemies. That was Zhou Ping'an's previous thought. Now, his mindset had changed. I want to set the Star Sea on fire. The older I get, the more peaceful my mindset becomes. Zhou Ping'an decisively raised his hand to gather energy and give this guy a quick end. My civilization level may be low, but my strength is not. Just you wait. I'll kill you sooner or later. A massive roar echoed angrily, followed by a sound of spatial distortion. The bottomless darkness in the pit vanished, leaving a pit over 3,000 meters in diameter and 400 meters deep. There was also a group of confused demons surrounded. Zhou Pingyan was speechless for a moment and dispelled the energy in his hand. They run pretty fast. Indeed, only such a guy could survive to see me a second time. Foreseeing that the demon disaster has officially begun, please check the message, Disaster Emperor. Zhou Pingyan blinked and leaned back strategically. Huh? What is this? Is this just the appetizer? World corruption ceremony has started. Please try to eliminate the demons and reduce the regional corruption value, Disaster Emperor. A map panel popped up, and on the world map of planet L6, there were red dots everywhere, some large, some small, densely packed to the point of causing panic for those with trypophobia. Zhou Pingyan closed the panel, doubting whether he was awake. He clicked it open again. What the hell? So all of that was just the trial period, and this is actually the demon disaster. Chapter 60. I only allow you to cry. For 5 minutes, the ritual of world corruption can permanently transform a planet into a dark one. Demons will naturally be born in darkness, and life forms that meet the corruption threshold will also be corrupted into demons. Zhou Pingyan did not dare to be careless and directly contacted Su Shan. This was serious. He needed to quickly find the overly righteous and good-hearted Su Shan to take the blame. Su Shan answered a video call and breathed a sigh of relief. Did you handle it? That's good. Zhou Pingyan, I'm sending you some intel. Don't be scared. Su Shan lauet ho titili, sky. What are you joking about? Zhou Pingyan blinked. I want to drag planet L6 into the Void Realm for purification. Su Shan's face darkened. Can you not use your world-destroying technology? Can't we just clear the level honestly? Zhou Pingyan sent over the information about the demon disaster's world corruption ritual and the fully red map. Su Shan looked at the red map, covered his mouth, and after a moment of mental struggle, said seriously, what is the survival rate in the Void Realm? How about we give it a try? Brother Su, I admit I spoke a bit loudly just now. Zhou Pingyan rolled his eyes. I was just joking. If we really drag it into the Void Realm, planet L6 is completely finished. The Void Realm, also known as the Void Universe, is an auxiliary universe to the main universe, filled with endless primal energy and countless unknown powerful deities, demons, etc. Once dragged out, planet L6 could end up in any situation. But one thing is for sure, there will be no surface civilization left alive. Su Shan grasped his head with both hands. Damn, what can I do? I'm just a graduate. I'm just a 21-year-old kid who just had a birthday. I thought my heart could only die a few times at most. I didn't expect it could die completely once more. I'm really going crazy. What kind of trial is this? Zhou Pingyan scratched his head, trying to soothe him. Calm down, we have nuclear bombs. Su Shan supported his forehead. And then, directly target cities with a large population? Some ritual locations are clearly cities with many lives. It's tough either way. Zhou Pingyan silently looked up at the sky. After unification, let us take down the underworld. Su Shan's face twisted, struggling with the thought. His heart died again. Fighting the demon disaster, unifying 5 continents, and attacking the underworld. Who remembers that we only needed to run the technology to clear the level at the start? Zhou Pingyan reminded him. Conscience is worthless once sold. But if you want to keep it, it becomes expensive. Using nuclear bombs to destroy the world corruption ritual is completely feasible. Setting aside the inhumane method, it can indeed prevent the civilization on this planet from heading towards extinction. Su Shan might think of a better, more humane plan. However, there is no doubt that those plans would be increasingly difficult and would test everyone's operational skills. Being a good person is often many times harder than being a bad one. Su Shan took a deep breath. The Void Realm. Zhou Pingyan blinked. Are you crazy? You really want me to drag L6 into the Void Realm? Su Shan's expression became serious. Void Realm lending, also known as the goddess 50 years. Signing a contract with the powerful deities of the Void Realm grants you immense blessings for 50 years, but after 50 years, you must pay a heavy price for the contract. The slightest situation could lead to an invasion of the main universe by Void Realm species. Many civilizations have paid the price. In the history of the Star Sea, only one person has signed a contract with the deities of the Void Realm and escaped the price. Qin Huang. The operation was simple. He beat up all the deities that came to collect debts. Zhou Pingyan stroked his chin. You're crazier than me. The price after 50 years is something no ordinary civilization can afford. Su Shan gritted his teeth. You have the title of Void Realm Emperor, and the Alliance can propose a contract using you as the coordinate, solidifying your title as Void Realm Emperor. After 50 years, at least there will be operational space. We can't go to other deities in the Void Realm. They hate the Great sea Empire to the core and would punish us as harshly as possible. It's safest to find our own people. Zhou Pingyan blinked. My title of Void Realm Emperor really exists, but if you want to strengthen it, I accept. Outsiders think it's just a verbal title, not knowing its true worth. Zhou Pingyan quickly calculated using the Soul Network, squinting. Not enough. We can only protect the central continent. The other 4 continents cannot be sheltered. We still need to use the nuclear bomb, and we must attack the underworld. But the pressure will be much smaller. Su Shan's expression changed several times before he finally sighed. Protecting the central continent as humanity is enough. Su Shan, dedicated to protecting his fellow humans, ultimately succumbed to the harsh reality. Zhou Pingyan, can we launch the nuclear bomb? Su Shan's lips turned slightly pale, closed his eyes, and nodded heavily. Launch. Tears fell silently. The just man ultimately turned against his own kind in the face of cruel reality. Not launching would only cause this world to fall faster. Zhou Pingyan, TSK, I'll try to get more blessings from the Void Realm. Stop crying. I promise to protect you. Su Shan hugged his head and cried like a child. I'm not reconciled. I haven't even slept, drinking nutrient solutions every day to maintain my combat power. I've done so much, but I can't protect them. So many people have to die. I can't protect them. I'm sorry for them. Zhou Pingyan helplessly said, they will be revived, it's okay. They will get better. I'll only allow you to cry for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we need to hold a meeting to finalize this matter. Su Shan cried so hard he could hardly breathe. Zhou Pingyan watched in distress, teleported over, grabbed the silly boy's face, wiped his nose with a tissue, and forcefully hugged his shoulders, patting his back to comfort him. 300 seconds passed. Su Shan suppressed his emotions and, with red eyes, started the Alliance video conference. As soon as the video conference opened, many lords were laughing and preparing to greet their big brother, but upon closer inspection, they found the Alliance leader looking like he had just finished crying. Zhou Pingyan, who had always been at odds with the Alliance leader, had tears and snot on his shoulder, disdainfully wiping with a tissue. Everyone realized something was off, quickly straightened their attitudes, and sat up properly. Those who were fighting also found a place to sit down with a barrier, waiting seriously for the leader to introduce the situation. The information about the demon disaster was sent to the Alliance's official channel. Everyone opened the intel and gasped in shock, causing the Alliance chat channel to explode. The solution was also laid out before everyone. Now there were only agreement and disagreement buttons left. A collective union to have the Void Realm Emperor act as a guarantee to draw on the powerful blessings for 50 years, and after 50 years, face the price of the contract. Also, launching nuclear bombs from space battleships to destroy the world corruption ritual and prevent the demon disaster. Zhou Pingyan shrugged and was the first to click agree. The War Alliance lords, seeing their big brother agree, followed suit. Although Zhou Pingyan was a war criminal lord, he held high prestige within the warlord system. In important matters, the warlords had always closely followed their big brother's lead. Su Shan expressed his stance and pressed agree. Guan Ming quickly followed the Alliance leader's choice and pressed agree. Seeing that both Alliance leaders agreed, everyone stopped hesitating and directly followed. The first Alliance meeting, the bill to save Planet L6, was passed unanimously. Zhou Pingyan's expression became serious. Thank you all for your hard work. I need to gather everyone's strength to resonate with the Void Realm and request blessings. After I finish chanting, please raise your hands and shout our slogan. Su Shan, what slogan? Zhou Pingyan smiled warmly. Long live the people of Great Sea. Requesting free gifts. The war criminal Lord Zhou Pingyan, after more than a month, had become the hottest topic within the Great Sea Alliance. The T1 Level 3 hydroponic farm has saved all Lord stomachs and the morale of civilization, rescuing free mech technology for novice players at Level 1 and Level 2, while upgrades, modifications, and subsequent levels require payment. As long as you want to purchase cutting-edge technology, flipping through Brother Zhou's technology package will surely yield drool-worthy tech. This includes the recently shared drone bomb swarm technology, which directly saved the combat power of novice lords, allowing them to have some offensive capability even without sufficient military forces. Many lords would love to bow down to Brother Zhou. Some superstitious ones have even secretly set up a statue of Zhou Pingyan in the Lord's Hall, burning incense and praying daily for a blessing to avoid defeat. Of course, this does not conflict with the fact that everyone considers Zhou Pingyan a war criminal lord. Lords from all over have established psychic altars, connecting to the temporary psychic network built by the Alliance. This is the first true joint action of the Daxiao Lord Alliance. Zhou Pingyan chose a feng shui treasure land to test the resonance level of the Void Emperor's status and the Void. In the past, Zhou Pingyan would go all out because his abilities were exhilarating and powerful. However, after triggering numerous apocalyptic disasters and accumulating an immeasurable destruction value, Zhou Pingyan had not tested his limits for a long time. The last time he tested his limits, his perfect microcosm exploded and rebooted infinitely, eventually relying on infinite cycles to extract the coordinates of the Void Universe, taking a deep breath from the Void Universe before starting normally. It was that test that granted Zhou Pingyan the status of the Void Emperor and the talent of immortality. Su Shan looked back at his civilization base just 20 kilometers away, feeling a toothache. Can't you pick a different place? Zhou Pingyan blinked. Isn't this a feng shui treasure land? Su Shan's face turned red. This is way too close to my base. Can't you find a desert or something? Zhou Pingyan. Look, the dragon energy is gathered here. The Z-Way star is shining. It's the land where the Emperor's star descends. And the effect of psychic learning is best here. Su Shan, what you said would work for any lord. Please just change the location. Does it have to be here? Zhou Pingyan. This is the best effect. Su Shan, what's the truth? Zhou Pingyan. I don't dare to risk my base. Su Shan. Heartache, extreme heartache. This journey has been full of heartache. For the greater good. Su Shan pinched his nose and accepted it. No, it's just a base. I'm still so heartbroken. Su Shan, with tears in his eyes. Hurry up and do it. If it takes too long, I'm afraid I'll regret it. The basic success rate of the Void Ritual is fixed, and with the increase in psychic side levels and related knowledge, the relevant weights will also increase. However, borrowing from the Void is still a matter of luck. The success rate is high for certain psychic empires in the star sea, where everyone has over 20 psychic traits. You should know that for ordinary races, being able to unlock a single racial trait is already a standard configuration for powerful Starseed races. Unfortunately, after one failure, the household registration only has the head of household page left, with just a crazy psychic emperor wandering in the ruins of the star domain, calling out to his citizens who can no longer return to his side. For those with low success rates, when the ritual begins, civilization fireworks explode, and they become history on the spot. Su Shan dared to mention it because there are descendants of strong individuals from the capital star area on this planet. For example, Qin Xiang, and again, Qin Xiang. The gods of the void do not give face to anyone. The only exception is for the Qin Emperor, which is particularly hard. Perhaps it's because they have personally experienced the Qin Emperor's strong fist. The ritual has begun. Zhou Pingyan ascended into the sky, radiating purple light, while the nearby space-time gradually twisted into the environment of the Void Universe. At the same time, thanks to the prepared psychic network, all risks were isolated to avoid threatening the survival environment of Planet L6. Su Shan raised his hands high and shouted, "Long live the Daxia people!" In various places on the central continent, Guan Ming followed suit, raising her hands and shouting, "Long live the Daxia people!" Qin Xiang stood at the front, with Zhang Yang and Lu Qian following behind, raising their hands and shouting, "Long live the Daxia people!" Lords from various places raised their hands and shouted, "Long live the Daxia people!" The shouts gathered together, echoing around Zhou Pingyan. The voices were vast like the sea, repeatedly washing over Zhou Pingyan's status, elevating him to the level of dialogue with the void. Su Shan's face turned pale, his body softened, and he directly knelt on the ground, white foam flowing from the corner of his mouth, as the world before him began to spin, forcing himself to complain, "Damn it, beast. You didn't mention it was about draining all the energy." Not in the same location, but all the lords collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth, their eyes filled with swirling incense. Damn, it's too dangerous to follow the war criminal Zhou. He only knows how to kill, not how to bury us. He drained all our energy at once. Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? No wonder you thump your chest and say it's 100% success rate. I'm your grandpa. You turned us all into lanterns. Didn't that raise the success rate? Beast. Zhou Pingyan stood in the sky, feeling the energy willingly contributed by numerous Daxia lords, along with a breath of strong belief. With a beaming smile, beings, I am the representative of the Daxia Lord Alliance, and I wish to speak to you. Pausing for a moment to give everyone time to react. The world we rely on for survival is about to suffer from the invasion of demonic disasters. To protect our world, I ask everyone to raise their hands and contribute your strength. Next, I will bestow protective blessings and unleash large-scale destructive spells. Survivors, please head to the nearby territories of the Daxia Lords, and we will protect you. The deceased, please do not resent us. We will enter the underworld and use the power of the gods to resurrect you. Earth, sky, ocean, all spirits of life, please grant me the power to negotiate with the void. Streams of magnificent power gathered, swirling behind Zhou Pingyan, forming the ring of the world. The world will of planet L6 awakened, casting its gaze, willingly pressing the world's power upon them, while many great wills following the world will also press their powers upon them. The world will knew about the Star Sea, was aware of the existence of the Daxia Empire, and knew that there were strong individuals on this planet who could influence the situation of the Star Sea, thus having a high level of trust in Zhou Pingyan. Zhou Pingyan sensed that the energy was almost charged, beaming with a bright smile, and shouted directly at the opened Void Universe passage. I, the Void Emperor, wish to converse with the Void. The Void Fisher murmured in confusion, and a magnificent consciousness descended to examine, freezing the atmosphere. In the next second, an enraged, frenzied storm of the Void swirled at the Fisher. Zhou Pingyan blinked. Huh? What's going on? Disaster Ascension. Your Majesty, a warm reminder. You are the mortal enemy of the Void. You last relied on the infinite reboot of the universe to seize the status of the Void Emperor. Oh, I see. This Void is so stingy. It can't even spare a mere status of the Void Emperor for me. Zhou Pingyan began to browse the disaster technology tree, preparing to find something fierce to force the Void to agree to a contract. If business negotiations won't work, then we'll just take it by force. Your Majesty, your status can trade with the ancient evil god. I recommend you trade with the subspace demon ancestor, Zhou Pingyan. Why? Because he hails from the ancient Daxia period, the same era as the Qin Emperor, and has no enmity. It is rumored that he once helped the Qin Emperor threaten the Star Sea Alliance to unleash the subspace storm. Pausing for a moment. The rumor is true. When others suspect you of being an ancient evil god, it's best to actually be one. Zhou Pingyan, good, we're on the same side. In business, you really need to rely on connections. However, there's a challenge. The virtual realm is too vast, making it difficult to contact the subspace demon ancestor. Nevertheless, Zhou Pingyan chose a very safe solution, leveraging his status as the Emperor of the Virtual Realm to directly open the Everyone channel of the Virtual Realm and shouted, the Emperor of the Virtual Realm, a citizen of the Great Xia, want to trade with the subspace demon ancestor. Soon, a dark will descended, forcibly driving away the enraged will of the Virtual Realm. Many angry wills of the Virtual Realm gods also turned to look, but upon seeing it was the subspace demon ancestor, they could only glare in anger without daring to speak. It wasn't that so many gods couldn't defeat the subspace demon ancestor, but rather that this garbage was a more powerful avatar of a certain supreme evil god. That being, after the ancient era, became obsessed with the Tao, gradually retreated and faded from fame, but his strength was harder than the Qin emperor's. His face was also tougher. The later generations knew little about this. Those who had lived long enough, who had once banded together to hunt down the Qin Emperor and the Great Xia civilization in ancient times, naturally knew. Don't ask why it was a bandit hunt. Just ask about love. Just ask if the Qin Emperor and his ilk were worth it. The Dark will examined Zhou Pingyan and revealed a satisfied emotion. Not bad. We want. Zhou Pingyan quickly stated the problems he and the Alliance were facing. Dark will. I can guarantee that everyone will survive, but I can't guarantee whether their minds can withstand such a blow. Zhou Pingyan was taken aback, not expecting the top big brother to be so generous, directly covering everyone's lives. The Dark will send over the specific blessing information. Life evolution. If not dead, then eternal and indestructible. Zhou Pingyan looked at the blessing, pursed his lips, realizing the value of this statement, and knew that this blessing was not something all beings could bear. Without an eternal mind, one cannot bear eternal life. There are cases where a rotting mind turns an eternal body into decayed flesh existing in the world, ultimately collapsing and dissipating into nothingness. You don't need a rush. You can think it over. I can pause time for you to consider it. Zhou Pingyan's hand trembled, shocked. He raised his head. Huh? Looking around, time froze. Everything came to a halt. Without sound or movement, the strong members of the director group stood outside the ritual site, ignoring the constraints of the temporal flow, quietly standing and watching the ritual, watching this dangerous, ancient, evil god. A few gods of the virtual realm broke free from the temporal flow, cursing through gritted teeth, but did not dare to step out of bounds. Zhou Pingyan looked on enviously. Is this what a big shot is? Directly pausing time to think. Big shot, I'm hungry. Take me along. Zhou Pingyan was no longer anxious, seriously thinking, and using the soul network to calculate relevant data. After a long while, Zhou Pingyan exhaled. If their minds can't bear it, then grant them a gentle long night. Blessings cannot be enjoyed to the fullest. From Warnings to the World. Volume 3. Wang Engshi's 3 Difficulties with Scholar Su. Leave room for maneuver, and one can aspire to the Tao. Let the dead enter the underworld, and then find a way to resurrect them. There will be plenty of time to solve subsequent problems. This is already the best choice within our capabilities. Dark will good, but unfortunately my main body is not here. Otherwise, this little problem would be no problem. Hee. Child, do your best. I look forward to you reaching the Tao. All beings on planet L6 receive 50 years of life evolution blessing. Those whose minds collapse will enter the underworld for reincarnation. The Dark will begin to leave, and before departing, kindly close the rift of the virtual realm. At the last moment before closing, a series of dense slapping sounds echoed. Zhou Pingyan. In the faintly disappearing rift of the virtual realm, the gods of the virtual realm were spun around like tops in space, some with strong enough power quickly stabilizing themselves, directly cursing the subspace demon ancestors, 18 generations of ancestors, furiously chasing after them. Zhou Pingyan. Big shot, you're so mischievous. Of course, it was also evident that the big shot's strength was not weak. Otherwise, he would have been cut off long ago. The virtual realm blessing ritual ended. Li Xiang rubbed his temples. Next time you do such a dangerous virtual realm ritual, notify me in advance. Zhou Pingyan blinked. Is there such a rule? I didn't know. Li Xiang took a deep breath. The danger is you, not others. Others might just lose their entire family. You provoke the wrath of the virtual realm will, which could easily trigger a war between 2 universes. Zhou Pingyan smiled. Didn't I find a reliable one behind me? Teacher, is that ancient evil god not reliable? Li Xiang's expression turned strange, recalling very unpleasant memories. Damn, so damn reliable. That is also a master who handles killings, but not burials. If you need to entrust him with a matter, he will guarantee to solve it. As for the solution, you don't need to care. Just ask if there's a solution. Last time, when he was sent to mediate a war between 2 alien civilizations, it almost affected our agricultural planet. As a result, he went up and gave those 2 alien civilizations the traits of delicious, unintelligent, highly productive, directly turning them into livestock, which are made into canned goods and dumped throughout the Star Sea. Not only did he physically mediate, but he also increased agricultural livestock production, leaving the agricultural managers in tears, begging the Empire not to send such a big shot to handle problems again. His attitude towards humanity is excellent. His attitude towards alien races is extremely poor. He is very picky about races. He fundamentally resolved the issue of whether the Star Sea War would affect the industrial chain of the Great Xia Empire. He also fundamentally deepened everyone's stereotype of the Great Xia Empire. Zhou Pingyan shrugged. Is there anything else, teacher? If not, I'm going to continue with my exam. Li Xiang swept his mind across planet L6, confirming there were no issues, and sighed. Go on. Next time you do something illegal, you must inform me. Whether this behavior is illegal depends on whether there are strong people ignoring the flow of time, standing beside you during the ritual. Zhou Ping'an blinked. If I notify you, does that mean it won't be illegal? No, it just makes it easier for me to drag you to a military tribunal. Zhou Ping'an laughed. Teacher, you're really mischievous. I'm not mischievous. Zhou Ping'an. The strong members of the director group repeatedly scanned the entire planet with their minds, confirming everything was fine, before withdrawing to their floating cities to continue overseeing. The blessing from the subspace demon ancestor is akin to a weakened version of the imperial localized resurrection mechanism, allowing these lives to survive a nuclear explosion, while also filtering out unsuitable lives to enter the underworld for eternal rest and await reincarnation. Don't think the subspace demon ancestor is weak. He accomplished this in less than a second, installing a personalized adaptive resurrection mechanism for every living being in the entire civilization, along with an underworld transmission mechanism interface. He accomplished it this way not because of a limitation in his capability, but because the endurance limit of the beings in the civilization of planet L6 is just that. The big shots gradually dispersed, continuing to provide protection for the new generation of the Great Xia Empire during their trials. Zhou Ping'an looked at the clear sky, silently smiled, feeling that the burden on his shoulders had lightened considerably. With big shots covering him, it's great. Therefore, he needed to hurry through the trials to become a big shot like them. After all, those are the three great disasters that make the Star Sea civilizations tremble in fear. Zhou Ping'an landed on the ground, watching Su Shan struggle to get up from the ground, take a sip of nutrient solution, and grit his teeth. Zhou Ping'an smiled brightly. See, the problem is solved. Bang! Zhou Ping'an rubbed his face, helpless. You have to understand that doing things involves risks. The virtual realm borrowing matter was indeed over the top. Many operations were not in the originally agreed plan. Starting from a step of drawing strength, it was no longer in the plan. Doing this was just to extract the most complete energy when everyone was at their best. The behavior was that of a war criminal, but the result was good. Su Shan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. You almost got everyone killed. If you had left a little leeway in case of an accident, everyone would have had some room to maneuver. Zhou Ping'an patted his shoulder and smiled. The result is good, isn't it? Su Shan felt the blessings on him, biting his teeth in silence, fists tightly clenched. Zhou Ping'an pressed on his shoulder, seriously saying, I know what you're thinking. But if we don't do it this way, we can't protect more people. Risk is also an opportunity. Su Shan remained silent, but ultimately furrowed his brows tightly. Next time, be more stable. Zhou Ping'an rubbed his face, helpless. Doing good and still getting beaten, you should apologize to me. Su Shan tightly hugged Zhou Ping'an, his voice filled with regret and helplessness. You are also a person of Daxia. If this matter goes wrong, the first person to die will be you. Zhou Ping'an smiled, hugging back, his eyes slightly moist. Yes, I'm also a person of Daxia, so the Alliance must protect me, a citizen of Daxia. Su Shan, I swear I will. I don't know who the new readers of the Big Boss are. You check out my last book. By the way, I'm asking for gifts. My daily income has dropped below 100. I'm generating power for love. Everyone needs to generate power too. Chapter 63. The great mushroom's smoke rises straight. The constant core's setting sun is round Zhou Ping'an. At this moment, I want to compose a poem. Su Shan, you understand poetry? Zhou Ping'an, with his hands behind his back, looked at the information display screen in front of him. The great mushroom's smoke rises straight. The constant core's setting sun is round. Su Shan, you really are hellish. 8 hours later, Zhou Ping'an consumed the destruction points to unlock the shelter technology, and the lords urgently constructed shelters, fearing that if they were slow, they would become dust in the physical sense. All the lords had moved into the shelters, while the commoners donned smart battle armor. All buildings provided energy for emergency energy shields, striving to withstand the upcoming nuclear explosion waves. One nuclear bomb after another rose, crossing the sky and detonating at the designated points. The sky was filled with large suns, illuminating the entire surface and sky of planet L6. Regardless of what the climate of planet L6 was before for a long time to come, it would only be a nuclear winter and a wasteland era. Su Shan sighed. Do you think if I were as strong as Teacher Li Xiang, I could solve the demon disaster by myself? Zhou Pingyan, you could. But remember this. As T9, we only preserve this fragile civilization. Other civilizations invaded by the demon disaster didn't have this treatment. Su Shan, destruction value 101010. Su Shan, can you stop ruining my will? Zhou Pingyan, your will is really fragile. Beep beep. Zhou Pingyan raised his wristwatch and saw a notification from the director's team. Director's team, from today, the 3rd Legion of the Star Sea takes over this star region to ensure the quality of the candidates' trials. Reinforcements of Qin Huang's battle avatars and a 19th level ancient cultivator will be stationed. The interaction restrictions between candidates and the outside world will be lifted. Candidate Zhou Pingyan must accept military registration. Not many words, but the matter was significant, ending with a call out for the war criminal Lord Zhou. Zhou Pingyan bared his teeth. Who do you look down on? Didn't everyone agree to this? Why is it just me who needs to register? Su Shan said softly. You should explain to the director's team why the virtual realms will go berserk when it sees you. Be clear about it. Don't get pulled back in later. Also, I admit I underestimated you, or criminal Zhou. I thought you were just bragging about having a virtual realm emperor title. I didn't expect it to be a real rank. Zhou Pingyan was dissatisfied. Why should good people be threatened with guns? Putting aside the facts, my operation was absolutely safe. Don't worry about how I completed the task. Just say if I got it done. A beam of teleportation light appeared, and Li Xiang walked out with a large sword, pulled over a chair, sat down, and took out a notebook. Come sit down. Zhou Pingyan sat down with a grin. Teacher Li, why did you come personally? Li Xiang snapped his fingers, and several floating cameras appeared nearby. These videos connect to the director's team. Everything you say from now on will be recorded. Zhou Pingyan helplessly. I already explained clearly last time. Why do I have to explain again? This feels like going home again. Li Xiang glared at him, his expression serious. Tell me, how did you get this virtual realm rank? Zhou Pingyan spread his hands. I stole it. Li Xiang, how did you steal it? Zhou Pingyan blinked. I found a loophole. If you use infinite dimensional restarts to blow up other dimensional universes, you can force them to fill in good stuff. I got lucky and got it. Li Xiang had a headache. I know about the 8th level evolution of the inner world in the cultivation system. I also know about the concept of infinite evolution. What do you mean by infinite dimensional restarts? Zhou Pingyan cleared his throat. That day, while experimenting, I accidentally discovered a method to make dimensions infinitely restart. I thought it was a big deal, so I directly transmitted it to the virtual realm. Li Xiang understood. The universe's Big Bang is an infinite restart. Dimensional space and dimensional universe are two different things. This is like the difference between having $100 in savings and $10 trillion in savings. Zhou Pingyan nodded seriously. Li Xiang, are you bragging? Zhou Pingyan stared. I'm telling the truth. Li Xiang sighed and had to take notes. All right, I'll count it as you found a very large dimensional plane. But wait, I've also used a plane to smash the virtual realm. Why didn't I get a rank? Zhou Pingyan silently looked at the ceiling. I didn't just blow up once. Li Xiang raised his head in shock. What do you mean you didn't just blow up once? Zhou Pingyan smiled shyly, humbly saying, at first, I was blowing things up quite frequently for research. Later, I blew it up 10 times each morning, noon, and night. Once I drew a rank, I stopped. I'm a type who knows when to stop. I'm quite a homebody and don't like wandering around other universes. It's definitely not because I'm afraid of the virtual realms while retaliating. Li Xiang's face turned red. I'm not even going to mention where you found so many dimensional planes. I just want to ask, how did you not get blown up? Zhou Pingyan blinked. I'm afraid of dying, so I picked the eternal, indestructible talent. It's too eternally indestructible. One is from the ascension brought by calamities, and the other is from the virtual realm rank. Li Xiang suddenly realized, his expression changing drastically. Where did you test it? Zhou Pingyan blinked. When I was in school. Li Xiang was shocked. Where the hell did you go to school? Zhou Pingyan. Oh, Capital Star. Didn't you know? Li Xiang excitedly rushed over, grabbing Zhou Pingyan by the collar and shouting, You madman, aren't you afraid of blowing us all up? Zhou Pingyan grabbed a folder to block Li Xiang's excited roar, calmly saying, What is there to be afraid of? Qin Huang isn't afraid. Why should you be? Li Xiang grinned, releasing Zhou Ping'an. How do you know Qin Huang isn't afraid? Based on your immortality. It turns out the virtual realm black hole incident was caused by you. Zhou Ping'an laughed heartily. If Qin Huang had any objections, wouldn't he have captured me long ago? Li Xiang helplessly. Of course, he has objections. 30 virtual realm black holes every day have scared the capital star's world defense system into never shutting down. He also ordered us to capture the culprit and behead him publicly. The neighbors next door are constantly bombarded by dimensional bombs, making old Qin think a great demon has emerged, keeping his nerves tight to suppress the capital star region. Zhou Ping'an awkwardly laughed. Is that so? I thought the capital star region space-time barrier was that sturdy. Not even a bit of magnetic storm influence. The first time I accidentally blew something up, I was very scared. Later, I found it had no impact on the main universe's space-time, so I felt safe to blow things up. Now I realize it was because my own capital star's defense system was so solid. Li Xiang said softly. So it's you who scared Qin Huang and is sitting in jail for 3 years, huh? So frightened that he became an emperor on the toilet. He doesn't dare to leave the throne for eating, drinking, or sleeping, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Zhou Ping'an helplessly. I've tested the data. It won't affect others. You have to trust me. This is based on countless strict calculations. Li Xiang's expression was somber. I believe you. Every day, the intensity of the vibrations under old Qin's but is exactly the same. Zhou Ping'an. Uft. Li Xiang, helpless, recorded. So, the virtual realm emperor rank came from this? It was obtained by blowing up too many times? Give me a rough estimate of the number of times. Zhou Ping'an spread his hands. I don't know. The last time was an infinite dimensional explosion, and my counter burned out. Li Xiang grinned while recording. I've sent the records to Qin Huang. You take the exam first. After the exam, Qin Huang will decide your charges. Zhou Ping'an helplessly. What charges? When I inherited the virtual realm emperor rank, Qin Huang had no objections either. Nonsense. He doesn't know you're right under his nose. Otherwise, I would have killed you, you bastard. Li Xiang left with a face full of resentment. Taking care of children is truly a torment. A short life of 100 years is a light punishment. Su Shan rubbed his forehead. Brother, I shouldn't have doubted the quality of your war criminal status. In other people's universities, they earn credits, take exams, chase awards, date, play games, and prepare for graduate school. In Brother Zhou's university, Bi Qin Xiang, become a war criminal. Bi Qin Xiang, become a war criminal. Bi Qin Xiang, become a war criminal. War criminal lord. Set the bowl. Asking for gifts. The nuclear winter has arrived, and the ecology of planet L6 has been completely changed, with countless beings dying suddenly or tragically. Those who resisted have come back to life, harboring gratitude or resentment towards the Great Xia Lord Alliance. Those who couldn't hold on have had their souls sent to the underworld to sleep. A hand struggled out from the soil, the palm desperately clawing at the earth, gradually forcing the dirt away, and an arm emerged, followed by another arm. Slowly, a man with a shattered upper body crawled out from the soil, his blood and flesh stitched together by an invisible force, a faint black glow emanating from the broken flesh, preventing him from entering death. Ugh! The man knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, and vomited a mouthful of dirt mixed with stomach acid. His whole body was in excruciating pain, an uncontrollable agony, an unstoppable rage. Great! Xia! Lord! Alliance! The man lifted his head, his eyes filled with blood. A frenzied rage lingering between life and death, his hands tightly clenched, nails digging into his palms, blood flowing along with the piercing pain. Unwilling. Why? Why can't we even choose death for ourselves? Why must I endure this inhuman suffering? Revenge. I will take revenge on you. The man didn't know how many days and nights he had walked, step by step through the wilderness, his broken body healing a lot, the wounds shrinking significantly, the anger in his eyes growing stronger. Immortality is not a blessing, but a curse. The world has been destroyed, all resources have been exhausted. The hunger tearing at his stomach, the thirst driving his soul mad, the irreparable weakness, the endless torment from the dark environment. It is them. The anger in the man's eyes condensed, gripping the kitchen knife in his hand, his exhausted body squeezing out strength again, his steps quickening. Ahead was a temporary rescue base set up by a group of black armored soldiers. A group of people in similar situations to him were lying on stretchers, leaning against tents, sitting or squatting near ruins, waiting. The man rushed towards a black armored soldier who had his back to him, angrily swinging the kitchen knife down. Revenge. I want revenge. D. Huh. Just when we need to cut vegetables, you can wash it and use it. You're quite nice. Why did you go outside to find a kitchen knife? You're a bit injured. Eat some boxed lunch first to regain your strength. The black armored soldier casually took the kitchen knife and handed it to a nearby native, telling him to wash it at the water dispenser before cutting meat. The man was furious. No, I want it. The black armored soldier was taken aback, handed over 2 boxed lunches, and opened them. 2 portions? The man's stomach rumbled like thunder. The bloodshot in his eyes faded significantly, and he licked his cracked lips. Here, this is water. The man held the boxed lunch and water, the anger in his mind dissipating by half, standing in place in a daze. Why did I just try to cut him? The black armored soldier blinked. The nutrient solution is over there with various flavors. After you recover, you can join the main force to go to Begins City. They are short on people. Work for 68 hours a week, study and entertain for 8 hours. Sleep for 8 hours. The base salary starts at $5,000, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund each month. If you settle in now, you'll also get a house and 5 acres of land. If you don't want to farm, you can lease it to others, earning $1,000 a year. For other detailed benefits, you can ask the recruitment staff over there. The man looked at the food and water in his hands, and upon hearing this treatment, he suddenly felt he was truly unworthy, a wave of guilt arising, his attitude softening 100,000 times, looking guilty and humble. Sir, just now. The black armored soldier. It's fine, I understand. Where are you from? Are there any survivors? We are organizing rescue teams. The Emperor of Natural Disasters has personally ordered not to harm civilians unless life is in danger. We are here to protect civilization, not to invade. The man felt his knees, crying, I'm sorry. I come from a village. Everyone in my village is buried underground. I can't dig them out. I can't dig them out. The black armored soldier was startled. What? First, drink some nutrient solution. Take me to the location. Saving people is the priority. Zhou Ping'an listened to the report. Helpless. Weakness is truly original sin. Those who died in the explosions, willing to endure pain, can be resurrected and gradually return to normal. The unfortunate ones are those who endure tremendous suffering and ultimately break down and die. The abyssal space demon ancestor left the right to voluntarily die and go to the underworld. But the problem lies here. The natives do not know. It's already very foolproof. They just need to communicate the power within them to know. But this step, for natives with no cultivation experience, is no different from a dreamer. It's like throwing a smartphone to a monkey and waiting for it to press the power button to wake the screen. It might open it, but without luck, it will take a long time. Tragically, even a civilian from a T1 civilization would have access to this knowledge. Residents from T1 to T9 civilizations can solve it with foolproof operations. Only in T0 backward civilizations is there no such popular education. Backwardness and weakness are truly desolate, sad, and original sin. Chief Officer Su Li's eyes were full of pain. Yes, I begin to understand why Lord Su Shan wants to do better. Zhou Ping'an touched Su Li's little head. Time and conditions are limited. We have done very well. Once we pass the trial, everything will get better. Look at this person's eyes. Look ahead. Chief Officer Xiao Li collected her emotions. The lords across the regions have launched rescue operations, and psychological counseling has begun. The city-level energy defense shield is also being upgraded. Protective suits for wasteland work are being produced comprehensively. Genetic clinics have also been established. Xiao Li reported item by item. Zhou Ping'an listened and approved each one, occasionally changing the operation direction. Zhou Ping'an tapped the table, his expression serious. The development work is fully entrusted to you. How is the intelligence investigation going? Chief Officer Xiao Li flipped through her tablet, frowning. Some areas have already formed demon nests and are being gradually cleared. Although we intercepted some world corruption rituals, the remaining ones are still effective, causing the environment of the entire planet to deteriorate significantly. The demon invasion took at least 100 years to plan, nuclear bombs disrupted their plans, preventing planet L6 from falling into darkness, but some locations could not be attacked due to insufficient nuclear bombs. The number of nuclear warheads is limited. This wave has directly drained half of everyone's resources. The remaining half is not reserved out of caution, but belongs to the sniper cannon series, which cannot be used for large-scale strikes and is regrettably shelved. And this incident has also directly awakened the instinct of the Lords. Most Lord Strategic Corps has abandoned focusing on credits. All they think about is killing demons. Before coming, they held a pass. After coming, the Lords are guarding the National Gate. Great SPEEDRUN is our surname. Protecting humanity is our destiny. JPG, when have the people of Great SPEEDRUN ever endured such grievances, forced into such a predicament? Not defeating the demon disaster will leave everyone unsatisfied. What can T3 demon disasters do? Do they really think our T9 civilization lord system is easy to deal with? Zhou Pingyan pondered for a moment. Give me the toughest one. I will personally lead the team to eliminate it. Chief Officer Xiao Li handed over the tablet. The demons have established teleportation anchors in multiple locations. We need to clear these anchors to prevent them from descending on planet L6. In the Hebingyu area, there is a 7th-tier demon lord from the Annihilation Demon Civilization, and there are mineral resources here. We are researching true technology and need to consume a large amount of minerals. If we take this place, we can upgrade our troop technology immediately. Disaster intelligence. Warm reminder, the demon garrison in Bianshan City comes from T0 Annihilation Civilization, but it is connected to a higher civilization level known as Familiar Demon. Unfortunately, the other party ran away too quickly that day and didn't leave any lives behind. Zhou Pingyan rested his chin on his hand. Upgrade? What technology? Chief Officer Xiao Li blinked. T0's level 5 giant mechanical armor technology. Big means beautiful, means strong. Don't think T0 technology is low level. A simple example, an excavator equipped with bulletproof glass and protective armor just needs the door to close, and in certain environments, its combat power is like that of a god. One scoop can evenly deal with low-tier beings. Not to mention T0's level 5 giant mechanical armor technology. At this level, it is enough to crush mid to low-tier demons from T0 to T2, and it can also be used for attacking and defending cities. Some might wonder why T2 can also be crushed when T0 is not surprising. But here's the question. An ancient shopkeeper and a modern waiter. Just because of the difference in era and salary, does the latter need to be stepped on one more time by a level 5 giant mechanical armor to become even? T2 demons are smarter than T0 demons and wear better equipment. But that doesn't mean these small combat units can withstand a blast from giant combat units. The difficulty of T2 demon disasters lies in the fact that ordinary civilizations find it hard to deal with the advanced generals on the other side. However, this can be compensated by our disaster emperor. Zhou Pingyan stroked his chin, looking at the enemy intelligence in front of him. 7th tier. This is indeed challenging. The gap between 6th tier and 7th tier is quite large. 7th tier can externalize the law domain. Hebingyu is a bit tough to chew. We need to figure out how to tackle it. Zhou Pingyan thought for a while, and then opened the disaster technology tree. My disaster emperor Zhou Pingyan has walked on thin ice all his life, relying on his strength and hard work to reach this point. Now, disaster ascension. Let me see your limits. Disaster technology, allocate points. Disaster empire's war punishment can strike a morale blow to the enemy once a day. Our side gains a random blessing daily, while the enemy receives a random curse daily. In a state of war, our side's overall status increases by 30, while the enemy's attributes decrease by 10 and gains a state of panic. Zhou Pingyan was overjoyed and decisively clicked. Good, let's choose this. Ding dong. The Disaster Wolf Empire has launched an extermination war against the Annihilation Civilization, and our side has gained war bonuses. The opposing civilization has received a punishment status. Our side has received a blessing. Total production increased by 10. The enemy has received a curse. Random subjects' ideologies changed to light faith. Zhou Pingyan was taken aback. Huh? Closed. Opened. Fixed his gaze. Random demons' ideologies changed to light faith. Zhou Pingyan was full of question marks. What is this operation? Hebingyu. The seventh-tier demon Lord Bashan, patrolling the territory, looked dumbfounded at the encircling demon subjects. The demon subjects wore white robes, raised holy crosses, and sang aloud with piety, for love and peace. Eliminate demon hegemony. The light of justice shines on all beings, evil demons, accept the justice punishment. Free all beings. Love and justice will prevail. The seventh-tier demon Lord Bashan was stunned, feeling a chill run down his spine, sweating profusely, unable to stop retreating. What was going on? A 3,000-word chapter, generating electricity for love, stepping onto the peak of the grid. Good night. Zhou Pingyan didn't understand the specific effect and clicked to open the related introduction to read carefully, understanding the effect of this war punishment. After studying for a day, he figured out one thing. Zhou Pingyan's expression was strange. This is aimed at the Annihilation Civilization, not just Ibingyu, because it showed that it was an extermination war against the Annihilation Civilization. The default is extermination war punishment, which can also be modified to humiliation, liberation, plunder, submission, and other war objectives. Different war purposes come with different bonuses and punishments. Of course, the most outrageous is this punishment range. Originally, he wanted to annoy the seventh-tier demon Lord Bashan in Ibingyu. Now it seems that the disaster has not only befallen the demon Lord Bashan's ruling area, but the entire civilization on the other side. Today's blessings and curses have refreshed. Our side has received a blessing. Total production increased by 10, along with damage by 10. The enemy has received a curse. Random subjects' ideologies change to like faith, and the morale of anti-mainstream ideology subjects is locked at full value. Beautiful. If this continues, we won't need to fight. Just hang on like this, and the opposing civilization will eventually perish. This disaster ability is truly disgusting. Luckily, it's me using it. Zhou Pingyan moved his wrist, took a sip of the soy milk that Shaoli brought over, and looked at Qin Xiang and the others who returned. How's it going on your side? Qin Xiang said helplessly. Still an emergency rescue. There simply aren't enough hands. The city-level energy shield needs to be on 24 hours a day. The air purification and circulation systems are also being installed urgently, and food factories, mecha factories, and power transmission networks are under expedited construction. Zhang Yang frowned. If it weren't for you helping us, we would be producing negative numbers. Lu Qian gritted his teeth. Same here, it's tough for everyone with these temporary changes. A collapse is unlikely, but we definitely can't expand outward in the short term. We need to upgrade our technology at least once. Zhou Pingyan pondered for a moment. Sell the surplus primary resources to the Alliance. They can owe us the funds for now, and we can collect interest at standard rates. The Disaster Wolf Empire, due to comprehensive automation, is much richer compared to other Lord civilizations, and has some leeway to help out our brothers and sisters. Chief Officer Shaoli, understood, I'll arrange that. Qin Xiang looked worried. Aren't you saving up a bit? The situation is so special right now, especially since we still need to attack Ibingyu. Every resource is precious. Zhou Pingyan looked at Qin Xiang in surprise. Qin Xiang slightly pursed her lips. We are originally aiming low against high. We should save more resources. Taking good care of ourselves gives us the strength to take care of others. Zhou Pingyan was once again operating at the limit, this time on resources. Zhou Pingyan raised an eyebrow. Trust me, I can take Ibingyu. Once we take Ibingyu, there won't be any resource limit issue. The way of the opposer is movement. The way of the weak is application. From Chapter 40 of the Tao Te Ching. When everyone is prosperous, united, and at peace, I can maximize benefits as a war criminal. When everyone is in danger and struggling, I can maximize benefits as a hero. Being a person requires flexibility to live comfortably. Simple explanation. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Qin Xiang said softly, you have to be responsible for the three of us. You are the boss. Your experience as a war criminal doesn't mean we three have the same experience. Zhou Pingyan heard the implied meaning and laughed heartily. Good, good, good. I'll take responsibility. Just follow me in a battle and watch my operations. Qin Xiang sighed slightly. All right, as you say, as long as Pingyan knows about this. It's enough for him to have an idea in his heart. After all, he doesn't have much experience in cooperation and win-win situations. This is different from his usual gang-related methods. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian exchanged glances but didn't dare to interrupt. The big brother and big sister were settling important matters. We younger brothers just had to listen. After the internal affairs were settled, Zhou Ping took his younger sister and younger brother out, preparing to see what was going on in the Hebingyu region. After leaving the City Lord's Hall and walking on the road in People's Square, there were hardly any pedestrians. After walking a few hundred meters, Zhou Ping and Sa Wang lay leading a team to block a group of civilians and was scolding them. The civilians were crying and pleading. Zhou Ping was surprised. Wang Lei, what are you doing? Wang Lei hurried over when he heard the voice, saluted, and looked helpless. They refused to implement the 6 to 8 hour work system. Their reasons are quite valid. We've relaxed some of the execution requirements, but their current demands are too outrageous. Zhou Ping was speechless. Wasn't it agreed to strictly enforce it? Bring them over. Let me see what's going on. The civilians were brought over, and one middle-aged man in plain clothes quickly approached, kneeling down with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty, we beg you to let us have the 24-hour work system. Zhou Ping rubbed his forehead. Although I had anticipated this. Isn't your request for a 24-hour work system a bit outrageous? I'll give you a chance. Explain your reasons. The middle-aged man's face trembled, his eyes filled with tears, and he spoke tremulously. Your Majesty, we want to save our home. There was silence in the air. Zhou Ping remained silent, feeling how high above he was, how ignorant his 8-hour work system was. Zhou Ping squatted down and helped the middle-aged man up. The Great Xia Empire has no slaves. You don't need to kneel. What is your name? Lu Gong cried. Your Majesty, my name is Lu Gong. Zhou Ping's expression was calm. My subjects are cultivators. They can withstand overload work. You are all ordinary people. You can't handle this kind of overload work. Lu Gong sobbed. Your Majesty, if I dig one more piece of, or I can provide one more meal for the Night Lord, and the Night Lord can save our family and drive away those demons. This is our home. It is our home. In the face of disaster, there is no such thing as whether one can bear it. There is only the necessity to do it. Zhou Ping sighed, grasping Lu Gong's hand. Release the 24-hour work system. Nutritional supplements will be supplied without limit. Lu Gong, in tears. Your Majesty, let us go. We will not die, and we also want to contribute. We know where there are people nearby. Zhou Ping, there are demons outside. Demons will grow in the dark. Lu Gong's eyes turned red, choking back tears. My child, my wife are out there. Zhou Ping exhaled. Granted, but you must find a team to cooperate and pay attention to safety. Lu Gong cried and knelt down a bow, but Wang Lei stopped him and helped him up. Zhou Ping, all right, I have to go fight the demons. Everyone, let's work hard. We will definitely drive the demons away. Zhou Ping waved his hand and continued walking towards the city outskirts with Qin Xiang and others. After walking several hundred meters, the atmosphere in the team was very heavy. Zhou Ping smiled. Xiao Xiang, look, we don't have to worry about resources anymore. These natives are willing to put out 600 productivity. Qin Xiang's eyes were red. She wiped her tears with a tissue, but couldn't stop. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian were shedding tears, wiping them with the back of their hands. Zhou Ping laughed, smile. I have violated imperial law. After this trial is over, I will have to go to a military court. Destruction value 1,000. Violating the law can yield a large amount of destruction value reward. Qin Xiang rolled her eyes. Go to hell. My territory also needs to implement the 24-hour work system. I found that being a war criminal earns a lot. 600 productivity efficiency is simply cheating. Zhang Yang, laughing through his tears. I want to be a war criminal too. It's great to be a war criminal. We will definitely win. Lu Qian wiped away his tears and extended his hand. Brothers, you're secretly getting rich, right? Take me along. I want to be a war criminal too. Zhou Ping and Qin Xiang and Zhang Yang tacitly put their hands together. Zhou Ping laughed. Let's all be war criminals. 3, 2, 1. The four lords shouted in unison. Let's all be war criminals. Zhou Ping, look at my subjects. Look at the readers of Hangyang. Free gifts don't cost money. Reward them a little, everyone. Qin Xiang, Zhang Yang, and Lu Qian looked at the scene in front of them in silence and shock. Disaster army comrades, please come this way. Demon comrades, no need to be polite. Let's talk as we walk. Zhou Ping was all smiles, wearing white gloves, warmly shaking hands with a white-robed horned demon. Su Li, SPEEDRUN, and Wang Lei followed closely, Try to maintain a facade of calm. Qin Xiang couldn't help but ask, Lili, how did he do this? This is a demon. No way, this is too explosive. A demon that believes in light. This is the first time I've seen such an explosive thing in my life. Chief Officer Xiao Li's pupils shook. I don't know. I only know my brother studied all night. I didn't know he came up with this. Zhou Ping and turned around and pretended to scold. How can you judge people by their appearance? That's too rude. Brother Yang, don't mind. The people below are ignorant. The horned demon named Yang Zhengyi had a compassionate expression, holding the holy cross to his chest. Though our appearances may differ, our hearts pursuing justice are the same. As long as you pursue justice, we are comrades. Zhou Ping swallowed. Comrade Yang, your hand is about to burn. The place where Yang Zhengyi's hand touched the holy cross was making a sizzling sound, visibly becoming red and swollen. Faith can change a demon's inner self, but can't make them immune to the energy of light. Yang Zhengyi, with a pitying look, put down the holy cross and stored it in a pendant made of demon stone at his chest. No worries. Such pain is trivial compared to the suffering of all beings. Disaster Army comrades, we share the same great ideals. We are comrades on the same path. Going further ahead is the armory base of He Bingyu. As long as we take this place, He Bingyu will not receive fire support. Zhou Ping opened the intelligence and took a glance, clicking his tongue. This place is indeed very important. This Yang Zhengyi really brought us to the lifeline base of He Bingyu. Yang Zhengyi looked pitying, joining his hands. Disaster Army comrades, please overthrow the demon hegemony as soon as possible and bring precious justice to all beings. All right. Yang Zhengyi bowed. I will take my leave first. The remaining path of justice can only be walked by you comrades instead of us. I will continue to lurk and provide intelligence for you comrades. I hope the day of justice arrives soon. Yang Zhengyi bowed again and quickly left with the younger demons, disappearing from everyone's sight. Taking down the armory, the T-0 giant intelligent mecha technology would basically be secured. Zhou Ping confirmed that the other party had gone far away, hurriedly releasing invisibility and barrier spells. Looking extremely shocked. Damn, a demon. A demon that believes in love and justice. Damn, they really believe in justice. Qin Xiang was terrified. So how did you do it? This is simply distorting reality. How did you manage to change the inner nature of demons overnight? What kind of technology is this? It's too terrifying. Zhang Yang shivered. It's too terrifying, bro. He really believes it. This means that as long as Zhou Ping is willing, he can completely alter a person's inner nature to the opposite. Lu Qian trembled. Bro, you're a bit too impressive. It's a little frightening. Zhou Ping grinned. Damn, I didn't know the effect would be so perverse. Qin Xiang silently distanced herself from Zhou Ping. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian noticed and also moved away a bit. Although they were all human, there was an unsettling, inhuman aura emanating from Zhou. If he had just run the mind control tower technology, everyone would have accepted it. But Zhou Ping chose the twisted, demonic spiritual essence. This ability is truly terrifying. Zhou Ping, hey, why are you looking at me like I would use this technology for some unapproved things? I'm a war criminal, not a scumbag. Qin Xiang, with a forced expression, fine, I'll trust you this once. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Lu, you two help me run the psychic mind protection technology. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian exchanged awkward smiles, not agreeing. How to put it, if anyone among the three was most likely to be used as a test subject by Zhou, it would definitely be Sister Xiang. Qin Xiang shot them a glare, huffing. Zhou Ping's expression became slightly serious. No more jokes. How many troops can we mobilize? First, we need to eliminate a few key bases in the He Bing domain to weaken their forces. Destroy their buildings and racial bonuses. Force Bomb Mountain to leave He Bing to fight. In the He Bing domain, there are numerous bonuses for the demon race. We must weaken the enemy's advantages as much as possible to maximize our benefits. Chief Officer Xiao Li, including the other three lords, we have a total of 500 troops available. I suggest splitting into 3 groups, with 2 groups feigning an attack to draw the enemy, and 1 group to launch a main attack here. Zhou Ping nodded. All right, the 2 feigning attacks will each take 200 troops. The main attack will be led by me and Qin Xiang, with 100,000 troops. Zhang Yang, you only need to handle one thing. Zhang Yang stood at attention. Zhou Pingyan opened the map, pointing to the logistics area of the Hebing domain. Troublemaker San Saw. When the enemy attacks, you harass them. When the enemy defends, you harass them. When the enemy camps, you harass them. Harass as many enemies as possible to waste their time. Zhang Yang understood. Zhou Pingyan's face was serious. Lu Qian stood at attention. Zhou Pingyan pointed at the main city of the Hebing domain. Start from the outskirts and head straight here. Go as deep as you can. Aim to tie down and deplete the enemy's main forces, forcing them to return and buy us time. Lu Qian swallowed. I will ensure the mission is completed. Leader, how do I come back? Zhou Pingyan blinked. Did I say you would come back alive? Lu Qian steeled himself. Understood. I will ensure the mission is completed. Zhou Pingyan. If Qin Xiang and I complete our mission and you're still alive, we will come to rescue you. Lu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. Although he could be resurrected, this kind of death mission still carried a lot of pressure. Well, not just a lot, but a tremendous amount. Zhou Pingyan's gaze was calm. Utilizing our mobility advantage after this battle, we will circle around to the other side of the Hebing domain and launch a surprise attack to create massive destruction. When they concentrate their forces to counterattack, we will look for opportunities to carry out decapitation operations. After a few battles, the layers of blessings and curses will stack up quite a bit. Qin Xiang swallowed. How do we decapitate? They might decapitate us instead. Zhou Pingyan smiled faintly. Do you know what the most important thing about our plan is? Qin Xiang blinked. What? Zhou Pingyan. Depleting the enemy's advantages, destroying their racial bonuses, and delaying as much time as possible. Time is our greatest weapon. Qin Xiang was puzzled, with question marks floating above her head. But if Bomb Mountain holds the main city of Hebing, we won't be able to do anything about him. Even if we achieve local victories through mobility, overall, we still remain at a disadvantage. Setting aside the possibility of things not going well, won't this battle take a long time? Can the four of us really outlast the T0 annihilation civilization? The Hebing domain has 12 cities, but the core is the main city. As long as the main city stands, even if the other cities are destroyed, it only injures the flesh. Without a way to destroy the main city, we cannot completely eliminate these demons. Zhou Pingyan smiled faintly. No, he won't choose to hold the main city. Qin Xiang. He's not an idiot. If our mobile warfare succeeds, why would he give up his geographical advantage to chase us? Zhou Pingyan laughed. Precisely because he isn't an idiot, he won't hold the main city. As soon as he leaves the main city territory, he will have vulnerabilities. If all else fails, we could just drag it out. I don't believe that after a month, Bomb Mountain can remain as steady as a rock. Chapter 67. I'm most skilled at being pursued. Beishan's mentality collapsed. He captured 10 righteous demons for research, but couldn't understand why they would betray their homeland. The most frustrating part wasn't the appearance of traitors, but not knowing who else might be a traitor. In just 3 days, tens of thousands of demons in the territory had begun to believe in love and justice. Beishan repeatedly checked the panel with a pale face, which showed no abnormal status. The abyss is above. What a curse. The lack of any abnormality is the greatest abnormality. Commander, 3 human legions are attacking our side. His subordinate reported. Beishan, feeling flustered, asked, how many enemy troops? His subordinate pointed to the battle map. About 500,000 enemy troops. 2 routes have 200,000 each, and 1 route has 100,000. The left army's intentions were very vague, employing a curved attack strategy. The right army was heading straight for Drywater City, suspected of wanting to destroy the large dark magic architecture there. The Central Army's speed was average, possibly meant to distract our troops. Beishan squinted, his face heavy. No, the Central Army is the real threat. Look here, if they cross Drywater City, won't they head straight for our arsenal base? His subordinate frowned. Commander, what should we do now? Beishan sneered. A mere surface civilization. What can 500,000 do? Send nearby cities to suppress them. His subordinate hurriedly took orders and retreated to issue commands. Wait, where did these 500,000 human legions come from? Are they coming for Bianshan City? His subordinate, looking puzzled, shook his head. I don't know, but judging by their equipment, they are from the Church Nation. Bashan breathed a sigh of relief. The Church Nation? Then it's fine. Just perform as usual. Those old folks can't stir up much trouble. You are really dirty, Qin Xiang said in admiration. When the Legion attacked, the Disaster Army soldiers acted as the vanguard and perimeter, perfectly disguising themselves as soldiers from the Church Nation, while other soldiers from different nations, who were not good at disguise, were placed in the internal or logistics teams. This successfully deceived the enemy demons sent for reconnaissance. In terms of intelligence, the demon forces from the Hebing domain suffered significant losses. First, they miscalculated the logistical support and mobility of the Disaster Army Alliance. In all three legions, there were many Disaster Army soldiers who, even without any logistics troops, could rely on related technology for self-sufficiency. As for mobility, it goes without saying, they could travel 502,000 kilometers a day, a feat flying demons couldn't match. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. If you're bad, just practice more. Although the trial requirement was initialization, everyone's experience and innate laws had not been initialized. The rule panel from the T9 Lord system could monitor all known intelligence within the visual range, a capability the T0 Lord system lacked. The most unfortunate part was that if the T9 Lord system understood the relevant basic technology, they could easily block part of the intelligence network of the T0 Lord system. Your Majesty, the enemy has mobilized a large force to encircle our troops, only sending units to distract the left and right armies. Zhou Pingyan blinked. Huh? They're encircling my 100,000 Central Army with a large force? Qin Xiang laughed. Your strategy isn't effective. The opponent isn't stupid. They've seen through your intentions. A 7th-tier demon commander, after all, crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They aren't foolish. If they sense any threat to their strategic layout, they'll squash it in the cradle. Zhou Pingyan was speechless. Instead of intercepting Lu Qian's 200,000 right army, they come to intercept my 100,000 Central Army. What talent! Let Lu Qian push deeper in a battle. Let him kill as many as he can. As for Zhang Yang, he could play around, still distracting and harassing the enemy forces. As long as the Hebing domain demon army couldn't hold back and go to reinforce, the Central Army could directly break through the defense line and seize the arsenal in one breath. Zhou Pingyan thought for a moment and said seriously, set up defensive fortifications in the rear and build underground barracks along the marching route. If we truly fall into a war of attrition, we will have ample space for combat. At worst, we can replicate Furnace City and accumulate enough destruction value to push forward with fortress tactics. Understood? SPEEDRUN. Qin Xiang curiously asked, what should we do now? The enemy has started encircling us. Zhou Pingyan looked at the map system, stroking his chin. First, engage in guerrilla tactics, using assimilated fighters to devour their small units. Once we gather enough numbers, we'll strike in one wave. Encircling me, Zhou Pingyan? You must not know, I have rich experience in being pursued. I'm most skilled at being pursued. This is my domain, demons. Qin Xiang. All right, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Yang listened to his subordinate's report, astonished. The main force of the demons is encircling Brother Zhou, and a part is being held back by Brother Lu. What about us? The Disaster Army General laughed uncontrollably. Because our marching route is the most convoluted, the Hebing domain demon leaders don't think we can cause much damage. So they sent the weakest demon tide to deal with us. Zhang Yang's mouth curved wildly in a grin, clapping his hands in delight. Good, good, good. This is simply a gift of merit. Quick, advance on all fronts. Use assimilated fighters to consume them. How many demon tides came? Let me be happy. The Disaster Army General's smile was crooked. No less than 200,000, with more reinforcements coming. Great. Go, go, go. Abandon the Barak construction, all in on assimilation. If you send regular troops over integrated land and air, the assimilated fighters won't be able to exert much effect. But sending low-level inferior demons to consume us? Hilarious. Your demon tide belongs to me. Zhou Pingyan dodged a shot from a fallen light spear. The mountain wall behind him exploded. Debris flying towards the nearby Disaster Army soldiers retreating tactically. Zhou Pingyan spat out dirt, grinning, and counterattacked with an explosive cannon technique, assisting the troops retreat. Damn it, the industrialized demon army is really useful. I should have waited until completing industrialization to fight. The He Bing Domain's demon army not only carried a large number of dark energy electromagnetic missile enchanted war chariots, but also had substantial Air Force mechanized units bombing, plus multifunctional land battle vehicles coordinating with demon teams, maximizing firepower suppression. This was very unfriendly to the Disaster Wolf Empire, which had only invested in army unit technology and basic mech technology, as such excellent technology wasn't ours. Fortunately, occupying advantages in unit types and battle armor technology kept the casualties of the Central Army within control, and the resurrection pressure was not too great. Having 100,000 troops chased by over 800,000 demon troops, managing to escape while inflicting damage on the enemy was already an excellent performance. The chief officer, Li, helplessly said, "Yes, that's why I want to finish the giant mechanized armor technology." Beep beep. Zhou Pingyan casually shot a demon's war chariot missile in midair, busy checking a message, his eyes widening. What the hell? Xiao Zhang amassed over 500,000 troops. Where did he get them from? In such a battlefield, assimilated fighters couldn't exert their effect at all, because demons wouldn't show mercy to their companions. Any approaching enemy would be indiscriminately bombarded. Zhou Pingyan looked shocked. Qin Xiang glanced at the battlefield intelligence and commented, "Of course he can, because the hardest to fight demon legions are all pursuing us. The rubbish demon tide is all being thrown at Zhangyang. Lu Qian's side is standard, helping to attract quite a few enemy troops. But the assimilated fighters haven't shown much greater effect yet. Timing and fate. No one expected that the most idle Zhangyang would, due to a lack of offensive capability, reap the biggest advantage first." Zhou Pingyan was overjoyed, with Xiao Zhang as the main force. Let him break through the He Bingyu defense line and converge here, devouring the entire 800,000 demon army. After that, we will gather to take down Ganshui City, assimilating all the demon residents inside and absorbing their technology. As long as we capture a mature, industrialized army city, we can use it as a base to attack He Bingyu, sending 500,000 disaster troops to attack Ganshui City is a bit forced. 800,000 disaster troops to attack Ganshui City is not enough. But circling back to devour this 800,000 demon army is completely doable. Using assimilation fighters to spawn troops, we will have over 1 million disaster troops to attack the city. As long as 10,000 disaster troops rush into Ganshui City, the city won't be able to hold. Once we take Ganshui City, the demon civilization in He Bingyu will be in for a tough time. Damn it. Once I absorb your industrial technology and unleash giant mechanical armor technology, it will be my turn. Qin Xiang glanced at the map. 3 hours. Zhangyang needs 3 hours to advance at full speed to reach here. 3 hours later, we will bless our troops and counterattack them. Zhou Pingyan smiled wildly. Good. Wait until those 500,000 troops encircle from behind. Let us see how you chase me. 3 hours later, Zhou Pingyan figured out all the enemy's configurations and high-level intelligence. Laughing heartily, 10 6-tier demon generals think they can kill me? What a delusion. Qin Xiang weakly raised her hand. I can only take on 2 or 3. Zhangyang and Lu Qian can't hold. The rest are up to you. Zhou Pingyan smiled confidently. No problem at all. I can take on 10. I'll handle the high-level demons, and you and Zhangyang can flank them from both sides, devouring the entire 800,000 demon army. Field battles are our army's strong suit. Qin Xiang understood. The 10 6-tier demon generals sat in the marching command tent on the back of the giant floating island, watching the fleeing black-armored troops below, their expressions increasingly grave. Something is wrong. The enemy is trying to lure us away from He Bingyu. If we pursue for another 30 minutes without causing effective damage, we should give up. This is definitely not the teaching country's troops. They don't have such flexible combat thinking. After chasing for half a day, we haven't found a single corpse. Could it be that their troops have a large number of necromancers? Yes, we must quickly deal with the enemy forces at the border and Ganshui City. Those 400,000 enemy troops are our main concern. The demon generals were filled with worry, realizing that something was off in this war. The commander's decision was correct, but the enemy's strangeness exceeded everyone's expectations. They were tough. If we don't eliminate the enemy's main force, our troops will definitely be pulled back and forth. We want to eliminate them, but we find we can't catch up for a while, unable to block this slippery eel. Not good. Behind us, our army has 600,000 black armored troops. The demon generals present changed their expressions dramatically, standing up in unison, rushing out of the tent, standing at the edge of the giant floating island. Looking back in terror, how could 600,000 black armored troops appear behind us? There must be a defensive line that was breached. It must be the batch sent to encircle the left army. They definitely couldn't hold. Retreat, withdraw to the right side of Ganshui City. We can't let the enemy form a siege. In sight, the dark wave of the human coalition surged like a tide, rapidly launching a lightning attack from the rear. Counterattack. They only have soldiers. We have armored vehicles, missile groups, and Air Force beasts. A cold sneer echoed in the hearts of the demon generals. Did you enjoy the fight? Now it's my turn. A gigantic flat purple barrier, several kilometers in diameter, enveloped the upper half of the giant floating island, trapping all the demon generals inside. The giant floating island let out a deafening wail. The barrier split its body in two, and blood rained from the sky. The lower half held on for several seconds before crashing to the ground, smashing into the demon army and killing countless low-tier demons and land vehicles. The demon generals looked towards the sound in shock. They saw a young man in a black-red military uniform, veins bulging on his forehead, clenching his fists, looking over with a face full of arrogance. Zhou Ping'an grinned. Damn it, you chased me for half a day. Now, none of you will escape. With the enemy's high command trapped, unable to direct the lower and middle tier troops, it wouldn't take long for their command system to collapse. Don't expect the demon army to have high military quality and just flail about after losing their commander. That's typical of the demon army. On the ground, the left army, led by Zhang Yang, advanced in an orderly manner, quickly assimilating and efficiently eating away at the enemy numbers using firepower suppression and battlefield division. Occasionally, a fifth-tier demon would forcibly open its domain to try to escape, but would be instantly killed by concentrated fire. Report to the Emperor, the 90,000 troops sent by King Lu Qian have broken out from the flank and are expected to end the overall battle within an hour. Zhang Yang beamed with joy. This is great. Following my brother is really enjoyable. Lu Ji's support awareness is too strong. These 50,000 breaking out from the flank directly further divided the battlefield, accelerating the demise of the demon army. Of course, the strongest is still Zhou Ge. After being chased for 7 or 8 hours, he remained silent, repeatedly breaking out of the encirclement and holding back a large part of the demon army. Just focusing on army and mecha technology, he was able to successfully annihilate so many fully industrialized demon troops. What a profit! The disaster army commanders looked at the battlefield intelligence, clicking their tongues. The Emperor personally ambushed the enemy command post. They were too careless to place the command post right in front of the Emperor's eyes. How dare they? Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up. It's all thanks to Zhou Ge strong. Surrounded and strangled by the 3 army groups, the careless demon army was annihilated, with only small groups of demon troops escaping, but they were also pursued by an equal number of disaster army combat troops. Zhou Ping'an rinsed the blood off his body with a faucet, helplessly saying, I originally wanted you to be the bait to attract firepower. I didn't expect I ended up being the one attracting fire. Sometimes being too good makes you more easily plotted against. Zhang Yang flattered, rubbing his hands. Isn't this thanks to my brother? If it weren't for my brother and sister leading the way, I would have had the chance to secretly develop. Zhou Ping'an wiped his hands with a towel, chuckling. Don't worry about those minor troops. Gather the army and directly take down Ganshui City. Once we have Ganshui City, I can do whatever I want. Ba Shan's face turned green. Are you saying that the 800,000 troops were wiped out in less than 3 hours, and Ganshui City is surrounded, requiring me to go rescue them personally? His subordinates knelt on the floor, panic-stricken. My lord, they can turn demons into humans. Those captured low demons will transform into their appearances in just a few breaths. Bashan recalled those demons who believed in the light. Their spiritual essence transformed into human standards of justice, his expression darkening. It seems they are behind this. So, my lord, what about Ganshui City? Bashan stood up, his face black. Have them hurry to produce alcohol, masks, disinfectant sprays, etc. Pay attention to anti-poison. If we find any mentally twisted demons, isolate and study or kill them and burn all the bodies. Gather all nearby high-level officials and assemble 50 kilometers outside Ganshui City. His subordinate swallowed. Aren't we gathering the troops? Bashan sneered. No need. I will cast spells to flatten Ganshui City. Ants will always be ants, using such lowly techniques. Want Ganshui City? Fine, take it. You can exchange your lives for it. His subordinate wiped his sweat. My lord, there are a large number of dark magic structures in Ganshui City. Once we lose Ganshui City, our territory's collective defense technology will lose maintenance. Bashan's gaze was sharp. Allowing these virus humans to enter He Bingyu is the most deadly. Help! Looking at the 50 or 60 units of reading revenue, I feel completely exposed and exploited. The Water City has been successfully taken. The Disaster Wolf Alliance immediately arranged for related research, thoroughly understanding the demonic technology and finding ways to utilize it. With a combination of physical objects and soul network research, they completed the technical research in less than an hour. This step is a small leap in cheating, but a giant leap for the Disaster Wolf Alliance, directly skipping over many eras and stepping into the industrial age. The fact proves that seizing opportunities is still the easiest way to get rich. In the hall of the Lord's mansion in Water City, for lords sat in their chairs, enjoying the tranquility of life, taking advantage of the skyrocketing destruction value. The Disaster Emperor happily opened the Disaster Ascension technology tree and selected a new racial trait. Adaptive framework. Your people will gain the corresponding professional system framework when working in any position, permanently increasing the corresponding professional attributes by at least 30. For example, if employed in mining, they will gain a power drill configuration that increases overall work efficiency by 30. If employed in military professions, they will gain a Reaper set that increases combat attributes by 30. Currently, it provides 7 mainstream professional adaptive frameworks, and later will expand professional templates through automatic research. Qin Xiang looked at the pop-up information window, utterly confused. Wait a minute, you ran the genetics technology? Zhou Pingon blinked. What genetics technology? Qin Xiang exclaimed. Why does your racial trait equal the combined effect of the 14 racial traits we developed? Normal mainstream racial traits only increase certain professions by 15 in output or attributes. Look closely, this is the effect of mainstream racial traits. Why does yours equate to a 30 increase for all professions? Zhou Pingon shyly smiled. It's not that exaggerated, I just casually clicked on a technology. Qin Xiang's face turned red, unable to say a word while looking at the window. Zhang Yang, bewildered, checked the Daxiao Empire's technology database. Bro, how come I can't find this in the tech database? What kind of technology is this? Why can't I access it with my permissions? Lu Qian said softly. It's normal that you didn't find it, but it's ridiculous that Sister Qin didn't find it either. Qin Xiang bit her handkerchief, her eyes brimming with tears, enviously saying, Can you sync it to me? I want it too. Zhou Pingon looked at her with disdain. No, your subjects don't have the mother core technology. It's not out of stinginess. It's simply because subjects with insufficient energy levels cannot endure such modifications. Those with sufficient energy levels don't need this technology. For example, graduates from the Lord class come with mother core technology, and even if only one Lord survives, that civilization can still develop again. So, what is the use of giving the Lord the full production trait? Would a civilization really lack 30 production yield from just one Lord? Qin Xiang thought of the Disaster Wolf subjects' average mother core technology and sighed. I don't want to say more about envy. It's just tears. To this day, we still don't know how many perverse technologies the War Criminal Lord has secretly run. To put it simply, his subjects, when sent out, are like low-tier versions of the Daxiao Empire Lords. Disaster Ascension. Warning. detecting that the leader of a hostile civilization is leading a large number of high-level demons to perform a large dark magic ritual underground 50 kilometers away. Zhou Pinggan was taken aback and clicked for more details. A holographic projection appeared before everyone. The automatic intelligence gathering effect played a crucial role. The 7th-tier demon Lord Bashan was proudly gathering a group of demon generals. And a massive dark magic array with a diameter of 2 kilometers was emitting a ghostly light, clearly in activation mode, ready to unleash an unknown powerful dark attack magic once charged. Disaster Emperor Zhou Pinggan. The biggest difference between reality and games is that in reality, bosses don't just sit in the final level waiting for players to conquer them. Zhang Yang stared in shock, losing a city and then going straight for the big move, wiping out both the city and its people. Is this how your demon race operates without regard for details? Lu Qian stammered. Bro, is it too late for us to run now? Qin Xiang facepalmed. I think I've grasped the chaotic disorder of the demon race. It's completely unpredictable what these guys will do next. Facing a difficult enemy. The normal approach, ISNT, to investigate intelligence, research countertech, and cautiously advance with overwhelming force, minimizing losses. Instead, they directly come out swinging with their big moves. Very demon-like. Even this war, criminal Zhou Pinggan knows to minimize losses before acting. As everyone complained, they looked to their leader Zhou Pinggan. While they were playing around, serious matters still required Zhou Gu to handle. Zhou Pinggan stroked his chin. Water City has large dark magic buildings. Do you think we can withstand the large magical bombardment from the 7th-tier demons using this? Qin Xiang decisively shook her head. Impossible. 5th-tier demons can already destroy a city. And 7th-tier demons have extremely powerful domain effects. We have some resistance to rules, but our subjects don't. Chief Officer Xiao Li tapped on the virtual keyboard. Speaking calmly, the enemy's large magic will launch in 30 minutes. Zhang Yang weakly raised his hand. Bro, I can withstand it, but I can only do it once in my lifetime. Mid to low-tier defensive lords have corresponding countermeasures, but they can only be used once in a lifetime. Lu Qian, trembling, almost wanted to flee, watching his older siblings sitting firmly while he was sweating bullets. Bro, how about we withdraw? We've already made a lot of profit. Restoring our previous mobility for guerrilla warfare would also be very profitable. You two shouldn't sit so calmly. I'm really panicking here. Zhou Pinggan checked the war status, stroking his chin. Our blessing. Overall production increased by 10. Damage increased by 10. Our highest leader's attributes doubled. And soldier production speed increased by 50. The enemy has received a curse. Random civilian ideologies changed to light faith. Morale of anti-mainstream ideology. Civilians locked at full value. Spell failure probability increased by 10. Minimum constant of 10. Demons encountering our soldiers can receive random negative mental states. Unlimited quantity. The first 3 items can be ignored. The most exciting part is the 4th one. The appearance of human soldiers will distort the demon's mental state, giving them random negative mental states. So, what if I personally go with the lords? What will happen to this effect? Zhou Pinggan seriously asked. What do you think if I forcibly teleport over? What is the probability of destroying this magic array? Qin Xiang said expressionlessly. Just don't take me with you. Zhou Pinggan clapped happily. Great. I like straightforward girls like you. Qin Xiang, it's decided. You're coming with me to execute the decapitation plan. Qin Xiang's face turned ashen, deeply regretting getting on Zhou Pinggan's ship. If this battle continues, my little treasury will definitely be drained by Zhou Pinggan. Zhang Yang gulped. Bro, what about me and Xiao Qian? Zhou Pinggan, you two can withdraw. What are you staying here for, waiting to get bombed? Don't follow Qin Xiang's brainless idea. 1 5th-tier and 1 6th-tier lord actually want to charge into the 7th-tier demon lord's core troops. Have you all lost your minds? Lu Qian breathed a sigh of relief and, following the usual practice, asked, Where do we withdraw to, bro? Zhou Pinggan pointed to the inner area of the Hebing region. Withdraw here? Are you stupid? The high-ups have all come out. Shouldn't we hurry and retreat to their lord's mansion to hide? Not to the Banshan city, not to the Church of the Light, and not even to the edges of the Hebing region, but to the direction of several cities within the inner area of the Hebing region. Qin Xiang, Zhang Yang, Lu Qian, you call this a retreat? Zhou Ping'an blinked. Don't you have brains? ISNT withdrawing, here the safest? Qin Xiang covered her mouth, unsure how the war criminal defined the term safest in his mind. Setting aside the facts, this behavior was indeed called a retreat. The Supreme Leader had issued the order, and the two unfortunate guys below could only carry it out. Relying on the mother core technology of the Disaster Army warriors, the main force could completely develop while fighting, especially after consuming a set of industrialization technology. Although it was demon technology, with a little rough modification, the Disaster Army warriors could make use of it. If it weren't for the floating cameras, the Disaster warriors wouldn't even need to disguise themselves. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian painfully executed the orders, leading the main force deeper into the Hebing region. However, before retreating, they still left a portion of the Disaster Army warriors stationed. In case the Disaster Wolf Emperor and the Psychic Empress succeeded in their plans, these Disaster Army warriors could also reuse Ganshui City to restore production and construction. Near the underground passage 50 kilometers outside Ganshui City, two high-ranking demon elites were controlled mentally, kneeling devoutly before Zhou Ping'an and Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang silently opened the artifact. To be honest, the abilities you possess are somewhat sinister. I've seen demons control other beings many times. Humans controlling demons. There are such cases, but generally, they are not benevolent people. Zhou Ping'an looked at the last curse acquired by the enemy. Do you believe that we can make Ba Shan give up his evil plan through mental attacks? Qin Xiang replied softly, I don't believe it. Ba Shan has no relatives to resurrect as sacrifices. Zhou Ping'an, you don't need to worry. Just shout slogans when you go in. Qin Xiang, must I shout? I care about my image, I don't want to shout. This is a public broadcast for the whole galaxy. Zhou Ping'an, if you don't shout, I will upload all your embarrassing videos to the Alliance. Qin Xiang, filled with shame and anger, could only begrudgingly accept Zhou Ping'an's embarrassing action plan. Deep underground, Ba Shan was grinning. When the wrath of the Black Goat descends, those humans will surely be twisted into our slaves. With the dark environment of the corrupt ritual, plus so many high-ranking demons and the giant magic circle, the power of the 8th tier annihilation magic would leave these mundane beings with no chance of resistance. Altering beings? I'm the expert. The scent of malt. Huh, why do I have that phrase in my mind? Boom! The wall beside the passage exploded, and a male and female human in battle armor emerged. Zhou Ping'an, holding dual guns, smiled widely. I, representing the sun, will shoot you down. Qin Xiang, blushing, held her staff. I, representing the moon, will eliminate you. The demon general was furious. SpongeBob, catch these two jellyfish. Ba Shan's expression darkened, keeping his distance from the demon generals, and shouted loudly, cough syrup, they have cough syrup on them. Ba Shan's face was filled with despair, hurriedly trying to communicate mentally, only to find that normal mental communication had turned into a tangle of garbled text. Knowing the truth, yet at the moment of speaking, it was distorted into gibberish. The demon generals' faces changed drastically, sweating profusely, and hurriedly began chanting, no gifts for the new year, only brain platinum. Ba Shan quickly opened his domain, his forehead sweating, and cursed loudly. Happy New Year, big brother and big sister. Happy New Year, big brother and big sister. Big brother and big sister. I wish you a happy new year. Unable to dispel. Damn it, I can't dispel it. Qin Xiang stared in astonishment. What did you do to them? What did you do to stop them from loading the magic ritual? Zhou Ping'an looked at the status bar on the opposite side and blinked. I don't know. They're still quite polite, wishing us a happy new year in advance. Demon aphasia. Beings under this effect will be unable to express thoughts correctly, and their mental language system will fall into a chaotic state, randomly loading any human language. Ba Shan was furious, directly forming hand seals, cursing, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. A blood-red magic circle instantly opened in front of him, and a terrifying scarlet spear appeared in front of Zhou Ping'an in an instant. Zhou Ping'an hurriedly dodged. The scarlet spear directly hit the left side of Qin Xiang's body, piercing through her and driving her into the wall with terrifying force. Qin Xiang looked at Zhou Ping'an, who had dodged, in despair while activating the artifact on her body to dispel the magical effect, releasing a healing spell with her right hand. I really can't believe this old six. Zhou Ping'an was shocked. Xiao Xiang, so they still have sign language magic. Truly worthy of being a 7th tier. Noticing the failure of the language and mental systems, immediately using body language to counter. Qin Xiang spat out blood. What are you so shocked about? Don't you know how to form seals from Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism? Also, are we sacrifices just to buy time? When are we retreating? Ba Shan, looking pleased, directly switched to sign language to summon a heavy weapon, gripping it and teleporting up, his expression ferocious, roaring, "Happy New Year, Daddy." Zhou Ping'an was startled, instinctively bending down and using a short-distance teleport to leave the spot. Just as Qin Xiang healed her injury, she saw a huge hammer swinging towards her, accompanied by the wind from the hammer rushing at her face. She didn't have time to react and was smashed into the wall, unable to get down. Qin Xiang had to activate the defense function of the artifact, tears streaming down her face. "I didn't want to rely on my dad. Ping'an, you owe me. Even if we win, I'll still lose face." Zhou Ping'an looked at Ba Shan's status bar seriously. "Hold on, the second negative state is about to form." Qin Xiang, crying, took out the god-slaying sword and waved it. "Woo, my dignity." Ba Shan, the feet, bent backward to dodge the sword energy that could sever realms and space in front of him, ignoring any effects. The sword energy that forcibly severed all things brushed past Ba Shan's forehead. 2 demon horns slowly fell. Also slowly falling were the heads of a group of demons, their faces blank as they formed seals with their hands to summon the Black Goat demon generals. Qin Xiang cried out, swinging the god-slaying sword even harder, "Bullying me. They're all bullying me. They're all bad guys. Bad guys." Countless sword energies surged like waves, flooding the entire underground cave, and the demon generals, unable to dodge in time, were directly severed of their life force. Ba Shan's figure dissipated in place, leaving behind a tragic roar. "I will definitely return, happy sheep." Zhou Ping'an clicked his tongue, watching the second negative state form. Fear demon. Beings affected by this effect will be extremely afraid of demons. Only great courage can overcome this negative mental state. The 7th-tier demon Lord Ba Shan lost the ability to communicate with the demons in the short term. A 7th-tier powerhouse naturally did not lack great courage. However, overcoming the inner demons would certainly take a considerable amount of time, energy, and cost. Zhou Ping'an looked at Qin Xiang, who was crying and chasing the demon elites with the god-slaying sword, and broke into a slight sweat. What a merciful war god. Fortunately, this mission went smoothly, scaring off the 7th-tier demon Lord Ba Shan. Ganshui City was saved. Qin Xiang, crying and gasping for breath, shouted, "Zhou Ping'an, this magic circle is spinning faster." Woo! Zhou Ping'an took a closer look and found that due to the deaths of the demon generals, the magic circle had absorbed these sacrifices and accelerated its operation. Holy crap. Zhou Ping'an didn't have time to hide his intentions and rushed to the center of the magic circle, modifying the landing coordinates at light speed. Just as the progress bar reached 99 at the last moment, Zhou Ping'an modified the coordinates to the local area. Time was limited. He could only do this much. A sense of weightlessness washed over him, and everything beside him began to fly upward. Zhou Ping'an hurriedly grabbed the ascending Qin Xiang, using the virtual coordinate method to stabilize his form, and stared blankly at the sky. The ground above has disappeared, and countless soil, stones, and plants surge towards the sky like ocean waves. In the sky, a gigantic pitch-black vortex has appeared at some unknown time. A dark unicorn goat, about 30 meters tall, emerges from a vortex, its enormous blood-red eyes filled with extreme evil, its twisted mouth lined with sharp, menacing fangs, emanating an ominous aura of light. Long live love and justice. Overthrow the demon's tyranny. Qin Xiang's cries abruptly stop as she stares blankly at the mid-tier demon beast, the fallen unicorn goat, in the sky. Zhou Ping'an, wait, what is it shouting? Note, it is not that the demons of the Hebing domain will change their ideology, but that the entire civilization of Annihilation's citizens have a chance of being converted to a belief in light. The 8th-tier fallen demon beast, the unicorn goat, excitedly jumps down from the sky, crashing in front of Zhou Ping'an and Qin Xiang, baring its menacing fangs and laughing. Comrade, are you also a partner of justice? Zhou Pingyan feels like a CPU is burned out, staring dumbfounded. Yes, definitely. Ba Shan worked hard for a long time and summoned a demon beast with a just ideology. The 8th tier fallen demon beast, the unicorn goat, excitedly shakes its head. Let's overthrow the demon's tyranny together and bring justice to this world. Are you happy? If you're happy, send gifts. Hungry. Chapter 71. All in is a kind of wisdom, comrade. When are we going to eliminate the demon? The unicorn black goat followed the advancing troops, looking eager. Zhou Pingyan, riding the earth dragon, helplessly replied, Wait a minute. Let me sort out the situation. All right, comrade, for the great cause of justice, I will be a bit patient. The unicorn black goat curiously observed the black-armored warriors and the moving factory vehicles that were producing war chariots at an accelerated pace, with smoke rising from them. A small number of war machines, such as chariots, missile vehicles, and tanks, had already joined the ranks. At the rear of the convoy, giant mechanical battle armor was slowly advancing, while in the distant southern sky, a giant mechanical battle armor from the waterless city was descending to join the formation. With the threat of large-scale dark magic eliminated, the disaster army warriors remaining in the waterless city played their role, quickly restoring production and construction there. Zhou Pingyan consumed some destruction points to establish barracks and then led the troops to pursue the main army. The waterless city had been captured, and the border city had also sent batches of 1,000-man troops and small land combat mechanical units to support and accelerate the defense construction of the waterless city. On the side of the Luo kingdom, orders had already been given for some defensive fortresses to take off and head to the waterless city to assist in defense. As long as they could hold out for half a month, the waterless city would become impregnable, and the demise civilization would not be able to take it without paying a heavy price. If the demise civilization was truly willing to pay a heavy price, as long as the destruction points obtained were appropriate, Zhou Pingyan would also be happy to exchange for the skyrocketing destruction points that no one could refuse. Qin Xiang glanced at the unicorn black goat and swallowed. Are we really taking it to attack the city? Does your mind-twisting spell have a time limit? The unicorn black goat replied seriously. Little girl, this is not a twist. I am inspired by the light of justice and voluntarily contributing to the great cause. When I face death, I think back on my life, and I will not feel ashamed for my life being uneventful. I will remember that my life is dedicated to the most magnificent cause in this world, fighting for the liberation of all beings. Qin Xiang became increasingly convinced that this was mind distortion, even quoting a famous saying from How the Steel Was Tempered. This is a human classic, not a demon classic. How could a divine beast of a demon civilization know the famous quotes of human civilization's wisdom? Zhou Pingyan checked the information and grinned. I'm not sure about the duration of this, but it's currently stable. What is relatively unstable are those negative mental state interferences. That has a time limit. If the demons stay away from our army or are willing to expend mental energy to resist, it can reduce the time and effect. As long as they're fighting, the demons will inevitably suffer from negative mental states. If it accumulates to a certain extent, I wonder if we can witness the collapse of the demon's rationality. Qin Xiang's expression became slightly dazed as she recalled the scenes of battle, unable to help but shiver and then laugh. So creepy. Just thinking about the demons shouting Happy New Year, Mom and Dad, makes fear and laughter appear simultaneously. Zhou Pingyan glanced back at the 8th tier fallen demon divine beast, the unicorn black goat, and had an idea. Xiao Xiang, do you think we could do in one go? Qin Xiang quickly calculated and shook her head. No. We have only completed the technical level of industrialization. We need to be fully armed to have the strength to fight. Going straight to battle now would result in too many losses. The failure probability is also not low. Zhou Pingyan raised his hand, signaling the entire team to stop. In the Soul Network, the emperors will descend it into the minds of every citizen without delay. The entire team paused as if the pause button had been pressed. All eyes focused on the emperor. Zhou Pingyan recalled Su Shan crying, those civilians kneeling before him, crying out to save their homes and families, and those beings who had fallen into the dark environment and dissipated into the underworld. Zhou Pingyan looked at the black winds howling, lifeless, the distant wasteland filled with ghostly wails. Twisted trees transformed into ghostly hands reaching for the sky. The grass withered and grew thick green thorns. And pairs of terrifying blood-red eyes flickered with malice in the pitch-black jungle in the distance. Zhou Pingyan said seriously, "I don't like this world. Su Shan is right. I don't like Su Shan's self-sacrificing concept of justice, but I admire the world he strives to create and protect with all his might." Qin Xiang had a complex expression. "I don't like it either, but what is the cost?" "What is the cost?" Zhou Pingyan laughed heartily, especially since he heard this from Qin Xiang, who opposed him becoming a war criminal. Zhou Pingyan laughed until tears came out, wiping his eyes. "Have we exchanged our ideologies?" Qin Xiang supported her forehead. "We have to be responsible for our people. Any mistakes will lead to catastrophic consequences. Your plan has only a 15% chance of success. The failure rate is 85%. Zhou Pingyan blinked. "If I gamble everything to create a miracle, the suffering of the beings in the He Bing domain will disappear. Are you willing to join me?" Qin Xiang bit her lip and extended her hand. "Rationality tells me to stay away from gambling. Emotion tells me, count me in. If necessary, I can sacrifice. I'm not afraid of sacrifice." Zhou Pingyan had never disappointed anyone with his promises. Zhou Pingyan smiled, extended his hand, and bumped fists. "Thank you. I am very fortunate to meet you. Thank you for your support." Qin Xiang mischievously smiled. "Me too." The team began to accelerate, allowing the main army to pause. Zhou Pingyan caught up with Zhang Yang and Lu Qian and shared his thoughts. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian exchanged glances. Zhang Yang took a deep breath. "Brother, as long as you say the word, I will definitely comply. A rogue must have the awareness of a rogue." Lu Qian swallowed. "Brother, I'm willing to cooperate, but I assent this." "Never mind. I am willing. The struggles and hesitations are human instincts. Agreement comes from human conscience and the desire for peace." Zhou Pingyan smiled and bumped fists with everyone. "All right, since everyone agrees, I will take a gamble. The bomb mountain is injured. Now is the best opportunity to take advantage of the situation. It's worth a grand adventure." Zhou Pingyan opened the disaster technology tree and upgraded Assimilation Fighter. Assimilation Fighter, Fusion Fighter. Fusion, classic skill, merging with life forms of the same origin to obtain a more powerful life. Note, the fusion process requires time, and energy consumption will increase after becoming a higher life form, with corresponding time limits. After disintegration, all fuse members will fall into a weakened state. Do not use this ability unless it's a critical moment. Such a vast and numerous cost brings about a terrifying peak combat power. However, before using it, ask yourself one question: is the cost worth it? Zhou Pingyan smiled. "Just hold on. As long as we decapitate the bomb mountain, the He Bing domain, having lost its lord, will surely collapse. This plan is thrilling, but it will definitely lead to victory. Because we are going all in, completing industrialization. Destruction points consumed. T0 military industrialization completed. Wishing the disaster emperor a prosperous military fortune. All in is a kind of wisdom. Only by daring to strive can one win. Adjust 15 T3 overclocked corrupted mechs to come over. I like excitement, but I absolutely do not fight unprepared battles." Finally, Zhou Pingyan thought for a moment and said seriously, "Notify Su Shan to prepare support troops. If I can't win, he must come to save the day. We also need to identify who will take the blame. If something happens, Su Shan is indeed the most trustworthy emergency backup plan because he will truly go to any lengths to protect anyone in suffering." Qin Xiang felt embarrassed. "Please don't let Su Shan take the blame again. He is the leader, not the scapegoat." Zhou Pingyan chuckled. "To fish. You must bait the fish. Tell him I have T0 comprehensive industrialization technology." Qin Xiang rubbed her forehead, knowing that Su Shan had hooked onto the situation, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for this righteous and passionate man. Zhang Yang and Lu Qian slapped their foreheads, hardly daring to imagine how spectacular the scene would be. The leader was in a dire situation, toyed with by the war criminal Zhou Pingyan. The chief officer, Xiao Li, had a holographic projection of Su Shan, the leader of the Great Xia Lord Alliance, appear on her wristwatch. Su Shan was furious. "Isn't it enough that you're attacking Bianshan City? Now you want to attack He Bing domain." He Bing domain has 13 major cities, including the main city. Are you going to headbutt them? And you want me to cover for you? I can't. Your mother's in good health. Su Shan quickly corrected himself, almost wanting to curse Zhou Pingyan, wishing him the worst. He took a deep breath to calm down. The alliance is a place for everyone to band together and survive. Not your Zhou Pingyan's dictatorship, and certainly not your reserve army. Zhou Pingyan, with his legs crossed, chuckled. I'm just giving you a heads up. The Great Xia Lord Alliance is indeed not a dictatorship. But in the War Alliance, I truly am. Although Zhou Pingyan had many flaws, he held absolute prestige among the warlords. The War Alliance was the main force of the Great Xia Lord Alliance. Rounded up, Zhou Pingyan was also a person who held half of the alliance's power. Su Shan took a deep breath and reasoned. Right now, everyone is short on resources and technology, and emergency rescue operations are overloaded. Don't mess things up. At least wait until the rescue system is stable before you act. If you're this radical, what will everyone do if we all fall into the pit? Haven't we talked about this nonsense countless times? Different scenes, different problems. But the two of them were staring blankly at each other due to similar circumstances. Su Shan pressed his lips together and directly skipped the small talk. You make an offer, I'll make a concession. Damn, how strange. It felt like he was used to this. Zhou Pingyan smiled. T0 comprehensive industrialization technology, but you need to conquer Bashan and seize Hebing domain. The basic technology will be shared for free, but enhanced and upgraded technologies will require payment. I will exclusively enjoy the territory and resources. Fine. I will release some resources to the alliance market, but let us not make it too uncomfortable. Su Shan, destruction value 100, 100, 100. Su Shan complained. Everyone is buying with energy coins, not getting it for free, and you're being generous. Zhou Pingyan chuckled. Are you in or not? Su Shan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. I'm in, brother Zhou. Don't be shy. You say how much, and that is how much. Zhou Pingyan was satisfied. Good. If I need anything, I'll definitely call you. Su Shan flattered. How could it be? It's my honor to work for brother Zhou. You're busy. I'll go arrange it. The video call ended. Qin Xiang sighed. He will definitely be cursing you behind your back for dragging the alliance into this unexpected war. The strongest in the entire alliance, Zhou Pingyan, relying on his talent and strength, had only just begun to complete military industrialization. Others were just starting. The warlords who entered the war state early had only managed to produce a core or a few star-class escort ships. There weren't enough troops or resources. Suddenly, everyone felt pinched. Zhou Pingyan shrugged. To achieve great victories, one must make great sacrifices. Li, initiate the 16-hour work bill, inform the War Alliance, and let them vote in agreement. The choice of not opting for 24 hours was because joining the power grid for electricity required occupying 8 hours. Chief Officer Li submitted. Zhou Pingyan was satisfied. All right, preparations are made. Now, the whole army advances. Qin Xiang helplessly said, the demons are cutting off our retreat. Once we go deep, we will completely lose logistical support. Zhou Pingyan laughed heartily. It doesn't team matter. Fighting is thrilling. After a day's time, the entire army advanced and encountered the intercepting demon legion. The 8th tier fallen demon beast, the horned black mountain goat, played a significant role as the vanguard, clearing the path without any demons to block the way. Not engaging in battle, they directly bypassed to ambush the main city of Hebing domain. The Demon Legion could only pursue and consume the forces of the Disaster Wolf Alliance, unable to inflict greater effective damage. Watching helplessly as the enemy rushed to the vicinity of the main city. Near the main city, Zhou Pingyan ordered a fusion. Giant mechanical armor, missile vehicles, and tank groups acted as outer protection, providing cover for teammates to fuse. Zhang Yang released Lord skills, briefly granting the faction a positional energy shield, his complexion paling a notch. Thousands formed into groups, embracing to fuse together. The bodies of the devouring mad warriors transformed into bursts of bloodlight, quickly merging into a giant clad in mimicry black armor, standing about 20 meters tall, some even over 30 meters. More than 500 armor giants stood outside the main city of Hebing domain, eyeing the demon main city. All four in the head, one by one. The mechanical, transforming warriors disassembled, countless metal parts clanking together, quickly forming giant robots over 20 and 30 meters tall, fully armed. their crystal blue metal eyes gazing at the demon main city. More than 500 transforming giant robots were ready, awaiting the command of the Disaster Emperor. In the sky, 15 T3 super-frequency corrupted mechs were ready, their energy flames shooting from the feet, cannon mouths aimed at the demon main city's Lord's mansion. Everything was ready. The Disaster Emperor, Pinyin, remained calm. Attack. The blessings from 4 lords and 1 chief officer descended upon the camp. The battle cries were deafening as over 1,000 giants roared and charged towards the demon main city, cannon fire instantly engulfing their bodies. 15 T3 super-frequency corrupted mechs charged towards the nearby demons in the sky or on the ground to execute the beheading plan, preventing them from supporting the demon main city. The 3 lords and their generals also charged towards the nearby demon legion, creating opportunities for the Disaster Wolf army to assault the city. Pinyin, wielding twin swords, took a deep breath, transformed into a shooting star across the battlefield, appearing on the walls of the demon main city, and fiercely slashed down with his twin swords. Behind him, a purple statue swung its fists down heavily. The horned black mountain goat roared as it descended from the sky, crashing onto the thick city-level energy shield. For justice. A glint flashed in Pinyin's eyes as long as he killed Beishan. The Hebeing domain without its mother core would be like a tree without roots, water without a source. At this moment, within the Lord's mansion of Hebeing domain, Beishan's face was twisted, his eyes filled with crimson veins, twisted blood vessels jumping on his face, hands clutching his head, struggling against the extreme fear of demons. The terrifying part was that he himself was a demon, and a demon lord at that. Damn it. Happy New Year, Dad. Damn it, human dad. Happy New Year. Using his own strength, he had resolved part of his negative mental state, but time was limited, and he couldn't completely resolve it. Lord, the humans are attacking the city. They're going to attack the city. Outside the hall, the demon elite was hoarsely reporting in despair. Beishan's body trembled involuntarily, gritting his teeth. Shut up. And master, they are performing some kind of fusion ritual. If the main city fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. Beishan recalled the strange and frustrating experiences of late, his anger growing stronger. Damn it. Boom. A punch smashed into the floor, creating a large pit. Everything in the hall shattered from the terrifying shockwave. The main door also bulged outward, covered in cracks. Beishan listened to the sounds of battle cries and the explosions from the city's energy shield being attacked. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand towards his eyes. 2 demon blood eyes were plucked out and smashed onto the sunken, cracked floor. Beishan gritted his teeth against the intense pain, covering his eyes with a black cloth, which significantly reduced the fear in his heart. The excruciating pain and rage dispelled most of his negative mental state and provided him with a strong mental resistance in a short time. However, this tactic had a drawback. Once the rage subsided, the suppressed negative mental state would rebound exponentially. Commander, the demons on the front line have gone mad. Beishan's heart sank, and his expression changed drastically. What is going on? The giants. The giants are attacking the city. Beishan instantly charged out of the Lord's mansion, his demonic energy sweeping across the city, his face filled with terror as he saw over 1,000 giants emerging. I haven't checked the intel for just one day. Where did these over 1,000 giants come from? How did I suddenly end up defending a solitary city? Wait, isn't that the fallen divine beast we summoned? The one-horned black goat excitedly smashed its horn against the energy shield, shouting, "Love and justice will prevail." Beishan's vision went dark, his head buzzing, and the entire demon city was in chaos. At this moment, loud shouts erupted in some areas of the city. Long live all beings, eradicate the demon tyranny. A demon group that had changed its ideology to a belief in light emerged, making a selfless contribution to the great cause at a critical moment. The power generation units of the Magic Energy Factory supporting the energy shield exploded, igniting a great fire. Beishan lost his focus. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Dad, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Dad. Damnumans. I will never coexist with you. I want you to have a Happy New Year. No, I want you to be Peppa Pig. Oh, gah, gah, gah. I wanted gifts. The dark mist energy shield of the Demon Lord City was torn apart, and the stability of the entire energy shield rapidly decreased, flickering between light and dark. Countless dark magic cannons and kinetic bombs flew out from the crack, striking the purple statue. The Disaster Emperor raised a single energy shield, looking at the nearby demons with a slight smile. The one-horned black goat cleverly dodged the cannon fire, forcefully striking the energy shield to expand their gains, striving to overthrow demon tyranny as soon as possible. On the city wall, the demons looked in fear at the torn shield and the human emperor appearing before them. A fire demon hurriedly opened fire, only to hear a sharp, strange roar, as if a monster was screaming on its shoulder. Startled, the fire demon trembled, its hand shaking, causing the fire cannonball to explode against the energy barrier, sending countless flames bursting forth. Suddenly turning its head, it saw nothing, only its terrified comrades aiming their cannons at the crack. A damp hand rested on the burning left shoulder armor, and streams of blue water flowed down its left side. The fire demon shivered, its pupils trembling as it turned its head. The left shoulder was empty. No, no, something is nearby. The air became humid. Dark blue streams of water seeped through the floor, coalescing into blue hands that grabbed the fire demon's ankle. The fire demon's heart jumped to its throat as it looked down, seeing a female demon with a sinister smile emerging from the dark blue water. No, die, die, die. It stomped hard, the flames consuming the dark blue water, causing the female demon and the water to vanish without a trace, as if they had never appeared. But the dark blue handprint on its ankle firmly stuck to the blood-red battle boots. Are you looking for me? The fire demon felt a chill all over, fearfully grabbing its chin, finding a handful of dripping black hair. From its burning chin, black water droplet hair continuously grew, and the eerie voice of the female demon echoed from a hair. I can't tell. I can't tell. The fire demon was in extreme despair, knowing it had fallen under the enemy's curse, but unable to discern or dispel it. Gripping the fire cannon, it raised it, aiming at its own chin, desperately closing its eyes and pulling the trigger. Boom! The fire cannonball exploded on the city wall, vaporizing nearby demons with terrifying heat, while the stronger ones were charred. The residual flames spreading around, igniting the entire city wall. Without a word, it was gone, extremely tough. On the city wall, the demons looked around in fear at the air or at themselves, guarding against non-existent enemies. Some demons, unable to endure the torment or discern between illusion and reality, chose to self-destruct in despair. A few demons, filled with terror, aimed their cannons at their own kind. In their eyes, these comrades suddenly transformed into holy light beings, spies infiltrating the main city. The Disaster Emperor, Zhou Pingyan, stood dumbfounded, watching them kill each other. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen. After checking, he turned to see the statue being bombarded, suddenly enlightened. Oh, it's the enhancement of mysticism. This can't be blamed on the demons for being ineffective. With multiple layers of curses and enhancements, close contact is indeed prone to accidents. The Disaster Emperor summoned the Zhou Tian shield, ignoring the attacks of these demons of the same rank, and looked towards the Lord's mansion, stepping on the air, walking towards Beishan. As long as the beheading plan was completed, everything would be fine. First, he needed to wear Beishan down, making him weak. When the time came for the execution, it would be time to unleash the big moves. This plan was called the Ultraman tactic. The Disaster Emperor hummed a tune as he walked forward. Behind him, armored giants broke through the pitch-black energy shield, their bloodthirsty eyes gazing at the demons on the wall who were either sane, half-mad, or completely insane. More and more armored giants rushed in. The closer the demons were, the faster they went insane, their rationality visibly declining, with various twisted wounds and cracks appearing on their bodies. Enough! A massive pitch-black magic circle enveloped the entire city, restoring the sanity of all the crazed demons, who eagerly looked towards the Lord's mansion and then plunged into the brutal war. Beishan, covered in black cloth, appeared in midair with his sword, gritting his teeth. Humans, you have gone mad. You are seeking death. This is just a temporary surge for the enemy. Once the demon army completes its encirclement, and starts the slaughter. These enemies will be nothing but playthings. The Disaster Emperor raised his hand to check the time, smiling. In 20 minutes, do you think I can lower your energy levels to below 30? Let us be straightforward and honest. Bashan, unable to fathom, had a grim expression. No matter what tricks you play, I will not let you go. The Disaster Emperor showed a satisfied smile, tightening his grip on the Moonlight Sword. It's such a pity that you don't trust my honesty. With a solid accumulation of 7th-tier energy, he asked, what do you think I should do to deplete your energy? Bashan sneered, I can fight you for a year. The Disaster Emperor chuckled lightly. Black Goat. Bashan's face twisted in rage, quickly raising his hand to strike at the descending one-horned Black Goat, cursing, despicable beast. The one-horned Black Goat excitedly opened its mouth wide to bite Bashan. For justice. Bashan roared in fury. You are a demon. The Disaster Emperor glanced back slightly, realizing that without the one-horned Black Goat as the vanguard, they were starting to suffer at the wall. However, the perverse punishment of war compensated for this part. For a short time, there would be no issues on the battlefield. That was enough. Retracting his gaze, Bashan truly lived up to being of demon lineage, and even more so as a strong fighter. Although he was a lord, he unexpectedly fought valiantly, managing to exchange blows with an 8th-tier fallen demon beast, even finding time to insult the 18 generations of the one-horned Black Goat. The value of the Lord class was still on the rise. But this is absolutely not enough. The energy reserves of the Demon Lord at the 7th level are abundant, and it's impossible to consume to below 30 in 20 minutes. The Disaster Emperor smiled openly and decisively released his invisibility skill, disappearing into the spatial flow. Bashan, who was in battle, felt a tightness in his waist and a chill down his spine, causing him to hurriedly ascend to avoid a sneak attack from behind. A bright blue moonlight soared energy cross space at a terrifying speed and slashed into the area between Bashan's buttocks. The bright blue moonlight soared energy flew through the air, carrying a splash of blood and 2 testicles. The unicorn Black Goat, frightened, clamped his legs together and hurriedly ascended. Comrade, your tactics are too despicable. Bashan stood frozen in place, the overwhelming pain exceeding his carrying limit naturally shielded by his body. But the cool feeling beneath him and the familiar testicles drifting away proved that his perception of everything was not illusory. The Disaster Emperor stared dumbfounded at the eunuch demon Bashan, speechless. I just wanted to launch a frontal assault. I just wanted to intensify the consumption to facilitate the strategic goal. Do you believe me when I say this? Bashan turned his head to see the Disaster Emperor hastily donning his top-tier, black-red intelligent battle armor, his eyes filled with blood vessels. You die. The Disaster Emperor looked expressionlessly at the enraged eunuch demon Lord Bashan charging at him. Oh, shift. Good news, the strategic goal can be achieved. Bad news, Bashan is going all out. The Disaster Emperor Zhou Pingyan had been a law-abiding citizen for over 20 years. Today, he drove the fastest car of his life, skillfully using various speeding techniques that would be deemed felonies on any normal civilized planet. Theoretically, even if the Disaster Emperor was only at the 6th level, he could still fight a 7th level opponent. In reality, if you encounter a mad dog on the road, you could normally kill it. But would you risk your life against a mad dog? The Disaster Emperor felt that he was a civilized person and should not stoop to the level of a mad dog, so he drove at breakneck speed, fearing being caught by the mad eunuch demon lord behind him. The unicorn Black Goat tried to intercept, but could only interfere with Bashan's flying speed, unable to stop his desire to kill the Disaster Emperor. The unicorn Black Goat shouted, Comrade, what do we do now? The Disaster Emperor Zhou Pingyan cried out miserably, Help. Top Bashan Jian, his eyes blood-red, with an extremely ferocious expression, wielded dual blades. I will castrate you. The Disaster Emperor, on the verge of tears, desperately squeezed out energy to accelerate, thinking, I just wanted to fight normally to consume energy. Why does the plan never keep up with the changes? The Disaster Emperor Zhou Pingyan shouted, Bashan, my genetic technology has matured. I'll have my subordinates bring you back. The eunuch Bashan's anger was unstoppable. The space beside him warped, further accelerating. I want you dead. I want to cut off your roots. The Disaster Emperor could only grit his teeth, and continue to speed, brainstorming ways to escape. The Disaster Emperor's plight was conveyed through the Soul Network to everyone. The three lords hurriedly gathered together, staring in shock at their big brother being chased by the enemy demon lord. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. I'm not very good at blessing speed. What do you think? Lu Qian's mouth twitched. I've already blessed. If I bless again, I'll lose combat capability. Sister Xiang, what do you think? Sister Xiang, what are you doing with the camera? Qin Xiang activated the auto-tracking feature of the camera, letting it fly beside her to film. Her face filled with excitement. This is his dark history. We must capture it. Zhang Yang's scalp tingled. Sister Xiang, stop messing around and think of a way. Qin Xiang helplessly replied. You tell me, with him speeding so fast, how can I bless him? What can I do? The two looked at their big brother, who had become a purple light shooting star, feeling helpless. Surely we can't let big brother slow down? Qin Xiang smirked slyly. Pinyin wants to accelerate Ba Shan's consumption, so I'll add rage and bloodlust to Ba Shan to achieve the strategic goal faster. Zhang Yang's scalp tingled, stuttering. Sis, don't joke around, it could cost lives. Lu Qian was sweating profusely. Seriously, don't do it. Big brother might be reincarnated. Qin Xiang charged up energy, aimed at Ba Shan, and threw it directly, precisely blessing him. Ba Shan's speed instantly increased a notch. Zhang Yang muttered, if we can't hit big brother, how can we hit Ba Shan? Qin Xiang turned her head, feeling guilty. Luck. Before he dies, I absolutely want to help him. Let you bully me. Bad guy. The Disaster Emperor Zhou Pingyin's cries for help rose to a higher pitch. Shaoli, Xiaoda, Wang Lei, help me. In different parts of the battlefield, the three looked at their purple light shooting star emperor, feeling helpless and could only grit their teeth and deal with the immediate problem. It was originally an overload raid, and everyone had little strength left to support the emperor. If they went to support the emperor, the localized war would collapse. Nevertheless, they still gritted their teeth and let Chief Officer Xiao Li go to support. Chief Officer Xiao Li looked at the purple light shooting star emperor, feeling extremely pained. What do we do now? What to do? Wait, I'll recharge the emperor. Chief Officer Xiao Li hurriedly transmitted her energy to the emperor through the Soul Network, enhancing the emperor's energy. Chief Officer Xiao Li ordered, and the idle energy groups immediately reinforced the emperor through the Soul Network. This made the purple light shooting star emperor even more of a shooting star. Chief Officer Xiao Li was dumbfounded. Your Majesty, should we notify the Alliance? The purple light shooting star Zhou Pingying replied, I refuse. If Su Shan and the Alliance find out, will I still have a face left? The Disaster Emperor gritted his teeth and sped up, circling above the main city with the eunuch Ba Shan. Qin Xiang's actions were correct, but she absolutely did not help him out of goodwill. It was still not enough. The battle had to intensify. The Disaster Emperor gritted his teeth, turned around, and swung his sword. Ba Shan died. Boom! The Disaster Emperor watched as the terrifying black-red dark fighting energy brushed past, tearing the surrounding space into fragments, accompanied by the howls of countless vengeful spirits. The Disaster Emperor gritted his teeth and slashed down. The Moonlight Sword energy collided with the second dark fighting energy, resulting in a massive explosion. Taking advantage of the explosion shockwave for cover, he entered combat mode. In that instant, he blessed himself with countless buffs. The Disaster Emperor's expression was serious as he held the Moonlight Longquan's sword and charged forward, with purple light flowing around the sword. Ba Shan, today, it's either you die or I live. Ba Shan, enraged, charged toward the sword energy. In an instant, the two sides exchanged blows thousands of times. In the terrifying battle aftermath collapsed numerous buildings in the demon clan's main city, killing many demons in the shockwave. The soldiers of the Disaster Army were desperately trying to escape, barely clinging to life. The full-force battle between the 6th and 7th levels fully showcased what personal power meant. The battlefield kept shifting outward. Any creature that approached the two strong beings would be ruthlessly crushed by the aftermath. The Disaster Army and the Demon Legion kept fleeing. They managed to escape at least 30 kilometers before barely enduring the aftermath of the battle between the two great powers. An increasing number of demon legions gathered, and the Disaster Army contracted the battlefield together, protecting their three lords. Outside, The Demon Legion had already completed the encirclement. Qin Xiang anxiously asked, "What is his plan?" "It's almost 20 minutes now." Zhang Yang's eyes were fixed on the screen. "Ba Shan's energy is below 30. Quickly notify Brother Zhou." The Disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an received his brother's notification, looked at the still furious Ba Shan, laughed heartily, and rushed over to tightly embrace Ba Shan. "Ba Shan, you're finished." In that moment, the Disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an maximized his own power and the effects of his binding spell. Bei Shan exerted all his strength, only to find that his power was unable to match that of this human, who was enveloped in a terrifying energy capable of eroding everything. It was strange. The human race was not particularly strong and could not compare to the demon race at all. Bei Shan was furious, but remained rational. 1 minute. You can imprison me for at most 1 minute. The Disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an gritted his teeth and set up teleportation beams for all his allies present, enhancing the spatial confinement effect of the battlefield. One by one, the teleportation beams lit up, and countless Disaster Army soldiers were astonished as they were teleported away. The Disaster Emperor Zhou Ping'an tightly embraced Bei Shan, his eyes about to burst. "Su Shan, fire at my coordinates." In the distant sky, blue teleportation vortices appeared, from which the Alliance's escort fleet emerged. The charge cannons aimed at the sky above the Disaster Emperor and the Demon Lord Bei Shan. The cannon muzzles glowed with full energy waves but hesitated to fire. Zhou Ping'an cursed loudly, saliva flying. "Su Shan, fire already. I can't hold on any longer." Bei Shan was horrified, struggling with burning demonic blood, but could not break free from the young man's embrace. "Are you crazy? Let me go. You will die too." The explosive dark energy and purple energy collided violently. Zhou Ping'an laughed. "Mind your own business, haha." In the sky, the cannon muzzles of the escort fleet lit up in unison. In an instant, the saturation strike of energy cannons engulfed both the human and the demon. Zhou Ping'an held on tightly to Bei Shan, refusing to let go, until he heard the system prompt that the destruction value had been credited. Only then did he relax completely, falling towards the deep pit created by the explosion, a smug smile on his face. "See, am I not clever? This way, a 6th tier can kill a 7th tier in a short time. There are no miracles in this world, only extraordinary sacrifices. Without great sacrifices, how can there be great victories?" "Damn, that hurts a bit." Zhou Ping'an struggled to open his eyes and saw many figures rushing towards him. Qin Xiang hugged Zhou Ping'an, tears streaming down her face, frantically instructing the artifact guardian spirit. "Quick, save him." Zhou Ping'an said, Don't disturb me. Let me sleep for a bit. I'm a bit tired." The artifact guardian spirit appeared, looked at Zhou Ping'an with his eyes closed, hurriedly grabbed his wrist to check, and his expression was particularly strange. Qin Xiang cried uncontrollably, "Hurry and save him." The artifact guardian spirit helplessly retracted his hand. "I can't do anything." Su Shan panicked. "How can you not do anything? Aren't you a guardian spirit?" The artifact guardian spirit was speechless for a moment, pointing at Zhou Ping'an. "He's just tired. He's asleep." Zhou Ping'an lay there with his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, a faint snoring sound emerging. Who? Su Shan was dumbfounded. "You took so many cannon blasts and you're just tired and asleep? What does that even mean?" Qin Xiang's crying suddenly stopped. "You fell asleep? How can you sleep at a time like this?" Zhang Yang cleverly cast a soundproof barrier and took out an electric fan, setting it to silent mode. Qin Xiang held Zhou Ping'an, not knowing whether to throw him or hold him, looking very frustrated. Ultimately, she resigned herself to holding Zhou Ping'an, not daring to disturb his deep sleep. Su Shan facepalmed. Doesn't anyone know how ridiculous his plan is? To be honest, when I was teleported here and received such an absurd request, my heart stopped for 2 beats. Only after confirming a second time did I grit my teeth and order the cannons to fire. Qin Xiang carefully cast a soundproof spell on Zhou Ping'an's head, helplessly saying, if even one person here knew, they wouldn't let him act recklessly. Su Shan sighed. I'll go clear out the nearby demon army. The rest is up to you. The Alliance has a lot of tasks, and our military strength is tight. Qin Xiang held Zhou Ping'an and ordered on his behalf. The Disaster Wolf Alliance will also fight until we occupy this place. We will take down the remaining 11 cities ourselves. Su Shan's expression was serious as he saluted and turned to leave to intensify the cleanup of demons. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, adjusting her emotions. Zhang Yang, let the soldiers take the fan. You and Lu Qian go assist the alliance in battle. Zhang Yang scratched his head, immediately handing the fan to a nearby guard, and pulled Lu Qian to assist in the fight. Qin Xiang held Zhou Ping'an, feeling a mix of despair and admiration. Aside from that, she couldn't think of any other emotions to face this monster. Letting such a monster take first place. I truly don't envy him. Little Li softly said, I'll hold his majesty. Qin Xiang thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it, I'll do it. I know some healing spells. He can recover faster this way. You set up a medical monitoring system to observe his condition and speed up recovery. Little Li happily nodded. I want gifts. Zhou Ping'an smelled a fragrant aroma, feeling something soft and fleshy under his head, with two hands wandering over his chest. Huh? Zhou Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes and saw Qin Xiang focused on touching his chest. Qin Xiang exclaimed in surprise. You're awake? Bang! A titanium alloy fist struck Qin Xiang's cheek like lightning. The surprise on Qin Xiang's face had not yet faded when she was directly punched into the ceiling. Unable to pull herself out, Qin Xiang used all her strength to pull herself down from the ceiling, her left cheek swollen and painful. Gritting her teeth, how can you be so ungrateful? I was helping you heal. Zhou Ping'an narrowed his eyes and looked down, realizing that the situation was not simple. He was covered in medical tape and other things. Chief Officer Little Li quickly explained. Your Majesty, Sister Xiang is indeed helping you heal. Zhou Ping'an sneered, ripping off the medical tape on his body. Berserk. In an instant, he entered a battle state, his upper body clothing shattered, revealing a strong and smooth muscular physique. Energy currents swirling around him, his hair flying with the airflow. Qin Xiang's face changed drastically, and she quickly waved her hands. Wait. Let me explain. Blood fury. Zhou Ping'an's hair stood on end, rich purple energy flowing through his veins, jumping around, maximizing the energy supply effect. Berserk and Blood Fury were the blessings that Qin Xiang had given to the 7th-tier demon Lord Bashan. Zhou Ping'an grinned savagely and leaped up. Go to hell and explain. Va temple. Qin Xiang looked in despair at the increasingly large tread pattern of the man's black battle boots. Had she known this would happen, she should have been harsher back then and let him stay unconscious longer. After a while, Zhou Ping'an shook himself, stopped the war trample, gasping for breath, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Little Li hurriedly helped the emperor sit down in a chair. Zhou Ping'an adjusted his breathing, his condition starting to recover. Once he reached a good state, he stood up and slowly practiced a set of health exercises, stabilizing his overall condition further. His complexion gradually regained some color. Zhou Ping'an rolled his shoulders and grinned. Let's go to the hall. I'll rest while listening to the report. Understood, just a moment. Let me help Sister Xiang. Qin Xiang was on her back, her head buried in the ground, smoke wafting from her head. Zhou Ping'an arrived at the newly renovated Lord's Hall, sitting at the long table and drinking sweet porridge. Qin Xiang, with tears in her eyes, covered her head. After you fell unconscious, I took your orders. The Disaster Army, in cooperation with the Alliance troops, has cleared the nearby Demon Army. The Defensive Fortress Group has also been relocated and can help us through the initial defense period. Next, we just need to clean up the demon groups within the Hebing domain. Zhou Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You're still somewhat useful. Qin Xiang cautiously cast a healing spell on her head, and, after feeling the swelling go down, she sighed in relief. The comprehensive industrialization technology analysis is ongoing and is expected to be completed in 3 days. By then, we will need to transform the demon race's technology before delivering it to the Alliance. However, Su Shan will have to pay for it, because he feels he hasn't been much help this time. The most difficult problem was solved by Zhou Ping'an using the Heaven and Earth longevity technique, leading to the demise of the enemy. The remaining demon generals and legions are a threat, but with the 8th-tier fallen demon beast, the Black Mountain Goat, it's just a matter of time. Zhou Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief and scrolled through the forum on his phone. Not bad, really worth it. I deserve such a great sacrifice. Relying on 2 eternal and indestructible talents, he quickly cleared the 7th-tier Demon Lord. Zhou Pingin blinked. Huh? What's this T06 tier 20-minute fast clear T0 comprehensive industrialization demon race 7th tier lord? Clicking to view. It was a video of himself being chased with purple light filling the sky, with countless comments like haha, feeling for brother Zhou, and the boss is amazing. The corners of Zhou Pingin's mouth twitched as he scrolled to the end, filled with fervent comments like brother Zhou is awesome and long live the great sea. In 20 minutes, learn how to defeat the 7th tier demon lord. Zhou Pingin felt a headache and flipped to the comment section. Hot comments, wow. Shipping brother Zhou and sister Qin, so sweet. Is this a missed friendship or a lost love? Reply to the hot comment. Qin Xiang. Expressionless typing. Missed or trampled? Attached image. Zhou Pingin stepping on someone with smoke rising from their head. JPG. Below were rows of sympathetic and teary-eyed comments. The war criminal male had no love to speak of, only victory. Zhou Pingin speechlessly closed the forum. Real technology, no one learns. They only love to chat about random stuff. No wonder their results are poor. They don't focus on how I cleared it in 20 minutes. Just think of all sorts of nonsense. Although this plan is very dangerous, the profit is equally huge. Comprehensive industrialization technology is under analysis. Zhou Pingin took a sip of porridge, squinting. I'll spend 10,000 destruction points to set up defensive fortresses and barracks. I see that the production buildings here are quite complete, so let's have a mechanical race assimilate them into our buildings for continued use. How long will this take? Shally tapped on her tablet. Back to your majesty, it can be shortened to 2 days. Zhou Pingin smiled. All right, 2 days. By the way, the basic technology remains free, but the enhanced and upgraded versions will be paid. Some resources will be released for sale on the market. The rules cannot change. Otherwise, it will be hard to trick Su Shan and the Alliance next time. After all, the Alliance has been sharing basic technology packages, and there are shared technological buildings that everyone can enjoy for free. One mustn't be heartless. Zhou Pingin. By the way, the selling price will double, and shipping will be self-paid. If they don't buy, there are plenty of others who will. Getting hold of complete industrial resources won't be easy for them. It's more profitable than robbery. A little conscience, but not much. It's free now, but all subsequent enhancement and upgrade technologies will increase in price. The natural disaster Emperor Zhou Pingin happily wiped his mouth, feeling refreshed. In 2 months, I will have